Chapter 331. While silently channeling his inner energy into Lu Xiaohua's body, Chu Qing felt a strange mix of emotions. When he spoke earlier, he actually intended to directly reveal his identity. There was nothing to hide, at least not in front of Lu Xiaohua. But for some reason, what came out of his mouth was a slightly reproachful tone. As a transmigrator, he shouldn't have any special feelings for Lu Xiaohua, but the most important component of a person is memory. After the memories of 2 lifetimes merged, at first, Chu Qing could still distinguish who was who, but as time went on, he could no longer tell whether he was a modern soul who had transmigrated to this martial arts world. Or had this Chu Qing awakened his innate wisdom? Remembering things from his previous life, however, Chu Qing didn't dwell on this too much. Whether he had transmigrated to this world and become the current Chu Qing, it was still Chu Qing from this era who recalled his memories of his past life. But none of that mattered. What mattered was the authenticity of his emotions. The bittersweet feeling of facing his biological mother, whom he hadn't seen for 20 years, a mixture of emotion and trepidation, was genuine. With these memories and emotions, who could say he wasn't Chu Qing? Lu Xiaohua should have resisted the young man's touch. After all, this was their first meeting, and even with their significant age difference, she shouldn't have been so inappropriate. But facing Chu Qing, she found herself unable to refuse. Instead, the bitterness in her heart grew even stronger. Remembering the fleeting hope that had crossed her mind earlier, she hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "You? What's your name?" Chu Qing smiled, raising her eyes to meet Lu Xiaohua's. Their eyes met, and she was about to speak. Just then, Yuzong interjected, "Third young master." "He's the third young master, known in the martial world as the Mad Blade." "Eh?" Lu Qingyan was taken aback. "So you're the third young master? Although I'm in Lingbei, I heard of your name. You only been in the martial world for a year, but your fame has soared. They say you're the #1 young talent in the southern region. I was a little unconvinced before, but now I have no choice but to accept it." Lu Xiaohua felt a buzzing in her head. She spoke softly, as if afraid of disturbing the young man before her. "You? The third child?" "Yes." Chu Qing nodded, "The third child. The youngest in the family, with 2 older brothers." Lu Xiaohua stared blankly at Chu Qing, unable to utter a word, tears already streaming down her face. Up until now, Chu Qing had not revealed his identity. Lu Xiaohua hadn't been able to find out anything. But inexplicably, the delusion that had always lingered in her heart seemed to become increasingly real. You? Lu Xiaohua looked at Chu Qing, her lips moving, but the overwhelming emotions made it difficult for her to open her mouth and ask the question she wanted to ask. Chu Qing was looking up at her when he suddenly exhaled, "We really shouldn't have let that person release the signal fire. You guys, wait a little while, someone's coming." Chu Qing's words instantly pulled Lu Xiaohua back to reality. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, "No. It might be the Lord of War. Let's go!" The Lord of War. Chu Qing had long been curious about this legendary figure. Ever since she first heard the name at Tontian Manor, Chu Qing had wanted to know, what kind of person was he? What was his status and position within the heavenly evil sect? Before his death, the Blood King had said that the 12 holy kings were not good at fighting. The truly skilled warrior was someone else. Could it be this Lord of War? Chu Qing gently pressed Lu Xiaohua's hand. "It's all right. If it really is him, it suits me perfectly." Lu Xiaohua shook her head repeatedly. "No, you don't know. This person's martial arts are terrifying. Even with my supreme heavenly sound, I couldn't harm him in the slightest. Yuzong's 2 legs were broken by this person. If I didn't have some skill, I probably wouldn't have made it here. Without absolute certainty, and without knowing this person's background, never fight him." Seeing the urgency on her face, Chu Qing knew that the Lord of War had likely left her with considerable psychological trauma. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "But he's already here." As she spoke, footsteps approached. Lu Xiaohua looked up abruptly, but paused slightly when she saw who it was. "Who are you?" "Not the Lord of War." Chu Qing was also slightly puzzled. She glanced back and saw a young man standing not far away. He was dressed in white, his gaze sweeping across the room, before finally settling on Chu Qing. He bowed slightly. "May I ask what has happened here?" "Who are you?" Chu Qing frowned slightly. The person who arrived was not what he had expected. The man smiled, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said, "I am Ning Wufang, an unknown figure in the martial world. I saw someone using fireworks as a warning here, so I came out of curiosity." Chu Qing glanced at Lu Qingyan upon hearing this. Seeing her shake her head, he knew that Lu Qingyan also did not know this person's identity. Chu Qing smiled. Your curiosity is a bit too strong. Fireworks, as a means of communication, are extraordinary. Aren't you afraid of falling into danger by investigating rashly? Although I am not famous, I am confident in my martial arts skills. Even if I am trapped in a dangerous situation, I am confident I can escape. Ning Wufang looked at the miserable scene on the ground, then at Chu Qing and the others, seemingly considering something. Finally, he chuckled and said, It seems the fighting here has ceased. I have been meddlesome. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Turning around, Ning Wufang discovered that Chu Qing, who had been standing in front of Lu Xiaohua, had somehow appeared behind him, blocking his retreat. Ning Wufang frowned slightly. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Qing threw a punch. Since you're here, why the rush to leave? Ning Wufang was also furious, outrageous. He then threw a punch in return. The two fists collided instantly, and a cloud of dust erupted within a 3-zhang radius of the two figures. Ning Wufang was sent flying backward, traveling more than 10 zhang before barely landing. His legs staggered back 6 or 7 steps before he abruptly knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. We never met before, we have no grudge against each other. Why did you attack me so severely? Is that so? Chu Qing approached him, thought for a moment, and said, Never mind, none of that matters. You're just unlucky to be here at this critical moment. Come with me. What are you going to do? Ning Wufang was taken aback. Chu Qing had already pressed several acupoints on his chest. Then he grabbed him, and threw him next to the unconscious young general. Interrupted by Ning Wufang, Lu Xiaohua, who had been interrupted earlier, didn't know where to begin. Chu Qing also temporarily abandoned the idea of recognizing Lu Xiaohua. After all, Yu Zong was still nearby. He went to Yu Zong, examined his legs, and exclaimed in admiration, Senior Yu, you always rely on these legs to run around everywhere, but this time you met your match. Yu Zong's face darkened. Go away. Don't come near me. He was already renowned in the martial arts world for his lightness skill, and now that both his legs had been broken, his grief and anger were unimaginable. Chu Qing didn't offer a single word of comfort, instead seeming somewhat gloating. Could he tolerate this? Yu Zong endured it. Even with his legs intact, he might not be able to do anything to Chu Qing, and in this situation, he was even less capable. Besides venting his anger, he had no way to get revenge. Chu Qing patted his shoulder affectionately and said, It's all right. It's just a pair of legs. It won't take long. How about we arrange a game of kuju, ancient Chinese football, tomorrow when we have time? Yu Zong wanted to bite this bastard. His legs were crippled, and he wanted to play kuju. If you really have nothing better to do, go to the Duan clan's territory and ask the Ward Lord to help me get revenge. Stop spouting nonsense here. Yu Zong spoke angrily. Lu Xiaohua quickly shook her head. No. How could you be like this? How can you lead a junior to his death? Believe me, I kill you first. Yu Zong was speechless. Then Chu Qing said, Don't worry, I know a divine doctor extremely skilled. He owes me 2 favors, and will help me unconditionally twice. After we return to Tianjin Prefecture, if the doctors in Lingbei can't help your legs, I have someone send you to Nanling for treatment. I guarantee you'll be able to play football again. Is that true? Yu Zong's eyes lit up, but then he frowned. I know quite a few divine doctors. These legs aren't entirely hopeless, but even if they can be cured, they certainly won't be the same as before. My lightness skill is ruined. That's not necessarily true. The divine doctor I know is extraordinary. Chu Qing said, Who knows, it might even allow you to walk as fast as lightning again. Is it really that amazing? Yu Zong asked, somewhat surprised. Chu Qing nodded without hesitation, his face practically overflowing with confidence. However, deep down he wasn't entirely certain. The divine physician he mentioned was the Yin-Yang hermit of the Yin-Yang forest. This man was incredibly skilled, but whether he could truly restore Yu Zong to his former glory was uncertain. But at this moment, Chu Qing had to demonstrate his strong faith in this divine physician. Otherwise, healing the body is one thing, healing the mind is another. If Yu Zong's mindset was compromised, even if he were to stand up again, he wouldn't regain his former peak condition. He needed to maintain a belief, to let him know that the problem with his legs was nothing to the divine physician. This way, after his recovery, he have less of a psychological barrier. His rehabilitation will be full of confidence, and he eventually regain his peak form. Of course, if the Yin-Yang hermit's medical skills don't reach that level, it will inevitably make Yu Zong even more disappointed. But compared to the future, Chu Qing felt it was better to inject this dose of adrenaline now. He couldn't let things that hadn't even happened yet dampen his ambition. Besides, he actually had a lot of confidence in the Yinyang hermit's medical skills. After hearing Chu Qing's words, Yu Zong was indeed quite invigorated. Chu Qing then asked if they had found any clues in the Duan clan's territory. The fact that the Lord of War was in the Duan clan's territory couldn't be considered a clue, since they could easily say that the Tianyin mansion had allowed the Tianxia sect to remain in the Duan clan's territory, waiting for these fellow martial artists to walk into their trap. Yu Zong smiled. Of course we found clues. He took out a letter from his robes and handed it to Chu Qing. What's this? Chu Qing took it, opened it, and was immediately stunned. A farewell letter? The writing wasn't on paper, but on the hide of some unknown animal. The content wasn't particularly noteworthy. It simply stated that the Duan clan was facing imminent disaster, attacked by the Rift Star Mansion and its forces. The Duan clan was unable to resist and feared annihilation. Duan Qinghe, as the clan leader, should have risked his life, but he couldn't bear to see his ancestral martial arts die out, so he left this letter, along with the Duan clan's secret techniques, for future generations to benefit from. The crucial point was the date and month clearly stated at the end of the letter. Exactly 2 months ago. It matches up. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. In that case, neither Little Cold Valley nor the Rift Star Mansion or the Blazing Plains Mansion have any reason to come and question us. It's quite remarkable that this letter has survived. What do you think? Yu Zong snorted. It records the core internal cultivation techniques and forging methods of the Duan clan. It's the foundation of the Duan clan's existence. Duan Qinghe wrote this letter before his desperate act, so naturally he treasured it dearly. If it weren't for my mastery of mechanisms, being the world's #1 thief, able to unravel the mystery and steal from the heavenly evil sect's heavily fortified position, even with your formidable martial arts, you wouldn't have been able to obtain this item, he added smugly. As for those brutes of the heavenly evil sect, they didn't even notice the letter. Chu Qing suddenly thought of the shepherd boy, the clumsy thief, who tried to steal the chaotic god blade, but was easily caught by a simple trap. Despite being the disciple of the world's #1 thief, he was so clumsy. If Yu Zong were truly dead, his skills would likely be lost forever. Chu Qing immediately flattered him. Senior Yu is indeed remarkable. Of course, but what's next? Yu Zong asked. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, let's wait and see if any heavenly evil sect reinforcements arrive. If not, let's return to Tianyin Mansion. Let's discuss this together, how we should proceed with this performance. Lu Xiaohua silently watched Chu Qing and Yu Zong talk, her thoughts drifting away. The group waited there for a full 2 hours, until the young general awoke, until Ning Wufang fell asleep, until Gong Sun Zongheng could no longer even utter a scream, before they were certain that the young general's fire-wielding skills were wasted. No one came. Chu Qing sighed in disappointment and led everyone back to Tianyin Mansion. Chapter 332. The journey here was incredibly fast, but the return trip is much slower. Yu Zong's legs are broken, rendering him unable to use his lightness skill. Lu Xiaohua is severely injured. Having endured several bloody battles, even with her supreme heavenly sound technique, she is struggling to cope. Now that her nerves are relaxed, she feels pain all over her body. Lu Qingyan is fine, she's in good condition, and has simply come to watch the show. But there are 3 prisoners nearby. The young general is relatively unharmed, but Gong Sun Zongheng is in a terrible state. One hand and one leg are pierced by iron spears. One eye has been blinded by Chu Qing's bullet. If it weren't for the undying will of the Azure Sea true energy within him, he would surely have died from such injuries. But even now, though he hasn't died, he's merely clinging to life. Then, there was Ning Wufang, whose origins were unknown. This return journey involved a large number of people, and more than one of them was incapacitated. Therefore, their pace had to be slowed. Upon arriving at Huanchuan Ferry, Chu Qing bought 2 carriages and placed the incapacitated individuals on them before boarding the ferry. The sea was calm on the ferry, and the weather was sunny and pleasant upon disembarking. If it weren't for the impending major event in Tianyin Prefecture, a trip to the countryside on such a day would have been perfectly acceptable. Then they galloped at full speed. Chu Qing was still constantly on the lookout for potential pursuers, but he managed to rendezvous with the people Lu Xiaoyan had sent to meet him, and even upon reaching Tianyin Prefecture, no pursuers appeared. Lu Xiaoyan came to pick them up personally. Lu Xiaohua spoke with him about the situation, and then someone took Ning Wufang, the young general from the Tianxia sect, and Gong Sun Zongheng away. The process proceeded smoothly. No arrows flew from afar, piercing the necks of these men. Something's amiss. I fear there's something fishy going on. Yu Zong leaned against the carriage, looking at the quiet Tianyin mansion, his face grave, as he spoke to Chu Qing. Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged, simply saying, "The fish, isn't it among us?" "Huh?" Yu Zong was taken aback. "Me? No." Chu Qing was speechless for a moment. "That Ning Wufang, have you noticed anything unusual about him these past 2 days?" "I haven't noticed anything amiss." "You suspect him?" "More than just suspect," Chu Qing said calmly. "This person definitely has a problem. His timing was too coincidental, and his martial arts are far more complex than imagined." Chu Qing possessed vast knowledge. Although Ning Wufang had concealed his abilities well, he had ultimately sparred with Chu Qing. In that instant, Chu Qing sensed that his opponent was deliberately holding back. Afterwards, he sealed his pressure points and brought him back to Tianyin Mansion, all part of a scheme to turn the tables. Throughout the journey, he had grouped Yu Zong, himself, the young general Gong Sun Zonghing, and others together, intending for Yu Zong to observe this man's situation. But he hasn't made a move along the way. Yu Zong still had doubts. Chu Qing smiled and said, "That means his target isn't the person from the heavenly evil sect, but rather Tianyin Mansion." If the fireworks signal hadn't worked, the young general wouldn't have activated it rashly. But the signal was released, yet no one came. Perhaps it wasn't because the person didn't come, but because the person came and they didn't know. Ning Wufang possessed high martial arts skills, yet he concealed them deeply, his actions suspicious. He didn't seem innocent at all. So Chu Qing didn't hesitate and immediately brought him back. Then we still need to keep a close eye on him. We see how things go. Who says we have to stick to the rules? Besides, even if there really is some misunderstanding, what does it matter? When you sent me to the Duan clan's territory, you never expected to find that suicide note, did you? Hearing Chu Qing's words, Yu Zong suddenly changed the subject. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. "So, this letter is indeed real, isn't it?" "Really, it's definitely real," Yu Zong quickly said. "It's just that you're really unconventional. You hinted that even if you couldn't find anything, you could make something fake. And you found it. Now, even though you know Ning Wufang has a big problem, and the best way is to wait for him to come to you, you still resort to torture before he even shows any weakness. And you don't even care if it's a misunderstanding. You're really going to use any means necessary to achieve your goals." Chu Qing smiled. The opponents of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were no ordinary people. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. That makes sense. Yu Zong nodded repeatedly. "In this respect, you're much better than that grandson Shang Qiuyu. He's like an old scholar. I really don't know what Tonger's mother saw in him." Chu Qing's ears perked up. She sensed a hint of sourness in Yu Zong's words. This made Chu Qing keenly aware of the gossip. But before Chu Qing could press further, Lu Xiaoyan and the others arrived. They invited Chu Qing and the others to the 5 Sounds Hall for a meeting. There weren't many attendees. Besides Chu Qing, Yu Zong, the Lu Xiaoyan and Lu Xiaohua siblings, Wu Qianhuan and Wenru were also invited. Seeing Chu Qing return, he didn't say much, only nodded. The guests took their seats according to their status as host and guest. Chu Qing glanced at everyone present, and was the first to speak. "Where is Han Yiren now?" "He's settled in Tianyin Prefecture," Lu Xiaoyan replied immediately. "Has he made any rash moves these past few days?" "Not yet." Hearing Lu Xiaoyan's answer, Chu Qing nodded. "I go see him tonight. I came in a hurry the other day, and left in a rush, so there are some things I haven't explained." As he spoke, he took out the blood-written confession that he had previously had Han Qiuzhe write from his robes. Lu Xiaoyan took it and asked, "What is this?" "Han Qiuzhe's confession." "Han Qiuzhe? Where did he come from?" Lu Xiaoyan asked instinctively. Then Chu Qing said, "Before coming to Tianyin Prefecture, I went to Liexing Prefecture. I captured Han Qiuzhe and extracted the confession through torture." Just as Lu Xiaoyan was about to look down, he subconsciously glanced at Chu Qing again. He felt a mixture of shock and pleasure. Was the Rift Star Palace so easy to infiltrate? Was Han Qiuzhe so easy to capture? Not to mention that Han Qiuzhe's 9 transformations of Rift Star had already reached the 4th rank. Even within the Rift Star Palace, without a master of martial arts, one would be dead before even getting close. Yet this person before him not only broke into the Rift Star Palace, but also directly captured Han Qiuzhe. What a young hero. And this young hero was actually his nephew. He felt immense pride. With this feeling, he finished reading the blood-written letter in his hand, but his pleasure abruptly vanished, replaced by a furious laugh. "Very well, very well. My heavenly sound palace has been dormant for many years. Do you really think we are weak and easily bullied? What a Rift Star Palace, what a Han Qiuzhe." His anger was palpable, and his aura surged forth. Chu Qing remained silent, then took out the letter Yu Zong had found. After reading it, Lu Xiaonian's heart skipped a beat. Comparing it to the blood-written letter, the details of the Duan family massacre fit together perfectly. The consistent conclusion from both directions essentially confirmed the truth. Lu Xiaonian stroked his chin. Han Yiren came to question us, but all he brought was a letter written in blood. Now, with both Han Qiuzha's confession and Duan Qinghe's true suicide note, then the matter of my Tianyin mansion colluding with the Tianxia sect is completely fabricated. Simply announce this to the martial world, and the crisis facing Tianyin mansion can be resolved. Having said that, he looked at Chu Qing. What do you think? Chu Qing smiled. There are those who steal for 1,000 days, but how can one guard against thieves for 1,000 days? His words seemed unrelated, but Lu Xiaonian understood his meaning after a moment's thought. The Tianxia sect was the thief. This whole affair was a carefully planned scheme. With the help of the Rift Star Mansion and the so-called Grand Martial Arts gathering held by Han Yiren, the Heavenly Sound Mansion was thrust into the eye of the storm. Now, this confession, along with the suicide note, might temporarily clear the Heavenly Sound Mansion of suspicion. But it's hard to say if it can truly be completely erased. Some might believe that the Heavenly Sound Mansion fabricated evidence. And who knows what those foolish, self-proclaimed righteous idiots will believe, or what they might do. These two letters are unlikely to cause even the Rift Star Mansion much damage. The result will probably be endless wrangling. The Heavenly Evil Sect, meanwhile, remains hidden behind the scenes, becoming the thief Chu Qing spoke of. How can the Heavenly Sound Mansion defend itself against this thief's machinations? We managed to defend against it this time. But what about next time? Then tell me, what should we do? Lu Xiaonian looked at his nephew, his tone serious. Chu Qing smiled slightly. Simple, form alliances, use their schemes against them, lure them out, and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Yu Zong glanced at him. Did you just recite every idiom you know? Chu Qing silently looked at him. That divine doctor I told you about earlier, I seem to have forgotten where he lives. No. Yu Zong quickly said. I spoke carelessly, don't be reckless. Chu Qing ignored him, and said softly, the Ouyang family from Liaoyuan Prefecture came along this time purely because they were fooled. For now, they shouldn't be involved in this matter. Perhaps we can get a chance to join forces. Lu Xiaonian nodded, but still expressed his concern. The Heavenly Evil Sect is no small matter. If Ouyang Tianxu knew that our goal this time was to wipe out the Han family and the Heavenly Evil Sect in one fell swoop, they might back down. Who said we were going to tell them everything? Chu Qing said with a smile. At least we must keep the Duan family's cultivation techniques and forging methods. Some things, giving away half is enough. As for the Ouyang family, we just need to let them know that the Han family has a different stance in this matter, and their target is not only our Tianyin Prefecture, but also their Liaoyuan Prefecture. Everything will proceed as we planned. Even if the Heavenly Evil Sect really shows up at this juncture, the Ouyang family is caught in the middle. How can they remain unaffected? What they do then will be out of their hands. Lu Xiaonian laughed heartily. Good. Well said. Don't be so quick to celebrate. Chu Qing stroked his chin and said, the biggest problem with this matter is actually luring the snake out of its hole. The so-called using a counter-strategy is nothing more than using the stage set up by the Liexing Mansion to put on our own show. The key lies with the Heavenly Evil Sect hiding behind it. Once the Han family is surrounded, they will surely know the plan has failed. How will they reveal themselves then? This question immediately stunned everyone present. Yu Zong frowned deeply. Yes, how will they get the Heavenly Evil Sect members to show themselves? According to their original plan, it would simply involve a few insignificant people appearing to confirm the Heavenly Sound Mansion's collusion with the Heavenly Evil Sect. Even if they kill them, this thief will still be hiding behind the scenes, unable to shake the foundation, nor can they be severely weakened. We need bait. But where do we get this bait? Lu Xiaohua said softly. Chu Qing's gaze swept over everyone, and she said softly, actually, I think Tianyin Mansion might already have this bait. Lu Xiaonian looked at Chu Qing. How so? Chu Qing thought for a moment and asked, before that, there's something I want to ask you. Just say it. Lu Xiaonian waved his hand. We're all family. How could I hide it from you? Lu Xiaohua glanced at Lu Xiaonian, her hand in her sleeve clenching slightly. Chu Qing smiled. I want to ask, within Tianyin Mansion, is there any place related to the words Divine Sound? Divine Sound? Lu Xiaonian was slightly taken aback. Then Lu Xiaohua said, there's a Divine Sound waterfall, a forbidden area of the Heavenly Sound Palace. Why do you ask about this? Chu Qing slowly exhaled. When I was in the southern ridge, I accidentally obtained some information about the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. There were 2 cryptic phrases in it. The first was wind on Azure Phoenix Mountain, and the second was moon in the shadow of divine sound. I'm not sure if the moon refers to the moon or the music. But I know that the people of the heavenly evil sect seem to have always had a special fondness for the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. The weeping god iron of the divine blade hall, and the heavenly demon robe of the heavenly mystery valley are things they are determined to obtain. So I'm thinking, their choice of Tianjin Prefecture as the breakthrough point in Lingbei might not just be a coincidence. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, with Yuzong looking utterly astonished. I didn't even know about this. Where did you get this clue? The Blood King told me. Chu Qing laughed. This woman's crazy. She dares to say anything. I don't know where her confidence comes from. Yuzong was speechless. The 12 Holy Kings' confidence was naturally based on their immense strength. But even the 12 Holy Kings, as powerful as they were, probably hadn't expected to encounter a prodigy like Chu Qing. The Divine Sound Waterfall is indeed extraordinary. It might really hold a hidden secret. Lu Xiaoqing said softly, in that case, why don't we search the Divine Sound Waterfall first? What I mean is, we don't necessarily have to find it now, but we can claim we found it. Then find someone to leak this information to the heavenly evil sect. Yuzong was taken aback. Who are we looking for? Oh! Before Chu Qing could answer, he had already thought of someone. That extremely suspicious Ning Wufang. Chapter 333. Upon returning to Tianjin Mansion, Chu Qing had already mentioned it to him. This Ning Wufang was highly suspicious. His martial arts skills were shrouded in secrecy, and while it seemed Chu Qing had forcibly kept him, Ning Wufang had actually taken advantage of the situation. However, judging Ning Wufang's identity solely based on this seemed too hasty. Yuzong voiced his concerns. Chu Qing smiled and said, therefore, we must give him a chance. He then looked up at Lu Xiaoyan. Let's put on a show. Lu Xiaoyan seemed thoughtful, then nodded deeply. All right, whatever you say. The discussion in the Five Sounds Hall lasted the entire afternoon. That evening, Lu Xiaoyan hosted a small banquet. Given the extraordinary circumstances, a grand affair was not advisable. Silence prevailed during the banquet. After it ended, Chu Qing returned to his room. He poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and fell silent. Finally, she opened another cup and poured herself a drink. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Chu Qing flicked his sleeve, and with a gentle wave, the door creaked open. Lu Xiaohua stood outside, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped inside. Chu Qing gestured with his arm. Please. Lu Xiaohua sat down as instructed. Chu Qing then asked, how are your injuries? Fine. Lu Xiaohua stole a glance at Chu Qing, noticing his indifferent expression, and felt a complex mix of emotions. These past few days, since rushing back to Tianjin Mansion from Wild Grass Slope, she had wanted to ask Chu Qing for clarification more than once. But either Chu Qing quickly changed the subject, or she was interrupted by other matters. The truth she sought was always just a step away. Now that she was back in Tianjin Mansion, she couldn't hold back any longer and asked directly, You said you were the 3rd son, and Yozong called you 3rd young master. Then what's your real name? Chu Qing smiled wryly. Didn't you already guess? I want to hear it from you. Lu Xiaohua disliked this ambiguity. She always preferred directness. Chu Qing looked up and met her gaze, then slowly said, My name is Chu Qing. This answer had revolved in her mind hundreds, thousands of times. But when Chu Qing actually uttered those 2 words, Lu Xiaohua's eyes still reddened. Looking at the young man before her, whose expression was serene, who exuded an extraordinary aura even while simply drinking tea, she couldn't reconcile him with the image of that chubby, wrinkled little infant. But she didn't doubt it. Deep down, she had already affirmed this answer 1,000 times over, so how could she doubt it? Her lips moved. Then do you know who I am? I know, Chu Qing said. Otherwise, I wouldn't have appeared at Tianjin Mansion, much less come to save you. The answer was so obvious. Yet, the more obvious it was, the more complex emotions welled up in Lu Xiaohua's heart. Among these complex emotions, the most prominent wasn't the guilt of being separated from her son for 20 years, but anger. Then why didn't you say so sooner? You? Before she could finish speaking, Chu Qing interrupted, I was being chased. The Yu sect is ultimately an outsider. I couldn't reveal my identity. One sentence extinguished Lu Xiaohua's anger instantly. But the anger quickly returned. If her previous anger towards Chu Qing was merely a spark, now it was a raging inferno. Who? The teacup trembled, on the verge of shattering. Chu Qing placed his hand on the table and sighed softly, Calm down, don't get agitated. How can I not be agitated? Whoever dares to harm my son, I kill their entire family. Lu Xiaohua's eyes were red, her teeth clenched. No matter how high Chu Qing's martial arts skills were, at this moment, he was the little dumpling she remembered. He was someone she would risk her life for, someone she would never allow anyone to lay a finger on. But now, someone actually dared to hunt him down. The anger towards those chasing Chu Qing was palpable, and at the same time, this anger also burned towards Chu Yunfei. Where's your father? Is he dead? His son is being hunted down. Why hasn't he made a sound? Chu Qing looked at the furious Lu Xiaohua before her, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. But then she suddenly understood. Her second brother, Chu Fan, probably had the most like her temper, right? Straightforward, if he didn't like someone, he'd just throw a punch. When it came to family, he wouldn't give anyone face. Thinking about this, Chu Qing suddenly smiled. Lu Xiaohua was furious, but suddenly hearing her son's laughter, she was slightly taken aback, and slowly her anger subsided. She frowned, then adopted a dignified expression. Mother isn't usually like this. She tried her best to be calm, but when she referred to herself as mother, Chu Qing still heard a tremor in her voice. Chu Qing knew. She was also uneasy. Otherwise, even if Chu Qing had intentionally changed the subject these past few days, how could she have truly avoided it? It was simply that Lu Xiaohua didn't know if her son, whom she hadn't spoken to since birth, after 20 years of separation, would blame her. Would he disown his mother? Chu Qing's hand groped along his cheek, then he peeled away a layer of skin, and in the blink of an eye, a mask was removed from his face. Lu Xiaohua's eyes widened in shock. But seeing Chu Qing's true face, she finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Although she was absolutely certain that Chu Qing was her son, especially since Chu Qing himself had admitted it. It was impossible for her to be completely indifferent to her son's appearance. She couldn't believe that the child, once so wrinkled yet undeniably adorable, had grown so rugged. Had he eaten something he shouldn't have during his growth? Or had Chu Yunfei made him suffer? Only after Chu Qing removed the mask did she see her own reflection in Chu Qing's face. The tears she shed earlier were real, and the involuntary smile on her lips now was also real. She could no longer sit still and tried to stand up, but Chu Qing was one step ahead. Kneeling before her, Chu Qing softly said, "Son." Chu Qing greets mother. "These past 20 years you suffered." Lu Xiaohua felt like she was going mad. Her emotions today were like a wild horse, completely out of control. One moment she was crying, the next she was laughing, then crying again. Her hands trembled as she pulled Chu Qing closer. "Let mother see me properly, my child. My child is the one who has suffered. Since your childhood, your mother has not been by your side. I never saw you take your first steps, never heard you babble. It's all my fault. If I had studied hard when I was young, how could I have been held back in Tianjin Prefecture for 20 years by that Gongsun Zongheng? My child, you never had a mother to protect you since you were little. Have you been bullied by others? My poor child." The more she spoke, the more her heart ached, and she cried uncontrollably. Chu Qing's eyes were red from her crying, and she gently patted her back. "What are you saying, mother? Your child is the third son of the Chu family. Young master, looking across this small territory of Tianwu City, who dares to bully me? The only one who can bully me is currently my betrothed." "Betrothed?" Lu Xiaohua was taken aback. "Which family's daughter is she?" "Wu Qianhuan, daughter of Wu Ganqi, the city lord of Tianwu City. She also came to Tianjin Mansion this time. You saw her at the banquet earlier, but she was disguised and didn't speak, so you didn't recognize her. Is it one of the two beside you?" Lu Xiaohua remembered that Chu Qing was accompanied by two rough-looking men. At first, she even suspected that these two might be Chu Tian and Chu Fan. But no matter how she looked at them, they didn't seem like them. Especially Wenru. She's less than 1.5 meters tall. Whether it's Chu Tian or Chu Fan, unless they cut off a leg, how could they be that short? He immediately asked, "Is it the tall one, or the short one?" "The tall one," Chu Qing said softly. "It's getting late today. Tomorrow, I have her restore her original appearance to see you." "Great, that's wonderful." Lu Xiaohua was overjoyed. It was as if the person who had been crying and unable to speak just moments before wasn't her at all. Chu Qing found her appearance somewhat amusing. At her age, to still be so free-spirited was quite remarkable. But little did he know that Lu Xiaohua had always been this way. She was born the beloved little princess of Tianjin Manor, showered with affection. From a young age, she was pampered by her parents and spoiled by her elder brother, naturally developing a willful and impulsive nature. If not for this, she wouldn't have so recklessly followed Chu Yunfei to the southern ridge. If only she had considered things more carefully, she wouldn't have suffered the regret of not seeing her father one last time. Over the past 20 years, Lu Xiaohua had often reflected on her past actions. If she hadn't been so direct, but had instead tried to show her parents more of Chu Yunfei's good qualities, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out so badly. However, there's no going back in life, and what's done is done. Temperament isn't formed overnight. If it can't be changed, then this is just how it is. Just then, she suddenly asked, the tall one is Wu Guanqi's daughter, but what about the short one? I reckon she's not a boy, is she? Chu Qing nodded. She's Wen Fuxing's daughter from Luochen Manor, the eldest daughter of Luochen Manor. Lu Xiaohua glanced at her thoughtfully. Could she be in love with you? No, Chu Qing said softly. This girl's situation is a bit complicated, involving her own secrets, which I can't tell you. However, this girl is very different from ordinary people. She doesn't know what love is, so naturally, there's no such thing as infatuation. Speaking of which, there's something else I want to ask Mother about. Tell me everything your mother knows. If I don't know anything, I have your uncle investigate. Lu Xiaohua then added seriously, and who was so audacious as to chase you all those days? Let's talk about it one thing at a time. Chu Qing sat down beside Lu Xiaohua. Mother, have you ever heard of Tianfu Temple? Tianfu Temple. Lu Xiaohua frowned slightly. I heard of it. It's said to be some kind of Buddhist kingdom on earth. Those without wisdom can't see it even if it's right in front of them. The rumors are incredibly exaggerated. Even more so than Wanbeilu. However, at least some people have seen Wanbeilu, but no one has actually seen Tianfu Temple, despite the legends. Chu Qing knew about Wanbeilu. It was known as the #1 money-grubbing den in the world. The exact owner was unknown, but judging from the name Wanbao, it was definitely related to Wanbao money exchange. It is said that if one is fortunate enough to step into the Wanbao Tower, there is nothing that money cannot buy. Treasures, secret manuals, beauties, masters, whatever you desire, the Wanbao Tower can provide. This tower doesn't appear in one fixed place, but roams freely throughout the martial world. What is an empty plot of land during the day suddenly becomes a magnificent tower overnight. 3 to 5 days later, the tower is completely dismantled, and everyone inside goes their separate ways, as if it were all just a dream. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, after the crisis in Tianjin Prefecture is over, have my uncle help me investigate Tianfu Temple. There are some things I need to do there. If there is any news, Mother will accompany you. Lu Xiaohua hurriedly said, she really didn't want to be separated from her son, whom she had finally seen. Chu Qing smiled, Mother. After the Tianjin mansion matter is over, you should also go to Nanling. Yu Zong's legs are in trouble. It's perfect that you take people back to Nanling and send him to the divine physician I know. My father hasn't remarried in the past 20 years. Obviously he still cares about you. Hearing Chu Qing say this, Lu Xiaohua remembered that she still had a husband. Her heart was slightly touched, but she was also a little worried. Then you? With my martial arts, who can hurt me? Then why are you being chased? The topic was finally steered back to normal by Lu Xiaohua. Chu Qing clicked her tongue. This is a long story. Then tell me slowly, Lu Xiaohua said. Mother has plenty of time now. Just as Chu Qing was recounting her grievances with the mirror of karma to Lu Xiaohua, Ning Wufang, slumped to one side in the dungeon of Tianjin Mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. He first glanced at the young general of the heavenly evil sect in the next cell, who was on the verge of death, suffering a fate worse than death. These past 2 days, Chu Qing had used many methods on him, trying to force out the secrets he knew. However, the young general's knowledge was truly limited. He only knew that the 3 holy kings, the Tomb King, the Chess King, and the Plum King, were currently holding the Ghost Emperor captive. He knew little else. Ning Wufang moved closer to the young general and gently kicked him twice. The young man opened his eyes and heard Ning Wufang frown slightly. Next time you encounter such a master, can you please not send out such angry messages? It's fine if you die, why drag someone down with you? As he spoke, a click was heard, and his shackles had been quietly unlocked. Chapter 334. After breaking free of his shackles, Ning Wufang slightly moved his wrists. The young officer opened his eyes and looked at him. You. Keep your voice down. Ning Wufang frowned slightly. Although I've broken free of the shackles, my internal energy is completely depleted. This person's method of sealing acupoints is quite skillful. It will take at least 1 or 2 days to fully recover my internal energy. The young officer was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Who are you? I'm here to rescue you. Ning Wufang leaned against the cell wall, although initially, I didn't come to rescue you. I was just looking for you. After all, what happened to me seems to be different from what was originally agreed upon. It seems I've been deceived. The young general frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. You're looking for us? It seems you really don't know who I am. Ning Wufang smiled. But it's all right. In a couple of days, once my inner strength has recovered, I take you out. Once we find the Lord of War, you naturally know my identity. Hearing this, the young general felt somewhat reassured. This man before him was so confident, he seemed to indeed have some connection to their side. Moreover, the Lord of War seemed to know him. If they met the Lord of War and discovered that this man had lied, how could he possibly survive with the Lord of War in his presence? Just as the young general was about to say something more, he heard footsteps approaching. The two men who arrived were talking as they walked. Their conversation mainly revolved around Chu Qing. One said that the lord of the prefecture didn't know why he trusted this young man so much, while the other spoke of Chu Qing's rescue efforts. These things were nothing unusual, but suddenly a mysterious voice spoke up. The lord's decision today was rather strange. Could it be related to this person? You say our Tianjin prefecture is currently in a precarious situation, so why did we suddenly send so many more people to the Divine Sound Waterfall forbidden area? How would I know? The two chatted casually, their voices fading into the distance. Ning Wufang's gaze fell on the young general. Perhaps due to his severe injuries, his mental state was vastly different from before. All his emotions were now on full display. Just now, Ning Wufang clearly noticed that when the Divine Sound Waterfall was mentioned. At that moment, the young general's expression suddenly changed. Although he quickly regained his composure, it only made him seem more suspicious of concealing something. Ning Wufang waited until the patrolman outside had gone far away before asking in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with Shanin Waterfall?" "Nothing." The young general uttered a single word, but didn't continue his previous statement. Instead, he changed the subject. "Before you leave, could you help me investigate what happened at Shanin Waterfall? Is there something strange going on?" "Yes." The young general nodded frankly. "I can't go into the details, but since I have dealings with the Lord of War, I can naturally ask him later. I can only say that this is closely related to the heavenly evil sect's plans in Lingbei." "Oh." Ning Wufang stroked his chin. "All right, I promise you." His eyes darted around. The situation he was in was rather complicated. What he told the young general, while true, wasn't the whole story. The reason he feigned capture and followed them all the way to Tianjin Mansion was also for a purpose. However, his objective was unclear. He needed an opportunity. The information about Shanin Waterfall was exactly the opportunity he wanted, so he agreed without hesitation. Their conversation ended there. Ning Wufang put the shackles back on his wrists to avoid being detected, then closed his eyes to rest, actually trying to break the acupoints in his body with his internal energy. The acupoints sealed by Chu Qing with the internal energy of 9 chapters of Divine Jade were not so easily broken. Now he could only grind it down little by little. The night was desolate. Han Yiren stood with his hands behind his back by the window, looking at the starlight above, his face as calm as still water. Several days had passed since he arrived at Tianjin Mansion with a large group of people. Initially, he came to question the heavenly evil sect as instructed. Lu Xiaoyan didn't treat them coldly. On the contrary, he kindly settled them temporarily at Tianjin Mansion. Regarding the Duan family, Lu Xiaoyan simply dodged the question, changing the subject. Faced with this lord of Tianjin Mansion, even the most unruly wandering martial artists dared not easily contradict or offend him. Therefore, even knowing he was acting intentionally, they were powerless to do anything about it. Han Yiren was quite relieved, as it allowed him to delay the inevitable. But now, as time slowly ticked away, a very bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. He couldn't pinpoint the source of this feeling. He only felt as if he were being lifted into the air, unable to control his own actions. No one knew whether a sharp knife awaited them in the next moment. In that instant, he missed Chu Qing terribly. That elusive young man seemed to possess the power to soothe everything. Unfortunately, after their parting at Shaohan Valley, he had never seen him again, to the point that he couldn't help but wonder if the matter he had brought up back then was just a joke. Placing my hopes on a young man I only met once, I'm getting old after all. He sighed deeply, about to turn around. Just then, a voice came from behind him. "Why are you sighing and groaning so late at night?" Hearing this voice, Han Yiren's heart skipped a beat. He whirled around and saw Chu Qing sitting at his desk, just like that night at Shaohan Valley. The same swift, silent, and sudden appearance. But last time, Han Yiren's first reaction was fear. Now, he suddenly felt at ease. However, he wasn't a naive young man after all, and he wouldn't let his emotions show. Even worse, he didn't even exchange a pleasantry. I have a feeling something's wrong. The Heavenly Evil Sect hasn't given any new instructions, and the Heavenly Sound Palace is in a stalemate. What should we do next? I have a feeling disaster is about to strike. Your feeling is right. Chu Qing opened a teacup and poured himself a cup of tea. After seeing off the agitated Lu Xiaohua, Chu Qing had gone out. He actually had quite a few things to deal with tonight. The reason he waited in the room was because he felt Lu Xiaohua had probably reached her limit. If he didn't clarify things tonight, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep. After all, she was getting old, and Chu Qing couldn't bear it, so he waited in the room to explain things to her first. As soon as Lu Xiaohua left, Chu Qing came to see Han Yiren. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. You, along with the group you gathered in Shaohan Valley, were all part of the prelude to this grand feast. The Heavenly Evil Sect's goal is to use your lives to completely bind Tianyin Mansion to the Heavenly Evil Sect. Han Yiren's heart skipped a beat, and he clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Please enlighten me, young master. Some time ago, I went to Liexing Mansion and learned quite a bit from Han Qiuzhe." Chu Qing spoke while fiddling with her teacup. Han Yiren's heart skipped a beat again, thinking to himself, "So it was you who went on the killing spree at Liexing Mansion." News of what happened at Liexing Mansion had gradually spread over the past few days. He knew that a madman, relying on his superior martial arts, had forcefully stormed into Liexing Mansion. Thousands of disciples of Liexing Mansion were unable to stop him, allowing him to reach the front of the Sanqing Hall. But this was only the beginning of the horror. He reached out and captured Han Qiuzhe as easily as taking something from a bag. One man and one sword, he shattered the White Tiger killing formation, and the 7 constellations of the White Tiger offered no resistance whatsoever. The land was utterly slaughtered. This madman possessed unparalleled martial arts skills and ruthless methods, truly terrifying. The reason there's been little activity in the martial world about this matter is twofold. Firstly, the news hasn't fully spread, and secondly, the events at Tianyin Mansion have attracted the attention of most in the martial world, so few have noticed this place. Once the Tianyin Mansion incident is resolved, it's estimated that this matter will spread throughout the martial world. But unexpectedly, the person who did this is right before our eyes. After parting ways at Shaohan Valley, he actually went directly to Liexing Mansion to kill people. A rare sense of satisfaction welled up in Han Yiren's heart. His current predicament was largely due to the efforts of the Riftstar Palace. Although this wasn't for his own sake, he felt it wouldn't hurt to vent his anger along with them. But Han Yiren quickly forgot about his satisfaction. As Chu Qing spoke each word, Han Yiren's face gradually paled. After Chu Qing finished speaking, Han Yiren couldn't help but subconsciously take 2 steps back, and after a long while, he let out a bitter laugh. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. I always been confused. My martial arts aren't the highest, my skills aren't the best. Why did the Heavenly Evil Sect choose me as their pawn to plot against the martial world of Ling Bei? So, I was just a pawn destined to be discarded and destroyed from the very beginning. The reason they chose me is simply because I'm easier to control. Chu Qing nodded. Valley Master Han still has some self-awareness. Han Yiren was speechless for a moment. Even if they didn't offer some comfort, there was no need to stab him in the heart, was there? Then Chu Qing said, "The Heavenly Evil Sect wants you dead, but I won't let them have their way. You haven't received any instructions from the Heavenly Evil Sect these past few days, have you?" "That's right." Han Yiren nodded. Tianyin Prefecture is different from other places. The Heavenly Evil Sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. Besides, new instructions are still awaiting large numbers of troops from Liexing Prefecture and Liaoyuan Prefecture. Otherwise, the stage is set, the actors are in place, but there are no audience members. Wouldn't that be a wasted effort? Let's wait a little longer. I reckon the new instructions will appear within the next day or two. This instruction will definitely tell you to evacuate Tianyin Mansion and which route to take. Leave the information, I handle the rest. I won't let anything happen to you. Okay. Han Yiren immediately seized upon Chu Qing as a lifeline without hesitation. Chu Qing was very satisfied with his cooperation. He stood up to leave, but suddenly paused, turning back to look at Han Yiren. "Do you know Li Xingxing?" He still remembered Yushiroyo's request. One of the targets he was tasked with on his way to Shaohan Valley was to kill Li Xingxing. However, Wang Quan had mentioned that Li Xingxing was a renowned expert on the Nijingtai's exorcism list. Chu Qing decided to wait, sensing that the Nijingtai might cause trouble again. Shaohan Valley. The upheaval in the valley came too quickly, leaving Chu Qing no time to ponder Li Xingxing's situation. But now that these people were at Tianyin Prefecture, Chu Qing couldn't continue to ignore them. Tianyin Prefecture couldn't tolerate these unstable elements. It was best to eliminate them as much as possible before the great battle. However, before searching for Li Xingxing, he still inquired briefly, just in case there was an unexpected gain. Han Yiren nodded. Of course I know. Little Knife King Li Xingxing, one of the 4 friends of Green Mountain. All 4 are currently at Tianjin Prefecture. The 4 friends of Green Mountain? Chu Qing was taken aback. What was this 4 friends of Green Mountain title? Han Yiren laughed. Little Knife King Li Xingxing, Clumsy Swordsman Mu Chunyu, Misty Wave Hand Tong Jing Lai, and Flying Star Fairy Liao Qi Chung. These 4 met at Green Mountain and fought together against Ghost Ugly Lai Shifeng. Although they failed to kill Ghost Ugly, one of the 3 ugly ones, they gained a significant advantage and forced him to retreat. These 4 men, after the war, drank and made merry at the Green Mountain Pavilion, eventually becoming sworn brothers, the so-called 4 friends of Green Mountain. I heard the other 3 often go to Tongyao City to seek out Li Xingxing for his fragrant meat. Why does the young master suddenly inquire about this person? Hearing the words fragrant meat of Tongyao City, Chu Qing suddenly thought of Qiushi Manor. These people kept slaves and then butchered live human flesh for cooking. A feeling of nausea rose in his heart. He had never liked that fragrant meat, and now he found it even more inedible. Where are these 4 people living now? Chu Qing asked again. Han Yiren immediately pointed out the way. Chu Qing nodded, telling him to wait patiently, and then vanished from the room in a flash. Although Han Yiren didn't understand, he didn't dwell on it. He was currently facing a matter of life and death, and couldn't concern himself with other trivial matters. Meanwhile, Chu Qing had already arrived at Li Xingxing and the others' residence. A major drama was unfolding before him, and Chu Qing had no intention of playing cat-and-mouse games with Li Xingxing. He planned to come and take Li Xingxing away directly, interrogate him severely to extract crucial information, and see if he could trigger the nameless quest chain on the system's leaderboard. It was just past midnight, the deepest part of the night. Chu Qing's toes landed on Li Xingxing's rooftop, only to find that even at this hour, Li Xingxing hadn't rested yet. Not only hadn't he rested, he was changing clothes, his night clothes. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this a coincidence? This time was indeed the best time for assassins to strike. But why did Li Xingxing have to act now, of all times, just as Chu Qing arrived? Did he also have the talent of someone who never grew up? Where did things have to happen wherever he went? Chapter 335. Complaints aside, since they stumbled upon this opportunity, Chu Qing couldn't let it slip by. He simply waited on the rooftop for a while. Only after Li Xingxing silently left the room, his figure disappearing into the night, did Chu Qing leisurely follow behind. However, contrary to Chu Qing's expectations, Li Xingxing wasn't heading towards the interior of Tianjin Mansion. Instead, he was cautiously making his way out. Tianjin Mansion was heavily guarded, which was no problem for Chu Qing, but for Li Xingxing, it was no different from a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. After a rather difficult journey out of Tianjin Mansion and onto the main road of Tianjin City, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After determining his direction, he sprang into action again, this time at a much faster pace. Chu Qing followed behind Li Xingxing with a slight frown, inwardly surprised. This guy was running around in black clothes at night, so he wasn't on an assassination mission after all? I thought his target was someone from the Tianjin Manor. Li Xingxing didn't notice Chu Qing behind him, nor was he particularly cautious, occasionally stopping to check if anyone was following them. They arrived at the south of the city. In the south of the city was an inn, a century-old establishment, simply and directly named Sun Family Inn. Li Xingxing identified the inn signboard, then leaped up and landed on the roof. He took a couple of steps on the roof, seemingly checking the rooms, before leaping down and tumbling into one of the rooms. Chu Qing also descended from the sky, landing gently on the inn's roof. Then Li Xingxing's voice came from inside the room. You know perfectly well that I am currently in Tianjin Prefecture. Why did you send a message now instead of earlier or later? What if the people of Tianjin Prefecture find out? They only found you dressed in black at night. Who knows what you were doing? You could easily make up an excuse and get away with it. After all, Tianjin Mansion is in a mess right now, so it's only natural for someone to want to investigate. Do you think you're the only one running around in black these past 2 days? The law doesn't punish everyone. Tianjin Mansion can't do anything to you, especially now. The person opposite spoke slowly, their voice calm and unhurried, completely unconcerned about Li Xingxing's questioning. Li Xingxing snorted. So eager to find me, is there no one left at the Mirror of Karma? The Mirror of Karma is full of experts. How could there be no one? It's just that you're the most suitable. A sound of wind breaking followed, eventually dissipating before Li Xingxing's eyes. The person on the other end spoke again. Lord Heisey has landed a job, come take a look. Chu Qing finally understood. So, It turned out Li Xingxing's nighttime spree in black wasn't about assassination, but rather to meet his contact. They hadn't had a mission before, only now did they get one. This is ridiculous. Chu Qing grinned, speechless. He figured it was lucky Li Xingxing had gone out tonight, and he caught him, following him to find out what was going on. If they had followed the original plan, they would have simply kidnapped Li Xingxing. Even if they beat him senseless, he still wouldn't know who the assassin was, or how many companions he had. Just as Chu Qing was thinking this, Li Xingxing's words suddenly made Chu Qing's eyes widen. His voice was filled with confusion. Han San? Who's that? Quite valuable. 3,000 taels of gold. Chu Qing on the rooftop. ? If he remembered correctly, Han San was his alias, right? Judging from Lu Qingyan and the other situation, there shouldn't be any martial arts master with that name in the world, right? So, this time, the target of the Mirror of Karma is myself. Chu Qing grinned, but if the target is himself, how do he trigger the commission? Triggering a commission has basic requirements. The client, the target, and the reward. These are the three most basic elements. Since Chu Qing is the target of the Mirror of Karma, he can become the client. But what does it mean for the client to commission him? Just as he was struggling with this, he heard the contact in the room say, "This person is a bit strange." His first appearance was in Tontian town. The people he killed were somewhat related to you. One of the creatures you kept escaped, a Jianghu person trying to curry favor with you. He encountered them in Tontian town and tried to capture them, but Han San stopped him. Not only that, he pierced the soles of both men's feet with a pair of chopsticks. His internal strength is clearly extraordinary. And in Tontian town, he was traveling with a merchant caravan, passing through Tongyao City and arriving at Shaohan Valley. That's right. The night he stayed in Tongyao City was the night your Qiushi Manor was razed to the ground. So, he destroyed my Qiushi Manor? A murderous glint flashed in Li Xingxing's voice. You must know that Qiushi Manor is not a simple summer retreat. Once the secret is exposed, he will go from a revered hero to a universally hated monster. This is all under the premise that Chu Qing is unaware of his cultivation of demonic arts. If the other party finds out, he will have no place to stand in the martial world. I don't know. The contact's answer interrupted Li Xingxing's thoughts. No one knows exactly who did what happened that night. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Who knows? And after he arrived at Shaohan Valley, there's nothing to say. No one knows what he did or didn't do. However, after the Shaohan Valley gathering, he went to Liexing Mansion. He used his protective divine skill all the way, charging recklessly. Han Qiujia's body was discovered later, looking very gruesome. Before he died, he suffered countless tortures. So this commission is? Han Qiujia of Liexing Mansion personally came to me. The contact said, this Han San is highly skilled in martial arts. He hasn't shown much yet, but he should not be underestimated. This person, to be honest, he always reminds me of the third young master who appeared in Nanling. Coincidentally, this person is also named Han San. I wonder if there is any connection between the two. From our perspective, whether the three prefectures fight or not is none of our business. But for Han Qiujian, Han San is his blood enemy. Since he's come to Tianjin Prefecture, he naturally be there to help Tianjin Prefecture. And regardless of whether Tianjin Prefecture ultimately falls, Han San must die. Just in case, we spent a huge amount of treasure to have our Nijingtai appear on the day of the conference and kill Han San. In addition, 3 more helpers will arrive within the next 2 days. More helpers? Li Xingxing sneered. You alone can't kill him, the contact said. However, one of the 3 helpers is a newcomer. Perfect, I use Han San to probe this person's background. If his heart isn't with the Mirror of Retribution, the 3 of you can kill him too. The Mirror of Retribution is simply a scourge. Li Xingxing said with a smile. If that person were to actually stand on the Mirror of Retribution and look into it, I'm afraid the gods and Buddhas would be astonished, asking in horror, how can there be such a heartless person in this world? I wonder how many people have been deceived by the saying there are no good people before the Mirror of Retribution, ultimately dying without knowing why. I say, over the years, has anyone escaped this reckoning? The person opposite paused for a moment. Yes. Oh. Li Xingxing was taken aback. He had only asked casually, but who knew there really was someone? Who? I don't know him, but I heard from Lord Heizi that this person was originally Bai Qi's subordinate. Moreover, Bai Qi thought highly of him and taught him many essential skills for an assassin. Alas, his heart was not with my Mirror of Retribution, and he ultimately went astray. He should have died a year ago, but for nearly a year, he seems to have vanished completely. Even with the tentacles of my Mirror of Retribution covering the entire world, it's difficult to find any trace of him. Truly a strange and wondrous thing. There really is such a person. If I had the chance, I'd like to meet him. Hopefully, he's smart enough to hide his identity, and perhaps have a better ending. Otherwise, he's doomed. The contact's voice carried a hint of indifference. Li Xingxing didn't linger, waving his hand. I'm leaving. Chu Qing, who had overheard the entire conversation, simply sat on the rooftop, watching Li Xingxing climb out the window and head towards Tianyin Mansion, but he wasn't in a hurry. He silently pondered. Several points from the conversation caught his attention. The contact below knew He Zi, and Chu Qing wasn't entirely unfamiliar with that name. He remembered that after killing Shinjuk in Fanjing City, Qi Zhenhai, the expert from the Liehua Hall station there, had told Chu Qing that Shinjuk's contact was this man named He Zi. Bai Qi, He Zi. Chu Qing felt there might be some connection between the two. However, during his time as an assassin, he had never dealt with this He Zi. Secondly, the buyer in this deal at the Niejing platform was Han Qiujuan. Clearly, Han Qiujuan's main focus so far has been on Tianyin Mansion. While she's shown some attention to this upstart nobody, she doesn't really take him seriously. This is actually a good thing. Secondly, there's the newcomer mentioned by the contact earlier. This subconsciously made Chu Qing think of Chu Tian. If this newcomer is Chu Tian, what should be done next? Should she keep this kid here, or should she let him succeed, destroy Han Sen's disguise, so that Chu Tian can successfully infiltrate the Nijing Tai? This matter involves Chu Tian's life and cannot be taken lightly. As for the last crucial point, it's the quest chain for the nobody on this list. After listening to their complete conversation, a new quest suddenly popped up in front of Chu Qing. Quest, no name on the list. Slay all visitors to the evil list. Current stage, 4. Current progress, 0. Quest reward, choose one from the available martial arts chests. Stage reward, 1 random clue chest. Full stage reward, 1 self-selected category martial arts chest. Current available chests, none. This quest broke Chu Qing's original 3 basic assumptions. It suddenly popped up without anyone else requesting it. Chu Qing pondered that the most likely reason was that he was the assassination target of the Mirror of Karma this time. The matter involved him, and even though his system was mute, it wasn't impossible to make an exception. Furthermore, Chu Qing reopened the quest given to him by Yu Shirlu. No changes. This meant that the 2 quests could exist independently at the same time. Could this be considered exploiting a loophole in the system? Chu Qing thought for a moment, silently asking the system if this loophole was even allowed. The system remained silent, which Chu Qing took as tacit approval. Standing up, Chu Qing didn't rush to leave, but instead flew into the room. There was already someone in the room, who was taking off his outer garment, about to rest. Hearing the noise, he turned around. Why are you back again? Before he could finish speaking, he froze on the spot. Chu Qing smiled slightly. Why aren't you saying anything? Who are you? The arrival of a stranger gave the contact a bad feeling. A hand stealthily reached behind his back, followed by a slight push with his foot, as if to raise it, but a sharp pain shot through his foot. Chu Qing had already stepped on it. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. You? The contact suddenly looked up, only to hear Chu Qing laugh. The contact's martial arts, while not as skilled as an assassin's, are numerous. And they're all very cunning. Your hand was hidden behind your back, trying to tell me you planned to spread poison, but in reality, you probably didn't have anything in your hand at all. But these shoes of yours are hollow inside. Supported by thin wooden planks, you use internal energy to alleviate the pressure while walking, but in a crucial moment, a burst of force can not only shatter the planks and scrape the ground, but also tear the soles open, causing the real, lethal poison inside to spill out. I saw this little trick years ago. It's unnecessary. With that, he casually flicked his sleeve, deflecting the short knife that had suddenly appeared before him. Then, with a shove of his shoulder, the contact groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He felt all the true energy in his body shattered by that single blow. The next moment, Chu Qing reached out and grabbed his collar. Come with me. The contact, caught off guard, tried to struggle and leave some clues. But Chu Qing had long seen through his seemingly panicked yet methodically organized actions, immediately recognizing his true intentions. He casually erased all the clues the contact had left behind. This time, the contact was finally stunned. You, who are you? I'm the one who hid very well, and who, if I had stayed hidden, would have had a good ending. A fish that slipped through the net. Chu Qing said with a smile. By the way, my current identity in Lingbei is Han San. Chapter 336. The contact's name was Pu Chung. His identity was that of a general store owner in another city within the Tianjin prefecture's sphere of influence. His stated purpose in entering Tianlai City was to purchase goods. In reality, it was to coordinate this upcoming business deal. Besides Little Knife King Li Xingxing, there were 3 others involved in the assassination of Han San. One was a newcomer, given the codename Bone-Shattering Hand by the Nijingtai. The other 2 were both experts on the exterminator list. One was the infamous Mad Demon Fist, whose true identity Pu Chung didn't know. All that was known was that this man's fist technique was extremely ruthless and powerful. Those who died at his hands rarely even received a complete corpse. A few were simply turned into human flesh pancakes by his madman-like fist techniques. But no one knew the name of his fist technique. The other's name was not revealed in the martial world. His codename was Shadow. This man's martial arts are extremely mysterious, incorporating illusionary techniques that allow him to move freely among shadows. He often rises from the shadow of his target, takes their head, and then uses the shadow to escape thousands of miles away. His methods are not only ruthless, but also unpredictable. As for the Bone-Shattering Hand, he hasn't been with the Mirror of Karma for long. According to Pu Chung, those who have just joined need at least a year of training before reaching the Trial of the Heart. But the situation in the southern ridge area of the Mirror of Karma is very bad. It seems like the Empire is about to collapse. It's not just the Iron Blood Hall, the Blazing Fire Hall members are also fighting the Heavenly Evil Cult because of their attempt to assassinate Chao Qiupu, which has made them universally hated. Therefore, the Trial of the Heart has been brought forward. They want to quickly gather manpower to deal with the changes in Nanling. Pu Chung shouldn't have revealed all this, but now that he's in the hands of Tianjin Mansion, his life is in a predicament. Before him is Chu Qing Xian Tian Wujing Palm, and after him is Lu Xiaoyan's heart-shattering chaos melody. Both the heart-shattering chaos melody and the Heavenly Heart's Peace melody are secret techniques of Tianjin Mansion. One is used to heal internal injuries, even damaged meridians can be restored. The other is used for interrogation, a demonic sound that pierces the ears and disturbs the mind. It can make even a person with a heart as firm as a rock become suspicious and unable to uphold their principles. This melody, combined with Chu Qing Xian Tian Wujing Palm, can achieve miraculous effects. Let alone Pu Chung being a person. Even if he were a block of iron, he would find it difficult to keep his mouth shut. So, after returning to Tianjin Mansion, Chu Qing quickly got the information he wanted to know from Pu Chung. Now, looking at Pu Chung hanging there, muttering to himself about wanting a quick death, Chu Qing spoke again. Since you're the liaison, you must know the various Nijingtai branches in Lingbei like the back of your hand, right? Come, draw me a map. Pu Chung looked at the smiling young man before him and gave a bitter smile. I heard Bai Qi is quite fond of you, so your understanding of Nijingtai is quite profound. I'm not one to wander the world aimlessly. How could I possibly know the locations of all the branches? Since you don't know the locations of the branches, you should at least know where the Southern Region headquarters is, right? Chu Qing's smile faded, and he said softly, Tell me the location of the Southern Region headquarters, and I give you a quick death. Pu Cheng's expression changed. How do you know? The Southern Region headquarters is in Lingbei? Chu Qing smiled, then struck Pu Chung again with a backhand palm, and a piercing scream rang out once more. After a full instant's time, Chu Qing released her grip. Pu Cheng's pupils were already dilated. Although he was still alive, there was a feeling that he might die at any moment. Chu Qing's voice rang out again relentlessly. Remember, now you are the fish on the chopping block, and I am the butcher. I ask you questions, you answer, and you suffer less. But it's not your place to ask me. Tell me, where exactly is the Southern Region headquarters? In Langia. The Langia Forbidden Land. Chu Qing frowned slightly. The Langia Forbidden Land was among the 10 Forbidden Lands, the 8th most terrifying of them all. This place is ominous, naturally formed, filled with poisonous swamps and treacherous gas. Even with unparalleled martial arts skills, it's difficult to move freely. Could the Southern Region's headquarters be hidden in such a perilous place? It's not impossible, but equally possible, this person is deliberately saying this to lure him to his death. Chu Qing lowered his eyes slightly, then looked up and smiled after a long while. All right, thank you. After saying these words, he smashed Pu Cheng's head with a single palm strike. Turning to leave, he saw Lu Xiaoyan waiting there. Chu Qing casually instructed 2 disciples from the Heavenly Sound Palace to go in and dispose of the body, then walked out with Lu Xiaoyan. Just killed him like that. Lu Xiaoyan said softly as they walked, You can't completely trust what he says. Pain can make a person unable to resist telling the truth, but some people will tell lies as if they were the truth, so that those who interrogate them will pay an extremely terrible price. The more Lu Xiaoyan looked at his nephew, the happier he became. His martial arts were unparalleled, his mind brilliant, and he remained calm in the face of adversity. Lu Xiaoyan was already astonished that Chu Qing had returned unharmed from his mission to meet Lu Xiaohua. But when he heard what Chu Qing had accomplished, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He had captured all the masters of the heavenly evil sect who had practiced demonic arts, including the first demon of eternal everlasting life. His martial arts skills far surpassed his own. While he could no longer offer his nephew any guidance on martial arts, he couldn't help but remind him not to fall into the traps of evil people. Chu Qing nodded. Uncle, rest assured, I won't easily believe his words, but I still need you to send someone to investigate. The Mirror of Karma doesn't yet know my whereabouts, so it's not yet a direct confrontation. But once they find out, the outcome will inevitably be a fight to the death. Right now, I'm in the shadows while they're in the open, so I should try to gain as much advantage as possible. At least, I want to make it impossible for the Mirror of Retribution to move an inch in the southern region, preventing them from having any impact on my family and friends. Lu Xiaoyan nodded, understanding Chu Qing's thoughts. The letter Chu Yunfei wrote to him had already explained Chu Qing's situation in detail. So tonight, when Chu Qing brought someone to ask him for a cell, after learning the person's identity, he decided to lend a hand. Chu Qing paused for a moment, then added, as for killing him, it's because he himself is a problem. As long as the people from the Mirror of Retribution don't die, even if they lose all their martial arts skills and are crippled, it's hard to say they're safe. Only by killing them can we be decisive and eliminate any lingering worries. Alas, the Mirror of Retribution has stood tall in the martial world for many years, always claiming to be the righteous path. Those assassinated by the Mirror of Retribution are mostly heinous criminals, which is precisely why it has survived until now. Now it seems, in the end, it cannot be tolerated. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Chu Qing. The matter of Nanling is beyond my reach, uncle. But the matter of Lingbei is naturally my responsibility. Thank you, uncle. Chu Qing clasped his hands in thanks. Lu Xiaoyan shook his head speechlessly. We're family. Why speak like strangers? By the way, you haven't met your maternal grandmother yet. I heard your fiancée damaged her meridians while practicing martial arts. Tomorrow, take her to see your maternal grandmother, and have her use Heavenly Heart 10,000-piece melody to help her heal her meridians. Chu Qing felt that even the title maternal grandmother sounded so unfamiliar. Chu Yunfei's parents died early, so Chu Qing grew up without grandparents. In his mind, his mother was also long dead, and he knew nothing about her family. Now, things are different. Uncle, maternal grandmother, mother. He actually has everything. He let out a soft breath and nodded. Good. Chu Qing's maternal grandmother's family name was Song, and their background was originally quite prestigious. She was the daughter of a former Grand Elder of the Qianhua sect, one of the 3 major sections. At that time, that Grand Elder was second only to the sect leader, and Chu Qing's grandmother was pampered from a young age. This gave her the opportunity to marry the eldest son of the Tianyin mansion. The two were happy after their marriage, but after the Grand Elder was ambushed by enemies, seriously injured, and later died, the relationship between the Tianyin mansion and the Qianhua sect gradually cooled. Chu Qing went to find Wu Qianhuan early in the morning, removed her disguise, and restored her original appearance. He led her to the dressing table to have her eyebrows and hair done, causing Wu Qianhuan to blush. She couldn't help but tug at Chu Qing's sleeve, asking, "Won't my aunt dislike me?" Chu Qing reached out and tapped the tip of her nose, saying, "My young lady is so bright and beautiful, so graceful and poised, who wouldn't like you?" Hearing this, Wu Qianhuan was delighted, but she suppressed a smile, saying, "With your sweet talk, have you deceived many girls?" "Nonsense, nothing of the sort. That's not necessarily true. Look at you, you have a face that attracts bees and butterflies, you're eloquent, and you're skilled in martial arts. Countless girls have fallen for you." Wu Qianhuan said, then suddenly laughed. "Next time I make you a brightly colored dress and dress you up like a butterfly. You might as well dress me up as a big moth." Chu Qing rolled her eyes. "All right, enough nonsense, that's enough, take a look." Wu Qianhuan looked closely at herself in the bronze mirror, somewhat surprised. "Your skills are impressive. From which girl's face did you learn this?" "A man named Bai Qi." Chu Qing said. "He was my contact at the Mirror of Karma. He taught me all my disguise and tracking techniques. But disguise is not just about changing a face. Changing the face is only the first step in disguise. To make it believable, you have to infuse that face with a soul. If that face originally belonged to someone else, the disguiser must deeply understand the original person's personality and portray them exactly the same. If this is a face that doesn't belong to anyone, Then you have to give this person their own character setting. Afterwards, every word and action must conform to that setting. And if the person being disguised is a woman, makeup becomes especially important. Chu Qing put in a lot of effort in this regard, easily handling things like drawing eyebrows and styling hair for Wu Qianhuan. After all, Wu Qianhuan herself wasn't very skilled at these things, relying on her good looks, fair skin, and profound inner strength. She always went out without makeup. After Chu Qing's skillful touch, she became even more stunning. Chu Qing took her hand, about to go and pay their respects to Lu Xiaohua. But when they passed the door of Wenru's room, Wu Qianhuan paused. What about Wenru? Huh? Chu Qing was taken aback. What did he mean? Leaving her alone is too pitiful. Wu Qianhuan said, but wouldn't it be a bit strange to bring her along? Chu Qing thought for a moment. It's all right, let's go together. Hearing him say that, Wu Qianhuan nodded and went to knock on the door. A moment later, Wenru opened the door, but before she could even ask what was going on, Wu Qianhuan dragged her away. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaohua was restless. She had never been a calm person. She had been extremely impulsive since childhood. Last night, Chu Qing's announcement that he would bring Wu Qianhuan to pay their respects had almost kept her awake at night. She had been waiting here all morning, constantly glancing outside the door. Even though it had only been a short time, it felt like an eternity. When Chu Qing's grandmother taught her the supreme heavenly sound, she said that her impulsive nature was a good opportunity to temper her with the supreme heavenly sound. It had initially been quite effective, but now, it seemed the effect wasn't as significant. Finally, after turning around countless times, Lu Xiaohua heard footsteps. She immediately sat up straight. She had never had a mother-in-law herself, and didn't know what a mother-in-law should be like, but at least she should be composed and not act erratically in front of the younger generation. She should display the demeanor and attitude expected of an elder. Aunt? A voice called from beside her ear. Lu Xiaohua was startled. Why was she called aunt? Was that the right way to address her? Turning around, she saw Lu Qingyan rushing towards her like a gust of wind. It's you? Lu Xiaohua's carefully cultivated elderly demeanor shattered instantly. She poked Lu Qingyan's forehead with her finger. Be more composed. What kind of person are you, always bouncing around like that? Like you. Lu Qingyan went to Lu Xiaohua's side and hugged her arm. Father said I look most like you. Indeed, quite like you. Tell me, what are you doing here? Watching the show. Lu Qingyan spoke frankly. When a daughter-in-law meets her mother-in-law, how can I not take a good look? To be honest, I'm quite curious about this sister-in-law. I wonder what she looks like. But since she's received my cousin's approval, she must be a great beauty, definitely worthy of him. You can't judge a book by its cover. Lu Xiaohua admonished. You must know, beauty fades with time. What good is beauty if you're born beautiful? After 100 years, you're just a skeleton. So, aunt, what did you see in uncle back then? Huh? Lu Xiaohua thought carefully for a moment, then said, he's handsome. Lu Qingyan burst out laughing, and Lu Xiaohua herself couldn't help but laugh too, her body shaking with laughter, when she heard Chu Qing's voice. What are you all laughing at? Turning around, she saw Chu Qing leading Wu Qianhuan, with Wenru on the other side, all three of them looking at her. Lu Xiaohua felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Oh no, her unreliable mother-in-law was probably going to be disliked by her future daughter-in-law. Chapter 337. The idea that Wu Qianhuan would dislike him was ultimately just wishful thinking on Lu Xiaohua's part. After an initial slight awkwardness, the two got along extremely well. From Lu Xiaohua's perspective, Wu Qianhuan was poised and generous, not pretentious or affected, and beautiful, truly flawless. Wu Qianhuan could also sense Lu Xiaohua's goodwill. She empathized with Lu Xiaohua's experiences over the past 20 years. Therefore, the more they interacted, the more harmonious they became. During their conversation, she didn't forget to introduce Wenru to Lu Xiaohua, lest he be left out and neglected. However, this left Chu Qing largely ignored. Fortunately, he wasn't bored standing to the side. Listening to the conversation around him, he inexplicably felt a sense of peace and tranquility. But he also knew that this was far from a time of peace and tranquility. A storm is brewing, and the calm before the storm? How long will this tranquility last? Lu Qingyan had somehow gotten close to Chu Qing. Su Ningzhen seems a bit distracted these past few days. Do you still stand by your promise to teach her martial arts? As she spoke, she shoved a handful of fish food into Chu Qing's hand. Chu Qing, sitting by the pond, pinched some and sprinkled it into the water, attracting fish to leap out and scramble for the food. I've been so busy these past few days, I really forgot about her. You two are close. Do you know what martial arts she wants to learn? Your skills are all extraordinary. I don't think she knows what to choose. She might as well just learn whatever you teach her. Lu Qingyan sat opposite Chu Qing. I was planning to send someone to bring you Shirlu here. If it weren't for this sudden incident at Tianyin Mansion, she should have come with us. Chu Qing's fingers paused slightly. Let's wait until things at Tianyin Mansion are settled, to avoid any complications. All right. Lu Qingyan nodded. At this juncture, Tianyin Mansion was indeed under the watchful eyes of the entire martial arts world. Chu Qing meant that he was worried Yushirlu might fall into the eyes of those with ulterior motives and be used as a hostage. Lu Qingyan understood and temporarily abandoned the idea. Then she gazed at Chu Qing's face, hesitating for a long time. Can I ask you for a favor? We're all family, you. Chu Qing's words trailed off as she noticed a glint of mischief in Lu Qingyan's eyes. Her tone immediately changed. Tell me, and I consider whether to agree. Lu Qingyan inwardly scoffed, thinking it would be so easy for her to agree. After hesitating for a while, it's all right, you definitely won't agree. Then I guess your request was too presumptuous. Luckily, I didn't agree outright. Chu Qing glanced at her. Ever since the day she recognized Lu Xiaoyan, she felt this cousin's gaze was strange, and now it seemed that feeling was correct. What exactly did she want? So strange. Should she go to Lu Xiaoyan and complain about her? Thinking this, Chu Qing almost laughed out loud. At this point, she actually had someone to complain to. Qinger. Lu Xiaohua's voice came. Chu Qing turned around. Yes. Let's go, I take you to see your grandmother. This was the intended purpose. Besides paying respects to Lu Xiaohua, the main reason was to see her grandmother, and have her use the Heavenly Heart 10,000-piece melody to heal Wu Qianhuan's injuries. She immediately agreed. The group left the courtyard and headed off in another direction. Lu Qingyan was like a leech, following them wherever they went. On the way, Chu Qing also inquired about the Tianyin Mansion from Lu Xiaohua and Lu Qingyan. Although they were close relatives, they didn't know much about each other. This inquiry, however, gave Chu Qing a better understanding of the Tianyin Mansion. The vast Tianyin Mansion certainly couldn't only have the Lu siblings as experts. There were 12 top-tier experts of the 5 tones, and 7 laws permanently stationed in Tianlai City, scattered throughout Tianyin Mansion and Tianlai City. Their main duty was to patrol the 4 directions and maintain order. Without exception, none of the 5 tones and 7 laws practitioners were members of the Lu family. Instead, they were personally trained disciples raised from childhood. Currently active are the disciples left behind by Chu Qing's maternal grandfather, while the next generation of 5 tones and 7 laws practitioners will be personally taught by Lu Xiaoyan. They are required not only to be highly skilled in martial arts, but more importantly, to have absolute loyalty to the Tianyin manor. The reason for not using members of the Lu family is that, after years of bloodline inheritance, the accumulated problems between the main family and branch families make it unwise to entrust this crucial role to branch disciples. Gaining absolute loyalty from branch disciples to the main family is actually very difficult, because they also have their own closer blood relatives. Although the Lu family is a large collective where everyone shares the same fate, the position of the leader is ultimately different. If a branch family were to attempt to usurp the throne, and if any of its members were within the 5 tones and 7 laws system, a coordinated attack from within and without could have disastrous consequences. This doesn't mean the main Lu family completely distrusts its branch family members. It's primarily to nip problems in the bud. Many of the rules of the Heavenly Sound Palace have been learned through bloodshed. Currently, the 5 tones and 7 laws system is trusted by the main family and protects the safety of Heavenly Sound City, yet its status is below that of the branch family members. The branch family members are scattered throughout the various main cities of the Heavenly Sound Palace, divided into 6 branches, each occupying one of the 6 major cities, and 15 smaller cities, excluding the 5 main cities. With a major event looming over the Heavenly Sound Palace, Lu Xiaoyan recently summoned all 6 branch family heads to the Heavenly Sound Palace with a single decree. Therefore, almost all the power of the entire Heavenly Sound Palace is now concentrated in one place. Tianyin Prefecture is just too vast, like a city within a city, so it's hard to tell how many people are hidden there. But besides these people, there are quite a few experts. Quite a few young experts of my generation as well. But in your eyes, all of these people are nothing. Lu Qingyan sighed softly. I'm quite looking forward to the scene of you meeting your cousin. Cousin? Chu Qing glanced at Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan nodded. My younger brother. The arrogant Lu Jinghan. His martial arts are higher than mine, and he has never taken me, his older sister, seriously. He's been sent out on a mission by father, and I reckon he'd be back soon. When you see him, help me teach him a lesson, so he won't dare to be so arrogant." Chu Qing suddenly sensed that the feud between the siblings ran quite deep. As they spoke, the group arrived at a secluded courtyard deep within the mansion. Lu Xiaohua swaggered in. "Mother." She had been calling out and searching all along. Lu Qingyan mimicked her, saying, "Grandma, we come to see you." Chu Qing was speechless when she heard an aged voice chuckle and scold, "The eldest has no manners, and the young imitates him, like father, like son. What kind of behavior is this, shouting like that?" As the voice rang out, a person appeared before her. She was exactly as Chu Qing had imagined. It was a kind and gentle-looking old woman. Her hair was gray, her face kind and gentle, her skin naturally aged and loose, and her eyes, though seemingly sharp, held a warmth within. Her scolding was merciless, but she gently took Lu Qingyan's hand in her own, her movements very light. Lu Qingyan stuck out her tongue at her. "Grandma, we come to see you. You wouldn't come to my old age without a reason, you little rascal." The old lady glared at her. "Have you gotten into trouble again? Is your father going to beat you?" "No way." Lu Qingyan cried out in protest. "Besides, how old am I this year? Even if I cause trouble, I can't ask you for help again. No matter how old you are, you're still a child." The old lady snorted, glancing at Lu Xiaohua. "Look at your aunt, she's so old, yet she still yells and shouts, has no manners at all. Mother, give me some face." Lu Xiaohua looked somewhat embarrassed. The old lady was taken aback. Over the years, her daughter had rarely asked her for face. Glancing at the few people still following behind, a thought suddenly struck her, and she immediately searched the crowd. After a moment, her gaze settled on Chu Qing. Her eyes fixed on him, she sighed before speaking. "You're Chu Qing?" Lu Xiaohua beckoned to Chu Qing, who stepped forward and bowed. "Chu Qing greets Grandma." The old lady leaned closer to Chu Qing, scrutinizing him carefully for a moment before nodding. "Good, good, good. I already heard about you from your uncle. A young hero, truly remarkable. Now, looking at you, you really do resemble your mother more, not that little rascal of your father." Chu Qing frowned slightly, somewhat helpless. Scolding his father in front of his son, if it were anyone else, Chu Qing would have given them a piece of his mind, but with this old lady, he was truly helpless. And he could understand. After all, in her eyes, if it weren't for that little rascal Chu Yunfei seducing her daughter back then, how could things have turned out this way? Fortunately, the old lady didn't continue, otherwise the atmosphere would have become truly awkward. After inviting everyone in, and having them sit down, a maidservant came forward to pour tea. The old lady's gaze remained fixed on Chu Qing. After watching him take a sip of tea, she said, "I noticed you frowned earlier. Were you complaining that I scolded your father?" "Yes." Chu Qing nodded. "That's quite frank." The old lady smiled. "But you rascal, don't blame me. Think about it, if you had a daughter, whom you carefully raised for many years, showering her with love for nearly 20 years. Suddenly, a boy who doesn't like you at all tricked her away. Your daughter, who was always close to you, even had a huge fight with you for him and eloped. She even gave birth to 3 sons for him. I ask you this, if you see him, what will you do? Break his legs." Chu Qing answered without hesitation. "Ha ha ha." The old lady burst into laughter, just like our Lu family. But after laughing, she sighed, "I disliked your father 100 times over, but I can't help but feel sorry for you, my child. 20 years without your mother by your side, alas. Everything is fate. Your mother had her own reasons. Don't blame her." Chu Qing glanced at her and gently shook his head. "I already know the whole story. I captured Gongsun Zongheng. The pain of being separated from my loved ones, for the past 20 years, will finally be repaid by him for the rest of his life." The old lady nodded. "You lad, your martial arts are superb. It's truly extraordinary that you were able to capture Gongsun Zongheng. And such superb martial arts, yet she didn't even accuse me of being an old woman relying on my age. That's quite rare. All right, you came here today for the Heavenly Heart's peaceful melody, right? Who's injured?" Wu Qianhuan stood up. "Grandma, it's me." "Oh!" The old lady's eyes lit up. "What a beautiful girl. Come to Grandma's side." Wu Qianhuan glanced at Chu Qing, and seeing him nod, she walked to the old lady's side. The old lady reached out and took Wu Qianhuan's wrist, then raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, and said, "You actually practice the pointing to the moon profound art? Are you a disciple of Lady Yi?" "Lady Yi?" Wu Qianhuan was stunned. "Grandma. My master is Abbess Yi Tan." "Master Yi Tan." The old lady was slightly lost in thought, and sighed softly. So you are a descendant of an old friend. Don't worry, your injury is nothing. With the heavenly hard 10,000-piece melody, I can cure you completely in a month at most. However, the practice of the pointing moon mystic art still requires a balance of intensity and relaxation. Although it is the most advanced method in the world, it cannot be practiced without restraint. Otherwise, even with the heavenly hard 10,000-piece melody, complete safety cannot be guaranteed. Wu Qianhuan asked curiously, "Do you know my master?" The old lady nodded and stood up. "There's no time to lose, come with me." Wu Qianhuan glanced at Chu Qing, who then stood up and followed her. The old lady knew but didn't speak. The group entered a section of the inner courtyard, where a small pool was visible. This is the Tranquility Pool. The hot spring water has special effects, calming the mind. Combining it with the heavenly hard 10,000-piece melody will achieve the best results. The old lady said to Wu Qianhuan, "Take off your outer garment and enter the pool." After saying this, she turned to look at Chu Qing. "Aren't you going to leave? You're not married yet, don't look at things that are improper." Chu Qing, feeling dejected, could only leave the courtyard. Just as he was leaving, he overheard the old lady instructing Wu Qianhuan, "Girl, don't let that rascal get away with this before you're married." Zhao Hua didn't listen to me back then. Chu Qing shook his head. As a son, he shouldn't hear the rest, and quickly returned to the front courtyard. Knowing that things had already begun in the back courtyard, Lu Zhaohua told Chu Qing to go about his business, and that they would stay and watch over things. Chu Qing nodded and left the courtyard. He was about to look for Lu Zhaonian, when Lu Zhaonian approached him first. "Han Yiren has taken his leave today, saying he will leave Tianin Mansion early tomorrow morning." Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat. He knew Han Yiren had finally received the instruction. He immediately asked, "Where are the people from the two mansions now?" "They should arrive in Tianlai City early tomorrow morning." "The timing is perfect." A smile appeared on Chu Qing's lips. "I go see Ouyang Tianxu tonight." Chapter 338. Meeting Ouyang Tianxu was part of the plan. However, hearing Chu Qing's words, Lu Zhaonian instinctively said, "Uncle will go with you." Chu Qing shook his head. With both families going to Tianin Prefecture, there will be many people and eyes. If Uncle is seen by Han Qiujuan at this time, it might cause further trouble. Lu Zhaonian sighed, "I know. With your martial arts skills, you should be able to come and go freely." However, both Ouyang Tianxu and Han Qiujuan are seasoned old foxes. None of them are simple characters. Even if your martial arts are high, you must not underestimate them. "Don't worry." Chu Qing nodded, then asked, regarding Ning Wufang. "I have already sent the message as you instructed. However, there has been no movement from him so far. I reckon it be within tonight at the latest. Uncle, could you send another message? Tell them I found a box at the Divine Sound Waterfall. I don't know exactly what it is, but judging from the noise, the contents are quite fragmented. This item is currently on my person." "No." Lu Zhaonian shook his head. "There are still experts at the Mirror of Karma trying to assassinate you. If you bring the heavenly evil sect to your side as well, I'm afraid you'd be overwhelmed. Leave this to me. Just say the item is in my hands. But if we do as Uncle says, they might not try to take it." Chu Qing sighed. "No one else knows about the relationship between us. So, it's best if this item stays on my person. In their eyes, once the Heavenly Sound Palace falls, if I don't die, I inevitably have to leave the Heavenly Sound Palace. Once this item enters the martial world, it will be much more difficult for them to retrieve it. Therefore, the best approach is to act immediately, taking advantage of this current turmoil to minimize the variables. But if it were you, you wouldn't run away once Tianin Mansion falls. So it's only a matter of time before this item falls into their hands." Lu Zhaonian carefully considered Chu Qing's words and, after some deduction, felt they indeed made sense. As the head of Tianin Mansion, how could he possibly flee alone in the face of disaster? But Chu Qing was different. Entering Tianin Mansion as Han San, everyone only knew him as Lu Qingyan's friend, who would suspect he was his own nephew. He certainly wouldn't share the fate of Tianin Mansion. In times of crisis, everyone flees for their own lives. Thinking of this, Lu Zhaonian glanced helplessly at Chu Qing and sighed, "It's my fault for being a useless uncle. This meeting not only failed to help you, but you actually been helping me at every turn." "I don't agree with that," Chu Qing said with a smile. "After all, are we all family?" Chu Qing still had many things to do during the day. The situation with Han Yiren had already unfolded, and Chu Qing needed to inquire about the details. Just as Chu Qing had predicted, the instructions given by the Heavenly Evil Sect this time were very comprehensive. Of course, this comprehensiveness was relative. The words remained cold, and the contents of the note were concise. First, Han Yiren was instructed to go to Lu Xiaoyan to bid farewell. Secondly, a location was mentioned, called Qingchuan Gorge. This place was less than 10 miles from Tianlai City. If Han Yiren left Tianyin Mansion early the next morning, he would inevitably be intercepted here by the Heavenly Evil Sect, who would impersonate people from Tianyin Mansion and capture them all. The people from both prefectures rushed to Tianyin Prefecture. Passing through this area, they overheard a man, barely alive, using his last strength to tell them. The people who killed him were from Tianyin Prefecture. They colluded with the Heavenly Evil Cult. Tianyin Prefecture was utterly worthless. If this had happened before, Han Yiren might not have been worried at all upon seeing such an instruction. But after learning the truth from Chu Qing, Han Yiren felt that the note was a death warrant from the King of Hell. When Chu Qing came to him, his hand trembled as he handed him the note. Chu Qing smiled upon seeing this. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After this matter is resolved, everyone in Shaohan Valley will be at your command, young master. This time, we rely on you, young master. Han Yiren spoke sincerely. Chu Qing glanced at him, and nodded gently. All right. After leaving Han Yiren's place, Chu Qing went to see Lu Xiaoyan. The two closed the door, and discussed things for a while. When Chu Qing emerged from his study, they headed straight for Shenin Waterfall. Shenin Waterfall was heavily guarded. However, Lu Xiaoyan had already given orders that Chu Qing could move freely throughout Tianyin Mansion, and no one would be on guard against him. Therefore, Chu Qing entered without any hindrance. Shenin Waterfall wasn't large, but its strange feature was the sound of the water falling. It seemed that due to the varying heights of the falls, the sounds produced by the water were all different. The varied sounds intertwined, like a natural melody, but this melody was like a raging storm. Upon first hearing it, one felt as if they were in the middle of a vast ocean, witnessing a storm raging and thundering, a truly awe-inspiring experience. Prolonged exposure to the sound would cause restlessness and a loss of mental strength. Even more disturbingly, it could destabilize one's internal energy. The ancestors of the Lu family discovered the wonder of this place. While the sound might shake one's spirit, it could also temper one's character. They used this divine sound waterfall to hone their skills. Even the previous head of the Lu family, Chu Qing's maternal grandfather, comprehended a martial art from this waterfall. It was called Echoing Waterfall. Chu Qing circled the divine sound waterfall several times, discovering that beyond the water curtain lay another space. However, upon entering, he found nothing unusual. He thoroughly examined the entire cave, but found no mechanisms. But he didn't leave. He stayed in the cave for about half a day before departing from the divine sound waterfall. Before leaving, he went to check on Wu Qianhuan again, hearing the gentle echoes of her zither music reverberating from her grandmother's courtyard. Although he was outside the courtyard and couldn't experience the wonder of the heavenly heart serenity melody up close, the sound still brought Chu Qing a sense of peace. Quite wondrous. After listening for a moment, Chu Qing took a step back, then turned and headed straight for the outside of the heavenly sound mansion. Upon reaching a secluded spot, Chu Qing changed into night clothes, completely concealing his face and head, leaving only his eyes visible. After hiding his clothes, he took a step forward, using the lightning speed step, disappearing from his spot in an instant like a beam of light. By the time he found the people from the two mansions, it was already dusk. Han Qiujuan had come prepared, bringing a large number of people from both the Rending Star Mansion and the Blazing Plains Mansion. They paraded through the streets, their stated purpose not to annihilate Tianyin Prefecture, but rather to exonerate it and clear its name of wrongdoing. Therefore, Tianyin Prefecture had no reason to prevent them from approaching, and ultimately, Lu Xiaoyan had never intended to stop them in the first place. At that time, he didn't know what role the Han family played in this. But Lu Xiaoyan knew what he had done, and what he hadn't done, he had nothing to hide, so he wasn't worried about being questioned by the two prefectures. Now that they intended to lure them into a trap, there was even less reason to stop them. Thus, this vast army, seemingly numbering in the thousands, walked openly and brazenly through Tianyin Prefecture's territory. Although the two groups met, they remained clearly separated. Each group had a flag bearer, the inscriptions on the flag simple, one red prairie fire, the other star rift. Upon closer inspection, the leader could be seen. Chu Qing wasn't in a hurry, quietly observing the situation for a while. As dusk approached, the group stopped. They prepared to cook and eat before continuing their journey. This was a routine they had practiced countless times along the way, so it was second nature to them. Soon, tents were set up, and the aroma of fire and food wafted from everywhere. Inside one tent, a middle-aged man spoke slowly. "We're not far from Tianlai City. News has come from the Han family that we won't rest tonight. We travel through the night and arrive in Tianlai City first thing tomorrow morning. The man speaking had lowered eyes and wore a scholar's robe, but this refined attire couldn't conceal his robust physique. His muscles bulged, stretching his clothes and making him look somewhat out of place. If Lu Xiaoyan were here, he would recognize this man as Ouyang Tianfeng, the younger brother of Ouyang Tianqiu from the Ouyang family of Liaoyuan Prefecture. It is said that he loved literature from a young age and often considered himself a scholar. However, he had little talent in this area, but possessed superhuman strength suited for martial arts. But he didn't want to learn martial arts. He only wanted to study diligently, so he could speak eloquently. Therefore, he devoted most of his energy to learning to read and write, and studying various rare and ancient texts. He only practiced martial arts occasionally, and thus became the second best martial artist in the Ouyang family. His martial arts skills were second only to Ouyang Tianqiu. It's unimaginable what level he could reach if he were to dedicate himself to martial arts. It's worth mentioning that Ouyang Tianfeng had proposed abolishing the slave trade within his sphere of influence more than once. Back when the old patriarch of the Ouyang family was alive, he had mentioned it and was subsequently beaten. Now that Ouyang Tianqiu was in power, he brought it up again. This time he didn't get beaten, but it was to no avail. Inside the tent, sitting at the table, stuffing a meat bun into his mouth, was Ouyang Tianqiu. He nodded. Then find someone to reply to him. According to him, we be traveling at night tonight. Ouyang Tianfeng responded, but didn't move. Ouyang Tianqiu looked up. Something to say? Brother, I have a feeling something's off about this, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Ouyang Tianfeng frowned. Anyway, I just feel that this guy surnamed Han isn't up to any good. He's clearly not a gentleman. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianqiu smiled, picked up another meat bun, but didn't eat it right away. Instead, he sighed, looking across Lingbei, which of the leaders of the 3 prefectures, 3 gates, and 3 sects is someone easily dealt with. Tianfeng, you must understand, a gentleman cannot be a leader. Why? Ouyang Tianfeng looked puzzled. Ouyang Tianqiu looked at his younger brother, somewhat helpless. If it were anyone else, he would have advised him to study more, instead of being clueless all the time. But this one was truly difficult to judge. He could only sigh. You should focus on martial arts from now on. Don't bother with studying. It's useless anyway. It will only hinder your martial arts progress. Big brother. Ouyang Tianfeng resisted fiercely. I will not give up studying. Ouyang Tianqiu took a deep breath, remained silent for a long time, and finally sighed deeply, whatever. Only then did Ouyang Tianfeng leave, satisfied. Ouyang Tianqiu, however, felt the meat bun in his hand lose its flavor and casually tossed it back into the bowl, his face thoughtful. Even Ouyang Tianfeng could sense Han Qiujuan's ill intentions. How could he, as the head of the Ouyang family, not have noticed? But now, he didn't know what role Han Qiujuan was playing, nor what the truth was about Tianning Mansion. The people he set out to investigate hadn't obtained any useful information. The final result was that he could only proceed step by step, adapting to changing circumstances. He brought a large number of people, not only to prevent Tianning Mansion from truly colluding with the heavenly evil sect, but also to guard against Han Qiujuan. Of course, he could also choose to do nothing. When Han Qiujuan came knocking, he did nothing, no agreement, no alliance, no visit to Tianning Prefecture. But even this wouldn't guarantee his safety. He understood the principle of when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken, and if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If Tianning Prefecture truly colluded with the heavenly evil sect, and Liexing Prefecture came knocking, it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Then the 3 prefectures would become 2, and how could his Liaoyuan Prefecture remain unscathed? Rather than being passively restrained, it was better to take the initiative. This was Ouyang Tianqiu's true purpose for this trip. He didn't have such deep thoughts, nor was he as cunning as Lu Xiaoyan imagined. If only there were someone insightful to guide me at this time, Ouyang Tianqiu thought, but then shook his head, feeling it was simply wishful thinking. In this situation, who would appear to offer guidance? And even if he did appear, would he really trust him? Thinking this, he decided to eat his fill first before considering his next move. But as he reached into the bowl, he froze. Looking down, he thought, there are still about 10 left. Why are they missing? Looking up again, he saw a man in black, one hand holding back his mask, devouring steamed buns. In that instant, Ouyang Tianqiu's pupils contracted sharply. He was the head of the Ouyang family, the most respected figure in Liaoyuan Prefecture, and the most skilled martial artist in the Ouyang family. Yet, this man had appeared before him, stealing his buns, and he hadn't noticed a thing. Who was this person? Amidst his bewilderment and confusion, the man in black had already finished the bun. Glancing at Ouyang Tianqiu, the man in black wiped his mouth under his mask. Not bad. I've been traveling all day, and I'm quite hungry. Want another one? Chapter 339. Upon hearing the uninvited guest's presumptuous request, Ouyang Tianqiu hesitated for a moment before smiling and saying, "Please." With that, he pressed down with one palm, and the basin in his hand immediately flew towards Chu Qing. Although Chu Qing's arrival was silent and unfathomable, Ouyang Tianqiu would not let this obvious opportunity to test him slip by. Sending a basin with a single palm strike was not a remarkable skill in itself, but the internal force covering the basin was the unique secret technique of the Liaoyuan manner, Liaoyuan force. This technique does not rely on fire, it embodies the idea that a single spark can start a prairie fire. The attack itself appears unremarkable, but once it touches an opponent, it unleashes an extremely terrifying force, like a grassland ignited by a single spark, spreading across the land with overwhelming power. The Ouyang family ancestors relied on this Liaoyuan force to defeat countless heroes, thus establishing the foundation of the Liaoyuan manner. In the early days, people were quite critical of this, feeling that the wildfire force emphasized deception in warfare. Who could have imagined that a seemingly ordinary palm strike would unleash such overwhelming power? They thought he was testing them with only a fraction of his strength, only to unleash a full force in return. They believed that those who initially lost to the Ouyang family ancestors were simply caught off guard, attributing their defeat to the Ouyang family's cunning rather than their unparalleled martial arts prowess. However, later, the mystique of the wildfire force spread throughout the martial world, and even opponents with increasingly superior skills were unable to overcome it. Only then did people truly acknowledge the Ouyang family's status. But at the same time, one mystery remained unsolved. Even with the Buddhist ability to contain Mount Sumeru within a mustard seed, it might not be possible to achieve the Ouyang family's ability to concentrate immense power into a single point. Where does this profound secret of the technique come from? This question has always existed, but no one except the Ouyang family can answer it. The Ouyang family would naturally not reveal this family secret. Now, Ouyang Tianqiu is using this wildfire force on this basin, which is completely undetectable from the outside. The basin flies, its power is decent, but nothing extraordinary. But once Chu Qing makes a move, whether he blocks or catches it, he will be caught off guard by the wildfire force. Ouyang Tianqiu's test has been achieved. In the blink of an eye, the basin is already in front of Chu Qing. Chu Qing hooks his 5 fingers and casually grabs it. The next moment, he indeed utters a huh, followed by his black clothes being blown by the gale, expanding and contracting in a flash, and then disappearing without a trace. Ouyang Tianqiu, however, is completely frozen on the spot. The clothes billowed and tightened, indicating that the wildfire force had been unleashed, but it was suppressed again in the blink of an eye. Who could do this? Ouyang Tianqiu felt a chill run through his entire body. In his understanding, none of the heads of the 3 prefectures, 3 sects, or 3 factions in Lingbei could accomplish such a feat. Unless the one within Tontian Ridge appeared, it was utterly impossible. But to say this person was one of the 3 sovereigns or 5 emperors? Ouyang Tianqiu simply refused to believe it. Interesting. Chu Qing's voice rang out, and he took out the meat buns from the bowl, eating as he spoke. So this is the wildfire force. I was wrong, and everyone in the world was wrong too. Everyone thinks your wildfire force is actually concentrating immense power into a single point, but that's not the case at all. You're using the opponent's internal energy as kindling, igniting it with your own tiny spark. The counterattack is entirely based on the opponent's own strength. The greater the force, the stronger the counterattack. What a powerful wildfire force that grows stronger with each challenge. The Ouyang family's centuries-long dominance in the martial world is truly well-deserved. These words sent a chill down Ouyang Tianqiu's spine. He felt as if he had been stripped naked. The other party's words had directly revealed the greatest secret of the wildfire force. The wildfire force, which grows stronger with each challenge, possesses such power precisely because it borrows the opponent's internal energy to strike back. Therefore, it is naturally extremely difficult to resist. The reason they hadn't discovered this was because that tiny spark, in the instant it ignited the opponent's internal energy, gave them the illusion that it was the internal energy of an Ouyang family master. The Ouyang family has stood strong in the martial world for centuries. The key to this transformation had been discovered, demonstrating just how natural and swift the change was. So much so that for so many years, no one had grasped its essence. In fact, if Chu Qing hadn't possessed the Qiankuan Great Shift, granting him unparalleled sensitivity to changes in force, it would have been extremely difficult to discover this mystery. At that moment, Ouyang Tianqiu even felt a surge of murderous intent. But the instant their eyes met, the thought vanished as if doused with cold water. Then he heard Chu Qing laugh. Trying to kill me to silence me? I wouldn't dare. Ouyang Tianqiu slowly exhaled. Your martial arts are unparalleled. How could I dare to offend you? However, we are complete strangers. What brings you here? Chu Qing took something from his robes and tossed it to Ouyang Tianqiu. Take a look yourself. We talk after you've seen it. Ouyang Tianqiu was cautious about the flying object. He was using the wildfire force, and it was uncertain whether his opponent would retaliate. However, when he reached out to grab it, the object was as thin as paper. He immediately felt like he was throwing a flirtatious glance at a blind man. He stole a glance at Chu Qing, only to see Chu Qing give him a disdainful look. Ouyang Tianqiu chuckled dryly, unfolded the object, and examined it by the firelight. Upon seeing it, he gasped. What Chu Qing had given him was Han Qiuzhe's confession, but not the blood-written one. That one remained in the Tianyin manner. This one was a later handwritten copy, and it lacked Han Qiuzhe's signature. Even so, after reading the entire statement, Ouyang Tianqiu's face remained ashen. He glanced at the statement, then at Chu Qing. His eyes darted around, filled with hesitation. Chu Qing had just finished her steamed buns, feeling quite satisfied. She didn't know who had prepared the filling, but it was juicy, meaty, and perfectly seasoned, truly wonderful. Wiping her mouth, Chu Qing spoke before Ouyang Tianqiu could, saying, this statement was obtained from Han Qiuzhe. I made him write it in his own blood, and the blood oath is now in Tianyin Prefecture. This copy was copied by someone else, specifically for you to see. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tianqiu suddenly realized, you're Han San? It seems you already know about the Liexing Prefecture incident. Your abduction of Han Qiuzhe and the slaughter of the White Tiger's 7 constellations will soon be the talk of the martial world. Ouyang Tianqiu frowned. Han Qiuzhe already hates you to the bone. I thought there was some personal grudge between you, but I didn't expect it was for this matter. What exactly is your relationship with the Tianyin mansion? Lord Ouyang, you're asking too many questions. Chu Qing said with a smile. I'm not here to answer Lord Ouyang's questions today, but simply to tell you the truth. Ouyang Tianqiu looked at the confession in his hand, and shook his head. One person's words are unlikely to be believed. Oh! Chu Qing said with a half-smile. Can't Lord Ouyang see the mystery in this? Ouyang Tianqiu frowned slightly, then looked at Chu Qing. You mean, the little cold valley, and a group of scattered soldiers? Chu Qing smiled. You can say the first part is a fabricated charge, and the second part is speculation. But now I can tell you, Han Yiren has already bid farewell to Lu Zhaoyan today, and will leave Tianyin Mansion early tomorrow morning. Afterwards, he will travel through Qingchuan Gorge, where he will be ambushed and killed by members of the Tianxia sect, who are impersonating members of Tianyin Mansion. Not a single one of them will escape. And according to your current itinerary, if you travel through the night tonight, you will see these corpses strewn across the ground when you pass through Qingchuan Gorge tomorrow morning. Among them, there will surely be 1 or 2 survivors who will tell you that the people who killed us were from Tianyin Mansion, who colluded with the Tianxia sect. Ouyang Tianqiu gritted his teeth and said, but who can say that this isn't another act? Lord Ouyang, you overestimate yourself, Chu Qing said with a smile. For you, it's not worth all this effort. And such roundabout methods are not my style. Furthermore, Lord Ouyang, why don't you think carefully about who told you to hurry tonight? You are here, while Han Yiren is far away in Tianyin Prefecture. It's as if you coincidentally met at Qingchuan Gorge. Is this truly a coincidence? Ouyang Tianqiu recalled Ouyang Tianfan's words not long ago. It was Han Qiuzhe who suggested traveling through the night to arrive at Tianlai City early the next morning. Coincidence? Certainty. Ouyang Tianqiu suddenly looked up. That Han Yiren of Shaohan Valley. Lord Ouyang is a smart man, Chu Qing said with a smile. You guessed right. Han Yiren has already been controlled by the Tianxia sect. Through the Han family? Ouyang Tianqiu asked. Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. I thought Lord Ouyang knew nothing about Han Yiren's background. Being within my Liaoyuan prefecture, how could I be ignorant? Ouyang Tianqiu spoke with a slightly wearied look in his eyes. I just don't want to change anything. Maintaining overall stability is the key. Given the circumstances, why not give them a way out? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, then smiled. The truth has been told to you. Lord Ouyang can see for yourself what's true and what's false. It will be clear at a glance. However, before that, I advise you not to tell Han Qiuzhe about this. Otherwise, wouldn't it be boring? Han Qiuzhe is a wolf in sheep's clothing, plotting to annex my Liaoyuan prefecture. How could I inform him beforehand? Ouyang Tianqiu looked at Chu Qing. However, I won't rashly believe your words. You said that Han Iren and the others will be ambushed in Qingchuan Gorge tomorrow morning? I'd like to see if this really happens. You plan to go to Qingchuan Gorge? Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. Isn't it possible? Yes. Chu Qing smiled. However, you have to find a way to avoid attracting Han Qiujuan's attention, otherwise you alert her. Ouyang Tianxu looked at Chu Qing strangely. With your martial arts skills, Han Qiujuan is just a nobody. Why make such a fuss? My connection with Tianyin Mansion is due to Lu Qingyan. The stain on Tianyin Mansion's reputation will ultimately have to be cleared by Han Qiujuan herself. So naturally, I can't let this matter slip by. What I want is not just Han Qiujuan's life. I also want Liexing Mansion to be wiped out of the martial world from this day forward. Ouyang Tianxu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Chu Qing was taken aback. Had this person misunderstood something? She meant that she went to Tianyin Mansion after meeting Lu Qingyan, which led to their connection. It wasn't that she had any entanglement with Lu Qingyan. She was her cousin. The Lu family didn't have any bloodline theory, and they certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to create a bunch of incestuous offspring just to maintain the purity of their bloodline. However, although she thought this in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. This misunderstanding was actually quite good. It gave her more motivation, and even if she wanted to explain, she would have to wait until things at Tianyin Mansion were over, not now. Ouyang Tianxu wanted to go with Chu Qing to see the changes at Qingchuan Gorge, so naturally, he needed to make some preparations. After a short while of cooking and eating, and a brief rest, the main force continued their journey. Ouyang Tianxu had Ouyang Tianfeng temporarily take his place, resting in the carriage. He didn't need to go anywhere or think too much. Ouyang Tianfeng was perfectly capable of handling this task. After completing these tasks, he and Chu Qing quietly left the main force. They used their lightness skills to travel away. Just before leaving, Chu Qing glanced at the Han family's camp and remembered the list in the Blood Sea record. If he weren't worried about causing unnecessary trouble, Chu Qing would have liked to kill a few of them before leaving. However, this remained just a thought. Fortunately, these people didn't have long to live, at most tomorrow. They should at least die a worthy death. Thus, Chu Qing and Ouyang Tianxu went ahead, arriving at Qingchuan Gorge around midnight. Just as they arrived, Ouyang Tianxu stopped in his tracks. Someone's lying in ambush. It's the Tianyin Mansion, Chu Qing said softly. We can't really let Han Iren and the others die, can we? I see. Ouyang Tianxu nodded. Chu Qing then led him around the area twice, finally finding Lu Qingyan and Su Ningxin. This time, the ambush was led by experts from the 5 Tones and 7 Laws schools. Lu Qingyan and Su Ningxin were there to train and witness the methods of the heavenly evil sect. Chu Qing instructed them to hide even more discreetly, lest they frighten their approaching prey. After doing this, they waited. They waited until dawn, when a group of uninvited guests quietly entered Qingchuan Gorge. With a wave of their hand from the leader, the group scattered and hid throughout Qingchuan Gorge. Chu Qing glanced at Ouyang Tianxu. Do you understand now? I'm not blind. Ouyang Tianxu sighed inwardly, knowing that things had developed to the point where the evidence was irrefutable. As long as Han Iren and the others passed by, there would be no more doubts. Chapter 340. As time ticked by, a group of people indeed appeared in the distance, much to Ouyang Tianxu's complex gaze. The leader was someone Ouyang Tianxu recognized. Han Iren, the Valley Master of Shaohan Valley. While most of those following him were unfamiliar, a few faces were still recognizable. From afar, Ouyang Tianxu could even hear their conversation. Lu Xiaoyan is evasive, claiming to know nothing about the heavenly evil sect. We are of little influence. Even with this blood-written book, we can't force him to admit that these books were written by Duan Qinghe. That's outrageous. Valley Master Han is right. If we can't do it ourselves, we can find someone who can. Masters from the Rift Star and Blazing Plains are on their way to Tianlai City. Let's go directly to them. We refuse to believe that the Tianyin Palace, which has acted so recklessly, can act with such impunity. We present this petition written in blood, hoping that Lord Han and Lord Ouyang can uphold justice for the martial world. Amidst the discussions, Han Iren seemed somewhat distracted. When someone asked him a question, he didn't answer. The discussion suddenly stopped halfway through Qingchuan Gorge. The strange atmosphere around them made them instinctively stop what they were doing. Although the people present weren't masters from the 3 palaces, 3 sects, or 3 clans, the more independent a person in the martial world, the more alert they were. Having endured so many years of hardship and struggle, if they didn't even have this basic intuition, they would have died countless times over. After only a moment of silence, someone suddenly spoke, "An ambush." As soon as those 3 words were uttered, a dart came flying towards them. These darts were no ordinary objects. As they hurtled through the air, they produced an extremely loud whistling sound. The sound, amplified by internal energy, possessed a captivating power. Many people felt a momentary daze upon hearing the commotion, but fortunately, it didn't affect those with profound internal strength. Immediately, someone leaped out, letting out a sharp shout. As if struck by lightning, it brought everyone present back to their senses. A woman casually caught all the darts aimed at her, as easily as taking something from a bag. After glancing at them, she shouted, "It's the Heavenly Sound Shuttle. The Heavenly Sound Palace has ambushed us." At this moment, everyone present used their unique abilities to dodge all the Heavenly Sound Shuttles. Although a few were injured, the damage was minor. But as the woman's voice faded, dark figures emerged from the shadows. Haniran and the others looked around and realized they were surrounded. What a cunning Tianyin mansion! On the surface, they appear benevolent and righteous, but behind our backs, they plotted to ambush us. We long wanted to experience the skills of the 3 mansions, 3 sects, and 3 cults. Today, our wish will finally be fulfilled. If they don't kill us today, and even one of us escapes, we expose the true face of Tianyin Mansion to the world. These were ruthless warriors, seasoned in the martial world. Faced with this sudden encirclement, they showed no fear. Instead, their ferocity was aroused. Haniran, however, knew these people were no ordinary individuals. What Chu Qing had told him had now come true. He just didn't know where Chu Qing was now, or what his plans were. Before these people appeared, Haniran couldn't help but let his mind wander, his heart filled with chaotic thoughts and trembling with fear. Now that these people had appeared, he was no longer as timid as before, and felt much more at ease. He was wondering when Chu Qing's plan would reveal itself when he saw the group of men in black make their move. With each movement, either blood-red light swirled or black mist filled the air, and even more remarkably, lightning could be faintly seen between their fingers and palms. Watching this scene, Ouyang Tianqiu, hidden in the shadows, narrowed his eyes slightly. The martial arts of the heavenly evil sect are always diverse. That blood-red light could be the blood demon true scripture. It could also be the blood transformation divine palm. The black mist is hard to say. Many demonic arts have this black mist. As for the lightning, it looks very much like the 10,000 annihilation in thunder great technique. Chu Qing explained to him from the side. Ouyang Tianqiu looked at Chu Qing in surprise. "How do you know so much?" "Just killed too many people." Chu Qing answered casually, then met another gaze. That gaze was looking at him, seeking permission. Chu Qing immediately nodded, indicating that he could make his move. Seeing this, the person no longer hesitated, and with a wave of his hand, the Tianyin Palace disciples, who were already prepared, suddenly attacked simultaneously. Chu Qing noticed that when they attacked, their faces seemed to carry a look of gritted teeth. What was going on? In a moment of astonishment, a series of sounds, like the whistling of wind and the cries of cranes, descended from all directions. This sound was familiar to everyone present. It was the sound of the Tianyin shuttles. However, unlike the previous round, this time the sound was more magnificent, and also more rhythmic, as if the movement of each Tianyin shuttle was noticed by others, ultimately converging together in a strange harmony. Haniran and the other wandering martial artists were all stunned. At first, they thought the group lying in ambush had split into 2 groups. One group revealed themselves to draw attention, while the other continued to lurk in the shadows to launch a sneak attack. But the next moment, they discovered that the countless heavenly sound shuttles flying through the air were all aimed at the group of men in black. The men in black were also surprised, and quickly tried to defend themselves. In an instant, the sounds of clanging and clashing filled the air, and sparks flew everywhere. One heavenly sound shuttle, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly veered off course, circling in midair before striking without warning towards one man's neck. By the time the man reacted, it was less than 3 inches from his neck. A single thought was enough to pierce through. A flash of blood appeared, leaving a pool of blood where the heavenly sound shuttle had struck another man in black on the shoulder. The man in black frowned, casually pulling the heavenly sound shuttle from its sheath, yet not a drop of blood appeared at the wound. What's going on? The group of wandering martial artists behind Haniran were dumbfounded. The heavenly sound shuttle was the symbol of the heavenly sound manor. They attacked him earlier, and now they're attacking this group? Is this internal strife? Just as they were wondering what was happening, more figures appeared, attacking the group without a word. Immediately afterward, one person flew over and landed in front of Haniran. "Greetings, Valley Master Han." The man clasped his hands in a fist salute. Han Yiren knew this was Chu Qing's arrangement, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, also clasping his hands in a fist salute and asking, "May I ask who you are?" 5 Tones and 7 Laws, Yi Zhishang. The 5 Tones and 7 Laws of Tianning Palace? Before Han Yiren could speak, someone behind him interjected, "What exactly is going on? This isn't the first time the Heavenly Evil Sect has impersonated our Tianning Palace. However, this time we were in the shadows, while they were in the open. We were able to catch them red-handed because we knew their intentions beforehand. Please be patient, everyone. We speak with you after we wiped out these scoundrels from the Heavenly Evil Sect." Yi Zhishang finished speaking, a bamboo flute already appearing in his hand. Around them were the sounds of battle between the Tianning Palace and the Heavenly Evil Sect. Yi Zhishang lowered his head and played, the flute's mournful melody evoking a sense of sorrow in everyone present. A Heavenly Evil Sect disciple, currently fighting a Tianning Palace disciple, was about to use his blood-transforming divine palm to turn his weakened opponent into a dried corpse with a single blow. The moment he struck, the sound of the flute reached his ears, and he felt that this strike would inevitably cause him immense grief, as if the person standing opposite him was not a complete stranger, but a lover he had cherished for years, someone etched into his very bones. He simply couldn't bring himself to strike. However, this heartless man was ruthless. Unable to bring himself to strike, he was met with a swift sweep of his short sword, severing his arm. The excruciating pain soothed his heartbreak, and he realized he had been tricked. Looking around, he discovered he wasn't the only one who had fallen victim to this trick. Han Yiren's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the melody of heartbreak. While this melody cannot truly cause heartbreak, it can manipulate one's emotions. The emotions intertwine with the music, drawing the opponent deeply into its spell. By the time they regained their senses, they were already truly heartbroken. After all, the disciples of the Heavenly Sound Palace were ruthless, readily killing and severing limbs. With arms and legs broken, how could they not be heartbroken? And with this melody playing, the disciples of Tianning Mansion were all incredibly brave, almost overwhelming the Tianxia sect members. This greatly surprised Chu Qing. He had thought that even though the people of Tianning Mansion were powerful, they would struggle to gain the upper hand against the Tianxia sect. After all, he had previously seen experts, who cultivated the blood demon true scripture hiding among them. These people, regardless of anything else, were far faster than ordinary people. But unexpectedly, the heartbreaking melody made them reluctant to leave, ultimately resulting in their legs being severed. Is this the power of Tianning Mansion? Now, Chu Qing finally truly witnessed the capabilities of one of the 3 mansions located at the pinnacle of Lingbei. No wonder Lu Xiaoyan dared to send Yi Zhishang and these people to ambush them. With such abilities, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to perform today. He looked at Ouyang Qianqiu, who let out a soft sigh. The heartbreaking melody, no matter how many times I listen to it, it always makes my heart ache. Chu Qing smiled, about to say something, when suddenly another melody arose. Unlike the poignant, the heartbreaking melody, this new music, though also sorrowful, was enveloped in a cloud of gloom and despair. It was as if the world was shrouded in darkness, and one within it could see not a glimmer of hope. Only wave after wave of despair rolled in like relentless tides. Upon hearing this sound, Yi Zhishang's brows furrowed immediately. His gaze swept across the room, and he spotted a man sitting on a rock at the edge. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and his clothes were not particularly shabby, but the despondency in his expression was unlike anything Yi Zhishang had ever seen before. The man sat there, a leaf cupped in his hands, head bowed, playing a tune with focused concentration, as if narrating his own world. However, the internal energy within the sound, and the melody itself, were completely suppressing his heartbreaking melody. The disciples of the Heavenly Sound Palace, who had been displaying their power, were now all filled with sorrow and despair under the somber melody. Some even contemplated drawing their swords to their own throats. But they knew they were being controlled by the man's sonic power. Their hearts resisted suicide, yet the music relentlessly urged them to end it all, leaving them in a tug of war between life and death. And it wasn't just them. Even the scattered soldiers who had initially been eager to help the Heavenly Sound Palace slay the demons of the Heavenly Evil Cult were all swept up in the sound. Some broke down in tears, others wailed in despair. The entire world was shrouded in sorrow and despair. Yi Zhishang's face grew increasingly grim. His internal energy surged, and sweat gradually beaded on his forehead. He wanted to channel his inner strength to fight his opponent, but he felt that the opponent's internal power was as vast as the ocean, and the opponent's music was constantly influencing him. An uncontrollable sense of despair welled up in his heart. Although he had eliminated the opponent in the blink of an eye, this was definitely not a good sign. He couldn't suppress his opponent, and defeat seemed only a matter of time. And once he was defeated, everyone in Qingchuan Gorge today would surely die. Chu Qing had originally intended to remain on the sidelines, but this turn of events made him realize that there was still room for him to intervene today. Ouyang Tianqi was also eager to try his luck. Just as the two were rubbing their hands together, preparing to go down and kill this accomplice from Hengsheng, a melody suddenly approached from afar. Chu Qing turned to look. A young man, around 20 years old, dressed in white, handsome, appeared. He held a zither in one hand, while the other continuously stroked the strings, his posture extremely elegant. His music was also unique. It lacked the extreme emotions of Yi Zhishang and the leaf blower. It was like soft, slow speech, methodical, gradually merging all the chaotic sounds of the two. As the music and the figure arrived, the young man finally plucked the last string. With a resounding boom, the power of the valley instantly dissipated in all directions. Boom! 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 A series of explosions caused the earth to shake. It was as if the entire Qingchuan Gorge was about to be shattered and collapsed by the contest of musical skills among the three. The man sitting on the rock slowly raised his head, his eyes still filled with despair. Yi Zhishang instinctively took a step back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and ear. The young man landed in front of Yi Zhishang. "Are you all right, young master?" Yi Zhishang was startled upon seeing the young man before him, then was about to kneel down to pay his respects. Chu Qing was taken aback. This was the young master of the Lu family, Lu Qingyan's younger brother, Lu Jinghan. Yi Zhishang was somewhat bewildered. "Young master, what are you doing here?" "I finished my errand, and was on my way back to report. I just happened to be passing by." Lu Jinghan glanced back at the man sitting on the rock and chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be at a disadvantage in the sound skill competition. Who are these people over there?" "The Heavenly Evil Cult," Yi Zhishang answered softly. A cold glint flashed in Lu Jinghan's eyes. "The Heavenly Evil Sect? Very well indeed. These heretics dare to appear in my Tianjin Prefecture's territory? Then let me, Lu, experience the Heavenly Evil Sect's methods." Chapter 341. Lu Jinghan, the eldest son of the Tianjin Manor, acted with his own set of rules. Before his opponent could speak, he raised one hand, and a zither in his hand spun incessantly. Lu Jinghan's hands moved in rapid succession, and in an instant, the sounds of their playing filled the air. This time, his music was no longer peaceful. It was filled with an extremely intense killing intent. With each high-pitched note rising and falling, it was as if heavenly blades were descending. Before a disciple of the Tianxia sect could even react to what was happening, he was instantly sliced in two. The delicate, fragmented sounds of the zither were like countless flying knives. Invisible and formless, yet capable of severing limbs and piercing the heart. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom, hiss hiss hiss. The continuous sound swept in, leaving the Tianxia sect members bewildered and helpless, unable to find a way to respond. The reason for this is that the moment the music began, a murderous intent arose. The various techniques weren't merely invisible blades of energy created when the strings were plucked and then flew towards the opponent. This killing intent arose entirely out of thin air, piercing the body unexpectedly. How could one possibly dodge it? Moreover, the music itself cast a blood-red veil over the world. Those within it felt as if they were trapped in a raging sea of blood, constantly on the verge of being annihilated. These sensations were truly terrifying. Chu Qing watched from afar. The music didn't affect him, so he couldn't see its full power, but even what he could see was already considerable. Then he heard Ouyang Tianqiu sigh softly. "The Heavenly Sound Manor has a worthy successor. It's truly enviable. To be able to wield this 100-blood-thousand-kill melody to this extent, Lu Jinghan, at such a young age, is probably second only to Lu Jianyan. 100-blood-thousand-kill melody." Chu Qing listened, wanting to inquire further. However, upon reflection, it seemed a bit strange for someone from the Liaoyuan Prefecture, a member of the Tianjin Prefecture, to inquire about the Tianjin Prefecture's martial arts. He wondered, however, whether the 100-blood-thousand-kill melody was considered high or low within the Tianjin Prefecture. Currently, all the martial arts of the Tianjin Prefecture seem to be various kinds of music. Heavenly Heart Peace Melody, Heart-Shattering Chaos Melody, Heartbreaking Melody, 100-blood-thousand-kill Melody. It seemed that, apart from his mother's supreme heavenly sound, all were presented in this kind of music. But judging from the current situation, supreme heavenly sound uses the user as a tool. With a mere thought, one can play heavenly music. So, if Lu Xiaohua were proficient in all these pieces, could he perform them all without the aid of instruments? Just as he was thinking this, a sigh rang out from the increasingly chaotic Heavenly Evil sect side. It was clearly a soft sigh, yet it was incredibly heavy. It was still the same person, still the same leaf. It was still that sorrowful, melancholic melody. Only, the person was no longer sitting on the stone, but slowly walking towards Lu Jinghan. Lu Jinghan's zither was already on his lap. He sat cross-legged, his hands dancing across the strings, his 10 fingers moving like flying blossoms, light and graceful, yet carrying a dense killing intent. And the leaf blower approached slowly, his figure growing increasingly indistinct. A hazy gray mist enveloped him, his presence appearing and disappearing. When Lu Jinghan's 100-blood-thousand-kill song-killing move fell into that gray mist, it was like a mud ox sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. The two men, one playing a leaf flute, the other a guqin. The two melodies were entirely different, neither harmonious nor antagonistic, yet everyone present felt as if two hazy entities were gradually approaching. Once they clashed, the impact would be earth-shattering. This was an unprecedented contest, something nonetheless unprecedented in the lives of those present, even seasoned veterans. They even forgot the truth they had previously learned, the fact that Tianyin Mansion had been framed. Now, they only wanted to see the final outcome. Just as the two were about to collide under everyone's watchful eyes, a sharp edge suddenly burst forth from the gray mist. It was exactly as the saying goes, a flash of cold light arrives first, followed by a spear thrust like a dragon. The spear, like a silver dragon, aimed straight for Lu Jinghan's brow. Lu Jinghan didn't even raise his head, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the spear was about to strike. Just as the spear was about to hit, Yi Zhishang reached out from the side, his fingers like hooks, to grab it, as if seizing a snake by its vital spot. Instantly, he locked the spear in place. Then, with a forceful push and a firm press, he shouted, "Come out!" He tried to pull, but couldn't budge it. The spear was as solid as a 1,000-pound rock. Yi Zhishang, confident in his internal strength, was powerless against this spear. Instead, he heard a voice from within the gray mist. "Let go." The next moment, Yi Zhishang felt as if he were holding not a snake, but a dragon. The dragon's head was ferocious, its immense strength impossible to resist. Involuntarily, he released his grip, only to see the spear coiled up, its tip already aimed at his throat. Yi Zhishang took a step back, spreading his arms, like a rock spreading its wings. Then, he opened his mouth, and a sound like an eagle's cry emanated from his lips. The sound reverberated, like layers of invisible walls, making the spear seem to sink into mud, each inch of advance extremely difficult. Then a sound came from within the gray mist, "Humph." The next moment, the spearhead vibrated again, buzzing. Yi Zhishang's sonic attack was forcefully broken by the spearhead, causing the airflow to dissipate, and the spear followed, tearing through the air. But this delay gave Yi Zhishang room to maneuver again. But at this moment, the leaf blower suddenly put down the leaf in his hand. His face and body still bore that same despair, but what was truly shocking was that blood tears streamed down his face. He opened his mouth, and what came out was laughter. The laughter was melodious, possessing an unparalleled infectious power. Everyone could clearly feel the wonderful mood of the person who laughed at that moment. The sky was bright and clear, everything was peaceful and prosperous, and everyone was filled with joy and happiness. It was as if he had already possessed this world, possessed the most beautiful and precious things in the world. Just hearing his laughter made people unable to help but laugh along. But Lu Jinghan didn't laugh. Not only did he not laugh, but his face revealed a look of horror. The next moment, there were loud bangs. Bang! 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 The strings snapped, and blood gushed from all 10 fingers simultaneously. The gray mist behind the leaf blower, at that moment, seemed like a ferocious beast, swallowing Lu Jinghan and Yi Zhishang whole in one gulp. What exactly happened within the gray mist in that instant, no one could see clearly. However, it was clear that both Lu Jinghan and Yi Zhishang were at a disadvantage. Han Yiren inwardly cursed, and without hesitation shouted, "Help!" The current situation was obvious. Tianyin Mansion and Tianxia Sect were not allies. Tianxia Sect was using the Tianyin shuttle to impersonate Tianyin Mansion, but they had been discovered by the people of Tianyin Mansion. Therefore, the people of Tianyin Mansion were now rescuing them. If Lu Jinghan and Yi Zhishang died here, how many of them could escape Qingchuan Gorge? This thought crossed his mind, and even Li Xingxing, who had other plans in the crowd, did not hesitate and prepared to help. But at this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky. Covered by countless gusts of wind, it suddenly unleashed a raging inferno. The flames were unpredictable, no longer a simple palm strike or blade, but rather like a burning inferno, fiercely igniting the wisp of gray mist. The gray mist leaped, but upon contact with the flames, it seemed to have encountered its natural enemy. Flames and ash mist mingled, the flames growing ever more intense, while the ash mist gradually dissipated. 4 figures emerged from the ash mist. Lu Jinghan cautiously guarded his surroundings, while Cui Yiren frowned, taking 2 steps back, seemingly injured. Yi Zhishang had been stabbed in the shoulder, blood trickling down. The last man, wielding a silver spear, rushed towards Chu Qing the instant the ash mist dissipated. A cold glint, carrying immense weight, was manipulated with both hands as easily as plucking a tail of cotton. A dragon's roar seemed to echo through the void, the cry of an eagle soaring to the heavens. An indescribable chilling aura reached him in the blink of an eye, the spear tip aimed precisely at his brow. But the next moment, the eagle's cry became a rooster's crow, the dragon's roar a sob. The menacing spear was now firmly in Chu Qing's grasp. He looked up and uttered a soft command, "Let go." These words had previously been spoken by the spearman to Yi Zhishang. Now, Chu Qing was returning the favor. He naturally wouldn't let go. How could he fight without his spear? However, Chu Qing didn't care whether he let go or not. With a flick of his arm, he swung the spear, spinning it once in midair, and slammed it down on the leaf blower. The leaf blower abruptly looked up, a wisp of gray mist rising around him. This mist enveloped both himself and the spearman. Chu Qing's spear swept across the gray mist, leaving only a bare spear. Both the leaf blower and the spearman remained within the gray mist. The gray mist churned and then retreated abruptly, seemingly trying to flee for miles. Chu Qing smiled, swung his spear, and with a flick of his wrist, flames instantly engulfed the entire shaft. The flaming silver spear shot forth, arriving faster than the initial attack, seemingly about to pierce the gray mist. The gray mist suddenly dissipated, and the 2 figures separated, landing on the ground separately. Only the flaming spear rolled away. The man wielding the spear followed its trajectory, wanting to snatch it but hesitant due to the flames and the internal energy imbued within. In the end, he could only watch helplessly. Lu Jinghan had already regained his senses and turned to look at Chu Qing, his eyes filled with doubt. Yi Zhishang bowed to Chu Qing, "Young master." Lu Jinghan's eyes widened, his gaze towards Chu Qing seemingly filled with disbelief. Chu Qing had a feeling that, in that instant, the self-important Lu Jinghan, whom Lu Qingyan had spoken of, was probably thinking something very strange. He coughed and asked softly, "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lu Jinghan answered awkwardly, his gaze towards Chu Qing complex, sometimes wary, sometimes scrutinizing, sometimes puzzled, and even carrying a hint of intimacy. Chu Qing wanted to stop him from writing an essay with his eyes, but it wasn't appropriate to be too explicit in this situation. Just then, Yi Zhishang arrived, and Chu Qing quickly pressed his acupoints to stop the bleeding. Yi Zhishang then looked at the 2 people opposite him. The 2 people he and the young master had just fought against, yet were at a great disadvantage, now stood there quietly. Both had bloodstains at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, in that brief exchange, they had already been injured. They had tried to run away, but hadn't even managed to. This young master is indeed remarkable. That gray mist. What exactly is it? Because of Yi Zhishang's address of young master, Lu Jinghan had a belly full of questions to ask, but in the end, this was the question he uttered. "It's internal energy." Chu Qing casually said, "This person's sonic skills are inferior to yours, otherwise, even if you had arrived earlier, you wouldn't have been able to break their stalemate when he fought Yi Zhishang. The reason he was able to defeat you earlier wasn't because his sonic skills were superior, but because he used internal energy to bully you." Lu Jinghan was immediately stunned upon hearing this. "I thought that gray mist was created by him blowing leaves. So that's not it. He actually relied on internal energy." He wanted to say he relied on internal energy to bully others. But saying that would imply that his own internal energy cultivation, as the eldest son of the Tianyin mansion, was inferior to that of an unknown figure from the Tianxia sect. Chu Qing saw through his thoughts at a glance, and said with a smile, "This kind of thing is quite common. The heavenly evil sect has extraordinary methods, and its disciples all possess profound internal strength, far beyond what ordinary people can compare to." He then took a step forward, and amidst Lu Jinghan's mutterings of "How can I be considered an ordinary person?" asked the leaf-blowing man, "With your internal strength, I'm afraid you're not even close to being one of the 12 holy kings." "Are you one of the 12 holy kings?" The leaf-blowing man's face was filled with despair as he spoke with difficulty. "You don't doubt that I'm one of the Lord of War's men?" "Although we haven't had much contact, the Lord of War's men use spear techniques externally, but internally cultivate the killing scripture. Your internal strength is clearly not the killing scripture." Chu Qing glanced at the man with the spear. "He is the Lord of War's man. A small ambush, with 2 experts like you, is quite surprising." After Chu Qing finished speaking, the group behind Han Yiren exchanged bewildered glances. They felt utterly humiliated, but for a moment, they didn't know how to refute him. A mere ambush, yet you possess such a master, that surprises me. The leaf-blowing man, blood trickling from the corner of his eye, murmured softly, I am one of the 12 holy kings, a disciple of the Laughing Prince. If you wish to know anything about the Laughing Prince, you can simply ask me. Hey! The man with the gun immediately spoke up upon hearing this, are you betraying your master for personal gain? But the leaf-blowing man spoke in a desperate tone, my despair, sorrow, and pain are all thanks to him. Day and night, I wish I could tear him to pieces, yet I am no match for him. Every time I have this thought, I feel even more desperate. His martial arts are so high, perhaps he could kill the Laughing Prince. Betraying my master for personal gain? No. I want revenge. Chapter 342. As expected, none of the 12 holy kings have any normal people under their command. The man with the gun, upon hearing Chuai Ren's words, was speechless, but tried his best to keep his expression calm. In that brief exchange, he had already realized his internal strength, accumulated through the killing scripture, was far inferior to this unknown man in black. That's why he wanted Chuai Ren to help him escape. But he hadn't expected that escape was impossible. Now Chuai Ren planned to use this man in black to kill Prince Xiao. Would he have a chance to escape? He remained silent, waiting for the right moment. But he never expected that Chuai Ren would be the first to move. He spun around, and a cloud of gray mist suddenly appeared. His figure merged into the mist, which turned and transformed, instantly condensing into a palm, which struck towards Chu Qing. This unexpected turn of events surprised even Chu Qing. The leaf blower's words didn't seem false. He thought the next part would be a question and answer session, but unexpectedly, this kid took the opportunity to attack him. Immediately, he unleashed a flowing clouds and water technique to meet the attack head-on. His palm strikes were fluid and continuous, like a torrent of water, smooth and unobstructed. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the gray mist. Earlier, when he and Ouyang Tianxi were hiding, Chu Qing understood the key to the gray mist upon seeing it. The leaf blower's internal energy was profound, and the gray mist was channeled through his internal force, emanating from his pores, and could be manipulated at his will. It was definitely not an external object, but rather a form of internal energy control. Chu Qing's flaming blade also had a similar effect, but it wasn't as light and direct as this. However, Chu Qing's internal strength was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Therefore, he directly used the flames of his flame blade to break through the opponent's gray mist. What appeared to be a battle between flame and gray mist was actually a contest of internal energy between the two. In this way, the gray mist was naturally no match. It was easily swept away by Chu Qing. But now, this person no longer relied on the gray mist to confuse and obscure his vision, but directly channeled this power to fight him, which was a different situation. Therefore, Chu Qing used the flowing clouds and flowing water technique to test the depth of the gray mist in this form. Just then, the two collided, and a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out from within the gray mist. This flowing clouds and flowing water was not a single palm strike. The continuous palm strikes forced the leaf-blowing man to retreat step by step. In an instant, the gray mist dissipated, and the leaf-blowing man spat out blood and flew backward. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, and saw the leaf-blower's figure tumble backward, falling from midair. But a rare smile appeared on his face. The Laughing Prince uses a martial art called Sorrowful Cloud Melody, which sounds similar to the Heavenly Music Palace's techniques. However, it's all a lie. While the Laughing Prince understands music, Sorrowful Cloud Melody is not a musical art. This method finds amusement in mockery. Having personally witnessed the sorrows of humanity, one finds joy in the Heavenly Palace. People like me, the Laughing Prince has at least 800, if not 1,000. And countless others have died. We have all received the Sorrowful Clouds and Mist technique from Sorrowful Cloud Melody. The more desperate the situation, the higher the cultivation level. When we die, all of this will be returned to the Laughing Prince. He bestowed upon us the misery of humanity, and finds joy in watching us struggle in despair. At this point, the leaf-blowing man suddenly roared to the sky. His clothes billowed with a powerful aura, his eyes turned bloodshot, and tears of blood streamed down his face as he launched a fierce attack on Chu Qing. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, knowing something was wrong with this man. Immediately, he abandoned his playful thoughts, took a step forward, and dodged the leaf-blowing man's powerful palm strike. The palm grazed Chu Qing's face, but its force didn't stop. It crossed space and struck the opposite cliff face of Qingchuan Gorge, leaving a huge palm print. Missing his initial attack, the leaf-blowing man moved his hands in rapid succession. Palm strikes, claw strikes, fist strikes, finger strikes. He changed his moves wildly, the variations complex and rapid, each move fraught with danger, each a desperate attempt to fight to the death. He spoke at the same time. I am controlled by others. I have no choice in my own destiny. To make a long story short, the Laughing Prince's Song of Sorrow has reached its pinnacle. Even if you possess the divine fire skill, you might not be able to burn away the Laughing Prince's sorrowful clouds and mist. Once you are trapped within the sorrowful clouds and mist, unless you are truly indestructible, you will surely die. Everything within the mist is under the Laughing Prince's control. His flaws and weaknesses are laid bare. You be shrouded in mist, unable to see, touch, or even know where his attack will come from. It's as if you've fallen into a world dominated by the Laughing Prince. Life and death, honor and disgrace, all hang in the balance. As he said this, Chu Qing had already grabbed his arm, using his dragon claw grip to restrain him. The leaf blower screamed in agony, and with a twist of Chu Qing's strength, his arm was ripped apart, like a pretzel. This wasn't the leaf blower's own choice. Something within him was controlling his actions. Chu Qing's mind raced, and he suddenly reached out to pinch the leaf blower's mouth. But it was too late. The leaf blower snapped its jaws down. As soon as it saw Chu Qing's hand, it spat out its tongue, most of it protruding. Following this, it swept its legs across Chu Qing's groin. Chu Qing sighed, knowing the leaf blower had reached its limit. He shifted his stance slightly, pressing his knee down on the leaf blower's leg, then with a powerful thrust of his arms, the leaf blower was sent flying. After landing, it staggered a couple of steps, but the smile on its face only widened. At the same time, its aura grew weaker and weaker, and it stared blankly at Chu Qing, a strange look in its eyes. It seemed to be asking Chu Qing, "Did you remember what you just said?" Chu Qing nodded slightly. "I remembered." The leaf-blowing man breathed a sigh of relief, and the force of the wind emanating from him weakened. His tongue was severed, and blood flowed from his chin to his chest. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and let out an angry, unintelligible roar. Then, right before Chu Qing's eyes, he used his remaining hand to support his chin and forcefully swung it away. A cracking sound was heard. His head had been turned in a wide arc, his body twisted, and he lay dead on the ground. This scene left Chu Qing speechless for a long time. Sudden and eerie. Chu Qing silently exhaled and looked at the person, who was quietly retreating to the side. The man felt a sudden tightness around him, and as their eyes met, Chu Qing, who had been quite a distance away, suddenly appeared in front of him. "Surrender." Chu Qing reached out, and the man tried to struggle, but was immediately pinned to the ground. "Surrender." Thump! A crater was pressed into the ground, and the man was embedded in it, unconscious. This scene once again left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Jing'an's pupils contracted, finding it unbelievable. Just now, he and Yi Zhishan together couldn't defeat these two. In such a short time, one had committed suicide, and the other was no match for this man in black. What kind of monster was this? Lu Jinghan had been known as a genius since childhood, but now this genius was suffering repeated setbacks. First, the leaf blower broke his zither strings, injuring all 10 of his fingers. Now, the leaf blower and the gunman, who had put him in such a predicament and nearly killed him, were completely powerless against Chu Qing. His confidence was shattered, leaving him utterly dejected. Lu Jinghan was unaware that neither the leaf blower nor the gun wielder possessed their cultivation levels through mere talent or diligent practice. The leaf blower received the sorrowful clouds and mist technique from the Laughing Prince. The more sorrow and despair one felt, the higher their internal energy cultivation became. What did this have to do with diligent practice? The gun wielder had learned the killing manual, others practiced martial arts. He killed. The difference in speed was obvious. As for Chu Qing, it was truly pointless to compare him. The leaf blower and the gun wielder were merely minor exceptions. Chu Qing's life was entirely powered by cheat codes, and maxed out at that. "Clean up the corpses." Chu Qing turned to Yi Zhishan, "Then take them away." He spoke, glancing at Han Yiren and the others. Han Yiren, of course, had already recognized Chu Qing's identity. After exchanging a glance with Chu Qing, he spoke up, "May I ask where you intend to take us?" Chu Qing stepped forward. "After today's events, you should all understand that Tianyin Mansion is currently embroiled in a vortex. Someone wants to frame you, falsely accusing Tianyin Mansion of colluding with the Heavenly Evil Sect. Your encounter in Qingchuan Gorge was a setup. It was precisely to use your lives to confirm the Heavenly Evil Sect's collusion with Tianyin Mansion. Now, the actors are about to arrive, and I would like to invite you all to join me in putting on a grand show to sweep away the evil atmosphere and restore order to the martial world." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Some were quite excited, while others harbored doubts. Han Iren was the first to agree. Although they weren't entirely convinced of Han Iren's abilities, when they were at a loss, having someone step forward meant they instinctively supported him. Therefore, once a few people stepped forward and agreed, everyone else followed suit. Seeing this, Yi Zhishang immediately ordered the disciples of Tianyin Mansion to lead them away. The necessary preparations had already been made, so he simply changed their clothes, allowing them to blend in with the Tianyin Mansion disciples, and led them out of Qingchuan Gorge to find a proper place to settle them. Chu Qing glanced at the crowd a few more times, her gaze seemingly casually sweeping over Li Xingxing. The thought of seeing Li Xingxing in Qingchuan Gorge made Chu Qing find it somewhat amusing. Han Qiujuan hired Nie Jingtai to kill Han San to avenge Han Qiuzhe. The whole thing was perfectly reasonable. However, Han Qiujuan didn't know that Li Xingxing was the assassin he had hired, and Li Xingxing didn't know that Han Qiujuan, who was colluding with the Tianxia sect, planned to kill them in Qingchuan Gorge to frame Tianyin Mansion. If Chu Qing hadn't made arrangements beforehand, Little Knife King Li Xingxing would likely have died in Qingchuan Gorge before even starting his mission. After dealing with these scattered rabble, he had the disciples of Tianyin Mansion change the clothes of the heavenly evil cult members. They were given the same clothes they had just worn. This was merely a formality. In reality, Han Qiujuan and the others wouldn't see their actual appearances, lest Han Qiujuan, with her wide circle of acquaintances, actually recognize two of them, which would backfire. After finishing what needed to be done, Chu Qing greeted Yi Zhishang and Lu Jinghan. This matter is settled. We meet again at Tianyin Manor. Yi Zhishang clasped his hands in a salute. Yes. Lu Jinghan, however, flicked his sleeve and snorted. Chu Qing was taken aback. What did that mean? Had he wrongly saved you? He couldn't help but glance at Yi Zhishang, wondering what was wrong with this self-important young master. Yi Zhishang was sweating profusely, but his eyes were full of confusion, clearly not understanding. Chu Qing waved his hand, telling him to go about his business. He then returned to his previous hiding place, where Ouyang Tianqiu had been waiting for a long time. If you hadn't come back soon, I would have left first. Judging by the time, I should be almost there now. Chu Qing nodded. Let's go, I take you back first. Time waits for no one, so the two immediately left, heading in the direction they had come from. Sure enough, just as they exited Qingchuan Gorge, they saw the large, imposing procession. They exchanged a glance, and Ouyang Tianqiu said, Farewell, see you again at Tianyin Prefecture. Is Prefect Ouyang already prepared? Han Qiujuan's ambition is obvious. Let him perish here at Tianyin Prefecture. I will cover for you what happened in Qingchuan Gorge. After speaking, Ouyang Tianqiu leaped back into the group. Chu Qing noticed that a few disciples seemed to have noticed Ouyang Tianqiu's arrival, but it didn't cause much of a commotion. Clearly, no one had expected that Ouyang Tianqiu would be gone from the group for a whole night. After a brief look around, Chu Qing returned directly to Tianyin Mansion. He was quick on his feet. When he arrived back, Lu Jinghan and Yi Zhishang were still not back. Inside the Five Sounds Hall, looking at Lu Xiaoyan sitting at the head of the table, Chu Qing asked directly, Has Ning Wufang left? Yes, Lu Xiaoyan said with a smile. You were right. Last night, he couldn't hold back, and left the prison with the Lord of War's men. Dongsun Zongheng also wanted to go with him, but Ning Wufang refused. He spoke of this with considerable satisfaction. Chu Qing smiled wryly, tapping his finger lightly on the table. The things that needed to be done are almost done. The stage is set up, now it's time to put on a good show. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Chu Qing with a complex expression, about to say something, when he heard a commotion outside and footsteps approaching rapidly. Then, with a loud bang, the doors of the Five Sounds Hall were forcibly pushed open, with several disciples of the Heavenly Sound Palace trying to stop them. The one who broke down the door was Lu Jinghan. The disciple stammered fearfully, Palace Master. This disciple couldn't stop the young master. Lu Xiaoyan waved his hand, looking at his son, his brows furrowed. Why are you so impulsive? Lu Jinghan glanced at Chu Qing, who was still dressed in black, but had removed his mask. Upon seeing Chu Qing's face, Lu Jinghan seemed to be completely convinced of something, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking at Lu Xiaoyan, his eyes were red, and his voice was filled with grievance. If I hadn't been so impulsive, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a place for me in the Heavenly Sound Palace anymore. Lu Xiaoyan, ? Chapter 343. Even though Lu Xiaoyan had lived most of his life, and was the head of the Tianyin Prefecture, he was not lacking in intelligence or resourcefulness. At this moment, facing his son's words, he still looked completely bewildered. But this did not diminish his anger. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? You are the eldest young master of the Tianyin Prefecture. How could you not have a place to stand? I am the eldest young master. Then what about him? Lu Jinghan looked at Chu Qing indignantly. And who is he? He is your cousin. Lu Xiaoyan answered casually, turning to look at Chu Qing again, and noticed that Chu Qing's face was not disguised as Han San's, and his appearance did bear a slight resemblance to his own. This was normal. A nephew resembles his uncle, it was only natural. But after this realization, Lu Xiaoyan laughed loudly. Silly boy, what nonsense are you thinking? Lu Jinghan's anger and grievance seemed to be stuck in a rut. Upon hearing those two words, the child was completely bewildered. His gaze darted back and forth between Chu Qing and Lu Xiaoyan's faces twice, finally scratching his head. Cousin? After saying that, he tentatively asked Lu Xiaoyan, is he my aunt's son? Nonsense. Lu Xiaoyan laughed and scolded, who else could it be? Lu Jinghan's face flushed red. I didn't expect this. Yi Zhishang calls him young master. How can there be two young masters in Tianyin Manor? I thought. Oh dear, I'm going to go settle accounts with Yi Zhishang. Come back. Lu Xiaoyan stopped Lu Jinghan. Yi Zhishang doesn't know your cousin's true identity. Don't go and embarrass yourself. After speaking, he looked at Chu Qing. Qinger, I'm sorry you had to see this. Before meeting Chu Qing, Lu Xiaoyan was quite satisfied with his son and daughter. Especially Lu Jinghan. Lu Qingyan looked down on her younger brother, thinking him arrogant, which wasn't entirely wrong. After all, young geniuses often have a bit of pride. Lu Jinghan had the right to be proud. At such a young age, his martial arts skills were already quite high, although he lacked the years of training compared to Lu Xiaoyan, mainly due to a deficiency in internal energy. After all, internal energy requires constant accumulation, like water dripping on a stone. Even so, Lu Jinghan's progress was already quite impressive. What's wrong with someone like that being a little proud? But after meeting Chu Qing, he suddenly felt that his son was simply incomparable. In terms of martial arts, intelligence, even appearance, he was completely outshone by Chu Qing. If Lu Jinghan possessed half of Chu Qing's cultivation and fortune, the Tianyin mansion would have nothing to fear in the future. However, these thoughts remained only in Lu Xiaoyan's mind. Speaking them aloud would not only upset his son, but also create a rift between the two brothers. Chu Qing smiled and said, Uncle, you jest. Cousin, unaware of the specifics, may have misunderstood. Lu Jinghan suddenly realized, no wonder I felt a strange connection with you. I initially thought you were my father's illegitimate son. Turns out you're aunt's son. I apologize for my earlier offense. Cousin, please don't hold it against me. Chu Qing stood up. I possess some secrets, so it's inconvenient to reveal my identity within Qingchuan Gorge, which is why you misunderstood. It's nothing, just a small matter, let's talk it out. After his initial astonishment, Lu Jinghan's eyes were filled with surprise when he looked at Chu Qing again. You're actually my cousin? How do you have such high martial arts skills? How did you train? Those two people earlier, neither of them were ordinary characters. How did you create that fiery divine skill that fell from the sky? Do you practice pure yang internal energy? By the way, I saw you break that person's spear technique too casually. Have you seen the person who used that spear technique before, or is it that, regardless of martial arts, you can tell at a glance what's going on? He was certain Chu Qing wasn't an illegitimate child, nor was he here to compete with him for the Tianyin mansion. Lu Jinghan had revealed his true nature. Judging from his questions and expressions, it was no wonder he and Lu Jinghan were siblings. In some ways, they were exactly alike. However, Lu Jinghan's questions were mostly about martial arts, showing a tendency towards martial arts fanaticism. Chu Qing didn't know which question to answer first. Lu Xiaoyan snorted, Shut up. Your cousin was busy all night, and should rest. Don't disturb him. Oh. Lu Jinghan nodded, but stole a glance at Chu Qing, still full of curiosity. Chu Qing then stood up, clasped his hands in a fist salute. In that case, I head back now. Uncle, get ready too, they be here soon. Lu Xiaoyan nodded, watching Chu Qing's figure flash and disappear, then seeing his son's mouth agape, as if he witnessed something unbelievable, he was speechless. Why did he always think Lu Jinghan was a genius? This kid, how come he has the potential to be a bit of a simpleton? Keep your mouth shut for a moment. Lu Xiaoyan said in a deep voice, Has there been any result regarding the matter I asked you to investigate? Yes. Lu Jinghan then came to his senses, and said to Lu Xiaoyan, The matter of Xiangshan Sea has been largely investigated. It's hard to say exactly what role Yao Taisek played, but in general, they are definitely not innocent. The fact that the Han family slaughtered Xiangshan Sea is beyond doubt. This is what I found in the old site of Xiangshan Sea. As he spoke, Lu Jinghan took out a ring from his pocket. Lu Xiaonian took it and examined it, seeing the character you written on the inside of the ring. Second Master Han. Han Qiuyu. A cold smile crept across Lu Xiaonian's lips. Plus, with that blood-written letter Qinger brought, the Han family has no chance of recovery. However, father, during my investigation, I also discovered that some members of the branch family are colluding with the Han family. Lu Jinghan frowned. How should this matter be handled? Since the branches are diseased, they should naturally be pruned. Lu Xiaonian's face remained expressionless. Otherwise, it will implicate the entire tree. A hint of reluctance appeared on Lu Jinghan's face. After all, they are all of my Lu family blood. A trace of relief appeared in Lu Xiaonian's eyes, but he still sighed. Jinghan, as the head of the manor, there are some things I can do, and some things I cannot do. But there are also some things I must do. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. After my death, the honor and disgrace of the Lu family of Tianjin Prefecture will rest on your shoulders. You must not act with womanly compassion. Yes, son understands. Lu Jinghan bowed respectfully, taking his words to heart. Lu Xiaonian said calmly, if it weren't for the Lu family colluding with them, how could they have so easily framed my Tianjin manor? No matter which fool did this, they deserve to die for inviting trouble. After a night of travel, Chu Qing finally returned to his room. Actually, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with this room. He had only been in Tianjin Manor for 2 days. He went out to work on the first night, and went out again last night. He hadn't even had a proper night's sleep yet. Just as he was about to change out of his night clothes, footsteps sounded at the door. Chu Qing flicked his sleeve, and the door opened. Wu Qianhuan entered. You really came back. Wu Qianhuan approached Chu Qing, taking the belt from his hand, and helping him remove his night clothes. How are you? Did the Heavenly Heart 10,000-piece melody work? Chu Qing asked, silently enjoying Wu Qianhuan's service. It had a remarkable effect, but it takes time. Wu Qianhuan opened her bundle, rummaged around inside, and then took out a blue robe she personally liked, instructing Chu Qing to open his arms and help her dress. Chu Qing obediently allowed Wu Qianhuan to do as she pleased. Then the girl asked, and you? Did last night go smoothly? It went fairly smoothly, but I encountered a small mishap. I misjudged the strength of the heavenly evil sect, but fortunately, my existence is meant to fill in the gaps. So everything is going according to plan. Wu Qianhuan tied a black jade belt around Chu Qing's waist, and Chu Qing pulled her into his arms, whispering, the great battle is imminent, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you today. I diligently practiced martial arts and cultivated the pointing moon mystic art, but not to become a burden to you. You can do whatever you want. I only protect myself. Wu Qianhuan said with a smile, I won't do anything beyond my capabilities. No matter what happens, my life will always come first. Wait until you win the battle and sweep away all the chaos. All right. Chu Qing nodded and released Wu Qianhuan. She then retrieved a long robe hanging nearby and had Chu Qing put it on. She straightened his collar and examined him from head to toe. Actually, I still think red looks better, but this outfit suits Han Sen's temperament better. Rugged? Yes. Wu Qianhuan nodded. Chu Qing went to the table, took out a painted mask, and applied it to himself in front of the mirror. So, do you prefer the more rugged Han Sen, or do you prefer the third young master a little more? I like Chu Qing. Wu Qianhuan said softly. The girl's directness startled Chu Qing slightly. Turning around, he saw her gazing at him, her eyes filled with undisguised affection. Chu Qing let out a soft breath. Don't always test my willpower. You know, my willpower isn't very strong. Wu Qianhuan chuckled, coming to sit beside him. I love seeing you get teased and break down, yet unable to do anything about it. You're getting bolder and bolder, daring to say anything now. Chu Qing feigned anger, then reached out and picked her up. He carried her directly to the bedside. Wu Qianhuan's arms were wrapped around Chu Qing's neck, her smile like a little fox. With a major battle imminent, I don't believe you act recklessly at a time like this. As she spoke, she flicked Chu Qing's ear with her fingers. Chu Qing turned his head and clamped her mischievous hand between his legs. If I were an emperor, you would surely be a wicked concubine who brings ruin to the country. Why not a wicked empress? So, you're planning to marry another empress to surpass me? Wu Qianhuan tightened her grip on Chu Qing's arm, and their breaths became audible. She reached out and touched Chu Qing's face, peeling off the mask he had just put on. The situation grew increasingly dangerous. Chu Qing's composure had never been very strong, so he simply lowered his head. Wu Qianhuan only managed a whimper before her words were sealed between her lips. In the midst of their passion, Chu Qing was about to lower the bed curtains. Just then, Lu Qingyan's voice came from outside the door. "Qianhuan, I come to find you. Little Wenru, come and greet me." Veins bulged on Chu Qing's forehead as he glanced at Wu Qianhuan beneath him, who had been lost in passion, her eyes hazy. Upon hearing the voice, she immediately roused herself, struggling to sit up with all her might. He sighed helplessly. "Do you know what I want to do right now?" Wu Qianhuan licked her lips, feeling a slight chafing, and glared at Chu Qing, scolding him for being too rough. However, she still softly comforted him later. "When I have time later, I seduce you again." "That's not what I'm thinking about," Chu Qing said in a deep voice. "I want to find an opportunity to put a sack over Lu Qingyan's head and beat her up badly." "Okay, take me with you." The two exchanged a smile. They were certainly angry, but not truly furious. They were currently compatible and willing to take that step, yet harbored doubts. If it were simply a matter of things falling into place naturally, that would be one thing, but every time things reached a crucial point, they were interrupted. It seems they were still lacking something. Chu Qing stood up, straightened his clothes, and reattached the mask. Wu Qianhuan rubbed her face in front of the mirror, feeling a lingering blush on her cheeks, feeling rather embarrassed. She wanted to wait a bit before going out, but Wenru had already come out of her room, and the two of them were about to go to her room to look for her. Lu Qingyan probably already knew that Chu Qing was back. If she couldn't find him in her room and then cornered them both there, that would be even more awkward. Rather than that, she decided to show herself. She went straight to the door and pushed it open. "I'm here. I called you for ages, and you didn't respond," Lu Qingyan said, then suddenly paused, looking at Wu Qianhuan's face, and then at Chu Qing, who had silently come up behind her and was staring at her with a displeased expression. After a moment of silence, Lu Qingyan asked softly, "Did I come at the wrong time?" Wenru looked puzzled. "Why not at the right time?" "Then when would be the right time?" Lu Qingyan was a little stumped by Wenru's question. She could only whisper to her, "That young couple is being affectionate in their room. I wish we hadn't disturbed them." "Ah?" Wenru was quite surprised, staring wide-eyed at Chu Qing and Wu Qianhuan, seemingly trying to find some evidence. Wu Qianhuan's face turned even redder. Just then Chu Qing coughed. "Don't whisper outside, come in and have some tea." This interrupted Wenru's observation, and Lu Qingyan, feeling embarrassed, slowly entered the room. Chu Qing glanced at her. "Where's Su Ningzhen? Why didn't she come?" Chapter 344. She's almost gone mad. She's been practicing arduously in her courtyard these past few days. Lu Qingyan didn't wait for Chu Qing to pour her tea. She picked up the teapot herself, poured several cups, and then looked at Chu Qing. "She knows you've been too busy these past few days, and haven't had time to teach her martial arts. So she asked me to pass on a message that you don't need to worry." Chu Qing nodded. He was naturally pleased that Su Ning was so understanding. Then he frowned and looked at Lu Qingyan. "Your brother's back. Why didn't you go see him? Why did you run over here?" "I heard you saved that arrogant jerk, so I came to see him. I heard he was bullied pretty badly this time." There was a hint of schadenfreude in Lu Qingyan's words. But before she could finish speaking, a voice came from the doorway. "Are you even my sister anymore? You're happy to hear I got bullied." Turning around, she saw Lu Jinghan walking towards her, already inside the courtyard. Lu Qingyan snorted, completely unfazed. "Now you finally know what it means to have an ever stronger, more capable person, right? Let me tell you, you need to be humble and modest. Don't think you can look down on everyone just because you have some skills. At home, someone spoils you, but who will spoil you outside?" Chu Qing sensed a triumphant air in her words. She rarely had the opportunity to reprimand her younger brother like this. Lu Jinghan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. He snorted and sat down next to Lu Qingyan. "Move over a bit." As he spoke, he looked up at Chu Qing. His brows furrowed, he searched the room again, and finally asked, "Who are you?" Chu Qing touched his face. "It's me." Lu Jinghan was stunned. "Your face? Just a disguise." Chu Qing glanced at the siblings. Their similar features revealed distinct genders. The man was handsome, with an inexplicable arrogance. The woman was beautiful, her every glance full of life. The siblings' relationship seemed strained, but it wasn't entirely so. Chu Qing suddenly thought of his two older brothers. He wondered if Chu Tian would come along to assassinate him this time. And where was Chu Fan now? Lost in thought, he neglected the guests before him. Just as they were about to pay attention, someone announced at the door, "The Lord of the Manor requests that everyone proceed to the Five Sounds Hall for a meeting." Everyone looked up. Lu Jinghan instinctively glanced at Lu Qingyan, while Lu Qingyan, as if by habit, looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing smiled slightly. They must have arrived. Let's go! Although Lu Jinghan had only just returned, he knew about the events that had transpired within the Heavenly Sound Manor. He immediately smiled. After this battle, we drink and chat again. Lu Qingyan nodded repeatedly, saying to Chu Qing, cousin, we should be closer. Chu Qing smiled as well. All right, then let's wait until after this battle to have a proper chat. Without further ado, everyone went to the Five Sounds Hall together. Along the way, it was clear that the disciples of the Heavenly Sound Manor were all in motion. Even when they saw the two young masters and ladies, Lu Qingyan and Lu Jinghan, they only gave a hurried bow before quickly departing. This was a gathering of people in preparation for the arrival of the two prefectures. When they arrived at the Five Tones Hall, they found it overflowing with people. Lu Xiaoyan sat at the head of the table, with Lu Xiaohua sitting in the first seat to his left. One seat below him was empty for the members of the Five Tones and Seven Laws. However, the Five Tones and Seven Laws were not all present. Only 6 people had come. Besides Yizhishang, whom they had met before, there were 3 men and 2 women. Chu Qing still didn't know their names. Sitting directly opposite them was a group of 6 elderly men and women. The youngest was probably around 40 years old, while the oldest had white hair and appeared to be over 70. These are members of our Tianning Prefecture branch family. Knowing Chu Qing hadn't seen them before, Lu Qingyan introduced them. The oldest is Lu Yuqing, the current head of the Fuyang Lu family. He's 76 this year, and I heard there's no one to succeed him, so he's remained in this position. The woman next to him is Lu Riyun, the current head of the Beixiang Lu family. It's not easy for a woman to become a family head. That's why she didn't marry outside the family, but instead took a husband. Her husband's family is unremarkable, nothing special, but their son is quite good, a rare talent among the younger generation. Chu Qing listened silently, knowing that these 6 branch families were mainly divided by 6 major cities. These were Fuyang City, Beixiang City, Qiushui City, Laya City, Yuehai City, and Chiwu City. Lu Qingyan highlighted the city lord of Chiwu City, a burly man in his 40s. Most members of the Lu family were elegant and refined, but this city lord of Chiwu City was a rare exception. Clad in black, he was far from elegant. Instead, he was portly, with a full beard and eyes like copper bells. He seemed completely out of place in the Lu family, a place known for its heavenly music. Lu Qingyan told Chu Qing that this branch family head, the least like a member of the Lu family, was actually a genuine genius. Moreover, he was ruthless, easily defeating his opponents in internal clan struggles, and had already ascended to the position of family head before even reaching adulthood, a figure not to be underestimated. Of course, Chu Qing was merely listening. He wasn't particularly interested in these matters. Instead, he was curious. With the second palace approaching, why hadn't Lu Xiaoyan gathered his forces to meet the enemy at the gate? Why was he holding a small meeting in the Five Sounds Hall? Just as he was wondering what was going on, Lu Xiaohua spotted Chu Qing and immediately waved to him repeatedly. Chu Qing was immediately at a loss for words, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Even with his composure, being summoned like this in this setting still made him feel somewhat awkward. He approached Lu Xiaohua, a little puzzled, but Lu Xiaohua pulled him to sit on a chair beside him. Sit here. Isn't this inappropriate? Chu Qing looked around. Sure enough, many people were watching him. What's inappropriate? You don't ask anything of the Tianning mansion. There's no reason for you to be without a chair at this meeting. Lu Xiaohua spoke without any restraint. However, these words left everyone present somewhat confused. What was the relationship between Chu Qing and Lu Xiaohua? Why was he being so friendly to him? Just as they were pondering this, someone whispered that day, when Lu Xiaohua went to investigate the Duan family and was being chased, it was this young man who saved him. These words instantly dispelled the doubts. How could one not feel gratitude for a life-saving favor? Lu Xiaoyan kept his eyes down, seemingly unmoved by anything. Only now did he slowly open his eyes, scan the room, and then slowly speak. Duan Qinghe of the Duan clan, with a letter written in blood, accused my Tianning mansion of colluding with the heavenly evil sect to massacre the entire Duan family. This matter has now been investigated and found to be a frame-up. However, Han Iran of Shaohan Valley, leading a motley crew, came to my Tianning mansion to demand answers first. The Liaoyuan and Lieshing mansions, leading a large force, claimed they would clear my Tianning mansion of its name. Gentlemen, do you believe that the Ouyang and Han families have truly come to clear the name of Tianning mansion? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The members of the Five Tones and Seven Laws factions remained silent, while the heads of the 6 branch families understood that the question was directed at them. The head of the Green Willow family stood up. Lord, in my opinion, the actions of the Rending Star and Blazing Plains families are nothing short of opportunistic plundering. I disagreed with allowing them to enter so easily from the beginning. He trailed off, clearly stopping short of saying more. It was Lu Xiaoyan who had permitted the 2 families' entry. To directly criticize them at this point would naturally offend Lu Xiaoyan. Leaving things unsaid was a form of complaint. In this situation, a complaint was understandable. With this person leading the way, others followed suit, each expressing their own opinions. Most felt that the 2 families' arrival was definitely not malicious. But some believed that their arrival might not be entirely bad. However, regardless of who spoke, their words were all reasonable and well-founded. Lu Xiaoyan paused quietly for a moment until everyone had stopped speaking, before slowly beginning to say, "You are all intelligent people, and what you have said is reasonable. However, I don't understand. Since there are no fools or idiots among you, why insist on colluding with the Han family? Don't you think that without me, Lu Xiaoyan, you can control everything in Tianyin Palace?" These words immediately silenced the entire Five Sounds Hall. Lu Xiaoyan continued, "Actually, if you examine the matter closely, the result is obvious. If it weren't for someone colluding with outsiders, how could Tianyin Palace be so easily slandered? I heard that the number of Tianyin shuttles this year is off. These are unique hidden weapons of Tianyin Palace. Where did the missing ones go?" Only Lu Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the vast Five Sounds Hall. No one answered, there was only silence. Lu Xiaoyan sighed softly, enough, there's no point in saying all this. Now that things have come to this, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, step forward, and I'm willing to show leniency. Otherwise, consider the consequences yourself. Chu Qing silently lowered his head, fiddling with the lid of his teacup. He suspected that Lu Xiaoyan knew of this person, but didn't know exactly which of the 6 branch families was responsible. This guy was just making a fuss. Moreover, Chu Qing figured his method was likely effective, and quite clever. The key was that he had previously asked the heads of the 2 families the purpose of their visit, and all 6 branch family heads had answered. For those with a clear conscience, any answer to this question wouldn't matter. What Lu Xiaoyan wanted wasn't their opinion at all. But if he had a guilty conscience, and Lu Xiaoyan already knew about it, and had given him only 1 cup of tea's time to come forward, or face severe consequences, that 1 cup of tea's time was agonizing. He would constantly consider whether his previous answer to the question had been problematic. Had he revealed any flaws? As the time for that 1 cup of tea drew closer, his initial confidence would gradually crumble, and his mental defenses would slowly collapse. He would become increasingly anxious. The final straw that broke the camel's back lay in the Lu family's punishment. What were Lu Xiaoyan's usual methods and ways? If Lu Xiaoyan was telling the truth now, and already knew who had done it, giving him this opportunity, an opportunity to maximize his own safety, would he seize it? Chu Qing put down his teacup, his voice slightly heavy. Of the 6 people opposite him, one immediately flicked his wrist. Lu Xiaoyan glanced at Chu Qing, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Chu Qing shrugged and remained silent. Finally, as the time it takes to drink a cup of tea was about to end, someone suddenly stepped forward. "It's me." Everyone looked up, and standing there was the white-haired Lu Yuqing. For a moment, some were shocked, some were astonished, and some felt incredulous. Lu Xiaoyan's expression was utterly calm. "Why?" "Because you are unworthy of your position," Lu Yuqing said through gritted teeth. "I have spent my entire life serving the Tianyin Manor with utmost dedication. If I weren't part of a branch family, what business would you, Lu Xiaoyan, have in this Tianyin Manor? You're nothing but a nobody, yet you dare to stand above me? How can I submit to you?" Chu Qing sighed and gently shook his head. Lu Xiaoyan sighed as well. "These are your last words?" Lu Yuqing's pupil suddenly contracted. "I am one of the few remaining seniors of the Tianyin Palace. You a junior. Do you dare to kill me?" "Yes, one of the few remaining." Lu Xiaoyan's voice was filled with immense regret. Martial arts disciples grow old in the martial world, yet how many can truly die peacefully in their old age? Lu Yuqing, you are able to live to this age not because you are long-lived, but because you are from the Lu family, with the great tree of the Tianyin Palace protecting your path in the martial world. But what have you done? You have disgraced the Tianyin Palace. You have associated the Tianyin Palace with such filthy things as the Tianxia sect, bringing shame upon our family. You colluded with the Han family, trying to invite a wolf into the house. Where do you place the disciples of the Tianyin Palace? Once the Tianyin Palace is destroyed, how could the Han family tolerate you? No. They won't. Lu Yuqing shook his head repeatedly. Han Qiujuan promised me. Tianyin Mansion is mine. Foolish. Lu Xiaonian uttered these two words softly, but after speaking, he shook his head again. No, you're not foolish. You're wicked. And blinded by greed. Guards, seize him! Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing didn't even think, leaping to escape from the Five Sounds Hall. But at that moment, Lu Xiaonian casually slapped the back of a chair, and with two hissing sounds, a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept past Lu Yuqing's legs. The white-haired old man screamed in agony as both legs snapped, and he plummeted from midair. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Lu Xiaonian slowly spoke, imprison Lu Yuqing and his entourage. Temporarily bind them, and put them in the dungeon. Anyone who resists, kill! As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. The Liexing and Liaoyuan prefectures have come to pay a visit, requesting an audience with Prefect Lu. Chapter 345. Lu Xiaonian didn't seem to care much about the sudden commotion. He first dealt with Lu Yuqing methodically, then arranged for people to handle the branch family disciples Lu Yuqing had brought. After everything was arranged, he stood up. Now that the two families have arrived, please follow me for a while. Everyone rose and agreed. Lu Xiaonian strode forward, with the others following behind. Chu Qing and the others were naturally among them. Lu Xiaohua whispered to Wu Qinhuan and Wenru, there will definitely be a fierce battle today, but you don't need to worry. If there is any danger, I will protect you. Wu Qinhuan smiled and nodded, while Wenru nodded her head vigorously. After leaving the Five Sounds Hall, Chu Qing saw Su Dingjun, whom he felt he hadn't seen in a long time. The group first walked out of the Heavenly Sound Palace in a grand procession. Then, they headed towards the city gate of Heavenly Sound City. While the members of the two mansions had received Lu Xiaonian's promise to lead numerous disciples freely within the territory of Tianyin Manor, it was clearly impossible for so many people to enter the city. The messenger ventured deep into the city, shouting from outside Tianyin Manor, while the majority of the two mansions remained outside Tianlai City. The city of Tianlai was deserted. A decree had been issued that morning. A major event was taking place today, and the city's inhabitants were forbidden from leaving their homes unless it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, the streets were empty. Upon reaching the city wall, the group looked down and saw a large force of people stationed before Tianlai City. These were the people from Liaoyuan and Liexing mansions. However, among them, the most conspicuous was a golden sedan chair. It was called a sedan chair, but it had no roof. Two long golden poles supported a pure gold chair, inlaid with various gemstones and jade artifacts, extremely luxurious. A person sat on the golden chair. He looked quite young, around 30 years old, but the depth and world-weariness in his eyes were far beyond his years. He was toying with two golden dantians, spinning them repeatedly in his palm. Chu Qing had met Ouyang Tianqiu before, and the one who could appear before everyone in this way, and on this occasion, was undoubtedly Han Qiujuan. In contrast, Ouyang Tianqiu was much more unassuming. He was burly, riding a tall horse, his eyes lowered, appearing somewhat absent-minded. Lu Xiaonian appeared atop the city wall, cupping his hands in a fist and smiling. You two have graced my Tianyin prefecture with your presence. It is an honor to have you here. Why are you still lingering outside the city? Why not come inside for a chat? Upon hearing this, Han Qiujuan immediately glanced at Ouyang Tianqiu, who yawned and remained silent. Then Han Qiujuan sneered, entering the city is unnecessary. I come today only to ask you, Lu Xiaonian, one question. Lu Xiaonian smiled slightly. Brother Han, please ask whatever you wish. Han Qiujuan's eyes sharpened, and he shouted sternly, do you know your crime? This shout was like a rumbling thunderclap, its sound spreading not only across the city walls, but throughout the entire Tianlai City. Instantly, the people of Tianlai City trembled in fear. The arrival of the two prefectures to Tianyin Prefecture to question Lu Xiaonian. This was not unexpected, but Han Qiujuan's direct question, do you know your crime? Clearly indicated that he had already obtained irrefutable evidence. Next, would the two prefectures launch a full-scale attack to annihilate Tianlai City? What would become of the city's inhabitants then? Panic gripped the city, but Lu Xiaonian on the city wall laughed. Brother Han, your words are utterly absurd. As you all know, I have recently been slandered, accused of colluding with the heavenly evil sect. It's utterly ridiculous. Now that Brother Han has asked this question, are you perhaps also deceived by villains? Deceived by villains? Han Qiujuan looked at Lu Xiaonian, then suddenly sighed deeply. How I wish I were truly deceived by villains. Alas, what happened today was witnessed by Brother Ouyang and myself. Han Iran of Shaohan Valley led a group of chivalrous heroes to your Tianyin mansion to demand answers after Duan Qinghe of the Duan family wrote a letter in blood. But now, these very people have all been murdered in Qingchuan Gorge by your Tianyin mansion in collusion with the Tianxia sect. This was said by one of the survivors themselves. They even possessed your Tianyin mansion's unique hidden weapon, the Tianyin shuttle. The evidence is irrefutable, leaving no room for your sophistry. Lu Xiaoyan, if you can repent and return to the right path, disband the Tianyin mansion and withdraw from the martial world. Tell us the whole story of the heavenly evil sect's conspiracy, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, though I'm extremely unwilling, as the Lord of the Riftstar Palace, I cannot tolerate you harming fellow martial artists like this. These words silenced the entire hall. Only a cold wind rustled, chilling everyone to the bone. Ouyang Tianqiu also looked up at Lu Xiaoyan. He naturally knew that all of this was an act. Only Han Qiujuan remained oblivious, still immersed in her role, unable to extricate herself. He seemed truly to be a chivalrous hero, forced to act for the sake of the martial world and the world. Ouyang Tianqiu's only curiosity at this moment was how Lu Xiaoyan planned to respond to Han Qiujuan's words. Would he directly present the evidence of the Han family's collusion with the heavenly evil sect, or would he offer another explanation? Lu Xiaoyan's silence didn't last long before he let out a sneer. Han Qiujuan, we've known each other for almost 20 years. I never realized you had such an ability to distort the truth. Today, Brother Ouyang is here as a witness, and I, Lu, also have something to discuss with Brother Han. As everyone knows, Xiang Shanhai suffered a misfortune, his entire family slaughtered overnight by a group of vicious villains. My friend Sang Qingshan was tortured to death. But to this day, the murderer is still at large. Su Ningzhen had been hiding behind the crowd, staring intently at Han Qiujuan, Han Qiuyu, and the others. Hearing their words, she gritted her teeth. But Lu Xiaoyan's words surprised her slightly. Why would he bring this up at this time? Han Qiujuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Xiaoyan, I advise you not to beat around the bush. Not at all. Lu Xiaoyan waved his hand. Since Brother Han is here today, let's talk about it one thing at a time. As you all know, I, Lu, and Sang Qingshan were close friends. His unexplained death was something I couldn't ignore. So I had my good-for-nothing son secretly investigate the Xiangshanxi massacre. Effort pays off. Today my son, Jinghan, returned home and found something that shouldn't have been in Xiangshanxi. With that, he took something from his waist and tossed it towards Ouyang Tianqiu. Ouyang Tianqiu reached out and grabbed it, glancing at it. A thumb ring? Han Qiuyu, among the Han family members, instinctively hid his hand in his sleeve. That's right, it's a thumb ring, Lu Xiaoyan said calmly. There's a rain character on the inside of the ring. If I remember correctly, this should belong to Han Qiuyu, the third master of the Han family. I wonder if the third master Han is here today. Han Qiuyu considered retreating, but as soon as Lu Xiaoyan spoke, the Ouyang family members instinctively searched, instantly locking onto his figure. Taking a deep breath, Han Qiuyu stepped out from the crowd, slightly clasping his hands in a fist salute. Lord Lu, at this point, let's not fight like cornered beasts. What can a thumb ring prove? My thumb ring is indeed lost. Even if my nephew Jinghan found it by chance, who can say it was found in Xiangshanxi? Is Master Lu using this as an excuse to muddy the waters? It must be said, none of the Han family members are easy to deal with. His words were a mix of veiled attacks and direct statements, implying that Lu Jinghan had somehow found his lost thumb ring and lied, claiming it fell into Xiangshanxi, and that Lu Xiaoyan, in order to escape, was spouting nonsense. He was using this opportunity to muddy the waters. If Ouyang Tianqiu hadn't already met Chu Qing, hadn't personally witnessed the heavenly evil sect's attack on Han Iran and his group, and hadn't had the Heavenly Sound Mansion's intervention, he would probably be conflicted right now, unable to determine who was telling the truth and who was lying. If the script is played out according to Han Qiujuan and the others' plan, what credibility does the Tianyin Mansion, which is colluded with the Tianxia sect, have? Most people would still think that Han Qiuyu's words made more sense. However, Lu Jinghan sneered. How can you say such a thing? Did you forget to bring your brain with you when you went out? If I remember correctly, apart from today, Third Master Han hasn't left Liexing Prefecture recently, has he? Xiangshanxi is located at the border between the Supreme Sword Sect and the Xihua Sect. It's not only separated from your Liexing Prefecture by thousands of mountains and rivers, but also by the immense power of the 3 prefectures, 3 sects, and 3 factions standing between them. I ask you, how exactly did you manage to leave your ever-present ring on my way to investigate Xiangshanhai across such a vast distance? So that you gave us such a convenient excuse to divert attention? Lu Qingyan nodded silently, her occasional glances at Lu Jinghan showing considerable admiration. However, when Lu Jinghan noticed her gaze and turned back, her expression immediately turned disdainful, infuriating him. Han Qiuyu was momentarily speechless, her brows furrowed. That ring. Who knows where you got it from? Who knows if you really went to Xiangshan Sea? My whereabouts are easily verified. Lu Jinghan said coldly, and you? If you can't explain why this ring appeared in Xiangshan Sea, then I explain it for you. The entire Xiangshan Sea clan was wiped out by your Liexing mansion. You went into hiding. Everyone thought you were in Liexing mansion, but in reality you secretly appeared 1,000 miles away, slaughtered the entire Xiangshan Sea clan, and then quietly left. Han Qiujuan, am I right? Insolence. Han Qiujuan abruptly looked up at Lu Jinghan. How dare you address me by my name so casually? His eyes held a glint of starlight. A single glance could wound. Although Lu Jinghan was a true genius, he was no match for Han Qiujuan, who had cultivated the 9 transformations of star splitting to the 8th rank. A dangerous intuition surged within him, sending chills down his spine. Just as he was wondering how to react, a hand appeared before him, shifting his position in an instant. Looking up again, he saw Chu Qing standing before him. But that terrifyingly powerful gaze had vanished without a trace. A righteous sect, a chivalrous hero willing to rid the martial world of evil, yet you're ready to kill someone simply because they called your name? Truly, this has broadened my horizons. Han Qiujuan. So what if I said that name? What's the big deal? Not only will I call you Han Qiujuan, I also call you Han the traitor, Han the scoundrel, Han the shameless. What can you do to me? Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, speaking each word with a fierce glint in his eyes. As the lord of the Riftstar Prefecture, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? In an instant, the golden chair was deformed under his grip, gold seemingly squeezing out from between his fingers like mud. And you? Who are you? I am Han San. Chu Qing clasped his hands in a fist salute, smiling as he said, perfect timing, I also have something I'd like to discuss with you all. This matter has a deep origin, but fortunately, we only just begun. You thought you kept the Riftstar Prefecture's ruthless attack on Xiang Shanhai perfectly secret, but in reality, it was already discovered. Su Ning is the only surviving disciple of Xiang Shanhai. She went through many hardships to seek revenge. After learning the truth, I couldn't bear it. Coincidentally, there was a member of the Han family in Shaohan Valley at that time. For such a heartless individual who readily slaughters entire families, there's nothing more to say. I simply took action and captured him. I originally intended to confront Su Ningxuan to see the truth, but I never expected I would uncover such a colossal truth. The one who colluded with the heavenly evil sect to harm fellow martial artists wasn't the Heavenly Sound Palace, but your Han Qiujuan of the Rending Star Palace. Using the Little Cold Valley as bait, you used Han Iran to gather a group of martial arts heroes, then sent members of the heavenly evil sect with a blood-stained letter of unknown origin to frame the Heavenly Sound Palace. To place the Heavenly Sound Palace in such a despicable position, and then, in conjunction with the Blazing Plains Palace, to annihilate them in one fell swoop. I must say, your schemes and plans are truly brilliant. Nonsense. Hearing Chu Qing introduce himself as Han San, the murderous intent already overflowing in Han Qiujuan's eyes intensified even further. However, he naturally couldn't accept what Chu Qing said. Otherwise, the Han family would inevitably fall under the siege of Tianjin Prefecture and Liaoyuan Prefecture today. Lord Han, don't rush to deny it. Chu Qing chuckled. After all, this matter is of great importance. Although I have Han Qiujuan's testimony, I cannot believe it entirely. Perfect timing. Since I promised to help Su Ningxuan avenge her, I naturally wouldn't break my word. Therefore, after the Shaohan Valley meeting, I made a trip to Liexing Prefecture. I suppose Lord Han already knows about this matter. Han Qiuzhe, whom you left to guard Liexing Prefecture, has already been killed by me. The 7 constellations of the White Tiger are nothing but chickens and dogs. Not worth mentioning. However, from Han Qiuzhe's mouth, I obtained the same confession as Han Qiujuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan immediately drew something from his waist and held it high. Han Qiuzhe's blood-written letter, signed before his death, is here. He paused slightly, then looked at Han Qiujuan. Now that things have come to this, I also have a question for you. Han Qiujuan, do you know your crime? Chapter 346. At this moment, Han Qiujuan had gone through the entire psychological process, from a sudden change in expression to a calm, expressionless face, and finally to a state of perfect stillness. He closed his eyes slightly, rested his chin on one hand, and slowly spoke. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The only thing I didn't expect was that Lord Liu would be so adept at twisting the truth. However, the blood of Han Yiren and the others hasn't even dried yet, and you're already spouting nonsense here? Do you really think the heroes of the world are idiots? Lu Xiaoyan sighed. Brother Han, you haven't even asked what's written on this blood-written letter. Do you know that the killing of Han Yiren and the others in Qingchuan Gorge has been fully recorded here? Han Qiujuan subconsciously opened her eyes upon hearing this. She saw Lu Xiaoyan wave his hand, and a group of people walked onto the city wall. The one leading them was none other than Han Yiren. This is impossible. Han Qiujuan's pupils contracted again. This was an unexpected turn of events. Whether it was Chu Qing or Lu Xiaoyan, none of their words were enough to completely convince Han Qiujuan. One reason was that while what they said was true, it was all empty talk. Even if Chu Qing learned a lot from Han Qiuzhe, no one could prove it was all true. What if Chu Qing had fabricated it himself? From Han Qiujuan's perspective, what if Han Qiuzhe had made up some stories before his death to confuse the public? He needed to understand that this matter concerned the life and death of the entire Liexing prefecture. Personal life and death were secondary. He didn't believe Han Qiuzhe would betray the entire Liexing prefecture. Another piece of supporting evidence was that the events at Qingchuan Gorge had already occurred as planned. Since Han Yiren and the others died in Qingchuan Gorge, it meant that the blood-written confession in Chu Qing's possession was also problematic. This allowed him to speak with such conviction and composure. But now, looking at the group walking up the city wall, Han Qiujuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially thought that the people caught in the middle today were from Tianyin Mansion. Now it seemed that Tianyin Mansion had been prepared all along, and those trapped in the net were actually himself and the entire Liexing Mansion. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at Ouyang Tianxiu. He saw that this man still maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Lu Xiaoyan was willing to give all his opponents a second glance, but Han Qiujuan was inherently arrogant. In his view, Ouyang Tianxiu was shallow in his cunning. If he hadn't already known, he would never have remained so calm and composed after such a reversal. For a moment, Han Qiujuan gritted her teeth and asked, You already knew? Ouyang Tianxiu looked puzzled. Know what? Han Qiujuan was confused again. Didn't he know? In this exchange, Han Yiren spoke. He spoke of his relationship with the Han family, and the truth about the Little Cold Valley incident. Some things were not to be told to outsiders, so after hearing Han Yiren's words, many people stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Some were even indignant. So you, Han Yiren, were also colluding with the Heavenly Evil Sect. Han Yiren said helplessly, The Heavenly Evil Sect is powerful. They threatened my blood relatives' lives, and I dared not disobey. Fortunately, the third young Master Han appeared and saved me from danger, allowing me to escape their control and turn the tide. Then, was that blood-written letter real or fake? It all started with Duan Qinghe's blood-written letter. Now that someone has brought it up, it naturally needs to be resolved. Chu Qing waved his hand, and immediately someone came down from the city wall. He himself smiled and said, Valley Master Han abandoned the darkness and embraced the light that day, and we reached an agreement. However, we didn't know who this so-called envoy from the Heavenly Evil Sect was. It turns out this envoy arrived with Duan Qinghe's blood-written letter. Although the Heavenly Evil Sect is ruthless, I doubt they would be willing to sacrifice the lives of their own disciples like this. Therefore, I detained this envoy. And guess what? At this point, two people immediately carried up the person who had brought Duan Qinghe's blood-written letter. Chu Qing calculated with his fingers. More than half a month has passed since the Little Cold Valley gathering. But this corpse? Even now, it hasn't decayed, and the closer one gets, the more one can feel the immense life force within it. He's not dead. Why pretend to be dead? Everyone here is intelligent. I think I don't need to explain further. No one would refuse to be intelligent, so everyone nodded, their faces showing sudden understanding. Of course, only a few truly grasped the meaning of Chu Qing's words. Another group felt they understood, but weren't quite sure of the key point. After a little thought, they understood. But there were also those who were completely clueless. These people nodded mainly because they were afraid of being seen as not understanding. Otherwise, how embarrassing would that be? Furthermore, I also have a copy here, Duan Qinghe's real last letter. The letter states that it was not the Tianyin Mansion that destroyed the Duan clan, but the Liexing Mansion. Han Qiujuan, first you killed Xiang Shanhai, then you destroyed the Duan clan. And now you're pitting this colossal mess on the Tianyin Mansion. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say? Han Qiujuan remained silent, weighing the pros and cons. If Ouyang Tianxiu didn't know all this, he might still have room to maneuver. The biggest problem today is preventing the Liaoyuan Mansion and the Tianyin Mansion from joining forces. But now, it's impossible to completely erase the truth. He immediately took a deep breath and said, I don't know what exactly happened. However, I have never colluded with the heavenly evil sect. Brother Ouyang, you have to believe me. Ouyang Tianqiu nodded, I believe you. Just then, Ouyang Tianfeng came to Ouyang Tianqiu's side, his rough voice trying to lower its voice. The voice spoke, Brother, we blocked the Han family's escape route. They can't escape. Han Qiujuan, Ouyang Tianqiu, After a long while, Ouyang Tianqiu said helplessly, Couldn't you have kept your voice down? Ouyang Tianfeng was puzzled. I already lowered my voice. Ha ha ha. Han Qiujuan laughed loudly. Good, Ouyang Tianqiu. So you've been plotting against me all along. What can I do? Ouyang Tianqiu sighed. This morning, the heavenly evil cult ambushed Han Yiren and his group at Qingchuan Gorge. I was right there watching. I watched the Heavenly Sound Palace appear to rescue them. And then I watched you put on an act in front of me, trying to frame the Heavenly Sound Palace for everything. To be honest, I don't want to believe that you, Han Qiujuan, actually colluded with the heavenly evil cult. Unfortunately, the facts are before us. Even if I don't want to believe it, I can't deny it. Having said this, he spurred his horse forward and said in a deep voice, Han Qiujuan, surrender now, and you still have a way out. Surrender? Han Qiujuan's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, and he sneered, You all knew my plan all along, yet you still put on this show. How could you expect me to surrender? At this point, it's simply a matter of the victor taking all. I am not yet dead, it's too early to talk about defeat. Attack! Upon hearing this, a terrifying killing intent erupted from the Liexing Palace camp. Han Qiujuan took the lead, and a series of bangs echoed around him. He leaped from the golden chair and attacked Ouyang Tianqiu, who was closest to him. 9 transformations of star splitting, each transformation a grade. Han Qiujuan alone leads the 8th grade, truly the pinnacle of the world. Now, a single strike unleashes a thunderous fury, unstoppable by anything. Ouyang Tianqiu was prepared, letting out a soft shout, channeling wildfire force into his palms, leaping into the air, instantly clashing with Han Qiujuan. Boom! This strike was earth-shattering, causing tremors in all directions. Disciples from the 2 nearby families coughed up blood and retreated. Only those with profound internal strength escaped unscathed. At the same time, experts from their clans also appeared. The Han family had Han Qiuyu, Han Qiushuang, and the 7 constellations of the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird from the 24 solar terms. All the experts appeared. The Ouyang family's elite forces couldn't match the Han family's all-out effort. They only brought one expert with them, Ouyang Tianfeng. In this clash of forces, the Wildfire clan immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Ouyang Tianqiu was the first to be attacked. Although his Wildfire force was powerful, it was far inferior to Han Qiujuan's 9 transformations of star splitting, which was at the 8th rank. Unable to overpower his opponent in the internal energy contest, he let out a muffled groan, already at a disadvantage. Han Qiujuan was determined to kill Ouyang Tianqiu first, breaking the Ouyang family's blockade, and then confront the Tianyin mansion. At that time, he would have room to maneuver, whether attacking or defending. But just then, a heavenly sound descended from the sky. Han Qiujuan's expression changed. Without time to think, he forced Ouyang Tianqiu back with a palm strike, his body following the momentum. A hissing sound followed as an invisible force descended from the sky, cleaving a deep crack in the ground where he stood. 100 blood thousand kill melody. However, the one who attacked this time was not Lu Jinghan, but Lu Xiaonian. He sat cross-legged atop the city wall, his hands playing the zither. While simultaneously employing his methods against the Han family, he also launched a surprise attack on Han Qiujuan, temporarily relieving Ouyang Tianqiu's predicament. Ouyang Tianqiu, seeing the opportunity, retreated, no longer engaging Han Qiujuan in direct combat. Han Qiujuan wanted to pursue, but Ouyang Tianqiu, being tall and cunning, was incredibly slippery. She couldn't kill him, and was then forced to kill him from a distance by Lu Xiaonian's sonic attacks. Continuing like this would not only yield no progress, but would also push her to the brink of death. She immediately gestured, break the Heavenly Sound Palace first. Without his command, the 5 tones and 7 laws were already in action. They clashed with the 20 constellations, no, the 21 constellations. In an instant, the arena was filled with killing intent, multicolored cheese swirled and danced, and various kinds of music rose and fell. Han Qiujuan stopped bothering Ouyang Tianqiu and, relying on her superior lightness skill, went straight up to the city wall, intending to fight Lu Xiaonian to the death. Lu Xiaohua laughed heartily and stepped forward. Using her body as a weapon, each step was accompanied by a resounding melody, each melody a slash. With just a few steps forward, Han Qiujuan was already engulfed in endless sharpness. Supreme heavenly sound. Han Qiujuan narrowed his eyes, spreading his arms, a layer of protective energy enveloping his body. He withstood the endless sharpness and charged towards Lu Xiaoyan. He extended a single palm, the palm seemingly imbued with the terrifying power of a star. With just this one strike, the city wall groaned under the weight. This move, from the 9 transformations of star-splitting, has a seemingly commonplace name. Star-splitting hand. One can pluck stars with bare hands. One can shatter stars with bare hands. If stars can be shattered, how much more so a person? Lu Xiaoyan lowered his head, silent, focusing solely on playing music. Layers of sharpness resembled lotus blossoms, overlapping and blooming brilliantly. With a single touch of the star-splitting hand, 2 immense forces were deflected and scattered in all directions. The number of people on the city wall was now dwindling. Han Yiren and the others were still there. They had initially intended to help when the fighting broke out. But Han Qiujuan's star-splitting hand had truly shown them the vast difference in skill among the world's experts. This godlike technique was simply beyond their ability to withstand. They wished they could be further away, to avoid being caught in its blast. Judging from the power they had displayed, a direct hit would be fatal, a mere graze would be an injury. The stalemate lasted only a few breaths before Lu Xiaoyan's lotus-shaped zither music, enveloping him, began to falter. Just as it was about to shatter, a whooshing sound suddenly arrived before Han Qiujuan. It was Lu Xiaohua who had made his move. And not only Lu Xiaohua, but the same zither music arose from both sides, belonging to Lu Qingyan and Lu Jinghan, accompanied by a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The moon rises bright over the sea, its light like a sword's edge. A smile played on Chu Qing's lips. Wu Qianhuan feared no one, no matter how skilled they were, she never lacked the courage to fight. Opportunities to spar with a master like Han Qiujuan were rare. After this battle, her swordsmanship would undoubtedly reach a new level. While Chu Qing was observing the battle, others were also secretly watching him. Masters from the demon-slaying ranking of the Mirror of Karma, they were currently atop the city wall. While infiltrating the Heavenly Sound Palace wouldn't be easy for them, it wasn't particularly difficult either. Now, they were waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to kill with a single blow. Chu Qing's focused attention on the battle presented them with a perfect opportunity. Of course, another opportunity lay when Chu Qing was engaged in combat and unable to attend to other matters. But everything has its pros and cons. While that situation was advantageous, it would also raise Chu Qing's alertness to its peak, making him acutely aware of everything around him, a truly remarkable feat. Therefore, the few people in the shadows exchanged glances. They decided to act immediately. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man quietly turned around, instantly disappearing into the shadows beneath his feet. The shadow behind Chu Qing swayed slightly, and then a figure silently rose from within it. He held something in his hand, resembling a bamboo tube. With the press of a trigger, countless silver rays would shoot forth. At such a distance, no one could withstand it, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Watch out!" The shadow's pupils contracted sharply. This warning was clearly not directed at him. Without even looking at the source of the voice, the trigger activated, and a torrent of cold light, like a waterfall of stars, instantly enveloped Chu Qing's entire body. But the cold light stopped abruptly, when it was still about an inch away from Chu Qing. Golden light enveloped Chu Qing, who slowly turned his head. "I was just getting into the exciting part." "What are you doing?" "You startled me." Chapter 347. Although Chu Qing said, "You scared me," his face remained calm. The shadow, however, the one who had startled him, suddenly contracted its pupils. Without thinking, it instantly disappeared into the shadows, trying to vanish from Chu Qing's sight. "You're already here, why run?" Chu Qing reached out and grabbed at the shadow's head, which hadn't yet disappeared into the shadows. His move seemed slow but was actually fast. Before the shadow could react, its head was already in Chu Qing's grasp. But at that moment, a sharp light suddenly appeared from the city wall beneath his feet, a chilling, bloody blade aimed straight for Chu Qing's forearm. At the same time, a thunderous roar exploded behind him. Without turning around, one could imagine the immense power of the attack from behind. In an instant, Chu Qing was under attack. If he insisted on pulling the shadow out, his wrist and back would inevitably be struck. A moment's carelessness would leave him attacked from both sides. However, Chu Qing showed no intention of letting go of Shadow's hand, instead taking a step forward. The entire Tianjin Prefecture city wall groaned under the weight of the blow. This kick shattered the blade that had been unleashed from below the city wall. But in that instant, he was struck hard in the back. The attacker was none other than Mad Demon Fist, one of the 4 assassins who had attacked earlier that day. His fist techniques were like those of a madman, powerful and unstoppable. Once he struck his opponent, he was like a mad dog, relentless and relentless. Sure enough, after the punch landed, Mad Demon Fist unleashed a torrent of blows, his arms flailing wildly, striking Chu Qing's back repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, he had already thrown over 10 punches. His fists moved in a blur, each punch carrying the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. But as he continued, Mad Demon Fist suddenly sensed something was wrong. Logically speaking, Chu Qing hadn't used any protective techniques at this moment, so even with his profound internal energy, Chu Qing, being a mere mortal, should have had his bones and tendons broken by now. How come after so many punches, this man hadn't even reacted? His punches subconsciously slowed down, which prompted Chu Qing to suddenly turn around. Why did you stop? Continue. Mad Fist, enraged, was about to strike again when his expression suddenly changed drastically. His name was Mad Fist, but he wasn't truly insane. His observation, insight, and analytical abilities were exceptional. Therefore, he immediately noticed the pitiful state of Shadow, whom Chu Qing was holding. Countless bones were broken throughout his body. Blood had even ripped off his disguise, revealing crimson blood beneath. He looked as if half his face had been ripped off, a truly gruesome sight. Just a moment ago, Chu Qing had grabbed Shadow. He and another person attacked simultaneously. In that short time, Chu Qing had no chance to do anything to Shadow. But if that was the case, where did all these injuries come from? Thinking this, the fist he had been preparing still landed on Chu Qing. This punch wasn't as frenzied or powerful as the previous one, but it was still not to be underestimated. However, it struck Chu Qing's chest, which he didn't dodge or evade. Chu Qing was unharmed, but Shadow, whom he was holding, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. It felt like he'd been struck by a powerful punch. In that instant, Mad Demon Fist had a sudden realization. He was beaten like this by me. But how could this be? He was clearly hitting Han San, so how could all the force have landed on the Shadow? Could this Han San actually be a disciple of the Martial Emperor? Is he now using the ultimate technique of 1,000 elements, one way, 10,000 transformations, one unity? Little did he know, although Chu Qing wasn't using 1,000 elements, one way, 10,000 transformations, one unity, it was still a peerless martial art rarely found in the world. He was already proficient in the bright jade skill, and his mastery of the shifting flowers and jade technique was unparalleled. Afterwards, he acquired the great shift of heaven and earth, further elevating his understanding of force to its peak. Combining the two, his mastery of the 4 words borrowing force to counterattack was no less than that of 1,000 elements, one way, 10,000 transformations, one unity. However, the Martial Emperor's 1,000 elements, one way, myriad transformations, one unity is an external to internal approach, progressing from external skills to internal strength. In the world, whether it's fists, feet, fingers, palms, swords, spears, or halberds, any martial art can be countered by him. He has reached the pinnacle of external skills, achieving absolute dominance in techniques. Luo Wuxuang couldn't defeat Chu Qing for 2 reasons. Firstly, his internal strength was far inferior to Chu Qing's. Secondly, his own skill hadn't reached its peak. Simply rotating Chu Qing's 18 subduing dragon palms exhausted him, even causing him to bleed from his 7 orifices. This is almost entirely contrary to the principle of 1,000 elements, one way, myriad transformations, one unity. I don't use my power, the opponent's power counters my own. Achieving the Martial Emperor's invincibility is simply impossible. The difference is almost immeasurable. Therefore, Chu Qing killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. While Chu Qing, relying on his mastery of the transplanting flowers and jade and great shift of the universe techniques, wouldn't claim to be invincible like a Martial Emperor, ordinary fists and kicks, no matter how fierce or domineering, wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. When the Mad Demon Fist's fist struck, he happened to be holding the Shadow. So he simply took the opportunity to transfer his force to the Shadow. It must be mentioned that the power of the Mad Demon Fist was indeed extraordinary. Chu Qing distributed his force as evenly as possible throughout the Shadow's body. If it had been concentrated in one point, the Shadow would probably have been reduced to dust. Even now, not a single bone remained intact on his body. Death was only a thought away. Seeing the change in the Mad Demon Fist's expression, Chu Qing smiled. "You're not fighting anymore? Then let me take your turn." Upon hearing this, the Mad Demon Fist didn't even hesitate and turned to run. His fist techniques were like those of a madman, powerful and heavy, but he was ultimately not a true madman. His martial arts were useless against Chu Qing. Once the other became serious, he would surely die. In this situation, if he didn't run, when would he? But how could Chu Qing let him escape? With a flick of his fingers, the 13th level of the Divine Jade 9 Chapters Internal Energy Technique, let alone the Mad Demon Fist, would have staggered even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were present. He was pulled back by Chu Qing with almost no power to resist. But at that moment, a blade of light silently rose, not aimed at him, but at a young man watching him from a short distance away. By the time the young man reacted, the blade of light was already inches away. Without thinking, Chu Qing flung the Mad Demon Fist he had just captured away. With his profound internal energy cultivation, Mad Demon Fist, despite throwing someone, arrived before the blade's edge, striking even after being thrown later. Seeing the blade's sharp edge, and knowing that a slight misstep would be fatal, Mad Demon Fist roared and slammed his fists like thunder, crashing down on the blade's light. A deafening explosion. The violent shockwave from the collision of the blade and the fist shattered a small section of the city wall. A black-clad swordsman finally revealed himself. But upon looking up, he saw Mad Demon Fist's grim face, and recalling the brief exchange, the swordsman's expression changed instantly. "It's you?" Cannot withstand a direct confrontation, retreat. Fleeing 1,000 miles after a missed attack is the standard operating procedure for an assassin. The swordsman, whose blade's light had been shattered by Chu Qing's foot, should have left immediately. He didn't leave because he wanted to eliminate the traitor before departing. In the swordsman's view, if it weren't for this newcomer suddenly warning Chu Qing to be careful, even if Shadow's attack hadn't killed Chu Qing, it should have at least injured him, and they wouldn't be in this predicament. After all, while Shadow's martial arts weren't the most skilled among them, they were the most unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Thinking that a mere be careful had ruined their promising situation, the swordsman naturally didn't want the recently rising star, Bone Crusher, to have an easy time. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to kill Bone Crusher, but he also inexplicably clashed head-on with Mad Demon Fist. Now, hearing Mad Demon Fist's words, he didn't hesitate and turned to leave with Mad Demon Fist. But as he turned back, he saw Chu Qing standing with his hands behind his back, in the path they were destined to take. His gaze, however, wasn't fixed on them, but rather on the fierce battle raging before the city gates. The fighting among martial artists was entirely different from the charges of ordinary soldiers. The moves were far more flamboyant, the battlefield ablaze with crisscrossing chi, a dazzling display of silver light. Dangers of all kinds filled the air. Chu Qing's attention was primarily focused on the 21 constellations, and the 5 tones and 7 laws, the Lu family branch, and Ouyang Tianxiu and Ouyang Tianfeng. Occasionally, he would glance at Han Qiujuan, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Han Qiujuan's 9 transformations of the Rending Star was indeed an unparalleled skill. With each breakthrough in one of the 9 acupoints in his body, his internal energy would advance by leaps and bounds. An 8th grade 9 transformations of the Rending Star already placed him among the pinnacle of internal energy cultivation in the martial world. So much so that, despite fighting against multiple opponents, he hadn't yet shown any signs of weakness. Even with Lu Xiaohua possessing the supreme heavenly sound, defeating him would be extremely difficult. After glancing at him, Chu Qing spoke softly. "When did you first have this thought?" The question was abrupt. Mad Demon Fist and the swordsman exchanged a glance, somewhat confused, thinking Chu Qing was asking when they had conceived the idea of assassinating him. Then they heard another voice from the side. "Ever since learning about your grudge with the Mirror of Karma, I had this idea." The 2 men turned sharply to look at the bone-shattering hand. These 2 know each other. And what are they talking about? Han-san has a grudge with the Mirror of Karma. What kind of grudge? Chu Qing sighed. If I hadn't met Ghost Lantern Wuchan beforehand and only then learned of your death, I probably would have thought you were killed by Ghost Lantern Wuchan too. You seen Hozuki Gasho? Chu Tian's voice held a hint of doubt. You didn't kill him? No. Chu Qing shook his head. You were too hasty in this matter. Although Hozuki Gasho is known as a demon, there's more to the story. That pitiful monk is quite pathetic. Chu Tian paused, then sighed. So there's more to it than meets the eye. I was indeed too hasty. Luckily he didn't die, otherwise, I would be the one who should have died. Let's go home. Chu Qing said softly. Qian Huan said that your sister-in-law is pregnant now. You weren't by her side for the first half, so you should go back and stay with her for the second half. What? Chu Tian suddenly looked up. You chi-shi? He paused, then subconsciously chuckled, but immediately felt a pang of sadness. How could it be such a coincidence? I wasn't there when she needed me most. His expression became complicated again. But if I leave, wouldn't all my previous efforts be in vain? Chu Qing turned back to look at the battle outside Tianlai City and said softly, after this battle, the situation in Lingbei will likely undergo a change. The mirror of karma. I will definitely find a way to erase it from the southern region. Having said that, his gaze fell on Mad Fist and the swordsman. He only glanced at Mad Fist's face before finally looking at the swordsman. Li Xingxing, I ask you, where did your heart-transforming demonic skill come from? You? The swordsman's face immediately darkened. The one who destroyed my autumn food manor was indeed you. Chu Qing lowered his eyes, and suddenly raised a palm. Li Xingxing roared, brandishing a single-edged sword, unleashing a blinding crimson aura. He wielded the 8 suffering-slaying karma blade with the heart-transforming demonic art. The 8 suffering-slaying karma blade was actually a Buddhist martial art, its blade imbued with the 8 sufferings of the human world, using these sufferings as its blade to sever karmic burdens. Li Xingxing hadn't fully grasped the mysteries of this sword technique, relying solely on his internal energy, yet its power was still considerable. But now, aided by the heart-transforming demonic art, the perfectly fine Buddhist compassionate blade was transformed into crimson lotuses, its danger making his opponent feel as if they were in the deepest hell. However, these crimson lotuses couldn't withstand Chu Qing's palm strike. With a single palm strike, the crimson lotuses transformed into flames, vanishing in an instant. The palm strike landed with a resounding bang. The single blade shattered, and a hand gripped Li Xingxing's chest. Terror filled Li Xingxing's eyes, and he couldn't help but cry out, "Help!" But before he could utter a single word, the Mad Fist had completely lost its madness. He was like a fish that had slipped through the net, frantically, even desperately, trying to seize this opportunity to escape. Chu Qing smiled, grabbed Li Xingxing with one arm, spun around, and hurled him like a hidden weapon. His hidden weapon technique was extremely profound. Li Xingxing had never imagined he would have the ability to teleport. 1 second, he could see the Mad Fist turning back to look at him, his face full of urgency and anger. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It was as if he had smashed something. After a dizzying spin, he found himself lying powerless on top of the Mad Fist's corpse. The man's neck was completely twisted, smashed by an immense force. Chu Tian grimaced, "Your martial arts have reached a level I can't comprehend." Chu Qing smiled, about to speak, when suddenly a sound rang out. Like the beating of a heart, or the sound of pounding drums. Boom! 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 9 consecutive booms, shaking the heavens and earth. Chapter 348. Dust billowed before the city gates. Before this, Han Qiujuan had single-handedly fought against Lu Xiaoyan, Lu Xiaohua, and his sister, along with a group of younger members. With her 8th grade 9 transformations of the Rending Star, she held her own. The change began with the sudden appearance of Ouyang Tianqiu. As the Lord of Liaoyuan Prefecture, he couldn't possibly be easily restrained by others, as Han Qiujuan had imagined. He appeared unable to escape, but in reality, he had been secretly observing. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, he flashed behind Han Qiujuan, catching her off guard with a sparkling flame. Following closely were Lu Xiaoyan and his son's 100 blood 1000 kill melody, Lu Xiaohua's supreme heavenly sound, Wu Qianhuan's dawn moon lonely cold sword technique, plus Su Ningzhen's sex ultimate technique, and Wenru's family's 9 heaven star finger. All these unique skills were unleashed simultaneously without hesitation. In that instant, sonic booms filled the sky, killing intense surge like a boiling sea, and swords flew like a continuous, relentless wind, all converging to send Han Qiujuan to his doom. The immense power unleashed, sweeping across the heavens and earth, creating a deafening roar and causing massive ripples before the city gates. Han Qiujuan was struck down from midair, dust billowing into the air. Just as everyone thought they had defeated this formidable opponent, 9 deafening explosions suddenly erupted from within the dust. Boom! 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 Each sound was like a thunderclap, growing louder and louder. Eventually, each tremor caused blood to boil, and those with weaker martial arts skills felt a splitting headache. The 9 explosions continued, until finally, the earth shook and the heavens trembled. The sound shattered their joy of victory. Both Lu Xiaoyan and Ouyang Tianqiu wore solemn expressions. Everyone knew that the Han family's secret technique was the 9 transformations of star splitting, and everyone understood that each advancement in the 9 transformations brought a dramatic change in martial arts prowess. These 9 sounds, could it be that Han Qiujuan, at the brink of death, had broken through to the 9th level? To be honest, for a moment, Ouyang Tianqiu had an urge to flee. 8th level Han Qiujuan's martial arts already surpassed Lu Xiaoyan and Lu Xiaohua's. His own attack was only successful due to a sneak attack. If Han Qiujuan were to break through to the 9th rank of 9 transformations of star splitting, who in this arena could stand against him today? Chu Tian shook his head. What's going on? This is... Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qing's expression changed slightly. Not good. Leave this person alive. Don't kill him. With a flick of his sleeve, a hissing sound was heard. Before Li Xingxing could even react, the person Chu Qing was referring to was himself. Both his legs had already been severed by Chu Qing. The next moment, Chu Qing had vanished without a trace. Chu Tian wanted to curse. Why kill him so severely? His legs are broken, blood is gushing out, he needs to stop the bleeding quickly. Otherwise, he dies soon. Chu Tian hurriedly went to stop the bleeding from Li Xingxing's legs. But there was still no change in the mist. Wu Qianhuan stood atop the wall, sword in one hand, her gaze fixed on the swirling dust, when a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in her heart. Just as he was about to leap aside, he suddenly felt a tightness around him, and was involuntarily pulled away by a force. Looking up, he met Chu Qing's gaze. Without thinking, he reached out and grasped Chu Qing's hand. Almost simultaneously, a hand pierced through where Wu Qianhuan had been standing. Han Qiujuan suddenly appeared, his eyes showing slight hesitation. Having fought with these people earlier, he had already discovered that Lu Xiaohua cared deeply for this girl, and the girl's swordsmanship was truly annoying. He had intended to kill her first, but unexpectedly, his surefire strike had missed. What kind of person was the Lord of the Rending Star Palace? He wouldn't easily give up on what he set out to do. If one strike missed, then another would do. With a tap of his foot, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Chu Qing. He pointed a finger directly at Wu Qianhuan in Chu Qing's arms. Chu Qing remained silent. With a thought, he struck out with his palm. His fingers and palm didn't actually touch, but the immense force they carried caused them to collide violently. A violent roar erupted, and Han Qiujuan was immediately sent flying backward, his face filled with astonishment. Lu Xiaoyan and the others were right. There is immense terror in the face of death. Ouyang Qianshu's sneak attack had put him in a near-death situation. Unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into a blessing in disguise, allowing him to finally advance to the 9th rank of the 9 transformations of star splitting, his internal energy cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, far surpassing what he had before. He thought that with his current abilities, he could kill whomever he wanted. But unexpectedly, he couldn't even kill a little girl. What's more, in a contest of internal strength, he couldn't even defeat this Han San. Instead, he was forced back by Han San's internal force. The only consolation was that Han San, despite his own formidable cultivation, had also retreated. But then he thought, what was this? A draw? Han Qiujuan still couldn't accept it. He was the high and mighty lord of the Rift Star Palace, a highly respected senior figure in the martial world. To be evenly matched with an unknown youth was already a defeat. He pondered this as he searched for balance in midair. Just then, the sound of a zither filled the sky, the 100 blood 1,000 kill melody accompanying Lu Xiaohua's supreme heavenly sound. Heaven and earth confrontation as it descended. The previous Han Qiujuan, facing this combined attack, would have had to retreat. But now, he spread his sleeves and let out a long roar. A surge of internal energy spread along with the sound. A deafening buzzing sound filled the air. Forces clashed, the music and sound waves collided, reverberating throughout the surrounding area, creating a deafening roar. Then, a series of sharp, clanging sounds rang out. First, Lu Qingyan's string snapped, followed by Lu Jingyan's, and finally, Lu Xiaoyan's 5 fingers struck the music, his energy dissipating, and blood gushing from his 7 orifices. He looked up at Han Qiujuan standing in the center of the arena. You really did achieve the 9th rank. Seeing this, Han Qiujuan's frustration from her earlier exchange with Chu Qing, where she had failed to gain the upper hand, finally eased slightly. He wondered if he hadn't been able to unleash the full power of his 9th grade 9 transformations of star splitting earlier. After all, he had just broken through, and it seemed reasonable that he wasn't yet familiar with the flow of internal energy. So that's why the young man had managed to exploit an opening. Although he felt that possibility was unlikely, asking him to admit that Chu Qing's martial arts were no less than his own 9th grade 9 transformations of star splitting was asking the impossible. Hearing Lu Xiaoyan's words and seeing his expression, he couldn't help but smile. Lu Xiaoyan, now that things have come to this, do you still intend to resist? I have now obtained the 9th grade 9 transformations of star splitting, and looking across the world, there are few who can rival me. The small Tianyin Palace can be destroyed with a flick of the finger from now on. And what makes you think you can compete with me? Are you planning to laugh loudly and shout that you are the only one who can rule this world? Chu Qing's voice came from another direction. He had already put Wu Qianhuan down, but was holding the injured sword in his hand. The Azure Knight sword had not been drawn for a long time, because if the Knight Emperor didn't draw it, there was no need for the Azure Knight sword to be drawn. Anyway, Wu Qianhuan was right beside him, so using the injured sword was the same. Chu Qing never really cared about his weapon. He walked forward with his sword, laughing as he went. I advise you not to do this. The last person who did it died a terrible death. Han San. Han Qiujuan suddenly turned to Chu Qing, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the end, I underestimated you. A mere unknown junior, you first killed Han Qiujuan, then Han Qiuzhe. If it weren't for you, would I have ended up in this state? You truly deserve to die. Chu Qing slapped his forehead upon hearing this. I knew I'd forgotten something. He turned his gaze to the still fiercely contested battlefield and shouted, Where is Han Qiuyu? Who called me? Han Qiuyu and Han Qiushuang were fighting alongside the 21 constellations against the 5 tones and 7 laws, while the 5 tones and 7 laws were being aided by Ouyang Tianfeng and the disciples of the Liaoyuan mansion. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. However, perhaps because their martial arts skills were evenly matched, there had been no casualties so far. Therefore, upon Chu Qing's question, Han Qiuyu actually answered. Chu Qing smiled upon seeing this, and his figure vanished without a trace. He was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the distance disappeared beneath his feet. Han Qiujuan was stunned, suddenly realizing what Chu Qing was about to do, and immediately roared, You dare! But before he could finish uttering those 2 words, a severed head was already in Chu Qing's hand. The wound was concealed, without a trace of blood. Chu Qing flicked his wrist, tossing the head to Su Ningzhen. Catch! Su Ningzhen sheathed his short sword and quickly caught the head, tears faintly visible in his eyes. Han Qiujuan was enraged. Han San, you killed my brothers. I will never forgive you. With that, he tapped his foot, his figure vanishing without a trace. Then in a flash, he had closed the Tinjiang distance between them, and then disappeared again. He reappeared, now above Chu Qing's head. He gathered inner energy in his palm, and with a single palm descending from the sky, unleashed the star-splitting hand. His hand could pluck stars, and shatter them. Splitting stars with a single hand astonished the world, but this palm strike missed its mark. Chu Qing's voice came from behind him. Not bad power, but too slow. A smug glint flashed in Han Qiujuan's eyes. With a spun turn, the palm that should have landed on empty air was now aimed at Chu Qing's chest and abdomen. But Chu Qing, sword in hand, casually unleashed a palm strike with his right. You're courting death. Seeing that Chu Qing dared to challenge him in palm power, Han Qiujuan's arrogance nearly leaped out of his eyes. Thinking back on the previous situation, he concluded that he hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Chu Qing shouldn't have been able to catch it at all. But now it's different. This star-splitting hand move was aimed at killing. The power of the star-splitting hand is inherently different from ordinary palm strikes, and combined with the 9th rank 9 transformations of star-splitting, even if the person standing before him wasn't a human, Han Qiujuan was confident he could fight them head-on. Quickly, a loud bang was heard. The 2 palms had already collided, their energy flowing, like a whirlwind surrounding them. How is this possible? Han Qiujuan was dumbfounded. The confidence he had gained from the 9th rank 9 transformations of star-splitting vanished in an instant. This time, neither he nor Chu Qing retreated. It was still a draw. What are you doubting? Chu Qing suddenly laughed, and the next moment, he casually stuck the wound into the ground. Come, let me see your skills. As he spoke, his left hand shot out, and Han Qiujuan had no choice but to parry. But unexpectedly, this parry went on and on. Chu Qing's palm techniques were swift and rapid, yet continuous, like a sudden storm, flowing smoothly without a single flaw. If Han Qiujuan's internal strength far surpassed Chu Qing's, he could still use his superior internal strength to disrupt the transitions between his moves. But no matter what force he exerted, Chu Qing could naturally parry, and then strike again with even greater power. Both of them fought with speed, their feet moving quickly, their bodies shifting rapidly, and their attacks even faster. Few of the onlookers could clearly see their exchange, many could only see their silhouettes, but couldn't understand what they were doing, how they attacked, how they parried. It was all a blur. Those who could see clearly were all dumbfounded. They realized Han Qiujuan was being thoroughly beaten by Chu Qing. Lu Xiaonian wiped the blood from the corner of her eye and glanced at her younger sister. When you gave birth to him, did you have some kind of secret? If you had a secret, Would you still be planning to have another one with my sister-in-law? Lu Xiaohua retorted irritably. Lu Xiaonian glanced at her son and sighed. If there really was such a secret, I would tell your nephew, so he could also give birth to such a great master. You should hurry up and wipe the blood off your face. Lu Xiaohua took out a silk handkerchief from her sleeve and threw it to Lu Xiaonian. You look like you're about to die. Lu Xiaonian could enjoy the spectacle and joke around, but she couldn't laugh. After all, how strong was Han Qiujuan, a 9th grade 9 transformations of star splitting, unknown to others? She had just faced him head-on. Even though her son seemed to have the upper hand against such an opponent, she dared not let her guard down. Ouyang Tianqiu stood on the other side of the city wall, watching Chu Qing and Han Qiujuan's battle, and felt a slight sense of relief. But this relief wasn't complete. On one hand, today's crisis was resolved, but what about after today? With Tianjin Prefecture gaining such a powerful expert, and the 3 prefectures losing Liexing Prefecture, the 2 prefectures would now stand side by side, inevitably leading to conflict. At that time, what would his Liaoyuan Prefecture use to fight against Tianjin Prefecture? Just as he thought of this, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. A strong sense of danger suddenly overwhelmed him. Looking up, he saw that although the sky was clear today, for some reason, it seemed to be filled with dark clouds, the air so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. Just then, he suddenly noticed that on the city wall, there was someone else. Chapter 349. Today, everyone on the city wall, except for a few juniors, is a master. Even among the juniors, the swordswoman's internal energy cultivation is outstanding. With so many masters gathered here, how come no one noticed when someone who shouldn't be here appeared on the city wall? Who is this person? Ouyang Tianqiu felt a chill creep into his heart, sensing that this impending doom might be related to this person. At the same time, a clear killing intent, palpable to everyone, suddenly came from afar. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction, only to see that the once clear sky had unknowingly been stained with a blood-red hue. The blood-red color wasn't static, it spread gradually, eventually covering half the sky. An enemy is attacking. Ouyang Tianqiu immediately looked at Lu Xiaonian. Just then, Lu Xiaonian's gaze fell upon them. Their eyes met, and Ouyang Tianqiu's eyes were filled with confusion, while Lu Xiaonian blinked. In an instant, Ouyang Tianqiu erupted in fury. Lu Xiaonian, who are they? Who else could it be? Lu Xiaonian rolled his eyes. Naturally, it's the Heavenly Evil Sect. The Heavenly Evil Sect's original plan was to frame the Tianjin Mansion, with the Han family bringing the Ouyang family along to utterly crush the Tianjin Mansion. To achieve this, not only was the Little Cold Valley meeting necessary, but also the Qingchuan Gorge plot. At the final moment, someone from the Heavenly Evil Sect needed to appear and definitively prove the Tianjin Mansion's collusion with the Heavenly Evil Sect. However, the script had now been drastically altered by Chu Qing. The Qingchuan Gorge plot, instead of proving the Tianjin Mansion's collusion with the Heavenly Evil Sect, had become irrefutable evidence of framing the Tianjin Mansion. The Heavenly Evil cult disciples, who were supposed to appear, didn't show up at all because news of the Divine Sound Waterfall had leaked. Instead, they revealed the current scene of overwhelming killing intent and an overwhelming army pressing in. To be honest, Lu Xiaonian was secretly shocked at this moment. Although he knew this was Chu Qing's purpose, to use a ruse to lure the enemy out and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. But now it seemed that this net wasn't quite enough. The opponent's arrival was far too astonishing. At the same time, this scene was also witnessed by Han Qiujuan, who was fighting Chu Qing. He was forced into a passive position by Chu Qing's palms. Although he already possessed the 9th grade 9 transformations of star-splitting internal energy, almost enough to be among the top masters in the world, he was still powerless against Chu Qing. He had used all his strength. At first, he could still exchange blows, but as the fight progressed, he gradually became only able to parry, unable to retaliate. The complex emotions swirling within him were almost indescribable. Anger, shock, loss, depression, disbelief. These emotions mingled together, ultimately transforming into an utterly bitter despair. But before he could even savor the bitter fruit of this despair, he witnessed the dramatic change unfolding in the arena. Just then, Chu Qing seemed equally stunned by the scene, his movements slowing by a mere breath. A breath might be insignificant to others, but for Han Qiujuan, it was a chance to catch his breath. He leaped forward, instantly creating distance between himself and Chu Qing. Turning to gaze at the sky, he suddenly burst into laughter. The Lord of War has arrived. Han San, the Lord of War's army is pressing in. Today, you are doomed. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Qing. Seeing him hesitate and remain silent, he assumed he was afraid, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Qing was currently deep in thought. The Lord of War's martial arts were absolutely extraordinary. Even Lu Xiaohua, with his supreme heavenly sound techniques, could only exchange a few blows before being severely injured. From the fragmented information he had gathered earlier, Chu Qing knew that the Lord of War's identity was quite special. He wasn't one of the 12 holy kings, yet he could rival them. His high status was evident. If this person had truly come, then today they had truly caught a big fish. Chu Qing pondered carefully, feeling that with Han San's martial arts, he might not be able to gain the upper hand in this battle. Today, he would probably have to use his full strength to fight this Lord of War properly. With so many aliases gathered together, it was actually too early to discuss this now. However, if it's to deal with the Lord of War, it might not be worth it, but this means some of the original plans have to be moved forward. His thoughts were too numerous and complex, leading Han Qiujuan to mistakenly believe he was afraid. Just as she was feeling pleased, Chu Qing suddenly looked up at her. The icy killing intent in his eyes sent a chill down Han Qiujuan's spine. Not good. This person seemed to be intentionally suppressing his strength during their earlier fight. Now, with a change in the situation, the Lord of War might appear. So, the other party has already decided to kill. Sure enough, Chu Qing spread his arms, gathering energy from all directions within his palms. For a moment, the world seemed silent, only a buzzing sound filled his mind. Then, Chu Qing's arm movements changed, and both palms thrust out simultaneously. The palm force coalesced like a surging tide, causing Chu Qing's clothes to billow and his hair to fly wildly. The boundless palm force resembled a towering wave, rolling and crashing, overwhelming and roaring towards him. Chu Qing had used this move, overwhelming force, from the cloud-dispelling palm technique before, at the Rending Star Palace. Back then, countless Han family disciples fell victim to this palm technique in the alleyways. But now, when Chu Qing used it again, its power was incomparable to that of before. At this moment, Han Qiujuan felt as if he were not facing a human being, but an endless ocean. He was standing on a vast ocean, watching the raging winds and rain, the lightning and thunder, the towering waves reaching tens of meters high, looking up at the immense power of heaven and earth. How laughable it was for human strength to contend with the power of heaven and earth. A sudden feeling of insignificance arose in his heart. He only wanted to shrink back and quietly await his predetermined fate. But the instant this thought arose, it was as if stars shone brightly within him, twinkling and burning his soul. He instantly realized that the 9 major acupoints of the 9 transformations of the star-splitting technique were flashing within his body. Qi Hai, Shen Ke, Ju Ke, Tan Zhong, Xian Ji, Ming Men, Ling Tai, Bai Hui, Shen Ting. A point of light, then another, gradually connected into a line. Starting from Qi Hai, it traversed the Ren and Du meridians, finally converging at Shen Ting. Like the process of transforming from human to God. Yes! Human strength cannot contend with the power of heaven and earth, but God's can. The so-called great power of heaven and earth is nothing but divine creation. I, Han Qiujuan, with the 9th rank of the 9 transformations of the star-splitting technique, have achieved the supreme realm of the 9 stars alignment. Not to mention that the one standing before me is merely a mortal. Even if he were a god from heaven, I would kill him in one fell swoop. A point of spiritual light, like the primordial chaos at the beginning of creation. In an instant, the chaotic chaos dissipated, allowing Han Qiujuan's mind to become completely clear. His consciousness shifted rapidly, the transformation of various thoughts seemingly lengthy, yet occurring in a single moment. Han Qiujuan raised his eyes, took a step forward, and 9 loud booms resounded from within his body once more. But unlike before, previously each boom was distinct, with a clear interval between them. Now, these 9 booms were continuous. As the sound rang out, Han Qiujuan assumed a bow stance, drawing his fist as if drawing a bow. Suddenly, a point of starlight leaped from his fist, followed by a second, a third, and 9 more points of starlight, swirling around his fist. The immense power was beyond Han Qiujuan's complete control. Even a single point caused the ground to tremble violently, revealing cracks. Han Qiujuan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Han San. This time next year will be your death day. It wasn't that Han Qiujuan insisted on shouting this before attacking, he simply couldn't hold it in any longer. His internal energy was at its peak, like a sack overflowing with power. If he didn't release a sliver of it, he would explode on the spot before even throwing this punch. Now that he had spoken, his punch, condensing the power of 9 stars, could finally be unleashed. However, before Chu Qing could act, a massive, overwhelming wave had already engulfed him. Amidst this surge, Han Qiujuan's hair flew wildly, his face contorted and distorted beyond recognition, as he unleashed a punch of boundless power to meet Chu Qing's overwhelming palm strike. Starlight exploded, splitting mountains and cleaving seas, flowing upstream. At this moment, even Chu Qing's eyes couldn't help but gleam with a glimmer of light. He secretly exclaimed in admiration, "What a magnificent 9 stars alignment! Truly, astoundingly brilliant." Watching the fist strike rise in succession, each flash of the stars increasing its power, Chu Qing didn't amplify the force of the mountain-shattering strike. Instead, he intentionally reduced it. As a result, the mountain-shattering strike completely lost momentum. Not good. The onlookers, witnessing this, all paled. Lu Xiaohua's heart pounded with fear, and Wu Qianhuan instinctively rushed forward. But at that moment, 2 more figures suddenly appeared. One, enveloped in endless gray mist, descended from the sky, like a mountain spirit riding on dark clouds. The moment it approached, the gray mist transformed into a giant palm, its power immense, over 10 zhang in length and width. The gray mist churned, even containing lightning, sealing off the space above. The other figure appeared behind Chu Qing. The person who had appeared earlier was shrouded in gray mist, their features obscured. However, the person who appeared behind Chu Qing was clearly visible to everyone. It was a woman, but her stature was unusually tall. Her beauty was breathtaking, and she possessed an exceptionally unique aura. It seemed that anyone, regardless of gender, would be captivated by her at first glance. She stood still, her fingers deftly forming a plum blossom shape, and with a gentle flick, a plum blossom-like burst of true energy shot towards Chu Qing's back. At this moment, the already bloodshot-eyed crowd was plunged into despair. Han Qiujuan's 9 stars linked strike was truly earth-shattering. The 2 who had suddenly appeared unleashed a barrage of deadly attacks. Chu Qing had only 2 directions to escape, left or right. However, the pull of the energy meant that even if he managed to dodge, he would inevitably be severely injured. In this situation, what should be done? Wu Qianhuan was anxious, regretting that she was too slow to reach Chu Qing in time to take his place. Lu Xiaohua roared to the sky, his cry like a phoenix dancing in the heavens, but it was too late to help. Just then, Chu Qing completely withdrew his overwhelming attack. Han Qiujuan, seeing reinforcements arrive, was filled with smug satisfaction. Die! 3 forces, powerful enough to move mountains and overturn seas, arrived in the blink of an eye, but Chu Qing's lips merely curled into a slight smile. He first reached out, and Han Qiujuan's terrifying 9 stars linked force landed in his palm, the power inexhaustible and surging. Chu Qing met it with a palm, extending his left arm, starlight bursting from his palm, to meet the plum blossom true energy behind him. The starlight and plum blossom touched, instantly unleashing boundless power. The ground exploded with a deafening roar, dust and stones flying everywhere, cracks spreading in all directions, stretching for dozens of feet. The experts from the 3 prefectures, locked in combat in the distance, were inevitably caught in the aftershocks. Even the walls of Tianlai City showed huge wounds beneath the cracks. The cracks didn't stop, spreading into the city. The scene they left behind was truly shocking. At the same time, a palm strike, shrouded in gray mist and crackling with lightning, slammed down on Chu Qing's head. Chu Qing looked up, his body contorting, the plum blossom true qi, and the power of the 9 stars linked beads instantly enveloping his entire body. The opposing forces vanished without a trace, as if Chu Qing had single-handedly shouldered all the force. He simply spread his arms, assuming the raising hands to support the sky stance. But the original cloud-dispelling palm power didn't materialize. Instead, his left hand emitted chi like plum blossoms, and his right palm shone with starlight. The 2 forces combined, their power soaring to the heavens. They slammed into the gray mist palm. In an instant, the gray mist palm was torn apart by the 2 forces, a muffled groan escaping from within. The gray mist swirled, and was suddenly thrown back more than 10 feet. Once he regained his footing and the gray mist dissipated, a man in a gray robe with a smile embroidered on his sleeve stood there, looking distressed. He opened his mouth to laugh, but couldn't. This was because Chu Qing's raising hands to the sky move had succeeded, but he wasn't letting up. Seeing Chu Qing raise his hand to strike him again, he couldn't help but curse, outrageous. This was clearly a situation where 2 clans fight, and a third party benefits. How come in the end, the third party was dragged into the water? He activated his profound energy, gray mist swirling behind him, surging upwards, his figure half hidden, half revealed within the gray mist. He thrust out both palms to meet Chu Qing's attack. The 2 clashed from a distance, their internal energies colliding in midair. The laughing prince felt that his lifelong cultivation of the sorrowful cloud melody, the immense internal energy he had acquired through countless schemes and tricks, seemed utterly useless at this moment. Looking at the people on either side of Chu Qing, he couldn't help but shout, "He's using your strength against me. Why aren't you withdrawing your strength?" In truth, these two had already noticed the trick when Chu Qing used the 9 stars link strike to block the Plum Blossom true energy. However, once the force was absorbed, whether to withdraw or not was not up to either of them. Chu Qing's internal energy possessed an unusual stickiness. Once absorbed, there was no escape. Forcibly breaking free would inevitably result in a backlash from the internal energy. Only by continuously increasing their strength, making it difficult for Chu Qing to manipulate his immense internal energy, and ultimately causing him to lose his footing, could they turn the tide. Therefore, they were now like arrows released from a bow. How they flew, and who they ultimately landed on were no longer in their own hands. Chapter 350. The battles of the martial world, where life and death are fought with martial prowess, are always unpredictable. Just a moment ago, everyone thought Chu Qing was doomed. Han Xiujuan's 9 stars alignment, coupled with the sudden appearance of 2 top-tier experts launching a sneak attack, meant that anyone in Chu Qing's situation would have no choice but to await death. But this despair hadn't even had time to spread. The situation had already reversed. Chu Qing actually used the combined strength of the two to launch a counterattack against a third person. Now, using his inner energy, without any of his own strength, he forced his opponent to retreat step by step. The man was surrounded by billowing gray mist, barely managing to withstand the 2 forces Chu Qing was unleashing. The veins on his forehead were almost bursting, yet he couldn't push the force away even an inch. He roared, hoping the other 2 would stop their aiding and abetting of Chu Qing. Unfortunately, the 2 were also powerless to resist, feeling that no matter how they answered, it would be wrong, so they simply kept silent. This infuriated the man so much that his nose twisted. You are truly outrageous. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? If this continues, not only will we not be able to kill this scoundrel today, but all 3 of us will perish here. The 2 did not answer, but Chu Qing said with a smile, "Why does Prince Xiao have to make such a fuss? Aren't you afraid of losing face? You actually recognize me?" Prince Xiao was slightly taken aback. "I have the honor of hearing your sorrowful clouds melody today." Chu Qing suddenly turned his head to look at the woman. The woman had attacked from behind Chu Qing earlier, but Chu Qing had shifted his position, and was now on his left, able to see her with a turn of his head. "I once had the honor of meeting a young Master Mei at 7 Plum Manor. And I seen Prince Mei's statue before at 7 Plum Manor. But Prince Mei today is different from that day. The statue is naked." Prince Mei said with a smile, "Today, young master, you can't see it clearly. Why don't you surrender, and I strip you naked so you can see it properly?" Too dirty, too dirty." Chu Qing shook his head repeatedly. "Although our fates are life and death, it's wrong of you to insult my eyes like this before you die." Prince Mei was indeed no ordinary woman. She chuckled, "If I could go to paradise for a day, what would I care about this body being stained with dust? Young master, you haven't experienced the pleasure I can bring you, yet you make such a judgment. That's too arbitrary." Hearing them speak like this, Prince Xiao was even more furious. "So you can speak? Why did you pretend to be deaf and dumb just now?" Prince Mei was speechless, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Chu Qing, however, kindly explained, "Don't blame her. She's caught in a bind. If she stops now, she surely injure herself, and she might even die. Taking action can protect her for a time. Her own life is still uncertain. But at least there's a chance, and compared to the life of Prince Xiao, the chance of survival is naturally more important. I suppose this Lord Han shares the same thought." Han Xiujuan sneered, "Everyone for themselves, or the world will destroy them." Prince Xiao couldn't laugh at these words. "Everyone for themselves, or the world will destroy them," he thought, finding the saying reasonable. But the problem was, even if you act for yourselves, you're destroying me. He could clearly feel the 2 attacking forces growing stronger. He was beginning to lose his grip. Once these 2 forces broke through his counterattack, it was uncertain whether this overwhelming power could kill him instantly, but he would certainly be severely injured. Just as Chu Qing had said, in this situation, a severe injury would likely be followed by death. As they unleashed their full inner strength, a massive ring of qi formed around the 4 of them. No one else could get close, or they would be instantly killed by the overflowing qi. Wu Qianhuan stopped, looking up, but couldn't clearly see the situation. She couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Xiaohua, who had also regained her composure. She softly said, "Don't panic. Trust him." Wu Qianhuan knew that at this moment, she had no choice but to trust him. Chu Tian, watching this scene from afar, was slightly taken aback. His gaze lingered on Lu Xiaohua for a while, then slowly, his pupils began to contract. Lu Xiaohua, possessing the supreme heavenly sound and extraordinary martial arts skills, naturally noticed the unusual gaze and looked back. He was facing Chu Tian's eyes. In that instant, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged into his heart, but Chu Tian suddenly turned his gaze away. He had already stopped Li Xingxing's bleeding and pulled him to a corner of the city wall where they squatted down. Lu Xiaohua's gaze followed him, the eyes so familiar, yet he couldn't recognize him. Who was he? Lu Xiaohua watched Chu Tian disappear from sight, a sudden emptiness filling his heart. However, she wasn't affected by these emotions for long. The situation on the field was constantly changing. They needed to strategize, otherwise, they would struggle to deal with the arrival of the heavenly evil sect. Fortunately, Chu Qing and Lu Xiaoyan had discussed a plan for this matter. Now, they only needed to proceed according to the plan. At this moment, Winra suddenly sniffed, her brows furrowed. It's him. Hearing Winra's voice, Wu Qianhuan instinctively looked over. She heard Winra whisper, the one who impersonated Bai Yushu at Tontian Manor. Wu Qianhuan's heart skipped a beat. Impersonating Bai Yushu at Tontian Manor, wasn't that the eldest disciple of Ghost Emperor Moto? This person also came to today's battlefield? Chu Qing had mentioned to Wu Qianhuan that the Ghost Emperor's family was somewhat chaotic, and according to Chu Qing's nature, he didn't want to get involved. However, the Ghost Emperor himself was involved in the safety of the martial world. He pondered that if he could find this person, he could capture him. This would prevent Gu Linger and Gong Ong Cho from being harmed by him. However, Chu Qing didn't intend to kill him outright. After all, it was a private family matter. What right did an outsider have to kill someone? Most importantly, there was no guarantee they would even encounter him. If they didn't, then his words were meaningless. Unexpectedly, this person appeared at this moment. Wu Qianhuan hurriedly asked, "Where is he?" Winter pointed, and Wu Qianhuan peered out. She saw a man dressed in white, who had somehow appeared beside the four of them, standing before the aura ring. Not only did Wu Qianhuan see it, but Chu Qing, who was in the middle of the formation, also saw it. Ning Wufang. He was like a tourist who had strayed into this place, looking curiously at the seemingly calm, but actually incredibly powerful Qi before him. He seemed to want to reach out and touch it, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. Chu Qing's eyebrows rose slightly. Chu Qing already knew that Ning Wufang was from the heavenly evil sect. Chu Qing wasn't surprised that he was here. However, this current situation was something Chu Qing had painstakingly cultivated, but the person he was waiting for wasn't the one he wanted to see. The first one to arrive here was actually him. Looking up at Prince Xiao, Chu Qing's cloud and rain token true Qi and 9 stars linked beads were almost touching Prince Xiao's palm. The gray mist behind him was almost dissipating. He was practically on his last legs. Chu Qing called out, "How much longer can Prince Xiao hold on? Should I ask those two to hold back?" Prince Xiao gritted his teeth. This prince would never let you underestimate me. With this meager strength. You think you can kill this prince? Wishful thinking. Chu Qing naturally wouldn't underestimate Prince Xiao. In fact, Chu Qing was already quite surprised that he had managed to hold on this long. After all, Han Qiujuan, who had reached the 9 stars alignment realm, and Prince Mei, whose internal energy accumulation was as deep as the ocean, were not easy opponents. His ability to withstand the internal energy of these two and hold on until now. Calling him a top-tier master would not be an exaggeration. But judging from the current situation, Prince Xiao would still be the first to die in this battle. They all knew that in the current situation, no one could resolve it. There were only 2 ways to break it. One was for Chu Qing to withdraw his power and set them free. This was absolutely impossible. Not only would Chu Qing's sudden withdrawal cause all that force to fall upon him instantly. Of course, with Chu Qing's abilities, dissolving this force wouldn't be difficult. But why would Chu Qing relinquish his firmly held advantage and hand it over? The second method was also simple. A top-tier expert could intervene, breaking through the protective aura created by the group from the outside, and killing Chu Qing outright. The crisis could be resolved in an instant. But how many such experts were there? Fortunately, Chu Qing knew that there might be such a person present. The Lord of War. Chu Qing had gone through all this trouble simply to await the Lord of War's arrival. However, the Lord of War was nowhere to be seen. It was unclear whether he simply hadn't arrived, or if he didn't care about the lives of the 12 holy kings. Thinking this, Chu Qing suddenly spoke, "Lord Laughing, I can spare your life. However, you must answer one question." Lord Laughing was already on his last legs. The inner force of the cloud and rain token and the 9 transformations of the rending star less than 3 inches from his palm. Although he didn't want to be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum, He couldn't help but ask after hearing this, "What do you want to ask?" "Where is the Ghost Emperor now?" Chu Qing asked directly. Lord Laughing was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Chu Qing. After a long pause, he suddenly said, "Han San." Han San's name first appeared in the southern ridge, the Extinction Mirror platform branch, leaving behind a giant stone that made him famous. After that, he vanished without a trace. Only the branch strongholds of the Mirror of Sin were destroyed one by this man. Then he reappeared in this northern part of the ridge. But not a single Han San ever left Tontian Ridge, only the third young master did. The third young master never left Tontian Ridge, but Han San did. "You are the third young master." "What do you mean?" Han Qiujuan looked around blankly. "Who is the third young master?" Chu Qing chuckled. "What is the Laughing Prince trying to achieve by saying all this now?" "The Tomb Prince is mistaken." The Laughing Prince took a deep breath. "He shouldn't have met you. The Blood Prince shouldn't have come to kill you alone, and he shouldn't have had any hope for you. In the past, I also thought you were unqualified, but now it seems you have become a formidable enemy of my heavenly evil cult. You deserve to die." He groaned as he finished speaking. In that instant, the Cloud and Rain token and the 9 stars alignment finally broke through the Laughing Prince's internal energy blockade. With a touch of their palms, a trickle of blood flowed from the Laughing Prince's lips. But at that very moment, Ning Wufang suddenly looked up. They arrived. "What's coming?" "People are here." Chu Qing, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly looked up and saw 4 figures, like arrows piercing the air, already directly above where Chu Qing and the others were fighting. At the same time, Ning Wufang's entire body suddenly exuded a chilling ghostly aura. In an instant, an Azura Ghost King rose up behind him. Boundless ghostly energy soared into the sky, but the Dharma image behind him was far superior to that of Gong Cho. Ning Wufang crossed his hands, and together with the enormous hands of the Azura Ghost King Dharma image behind him, directly pierced into the protective aura ring generated by Chu Qing and the others' battle. The 4 figures above were armed with different weapons. One wielded a spear, another a knife, another a sword, and the last was empty-handed. The first to attack was the one with empty hands. He swung his fists, unleashing a torrent of killing intent. A massive fist shadow descended from the sky, straight and direct, for no other reason than to kill. The killing fist of the military path, however, when wielded by this man, it was far beyond the reach of the puppets of the Chess King. But besides him, the other 3 also attacked. Spears were like dragons, knives like curtains, swords like shooting stars. Every move was imbued with overwhelming killing intent. The martial arts and internal strength of each person were so profound that Chu Qing seemed to see another 12 Saint Kings. Add Ning Wufang, and these 5 attacked simultaneously. Even the protective aura rings couldn't stop them. They were instantly torn to shreds by the overwhelming force. Following these immense forces, all of them converged on Chu Qing. Those watching couldn't see the details, but in a flash, a deafening dragon's roar, carrying yin and yang energies, spread in all directions. The tremendous roar caused the disciples of the 2 prefectures and the heavenly evil sect, who were engaged in combat, to instinctively halt their actions. They looked towards the core of the clash. Figures separated and scattered, for figures standing in 4 directions. Ning Wufang clasped his hands in a fist salute, a half smile on his face. A gust of wind swept through, clearing away the dust. Chu Qing stood within a protective aura pulsating with yin and yang energies, his brow furrowed, his face filled with disappointment. "It isn't the Lord of War." His gaze swept over everyone present. "If the quality isn't enough, quantity will make up for it." "Barely acceptable." He extended his palm, his fingers forming a sword shape. With a soft hum, the wounded sword he had previously tossed to the ground appeared beside him in an instant, like a shooting star. He didn't reach for his sword, it floated in midair. The sword's edge was cold and menacing, radiating killing intent. Chapter 351. Before Tianlai City, the ground was already ravaged. Huge cracks crisscrossed the area, leaving a trail of fissures everywhere. The ground had collapsed, as if attacked by a giant beast. The combined might of several top experts was truly extraordinary. At this moment, besides Han Qiujuan, Prince Mei, and Prince Xiao, 4 more experts, seemingly appearing from nowhere, joined the fray. Adding Ning Wufang, a total of 8 people surrounded Chu Qing. Looking at Chu Qing, his eyes were cold, his long sword floating beside him, its sword intent chilling, exuding killing intent. A sneer suddenly rang out. "Judging by his appearance, does he perhaps intend to fight us?" The speaker was the one among the 4 experts, who had arrived later, the one with his hands behind his back. His words were mocking, his voice carrying a hint of nonchalance. His gaze inadvertently swept across the city wall, then he exhaled. Don't waste time with him here, hurry up and kill him. The man with the sword looked at Ning Wufang. You said that thing is on him? If my information is correct, it is indeed on him. Ning Wufang smiled and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chu Qing. This isn't our first meeting. Chu Qing smiled. If the Ghost Emperor knew that his eldest disciple was involved with the heavenly evil sect, I wonder what his expression would be. Ning Wufang's smile didn't fade, but it didn't reach his eyes, and his voice turned cold. He can't even protect himself. What difference does it make whether he knows or not? I do hope he's heartbroken and repents for his past sins. Chu Qing sighed. The affairs of the Ghost Emperor's family were a complete mess. One of his wives had died, and the eldest daughter believed her aunt had killed her, hence her deep hatred for her aunt. However, she couldn't find any evidence, yet she acted rashly. The Ghost Emperor was furious and imprisoned the eldest daughter, forcing her to reflect on her mistakes. Unexpectedly, the eldest daughter died in prison. Whether the eldest disciple admired or loved this eldest daughter, his current actions clearly showed he was colluding with the heavenly evil sect to avenge her. Gu Linger was the youngest daughter, born to the eldest daughter's aunt. Therefore, Ning Wufang impersonated Bai Yushu, intending to kill Gu Linger. He would then frame Bai Yushu for the crime. This entire affair was, in reality, to preserve the last shred of secrecy between the brothers. Even an upright official finds it difficult to settle family disputes. No one could truly understand the Ghost Emperor's family's situation. There's no concrete evidence to suggest that the concubine killed the legal wife. On the contrary, the concubine was framed by Ning Wufang, kidnapped, and thrown into the most terrifying of the 10 deadly terrors and 13 shocks, the Valley of Abandoned Gods. The Ghost Emperor was in grave danger just now trying to save this concubine. Chu Qing pondered for a long time, feeling that these messy events were too chaotic. Aside from lamenting that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors couldn't escape this fate, she really didn't know how to evaluate it. Ning Wufang paused, then said softly, speaking of which, we have no long-standing grudges or recent conflicts. If you're willing to hand over that item, I might be able to plead with them and let you go. Oh! Chu Qing looked around. Really? If you hand it over, what's wrong with giving you a whole corpse? The man with the sword at his waist spoke coldly, his voice crisp and decisive. Chu Qing looked helplessly at Ning Wufang. You see, they don't seem so easy to talk to. Do you think I'm that easy to talk to? Ning Wufang's expression gradually turned cold and stern. Stop stalling for time. Hand over the item. Wait. Chu Qing waved his hand. I'm trapped in this situation today, and I think I'm doomed. Why don't you tell me where the Ghost Emperor is right now, so that I can die without regrets? You know when you die? Having said this, his patience had clearly run out. The instant his words fell, his sword flashed, unleashing a shower of blood. A massive, blood-stained sword shadow appeared behind the man. He spoke with utter arrogance, but when he attacked, he used all his strength. Chu Qing could even clearly see the characters inscribed on the massive sword shadow, each word brimming with murderous intent. The sword's edge itself exuded a chilling aura, instilling a fear that seeped into one's very bones. This was the ultimate military technique, 100 battles killing sword. The sword intent was inherently righteous, but the killing scripture amplified its malevolent nature. This move was named Sword Pointing to the World, its forward momentum unstoppable, executed flawlessly. This sword embodied the utmost essence, energy, and spirit. Its mere presence caused the ground to tremble violently. Wherever the sword passed, its sharpness shone forth, its imposing aura seemingly possessing an aura of supreme dominance. Simultaneously unleashed was the saber. If the sword followed the righteous path, this saber embodied the deceptive path of warfare. Those who wield swords use their swords to pave the way. Those who wield knives move with their blades. In an instant, the blade and the figure vanished from Chu Qing's sight. Only the sharp edge remained, a chilling presence hanging over his heart, as if it might strike at any moment. Chu Qing raised his eyes. The surrounding wilderness offered no respite. A sense of danger emanated from all directions, sending shivers down his spine. But the next moment, Chu Qing raised his hand, and the hidden wound was already in his palm. The sword's edge spun in the air, slowly tracing a circle. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 swords hadn't even touched, yet endless sounds of clash echoed through the air. The sword intent, concentrated at a single point, capable of shattering a 1,000,000-strong army, scattered like petals in all directions. Everyone present was stunned, including the person opposite Chu Qing who cultivated the 100 battles killing sword. Chu Qing's swordsmanship seemed utterly illogical, appearing simple and unadorned, consisting of only a single circle. The movement was clearly visible, yet the sword intent contained countless principles. Although the movement was slow, it seemed to subtly align with the will of heaven. Human strength has its limits, and even supernatural powers cannot defy destiny. Even the 100 battles killing sword, how could it withstand this supremely simple principle? Kill! The 100 battles killing sword was a blood-stained sword, its boiling killing intent filling the heavens. Even if heavens will forbade it, one should still possess the courage to cleave the heavens with this sword. With this shout, the internal energy of the killing scripture was pushed to its limit, determined to utterly shatter Chu Qing's slow, yet perfectly rounded sword. Chu Qing smiled, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating your own strength. He held nothing back under the sword's edge, simply turning it slightly, and the man was instantly lifted into the air. In a daze, he realized that the more eager he was to achieve quick success, the more he fell into Chu Qing's sword intent. Looking back now, he realized that he had gone too far. Now, not only his sword, but he himself had also fallen into Chu Qing's circle. With a single strike of his sword, he and the 100 battles killing sword were completely trapped, with no chance of escape. How could such swordsmanship exist in the world? How could such a person exist? In a single move, he had been defeated so decisively. Now, with just one more twist of Chu Qing's sword, he would be torn to pieces. Utterly defenseless. Just as he was about to close his eyes and await death, a bloodthirsty fist stirred up a gust of wind. Coming from behind, overwhelming. The art of war killing fist. The fist's power was extremely ruthless. Anyone easily touched by it would surely die. What kind of master was Chu Qing? In combat, he naturally had eyes and ears everywhere. The art of war killing fist was detected by Chu Qing before it even reached him. He held his sword in one hand, ready to kill this master swordsman, while his other hand drew a semicircle in the air. A dragon's roar instantly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Since Prince Xiao had already recognized his identity, the disguise of Han Sen could now be completely integrated with that of the third young master. Therefore, this time he didn't use the cloud-dispelling palm, but directly unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms. The 18 subduing dragon palms, imbued with Chu Qing's 13th level of Divine Jade 9 chapters internal energy, would kill even the Blood Prince at his peak. After all, when he tried to kill the Blood Prince at Taihang Sect last time, he hadn't used this much power. Therefore, the moment this soaring dragon-shaped true energy appeared, the expert wielding the soldier's killing fist felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Before he could even examine it closely, the dragon-shaped true energy collided with his fist. In an instant, his body trembled violently, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he was swept away by the dragon-shaped true energy, flying wildly and crashing heavily into the disciples of the Rending Star Palace. Without a second thought, the 21 constellations leaped into the air, dodging in all directions. The others followed suit. Those who were a little slower, watching the dragon-shaped true energy brush past them from behind, suddenly understood why Han Qiujuan could comprehend the 9-star alignment on the verge of death. The moment of life and death truly held immense terror. They were quick to dodge, but the others were not so lucky. Touched by the dragon-shaped true energy, they all coughed up blood and were sent flying backward, leaving behind a trail of deafening explosions. They left behind deep craters. Following the trajectory of the dragon-shaped true energy, it appeared completely undiminished. It rampaged through the ranks of the Rift Star Palace disciples, penetrating deep into the heavenly evil sect's camp before gradually dissipating. The martial arts expert, who was struck by this palm strike, was sent flying hundreds of feet, crashing to the ground. His bones and meridians were shattered, his body almost completely flattened. He was beyond dead. This was the first time Chu Qing had used his full power, and the resulting impact was unexpected even to himself. He immediately chuckled, "My attack was a bit too heavy. Please forgive me." As he finished speaking, he pressed down with his sword, intending to tear the swordsman to pieces. Just then, spear shadows, blade light, lightning, starlight, ghostly energy, and true energy blooming like plum blossoms all simultaneously struck towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing's palm strike was enough to terrify anyone. They thought it was 8 people in a cage, and he would kill all the birds within. Even with their high regard for Chu Qing, he was merely a caged bird transformed into a caged eagle. He couldn't escape this cage, certain death awaited him. But unexpectedly, what they trapped in the cage wasn't a bird at all, but a dragon. How could a mere cage possibly hold him? Recalling the hint of disappointment on Chu Qing's face when he saw them appear earlier. Could it be that they weren't the ones trapping Chu Qing, but Chu Qing trapped them? The fear in their hearts made them dare not be careless. They couldn't allow Chu Qing to kill another person so easily. Therefore, they each used their skills to try and stop Chu Qing from killing. In fact, facing this attack from all sides, even Chu Qing couldn't directly confront it. Although Prince Xiao's sorrowful cloud melody was broken, and the lightning mixed in his internal energy was likely the 10,000 annihilation in thunder great technique, it was insignificant to Chu Qing. But Prince Mei was still there. This woman had accumulated internal energy for hundreds, or even thousands of years using the cloud and rain token dual cultivation method. Their attacks, though seemingly gentle and mild, were actually incredibly difficult to deal with. Moreover, there was Han Qiujuan's 9 stars alignment. Even their swords and spears were no easy opponents. Their internal strength might be inferior to Prince Mei's. But in battle, their methods were extremely brutal, and their methods of conquest were definitely superior to Prince Mei and Prince Xiao's. If one had to rank them, the least noteworthy person in the arena right now was actually the Ghost Emperor's disciple, Ning Wufeng. Therefore, Chu Qing didn't bother to kill those under his sword first. With a swift movement, like a bolt of lightning, he instantly escaped from the core area. Immediately following were a series of deafening explosions. The people of Tianlai City could feel that this enormous city, which had stood on the earth for hundreds of years, was shaking violently amidst the deafening roars. They didn't know what was happening outside, but they knew it was something extraordinary. On the city wall, Lu Xiaonian, Lu Xiaohua, Lu Jinghan, Lu Qingyan, and Wu Qinhuan, Wenru, and others silently watched the battle unfold before Tianlai City. Each of them possessed unparalleled martial arts skills. Every move was capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Currently, they were either severely injured or their skills were inferior, rendering them unable to intervene. They could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, Chu Qing's martial arts were enough to inspire confidence. Without his arrival, Tianlai City would surely have fallen today, and the centuries-old foundation of Tianjin Prefecture would have been lost. Lu Xiaonian sighed softly, suddenly realizing that his younger sister's mad insistence on marrying Chu Yunfei back then might have been a blessing from heaven for the Lu family. Otherwise, how could Chu Qing have achieved the feat of single-handedly withstanding 8 top masters? At this moment, Ouyang Tianqiu suddenly noticed something. He had spotted someone on the city wall earlier. He initially thought this person meant trouble, but the person simply stood there silently, completely unmoved. They didn't seem to be part of the group attacking Chu Qing. Now, witnessing this scene unfold, when Ouyang Tianqiu went to look for the person, he found the place empty. That person, gone! Where did they go? This person came like a ghost and left without a trace, truly chilling. But now, everyone's attention was completely drawn to the scene of Chu Qing fighting 8 top masters alone. Aside from himself, perhaps no one else even noticed that person's arrival. Chapter 352. Just as Ouyang Tianqiu was searching for the mysterious man, the 6 top experts in the arena launched a combined attack on Chu Qing, once again raising a cloud of dust. The swordsman narrowly escaped with his life, but he was far from unharmed. His body was caught in Chu Qing's sword circle, his body covered in wounds. This sword strike hadn't truly landed, otherwise, it would have surely resulted in his being shattered to pieces. Blood dripped from his sword-wielding hand. His steps were no longer as steady as before, but his eyes remained calm. Years of battle experience had honed his skills. Even facing death, he could remain composed, let alone his current injuries. But calmness alone wasn't enough. He stared at the billowing dust, trying to find Chu Qing's whereabouts. But there was no echo within the dust. No breathing, no heartbeat, no pulse. Could he be dead? Impossible. This thought only lasted a moment before he dismissed it. Others might die, but this person before him absolutely couldn't. This person's martial arts were too high, far beyond his expectations. In fact, when he was caught in the crossfire of Chu Qing's sword, his only thought was regret. He shouldn't have come, but now, caught in the middle, facing someone like Chu Qing, he couldn't escape. Only by facing death could he find a glimmer of hope. Not only him, but everyone stared at the dust, trying to find Chu Qing's trace. But no one could find him. Even as the dust settled, revealing the ravaged earth, they still hadn't found Chu Qing. Speaking of which, a voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and the next moment, whether it was the 12 holy kings, the masters of military strategy, or even Ning Wufeng, the Ghost Emperor's personal disciple, their pupils contracted sharply. They saw Chu Qing, but they felt it was unbelievable. Because Chu Qing was standing in midair, his feet firmly planted on the void. He didn't even bother to conceal his figure, letting the breeze blow, making his hair fly and his clothes rustle. In a daze, what was reflected in his eyes was no longer a human, but a deity descending from the heavens. His wound concealed behind his back, Chu Qing spoke softly, continuing his previous words. I haven't yet asked how the next 4 should be addressed. He glanced into the distance, then corrected himself. 3. 1 was dead, leaving only 3. This question received no answer, because the instant Chu Qing was discovered, 3 figures had already risen from the ground. The sword flashed, its crimson shadow obscuring the sky, still sword pointing to the world. The spear, like a dragon, emitted a series of eagle cries. It was as if an eagle had leaped from behind the man, soaring into the sky, unleashing the 13 transformations of Blood Eagle Heavenly Strike, a move named Eagle Hunting 9 Heavens. Only the blade remained elusive. One could feel the blade's killing intent, since its imminent fall, yet the blade remained unseen, and the person untraceable. Chu Qing sighed helplessly, muttering in a voice only he could hear, please turn on the microphone to communicate. But the opponents clearly didn't want to. They didn't know about microphones, or how to turn them on. They only knew how to communicate through martial arts. Therefore, Chu Qing could only turn his sword. Although the swordsman was the first to attack, the spear struck first. Chu Qing had witnessed the 13 transformations of Blood Eagle Heavenly Strike many times. Those who used this spear technique were all subordinates of the War Lord. This even made Chu Qing think that this might be a unique martial art of the War Lord's subordinates. He had some understanding of this spear technique before, but the spear technique this person was using, whether in terms of the variations in moves or the adaptability on the spot, was far beyond what the previous group could compare to. The profound mysteries of the spear technique were displayed to the fullest. Chu Qing's sword was unremarkable. With a casual turn, it rested on the spear tip, and with another turn, the spear tip pointed at the swordsman. A sharp gust of wind flashed, and a fierce edge erupted from the spear tip. Like an arrow piercing the wind, it hurtled toward sword pointing to the world in the blink of an eye. The man wielding the sword knew something was amiss. He had witnessed Chu Qing's swordsmanship firsthand. Although he hadn't used such a technique of using the opponent's force against them, he knew that Chu Qing's swordsmanship was close to the Tao, subtly in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth. He would never waste his efforts. Therefore, the instant the spear had pointed at him, he executed a 1,000-pound drop, his body suddenly landing a short distance, perfectly dodging the spear while his sword suddenly slashed upwards. Whoosh! The sharpness pierced the air, seemingly shattering the heavens. The sword energy slashed diagonally, though not as imposing as sword pointing to the world, its killing intent and agility far surpassed the former. With a flick of Chu Qing's sword, the man wielding the spear followed Chu Qing's sword. In a split second, Chu Qing's figure suddenly plummeted to the ground. He had used the 1,000-pound drop technique. Even with Chu Qing's unparalleled lightness skill, he couldn't maneuver and dodge in midair. In reality, they were simply stunned by Chu Qing's floating figure, preventing them from observing him closely. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been difficult to see that although Chu Qing appeared motionless in midair, he was actually falling at a slight speed. This was a technique he had mastered after integrating various lightness skills, including the lightning speed step, the wild goose step, and the star-chasing moon step. The most exquisite aspect of the wild goose step lies in its ability to move through the air. Chu Qing had amplified this aspect infinitely using the lightning speed step, so that when he used his lightness skill now, it was as if he were floating in midair, flying forward at an extremely fast speed. By now, Chu Qing could already transform the aerial movement of the wild goose step into a form of treading on emptiness. However, achieving this still consumed a great deal of internal energy. Chu Qing's internal energy was as vast as an abyss, further enhanced by the Mingyu Gong from the 9 chapters of Divine Jade, making it virtually inexhaustible and allowing him to use it freely. However, his strength was still insufficient to maneuver and dodge attacks in midair. Therefore, with a powerful downward fall, he narrowly avoided the sword energy, but suddenly a cold wind rose beneath his feet, and a blade, almost merging with the void, struck from an extremely unpredictable angle. This attack was calculated correctly. Chu Qing was in a state where his old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet arisen. The sword technique exhausted its power, aiming to cut Chu Qing in two. Unexpectedly, as the blade touched his body, a golden light enveloped him. Not only did it not pierce Chu Qing's body, but the immense force lifted him upwards. Just as he was stunned, Chu Qing released his grip, and the wounded sword fell naturally, then suddenly turned and headed straight for the throat of the man wielding the sword. This move was completely unexpected. In fact, normally, in Chu Qing's current state, even if he blocked the attack with his indestructible golden body, he would still have to bend over to retaliate. But Chu Qing showed no such posture. Instead, he released his grip on the long sword. So the swordsman was completely confused about what Chu Qing was doing. It wasn't until the wounded sword arced towards his throat that he realized Chu Qing could actually wield the long sword to kill. He hurriedly drew his sword to protect himself. However, being in midair, he could hardly maneuver, and could only defend himself with a single sword. The long sword and the single sword clashed, producing a continuous series of sounds, making it seem as if he had been pressed back to the ground from midair by a single sword. Suddenly, the blade flashed, sending 8 sword beams soaring into the air. This move, named 8 Directions Flying Snow, possessed immense power, overwhelming the long sword, which was sent flying backward. Just as he thought he had escaped Chu Qing's flying sword attack, a chill suddenly swept over him from behind. Without turning around, he saw that Chu Qing, who had been in midair, had vanished. The person behind him was undoubtedly Chu Qing. He immediately drew his sword and charged forward, abandoning all pretense of composure and martial arts demeanor. He did a quick roll, his sword flashing across the ground, fearing Chu Qing would pursue him. He swung his sword in a tight, impenetrable motion. When he stood up, he saw Chu Qing indeed behind him, his right index and middle fingers raised in a retracted gesture. Startled, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Looking down, he saw the long sword piercing his shoulder, the very sword he had knocked away. In that instant, not fear, but rage surged within him. He felt that Chu Qing's martial arts were completely unconventional, following bizarre and unorthodox methods. Who would have thought that a long sword flying from the hand could still injure someone? Who would have thought that what appeared to be a sneak attack from behind was actually a flying sword strike? What's the point of fighting? This is truly outrageous. Chu Qing, however, ignored his thoughts. He had been studying this sword-controlling technique, but the more he practiced it, the more he felt that this martial art was simply a trick created by Li Junmo to fool people. It appeared to remotely control a flying sword, making one invincible. But in reality, its power was truly disappointing. It might be able to bully ordinary people, but against true masters, it was just a trick. To win in a direct confrontation using this technique would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, this method, taking people by surprise, is still very effective. This expert wielding a knife was caught off guard by Chu Qing's ambush. But before Chu Qing could even feel triumphant, his familiar 9 transformations of the Rending Star had already returned. Everyone understood the situation today. The key lay with Chu Qing alone. If they could defeat him, today's battle would be a foregone conclusion. Conversely, they would suffer a crushing defeat, and might even die at Chu Qing's hands. In reality, Chu Qing's opponents were all in the same boat, their fates intertwined. Therefore, whether it was a war of attrition or a coordinated attack, regardless of chivalry or the demeanor of a master, they were determined to kill Chu Qing here today. Thus, what stood before everyone in this instant was an unprecedented encirclement and attack by experts. Aside from the expert in the soldier's way killing fist who died too soon, the others took turns fighting. Chu Qing had just repelled a swordsmanship expert a moment ago, only to be met with a spearmanship expert in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to take the man's life with a single move, Han Qiujuan, Ning Wufang, and the Laughing Prince's attacks followed in quick succession. Lu Xiaoyan, Lu Xiaohua, and the others watched, veins throbbing on their foreheads. It was infuriating that they had no chance to intervene in this battle, otherwise, they would have rushed out and fought them 300 rounds. Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but shout angrily, Han Qiujuan, have you no shame? At your age, you teamed up with a bunch of demons and monsters, using crooked methods, to gang up on a young man. You disgraced the ancestors of the Liexing mansion. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Liaoyuan and Tianyin mansions all agreed. Han Qiujuan, unable to withstand the barrage of insults, could only silently vow revenge, thinking, I settle accounts with you all after I kill this brat who's either Han San or the third young master. But for now, he could only swallow his anger. Chu Qing never lingered in one place during their fights. His movements were lightning fast, moving freely in and out of the fray. Although surrounded by 7 top experts, he could easily escape the battle and return with a single thought. Each time he returned, he would leave some of the experts with wounds. After several such attacks, the group couldn't allow him to return and began to pursue him. Led by Chu Qing, he began to weave through the crowd. But Han Qiujuan quickly realized that while Chu Qing was indeed weaving through the crowd, he was actually targeting disciples of the Rift Star Palace. The combined power of these top experts was enough to kill these disciples with the shockwaves, resulting in heavy casualties. They couldn't even run. The path they'd taken was littered with corpses, all their own men. A surge of rage welled up within him. This is truly outrageous. Han Qiujuan roared inwardly, but then a thought suddenly struck him. That's it. Chu Qing could move freely among the disciples of the Rending Star Palace, So why didn't he go to the city walls and wreak havoc? Those people cared so much about his life. Conversely, if he were threatened with their lives, wouldn't this kid hesitate to act? This thought struck him like a thunderbolt. He cursed himself inwardly for being so kind. He hadn't even grasped such a simple truth. Ignoring Chu Qing's actions, he leaped forward, his figure like a shooting star, 9 stars swirling around him, heading straight for the walls of Tianlai City. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyan immediately understood his thoughts. Without a second thought, one played the zither, the other stepped forward, intending to meet Han Qiujuan's 9 stars linked strike head-on. In an instant, the heavenly music was like knives, a dazzling rain of sound. But Han Qiujuan's figure only flickered, feinting an attack before charging straight at Wu Qianhuan. With a hook of his 5 fingers, 9 stars swirled. Wu Qianhuan's shoulder swayed, a full moon rising from behind him, about to unleash the dawn moon lonely cold sword technique. But then he paused. This pause initially pleased Han Qiujuan, who assumed Wu Qianhuan knew he was outmatched and had decided to surrender. But then, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. "What are you doing here when you were having so much fun?" Chu Qing's voice rang in his ear, like the whisper of a demon. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Han Qiujuan's forehead, but before she could react, a force like an avalanche descended from the sky. With a whoosh, a deafening roar followed. Han Qiujuan was slammed straight down into the ground from midair. A deep crater appeared, and Han Qiujuan lay sprawled in the human-shaped indentation within the crater, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 353. Although Han Qiujuan discovered Chu Qing's purpose, to lead his 7 top experts among the Han family disciples, and the heavenly evil sect disciples, constantly wearing down the lives of both sides, he also considered a countermeasure, to use their own methods against them. However, he overlooked one point. Although Chu Qing appeared to be surrounded and attacked by these 7 top experts, he was never truly at a disadvantage. His martial arts skills were so formidable that he could move freely. Han Qiujuan had hoped to use Wu Qianhuan's life to make Chu Qing hesitate, but he hadn't expected to directly provoke Chu Qing's revenge. This palm strike descended from the sky, catching him completely off guard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could even gather his breath and try to fight back, he felt a tightness in his head, and Chu Qing pulled him out of the pit. His pupils contracted sharply. He knew he was facing a life-or-death situation. A profound fear gripped his heart. Even with his 9 transformations of the Rending Stars technique reaching the supreme level of 9 stars aligned, he couldn't remain calm in the face of death. That wasn't something that high martial arts skill alone could exempt him from. His gaze barely moved. He saw the many experts from the heavenly evil cult rushing to his aid. Once they arrived, they could help each other, just like before, and escape Chu Qing's killing move. But it seemed too late. Previously, they were all gathered together. But now, Han Qiujuan had broken away on her own, and Chu Qing had arrived with lightning speed, leaving the group behind a step slower. The next moment, Chu Qing's fingers formed a sword, striking Han Qiujuan's dantian. Bang! Qi Si shattered. Bang! Divine Gate collapsed. Bang! Giant Gate crumbled. Bang 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 bang. Shanzhong, Xuanji, Mingmen, Lingtai, Bai Wei Shiting. Chu Qing poured his finger into the 9 chapters of Divine Jade, instantly shattering the 9 stars. These 9 stars pierced through the Ren and Du meridians. Chu Qing's attack was ruthless, destroying not only the 9 acupoints linked by the 9 stars, but also severely damaging the Ren and Du meridians. Even though Han Qiujuan was seriously injured, her momentum had not diminished. At this moment, she was like a deflated balloon. Her entire body instantly became listless. Her appearance, which originally looked only in her 30s, aged visibly. Wrinkles covered her face, her jet black hair turned mottled gray in the blink of an eye, and her clear eyes were covered with turbidity. He exclaimed in utter despair, You crippled my martial arts." Before he could finish, Chu Qing flung him from below the city wall onto the city wall itself, saying, "Watch him closely, don't let him die yet." The Han family had slaughtered Xiang Shanhai for the sake of that golden goblet. Chu Qing was extremely curious about this. Now that the golden goblet's whereabouts were unknown, Han Qiujuan couldn't be killed so easily. At least he had to reveal the location of the golden goblet before finally killing him to complete his mission. On the city wall, Wu Qianhuan seized the opportunity to hold Han Qiujuan, who had been so murderous just moments before, but was now listless and seemingly dead on the spot. Not entirely reassured, she pressed over 20 acupoints on his body, turning him into a statue. Immediately afterward, she felt a sudden tremor beneath her feet. A powerful force erupted from below the city wall. It was the man with the spear who had just thrown the man onto the city wall, arriving moments later. Even before he was far enough away, the enormous spear shadow swept across the void, plunging in with a force that seemed to pierce the heavens and earth. This attack was very much in line with the style of the heavenly evil sect. It didn't seem like it was meant to rescue Han Qiujuan, but rather to pierce through both Han Qiujuan and Chu Qing. The powerful spear strike was blocked by Chu Qing's horizontal sword. No matter how enormous the spear shadow was, its tip was only a point. The width of the wounded concealment sword was less than 2 inches, but it was more than enough to block that point of spear light. It was like a torrent crashing against a mountain. The mountain remained still, but the water overflowed on its own. The immense force swept around Chu Qing, stirring up gusts of wind. Then Chu Qing raised his eyes, his sword flicked, and suddenly the spear shadow split in two, the sword blade piercing through the air, aiming straight for the man's face. The spear-wielding expert leaped into the air, reappearing before Chu Qing with the 100 battles killing sword. However, Chu Qing's sword did not meet the swordsman's. Instead, he leaped into the air, head first, his sword swirling in a circle. At the same moment, with a resounding boom, a figure, accompanied by a blade of light, shot into the sky, crashing straight into Chu Qing's sword circle as the swordsman cried out in alarm. This was a trap. The 4 experts, who hadn't introduced themselves to Chu Qing, were indeed extraordinary. They were 4 of the 8 great generals under the Lord of War. These 8 great generals, besides all sharing the same killing scripture, each possessed unique skills. The swordsman practiced the 100 battles killing sword, the saber wielder practiced the deceptive demonic saber, and the spearman's skills were, of course, exceptional. Only the soldier's way killing fist was obtained from the chess king and, after being personally improved by the master of soldiers, was passed on to that person. To be honest, that man was quite capable, having mastered the soldier's way killing fist to perfection. If he hadn't encountered Chu Qing, he would have been a formidable expert in the world. This group possessed exceptional martial arts skills, and being under the command of the Lord of War, they were adept at battlefield combat and coordinated their attacks effectively. In this respect, they far surpassed the 12 holy kings. Han Qiujuan's rash actions had led to a swift consensus among the remaining 3 generals upon their arrival. They would first attack with spear techniques to create pressure. This spear strike would not kill Chu Qing, therefore, the spear technique would be withdrawn, and the 100 battles killing sword would follow. This sword, naturally, would also be insufficient to kill Chu Qing, but it could be used to conceal the true intent of the deceptive path demonic blade. All Chu Qing needed to do was use his fluid and skillful swordsmanship to incorporate the 100 battles killing sword into a circle, and before the opponent could even react, the deceptive demon blade would strike suddenly, injuring them. This thought, it must be said, made them all feel aggrieved. When did the 8 great generals under the Lord of War become so worthless that 3 of them, working together, sought only to injure, not to kill? They dared not even dream of killing Chu Qing with such a small trick. Being able to injure him would already be a stroke of luck. In this way, with the cooperation of 2 of the 12 holy kings, plus a disciple of the Ghost Emperor, the balance of power should have shifted in their favor. However, they hadn't expected that this hidden scheme couldn't be completely concealed from Chu Qing. He didn't even try to block the 100 battles killing sword head-on. Instead, he rose into the air and attacked directly with his fluid and skillful swordsmanship. Instead, the deceptive demon blade followed its original plan, seemingly walking into a trap, directly crashing into Chu Qing's sword circle. Offering itself a headshot? Chu Qing grinned, showing no hesitation whatsoever. With a swift turn of his sword, before the deceptive demon blade could unleash its true power, Chu Qing deflected its attack, followed by a swift flick of the blade just before its throat. A spray of blood bloomed in the air. The man wasn't dead, but he was powerless, his body slowly falling to the ground. The instant he touched the ground, endless gray mist suddenly enveloped the surrounding area. Chu Qing's feet also landed at this moment. His gaze swept around. This gray mist was a trick played by the Laughing Prince. His martial art was called Sorrowful Clouds Melody, and sorrowful clouds and gloomy mists were his specialty. The person who had previously cultivated sorrowful clouds and griefy mist had mentioned it to Chu Qing. The Laughing Prince's Sorrowful Clouds melody was far beyond their reach, and once trapped within it, they would be completely dominated by him. Those within it would have no secrets whatsoever. Their weaknesses, flaws, every move would be known to the enemy. At the start of the battle, Chu Qing immediately used the internal energy of Han Qiujuan and Prince Mei to break the Laughing Prince's giant gray mist palm. Afterwards, he used their combined internal energy to gradually wear down the Laughing Prince's Sorrowful Clouds melody. During the chaotic battle just now, the Laughing Prince hadn't used this move, clearly indicating he had fled and hadn't returned. But now, it seemed he had accumulated enough power. Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes. Within the gray mist, there was no visibility whatsoever. All he could see was a hazy gray expanse, and all he could hear was utter silence. Seeing and hearing were no longer reliable, so he simply closed his eyes and acted on impulse. The next moment, his sword flashed, and a clang rang out. A spark flashed during the swing, clearly a silent attack that Chu Qing had deflected. However, this was only the beginning. Chu Qing's long sword twirled, sometimes protecting his chest, sometimes his back. His body remained unchanged, not moving an inch, and with only his sword, he had created an impenetrable defense around himself, from all sides, including above his head. The clanging sounds echoed continuously in the air, accompanied by flashes of sparks. The flashing sparks briefly illuminated the darkness, but still couldn't reveal the person hidden within. Chu Qing abandoned the idea of counterattacking within the black mist. With a thought, he tapped his foot, and a layer of golden protective energy enveloped his body. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. 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 Asterisk a barrage of attacks rained down on the indestructible golden body, but Chu Qing didn't even glance at them. His eyes remained tightly shut. He gathered his hands, and flames instantly erupted. But he didn't immediately unleash them. His left hand drew a circle, while his right hand struck out with a thunderous palm. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a fiery dragon, its claws outstretched, charged into the gray mist. Wherever it passed, it was like an eraser rubbing against a piece of gray paper, revealing the world's true form. But Chu Qing didn't stop. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Chu Qing was never one to be content with the status quo. He would meticulously study every martial art he acquired. Even the most unassuming martial art had its merits. The flaming blade might not seem like a particularly remarkable skill, but integrating its fiery energy into various martial arts created different chemical reactions. Using the momentum of the fire, he repeatedly struck out with his palms. He unleashed 18 palm strikes in a row. His palm strikes were so fast that the 18 strikes almost flowed into one. Thus, in everyone's eyes, in that brief instant, Chu Qing unleashed 18 fire dragons. They flew out in a fan shape forward and overhead, their roars echoing throughout the land. Wherever they passed, the gray mist was swept away with overwhelming force, and raging flames scorched the heavens and earth. Amidst this flame, Chu Qing, his wound concealed in the ground, stood with his hands behind his back, his body enveloped in golden aura, letting the flames swirl around him, like a king of fire. Struck by these fire dragons, the 5 remaining masters present also retreated, each using their ultimate techniques to fight for their lives against the fire dragon's onslaught. In an instant, they were all covered in soot and grime. Among them, the laughing prince was the most disheveled. The gray mist was originally his technique, and with Chu Qing breaking it, his internal energy was naturally greatly damaged. Faced with this sudden fire dragon, he used every means at his disposal. Although the palm strike within the fire dragon wasn't as powerful as the soldier's weight killing fist expert Chu Qing had previously killed, it was still formidable. By the time the man managed to deal with the fire dragon, he was a pitiful sight. His clothes were torn, a hole burned in his chest, his hair was disheveled, and his face was charred black, a far cry from the image of a master. He stood there coughing incessantly, his gaze towards Chu Qing filled with a fury that defied description. As one of the 12 holy kings, he had never been so disheveled. He couldn't help but point a finger at him. What kind of martial art is this? It must be said, the laughing prince was indeed wronged. Sorrowful Cloud's song was considered an outstanding demonic art within the heavenly evil sect's 7 secrets, 3 treasures, 6 profound sects. However, it was completely countered by Chu Qing's flaming blade. Of course, it also depends on who wields it. For anyone else, they could only use the flaming blade's inherent power to at most cut a line. If their internal strength was inferior to Prince Xiao's, they wouldn't even be able to cut a line, let alone completely incinerate the gray mist. But Chu Qing refused to follow the original path. He integrated his flaming blade technique into various martial arts, using other techniques to increase the flaming blade's coverage area, making its power incomparable. Furthermore, with the support of his Divine Jade 9 Chapter's 13th level internal strength, no matter how extraordinary Prince Xiao's abilities were, he repeatedly suffered setbacks before Chu Qing. All his skills were unleashed, but the originally immense power couldn't even cause a ripple in front of Chu Qing. Chu Qing casually picked up the injury concealment, took a step forward, and his undying chi also subsided. With a light chuckle, she said, "Just some farming skills. I'm afraid I made a fool of myself, Prince Xiao." Why aren't you laughing? Prince Xiao's face was contorted with rage. How could he possibly laugh? Prince Mei, however, laughed. At this point in the battle, The most severely injured were the generals under the commander of the army. Although Prince Xiao was in a sorry state, his injuries were slightly less severe than theirs. The only one completely unharmed, not even a strand of hair out of place, was this Prince Mei. Her internal strength was truly profound. Although her killing techniques were somewhat lacking, she was still Chu Qing's #1 enemy. She looked at Chu Qing with a smile. The more I look at you, the happier I become. Don't pay any attention to this madman. If you're willing, I can even dismiss those young masters of the Mei family for you, so you can have me all to yourself. What do you think? Chu Qing looked at her, then glanced at the other soldiers under the command of the warlord, and asked with some curiosity, what kind of existence are the 12 holy kings in the heavenly evil sect? Chapter 354. This was somewhat abrupt, especially at this moment. Being asked such a question midway through a fight caught everyone off guard. Prince Mei pondered for a moment. We, the 12 holy kings, hold a revered position within the sect. To say we are second only to the king, above 10,000 others, might be an exaggeration, but it's not far off. And what about the Lord of War? Chu Qing asked again. Prince Mei smiled, about to speak, when the swordsman suddenly called out, Your Highness. Prince Mei glanced at him, and the man immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Only then did Prince Mei continue. The Lord of War's status is naturally also very revered. However, compared to the 12 holy kings, he is still a level below. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling somewhat incomprehensible. In fact, Prince Mei's ability to emerge unscathed from today's battle wasn't solely due to her profound internal strength. More importantly, at crucial moments, the Lord of War's subordinates would always step in to shield him. This was true for Prince Mei, and it was also true for Prince Xiao. From the very beginning, Chu Qing knew that the 12 holy kings held extremely high positions within the heavenly evil cult. But as a martial arts sect, whether righteous or evil, martial arts were the foundation of one's standing. Generally, the higher the martial arts skill, the more prestigious the position. Yet, in today's battle, it had been the Lord of War's subordinates who had charged into battle every single time. While Prince Mei and Prince Xiao couldn't be said to have been mere bystanders, their role was far too relaxed. It should be noted that each of the Lord of War's subordinates, individually, was arguably no weaker than the 12 holy kings. With such martial arts skills, why did they need to lead the charge? And what level of martial arts has the yet-to-be-revealed Lord of War achieved? Surely he couldn't be weaker than the 12 holy kings, could he? Even so, his status is still below the 12 holy kings? Then how exactly is hierarchy determined within the heavenly evil sect? What is the origin of this unimaginably powerful, deeply rooted, and profoundly influential organization? While he pondered these questions, Prince Mei, already impatient, asked, Have you understood what I said? If you are willing, join my heavenly evil sect, and I will let you share in my glory. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness. Chu Qing smiled, however, I am afraid of getting dirty. Prince Mei fell silent upon hearing this, giving Chu Qing a quiet glance. Some words, said once, can be taken as a joke, but repeated, that is courting death. His voice grew increasingly low as he spoke. Plum blossoms drifted down around him, adorning his aura, causing his hair to flutter and unleash a chilling killing intent. Chu Qing slowly raised the injured shadow, holding it. Is Your Highness serious? I intend to break your legs, then take you back to the heavenly evil cult, indulging in sensual pleasures day and night. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Prince Mei's lips. Chu Qing suddenly realized that the term worldly slickness could actually be used to describe a woman. What a waste of that face. He decided to remain silent, pointing his sword forward, awaiting the attack. The attack was swift, but the first thing to arrive was the wind. As Prince Mei unleashed his inner energy, a gust of wind, centered on him, swept outwards in all directions. Prince Mei was caught in the whirlwind, his hair flying wildly, his robes fluttering. She was tall, but not bulky, her figure was perfectly proportioned, with curves in all the right places. Her robes, billowing in the wind, clung tightly to her body, showcasing her flawless physique. At the same time, a colossal figure suddenly appeared behind her. It was a woman who looked exactly like Prince Mei. Over 2 zhang tall, she floated in the air, completely naked, yet veils of mist shrouded her vital parts, obscuring her true appearance. As this illusory figure appeared, the wellspring of thought in Chu Qing's mind suddenly surged violently. The 9 chapters of Divine Jade activated naturally, yin and yang shifting, instantly bringing a refreshing sensation. Prince Mei's hands moved like flying flowers, forming layers of hand seals, finally converging into a single point. As the woman behind him pointed forward with her slender hand, the seal in Prince Mei's palm followed. His body moved with the seal, instantly lifting off the ground. Wherever she passed, the ground shattered, forming billowing dust that rose behind her, obscuring the sun and casting a dark, oppressive shadow, as if the end of the world had arrived. In a daze, he saw what appeared to be a token held before her palm print. Cloud and Rain Token. A sudden realization dawned on Chu Qing. His mind raced, and he instinctively plunged the injury concealment into the ground again. He raised both hands, yin and yang energies flowing within them. With a lightning-fast step, he met the Cloud and Rain Token head-on with both palms. At the moment of impact, there was no sound, as if a vast silence had descended. But then, massive cracks suddenly erupted from the ground, spreading rapidly into the distance. The entire earth groaned in pain, churning and shattering into enormous blocks. At this moment, the internal energy accumulated over hundreds and thousands of years within Prince Mei's body was revealed without any concealment. Unexpectedly, the next instant, Chu Qing's shoulder swayed, followed by a palm strike. The power seemed even greater than his own. Even with Prince Mei's profound martial arts skills, he was momentarily taken aback, but his movements were swift and decisive. He raised his arm, his elbow angled, blocking the palm strike. However, a trace of the blade's sharpness still leaked out, and blood splattered, a bloodstain appearing near his nose. Gazing at this bloodstain, both Prince Mei herself and the enormous phantom behind her almost simultaneously descended into madness. "I will kill you." Arms outstretched, attacks flowed like shooting stars and cascading waterfalls, one after another. Each move was powerful and heavy, the power accumulated over 1,000 years. How could it be taken lightly? Thunderous roars echoed from all directions. At this moment, even Prince Xiao and the others could not intervene. This was a battle on a completely different level. Even they couldn't believe that Chu Qing had reached such a level. It should be noted that even among the 12 holy kings, Prince Mei was an exception. The power of the Cloud and Rain Token truly exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Using clouds and rain as the token, it employs subordinate slaves and servants, passing it down layer by layer with clear division of labor, ultimately converging on one person. It is a method of drastically increasing cultivation without any prior knowledge. The pointing at the moon profound technique is already considered a miraculous skill for rapidly increasing internal energy, but compared to the Cloud and Rain Token, it is worlds apart. Of course, mastering the Cloud and Rain Token is by no means simple. First, the practitioner of the Cloud and Rain Token must be a woman. Secondly, one must break free from self-restraint. If one is naturally unrestrained, the second hurdle is naturally easy. But those who cultivate the Cloud and Rain order must remain virgins until their internal energy is fully developed. They cannot even know the truth about this demonic art, the Cloud and Rain order, otherwise their mind will be clouded, and they will never be able to make any further progress in this life. This also means that during the first half of cultivation, one must choose a woman who is virtuous, respectful, and law-abiding. Only after the first refinement of the Jiannu, breaking free from self-restraint and completely plunging into the mire, will one truly understand the truth of the Cloud and Rain order. This enormous contradiction between before and after is enough to break anyone's mental state. Especially for those who are more law-abiding in the beginning, it is even more difficult to accept such a change. But only by overcoming this hurdle can one reap the rewards of their hardship and soar to new heights without any further obstacles. Therefore, even though Prince Mei is not the #1 expert among all 12 holy kings, he is still among the top 3. He was a master above all others in the heavenly evil sect. Now, with Prince Mei's internal energy fully unleashed and without any reservations, Chu Qing was still able to contend with him. At this moment, both Prince Xiao and the 2 great generals under the Lord of War were utterly astonished. Especially Prince Xiao. He had already sensed that Chu Qing's cultivation was far higher than he had anticipated. Prince Mu had valued Chu Qing's talent and wanted to recruit him into the sect, which Prince Xiao already knew, but he didn't care. Although the heavenly evil sect was an evil sect, it believed in embracing all talents and was open to all. As for Prince Shui, who went to investigate out of curiosity but was killed by Chu Qing, Prince Xiao believed it was simply his own incompetence and couldn't be entirely blamed on Chu Qing. After all, his current stance is unclear, and a hasty visit would inevitably result in harm. Only after actually meeting Chu Qing today did he realize that this person could not possibly have been recruited by the heavenly evil sect. Moreover, letting him run wild would be a huge disaster for the heavenly evil sect. This is a formidable enemy that must be eliminated now. Seeing him able to fight against the exceptional Prince Mei among the 12 holy kings, his suspicions were further confirmed. This boy must not be allowed to live. However, he couldn't intervene in the current battle. After several attempts, the sorrowful cloud melody was completely used up. He fused the sorrowful cloud melody with the myriad annihilation in thunder great technique to create a gray mist and thunderstorm, and now only the myriad annihilation in thunder great technique remained usable. But this martial art was truly insignificant in front of these two. So now he could only watch. Two masters clashing, either Chu Qing would kill Prince Mei, or Prince Mei would kill Chu Qing. There would inevitably be casualties on both sides. If it was the former, Chu Qing himself would be severely weakened, and he could then seize the opportunity to kill him. If it was the latter, that would save him trouble. The two generals under the Lord of War seemed to share his thoughts, simply standing there quietly waiting. At this moment, the two combatants continued their fight. Their figures shifted, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Each time they flashed, disappeared, and reappeared, they exchanged a powerful attack. The already dilapidated battlefield was further scarred by the two's attacks, riddled with deep craters. Suddenly, a golden light shot up, revealing Chu Qing, who was enveloped in an indestructible golden body. He was like a large golden ball that had been blasted away, flying over 100 feet before landing on a low hill with a loud bang. Before he could even stand up, Prince Mei's figure arrived through the air. The beautiful female phantom behind her remained as alluring as ever. Countless onlookers longed to see what lay hidden within the mist-shrouded phantom. But contrary to her graceful figure, the phantom's face was ferocious. A massive hand, along with Prince Mei, slammed down. Boom! 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 Powerful attacks rained down one after another, seemingly intent on hammering Chu Qing deep into the earth. The entire hill was leveled by her palm strikes, a truly horrifying sight for all to witness. But at that moment, a dragon's roar, accompanied by a raging storm, and the blazing sun, rose up. On the hilltop, the arrogant Prince Mei was forcefully blasted away by the immense dragon-shaped energy. Prince Mei roared, his hands gripping the dragon, pulling and yanking it until its energy instantly dissipated. But at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger arose. Chu Qing slashed with both palms, unleashing a torrent of flames that blotted out the sky, scorching and distorting the air. The force of the attack preceded its arrival. This was originally a move from the cloud-dispelling palm technique, tearing the sky and dispelling the clouds. Chu Qing incorporated the flames into the attack while retaining the power of the cloud-dispelling palm itself. The combined power was even greater than before. Prince Mei turned, and the blow struck him squarely in the chest and abdomen. He was instantly engulfed in flames, his body flying backward, smashing trees and boulders in his path. He traveled hundreds of feet before barely managing to regain his footing. Looking down, he saw that the flames had torn his clothes to shreds, and the palm wound on his chest and abdomen was even more horrific. As the saying goes, even a cornered beast will fight. However, the 12 holy kings, pampered since childhood, and Prince Mei, with her lifelong strength, had never encountered such a situation. She stared at the wound on her chest and abdomen, momentarily forgetting everything else, completely unaware that Chu Qing had already arrived before her. Seeing her head bowed in silence, without any intention of speaking, he simply swung his heavenly frost fist. A thunderous punch slammed down onto her exposed nape. Bang! Her body crashed to the ground, a gust of wind rising, cracking the earth. Chu Qing didn't even raise his head. Just moments before, enveloped in his indestructible golden body, he had allowed this woman to wreak havoc on his body. Now that the situation had reversed, Chu Qing had no intention of showing any mercy. Two fists swung in unison, relentlessly striking down. After the first punch, Prince Mei realized her condition and tried to raise her head, but the second punch followed immediately. She roared and tried to get up, but Chu Qing simply stomped down on her. From his superior position, his fists pounded like drums. Boom! 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 He had been suppressed by Prince Mei earlier, but now he had finally avenged himself. Countless fists rained down on Prince Mei, forcing him into the ground. Ice spread and covered him in all directions, accumulating a thick layer until it was 3 feet thick and the pit was 7 or 8 feet deep, before he slowly exhaled. The ice covering his fists was tinged with blood. Chu Qing leaped out of the pit and looked up to see Prince Xiao and the two generals of the warlord. What's the rush? Chu Qing waved his hand helplessly. Are you in such a hurry to die? Chapter 355. The response to Chu Qing was a direct spear thrust. The spear's momentum was powerful and fierce, clearly indicating that Chu Qing had recovered considerably of his inner strength during his fight with Prince Mei. Now, his attack was a full-force strike, because in their eyes, this was the best opportunity to kill Chu Qing. How profound Prince Mei's inner strength was, others might not know, but they were well aware. To be able to defeat this top 3 ranked 12 Saint King, Chu Qing must have paid a heavy price. This was evident simply by glancing at the battlefield where they fought. Countless deep craters, large and small, littered the ground. Chu Qing's tearing heaven and dispelling clouds technique swept across all directions, extending over 100 feet in radius. Anything touched by its force, whether trees or boulders, was cleaved in two. The sheer scale of the attack was beyond human capability. The trees snapped in half, the shattered boulders, and the raging flames unleashed by Chu Qing still burned fiercely. All of this spoke volumes about the immense amount of energy Chu Qing had expended in that battle. They didn't know Chu Qing's exact strength or the depth of his inner power, but this was clearly the weakest Chu Qing they had seen since they began fighting. Therefore, they remained silent, giving Chu Qing no opening. Blood Eagle Heavenly Strike 13 Transformations. A powerful spear shadow erupted, its tip like an eagle's, sharp and unstoppable. 100 Battles Killing Sword followed closely behind, but its massive blood-red sword shadow had somehow broken apart. The broken sword stood tall, its tragic aura swirling between heaven and earth. This is the most brutal and ruthless move in the 100 Battles Killing Sword technique. Desperate measures. Only by desperation can the broken sword be stained with blood. A spear and a sword, carrying boundless power, suddenly approached Chu Qing. Even before the spear and sword were close, their immense power already caused sand and stones to fly, disrupting the peace of heaven and earth. Chu Qing's figure appeared slightly frail in the gale, his long hair disheveled by the wind, yet his eyes remained calm. Until those eyes were obscured by the gray mist, no one could see what lay beneath. Silence. His figure was completely hidden in the gray mist, leaving only silence. The silence seemed to last only a breath, yet also felt like centuries. A faint crimson flame peeked through the gray mist. Like an unstoppable torrent, a deafening roar erupted as raging flames shot skyward, blooming like a lotus. Yet, the crowd still couldn't discern what was within the flames. Until someone broke through the flames and charged forward, but upon closer inspection, they realized it wasn't one figure, but two. Chu Qing's hand gripped the laughing prince's neck, forcing him to plow the ground. The ground cracked and shattered repeatedly in their path, the laughing prince trembling uncontrollably, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. Yet he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, trying to resist Chu Qing. But it was all in vain. Boom! With a deafening crash, the laughing prince, pushed along by Chu Qing, finally slammed into a giant boulder. Cracks spread like a spiderweb from the boulder, emanating an eerie aura. Blood trickled from the corner of Prince Xiao's mouth, his eyes still filled with disbelief. This is impossible. He had miscalculated after all. He thought Chu Qing, after his battle with Prince Mei, was already on his last legs. But he didn't know that Chu Qing's 9 chapters of Divine Jade combined the Bright Jade skill and the 9 Yang Divine skill, with a great shift of heaven and earth as its axis, manipulating yin and yang energies. It achieved the most exquisite and mysterious balance in the world. His internal energy was inexhaustible. Even after hundreds or thousands of such battles, his internal energy would not diminish in the slightest. It's no exaggeration to say. Unless he dies, Chu Qing will forever remain at his peak. What are you still doubting? Chu Qing's eyes showed little emotion. Your gloom and despair are useless against me. Prince Xiao slowly raised his palms, pressing them down, lightning flashing between them. With a crack, the glimmer of lightning vanished completely. His hands fell limply to the ground, his head lolling to the side. His neck had been snapped by Chu Qing, and he was dead on the spot. Just then, 2 figures staggered out of the flames, one with a spear and the other with a sword. But they both looked terrible. The 2 had used their most ruthless and powerful techniques against Chu Qing. Yet, even with the gray mist obscuring their attacks, Chu Qing had completely thwarted them. They were ultimately engulfed by the flames, and by the time they regained their senses, Prince Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Looking up now, they saw Chu Qing carrying the lifeless Prince Xiao, casually tossing him to the ground. His eyes widened in fury. You actually killed another prince! What crime have you committed? The swordsman roared. Chu Qing smiled. What are you talking about? The great Qian dynasty has been gone for so many years. What crime do you still deserve? As he finished speaking, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Wait. Something feels off. But before Chu Qing could figure it out, the 2 men charged forward again. Perhaps because 2 princes had fallen victim to Chu Qing's cruelty, this time, these 2 experts were fighting with a death wish. Their inner energy was at its peak, and they were exerting their utmost strength. However, these 2 no longer seemed as confident as before. Covered in blood and burns, they gritted their teeth, but blood still spilled from their mouths. Their imposing presence was undeniable. Unfortunately, neither the brutally wielded sword nor the endlessly powerful spear. Upon reaching Chu Qing, all the spears went out of service. Chu Qing casually flicked past the afterimage of the spear, grabbing the shaft as if it were a snake's vital point. After fighting for so long, your martial arts are no longer a secret to me. If I were you, I wouldn't put up a fight. A clean surrender, or even suicide, would be a good end. With that, he raised his hand, perfectly blocking the broken sword falling from the sky, before continuing, "Don't continue to embarrass yourself here." With that, he launched a flying kick, sending the swordsman spinning like a ripped sack. The kick was ruthless, as if it had pierced the swordsman's chest and abdomen. As he flew through the air, a large section of his chest was visible collapsed. The gushing blood contained fragments of internal organs. At the same time, Chu Qing pulled the spear back, dragging it towards himself. The expert wielding the spear stumbled as Chu Qing pulled him. "We've been fighting all this time, and your Lord of War hasn't shown up at all. It seems he really hasn't come. May I ask, where is he now?" "Don't be so arrogant." Before he could finish speaking, a fist covered in ice landed on his face. This punch froze his entire head into ice. With the force of the impact, the ice, carrying fragments of his head, shot backward. The corpse remained rooted to the spot, surprisingly not falling. At this point, the battle was over. Chu Qing, single-handedly, had utterly defeated these 8 experts. Before the cheers could even begin, gasps of shock filled the air, and someone shouted, "Watch out!" Chu Qing turned around to see Prince Mei. In their recent fight, Chu Qing had forcefully slammed Prince Mei into the ground, then encased her in ice with her heavenly frost fist. Her appearance now was perfectly timed. Just when Chu Qing was feeling triumphant, Prince Mei hadn't anticipated that someone would warn her. But humans aren't gods. Even the most powerful martial arts are vulnerable to a sudden sneak attack. The moment Chu Qing turned around, Prince Mei expected to see fear in her eyes. But she was wrong. She saw a faint blue light emanating from Chu Qing's eyes. Why do human eyes emit a blue glow? This thought flashed through her mind, and Princess Mei felt there must be something wrong with her. At this moment, she should unleash her full power and utterly defeat this most terrifying opponent of her life. In fact, she had already planned her attack. This time, she couldn't fight Chu Qing head-on as before. She needed to utilize her strengths. The first half of the cloud and rain decree was well disguised, appearing to be a perfectly normal, righteous cultivation technique. However, the second half revealed a variety of bizarre and unpredictable methods. Compared to this, the 7 bewitching passion technique was nothing more than child's play. She needed to use the Witch Mountain cloud and rain path within the cloud and rain decree to drag Chu Qing into a crimson illusion, where countless beautiful women would throw themselves at him. One after another, fair-skinned, delicate bodies snuggled into her arms. What man could resist? However, she remembered that Chu Qing seemed to have some resistance to these kinds of methods, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so unaffected when she attacked earlier. Therefore, Wuxian Cloud and Rain Path wouldn't be able to trap him for long. Once this method was used, she would immediately follow up with a strike using all her internal energy, Cloud and Rain Token. Completely defeat this man. She could only hope he was resilient enough not to be killed outright by the Cloud and Rain Token. Such a good man was rare in the world. If she could bring him back and indulge in nightly revelry, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to her Cloud and Rain Token. Of course, now that things had come to this, if she accidentally killed him, there was nothing she could do. After all, if she were to let him live again, she herself might truly die. Sorting through all her thoughts took only a moment. But now, the most pressing matter before Prince Mei was how to use the Wuxian Cloud and Rain Path again. How could she have forgotten? With a formidable enemy at hand, an unprecedented opportunity was right before her, yet she had forgotten how to make her move. This was unacceptable. She racked her brains, growing increasingly anxious. Chu Qing certainly wouldn't allow her to ponder her moves here. She had to remember before the opponent could react, otherwise, the outcome would likely be dire. But the more she thought about it, the more impatient she became, the more her mind felt blank. She made a snap decision, abandoning the Wuxian Cloud and Rain Path, and decided to use the Cloud and Rain Token to kill directly, although the success rate was low. But how would she know if she didn't try? It was in this instant that Prince Mei felt despair again. Because she had not only forgotten the Wuxian Cloud and Rain Path, but also the Cloud and Rain Token. How to begin? How to channel internal energy? If her opponent counterattacked, what move should she use to defend herself? These thoughts swirled in her mind, but she found that the more she thought, the more she forgot. No. Impossible. How could this be? The tall woman staggered backward, her mind completely blank, as if her entire life had been an illusion. All the things she had experienced, the martial arts she had cultivated, were gone. Otherwise, why couldn't she remember them? At this moment, she didn't even notice that Chu Qing, who should have immediately attacked her, was simply watching her quietly. In fact, Prince Mei had also miscalculated something. Prince Xiao miscalculated the depth of Chu Qing's martial arts skills, but Prince Mei miscalculated what he thought was the right time. When Chu Qing knocked him into the ground, he knew that this powerful and troublesome Prince Mei wouldn't die from the impact. It was precisely because he knew Prince Mei was still alive that Chu Qing killed Prince Xiao without hesitation. Keeping one of the 12 holy kings alive was enough. The main purpose was to use him to force the Ghost Emperor to reveal his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Chu Qing was waiting for the Lord of War. Throughout today's battle, he seemed to be using his full strength, but in reality, he had been holding back many crucial techniques. These were all reserved for the Lord of War. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry, slowly and methodically eliminating these experts one by one. If the Lord of War were truly present, witnessing this scene, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Even as the once numerous and powerful experts were reduced to isolated figures, the Lord of War still hadn't appeared. Only then did Chu Qing truly abandon his idea. As for freezing Prince Mei, it was merely a backup plan. If the Lord of War appeared, he could simply kill Prince Mei with swift and decisive action. If the Lord of War didn't appear, the Ghost Emperor's whereabouts would depend on Prince Mei. Under such circumstances, how could Chu Qing easily kill him? And the final result was exactly as Chu Qing had anticipated. Prince Mei appeared, and the absolute wisdom technique he had reserved for half a day finally had its chance to be used. Watching Prince Mei gradually descend into madness, her memories dwindling, she couldn't help but collapse to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. The world is vast and ever-changing. Her cries were mournful and plaintive, like those of a little girl whose candied hawthorn had been stolen. Everyone who heard them felt a pang of sorrow. However, the thought that this was one of the 12 holy kings of the heavenly evil cult, coupled with the sight of the devastation before him, caused his last shred of pity to vanish. Chapter 356. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Yet, Chu Qing felt no pity whatsoever. He didn't even touch her pressure points. With a flick of his wrist, a faint buzzing sound rang out, and the hidden wound from the later stages of the battle, which hadn't been seen, flew up from the dust and landed in Chu Qing's hand. With a flick of his sword, the tendons in Princess Mei's hands and feet were severed. Her cries grew even more piercing as she writhed in agony on the ground. Chu Qing's gaze swept over her dantian before he pressed her pressure points. Someone! A soft call. Finally, everyone present snapped back to reality. Immediately, disciples of the Tianyin Palace flew over. Chu Qing pointed at Prince Mei. Take him back to the palace and keep him under strict guard. But remember, no one is allowed to speak to him. Violators will be. He paused, glancing at Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan remained silent, only nodding slightly. Chu Qing then decisively ordered, execute. Yes. The Tianyin Palace disciples responded, taking away the still weeping Prince Mei. However, they were puzzled. How did this once powerful man suddenly become like this? They couldn't understand it no matter how much they thought about it, so they decided not to delve into it. Chu Qing twirled his long sword, the blade pointing diagonally at the ground. Now that all your reliance has been eliminated, I advise you all to surrender, and you may still live. Upon hearing this, the Tianxia sect disciples, who had been watching half the spectacle, finally reacted. Without thinking, they charged forward. Fortunately, the people from Liaoyuan Prefecture and Tianyin Prefecture remained wary of them. Seeing that these people were so fierce even without a leader, they immediately engaged them in battle. The only ones who suffered were the disciples of Liexing Prefecture. First, Han Qiuyu was killed by Chu Qing, then Han Qiujuan was instantly defeated by Chu Qing and bound. Only Han Qiushuang remained among them, barely capable of taking charge, but she had no will to fight. After all, without Han Qiujuan, conspiring with an entity like the Heavenly Evil Sect was tantamount to seeking help from a tiger. The Han family would likely be easily devoured, leaving not even bones or ashes. Therefore, the thought of retreat had long been brewing in their hearts. But the problem was, on one side were Liaoyuan Prefecture and Tianyin Prefecture, and on the other was the Heavenly Evil Sect. Caught in the middle of their battle, they couldn't escape, and no matter which way they ran, it was too late. They were filled with despair and lamentation. The 21 constellations had gathered in a group, with Han Qiushuang among them. The leader of the Azure Dragon couldn't help but whisper, Now that things have come to this, what should we do? Han Xiushuang was speechless, unable to answer. And in a short time, he looked up, his face turned pale. He saw Chu Qing, carrying the wounded hidden sword, walking towards them step by step. His steps were steady, his purpose clear. Not good. Han Xiushuang thought to himself, realizing the situation was dire. Perhaps his gaze was too obvious. All the members of the 21 constellation saw him clearly, and turned around abruptly, only then realizing the impending doom. They exchanged glances. Fight him. This wasn't courage, it was desperation. Chu Qing's strength displayed in today's battle was enough to challenge even the most powerful masters in the world. Even their patriarch, Han Qiujuan, along with several other top experts, couldn't defeat him. With their abilities, they couldn't even escape. But if they didn't run, what else could they do? Naturally, they had to fight Chu Qing. After all, Chu Qing had made it very clear that he wanted to avenge Su Ningxuan, and the entire Han family would inevitably become his victims. With that said, begging for mercy was useless. Therefore, they had no choice but to fight. Immediately, the 21 constellations formed an array, and figures formed various formations. Chu Qing glanced at it, and couldn't help but laugh. The 28 constellations grand array should be a powerful formation, but now 7 of the 20 were gone, leaving only 21. With one of the 4 formations missing, this array was riddled with flaws. He tapped his foot, and he rose into the air. A dragon's roar accompanied his movement, and suddenly a palm descended from the sky. A gigantic palm, imbued with dragon-shaped true energy, slammed down with overwhelming force. The 21 constellation formation had just been formed, and seeing it descend, each person immediately unleashed their unique abilities to try and block the palm strike. After all, this palm strike was far less powerful than the ones they had witnessed Chu Qing use earlier. It was much gentler. But only when their attacks clashed did they realize the immense pressure the 8 people surrounding Chu Qing had endured. A force as devastating as the collapse of the sky and mountains fell vertically, and all 21 people simultaneously coughed up blood. This so-called grand formation crumbled instantly upon contact. The 21 figures collapsed to the ground, hands pressed to their chests, their faces contorted in agony. Chu Qing, however, ignored them, looking only at Han Xiushuang. In that instant, Han Xiushuang lost all backbone of the Han family, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Great hero, spare my life. Chu Qing remained silent, finally shaking his head. You completely disgraced the Han family. I ask you, where is the golden goblet you obtained from Xiangshan Sea? Han Xiushuang immediately replied, it's currently with the Han family. If you wish, I gladly offer it to you. Please spare my life. Chu Qing frowned slightly. Is it that complicated? Never mind. With that, he casually plunged his sword into Han Xiushuang's heart. Han Xiushuang's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chu Qing. You clearly promised to spare my life. Did I promise? Chu Qing asked, puzzled. Of course you promised. Han Xiushuang's face contorted in pain. I said, great hero, spare my life. When you asked me questions later, didn't you implicitly agree that if I cooperated, you would be willing to spare my life? Then think again. After you said great hero, spare my life. And then, what did I do? Chu Qing asked casually. Han Xiushuang was stunned, thought carefully for a moment, and then his face turned deathly pale. He remembered. After asking the question, Chu Qing's action was to shake his head. Fine, so you're bullying me because of your superior martial arts, huh? Han Xiushuang was furious. He struggled to his feet, wanting to show Chu Qing that he was also someone who could be killed but not humiliated. But before he could stand up, Chu Qing had already drawn his sword, Xiangyin. It was Chu Qing's sword that was drawn, but Han Xiushuang felt as if his soul had been taken away. He couldn't utter a word afterward. Blood flowed from his chest, and he lay motionless on the ground, dying instantly in the northwest. Chu Qing then glanced at the 21 constellations on the ground, his steps wandering freely, each strike a fatal blow. At this point, Chu Qing opened his system interface and glanced at it. The interface was filled with dense text, making Chu Qing's heart leap with joy. Although there were still quite a few regrets about today's battle. One regret was that he had killed so many members of the evil cult, but it was all for nothing. There were no system rewards. Another regret was that the Lord of War didn't show up at the end. He didn't even know where he was now. But recently, the backlog of tasks had finally been cleared. First, there was Li Xingxing, then the unnamed one, and finally the Blood Sea record. Adding all of these together, 10 consecutive draws should be enough, right? He stroked his chin, suddenly feeling that while the Lord of War's absence today was a regret for him, It was probably not good news for the Lord of War himself either. After this battle, he would definitely make rapid progress. The next time he encountered the Lord of War, this person would likely face certain death. Looking up at the battlefield again, the Han family, having lost their last leader, was utterly routed. Some tried to fight, others to escape, but failed at both. They were like mincemeat in a meat grinder, slaughtered by the heavenly evil sect and the experts from the two prefectures. The heavenly evil sect, however, remained a major problem. The warlords' men all cultivated the killing scripture, each possessing profound internal strength, and their combined attack formation was incredibly powerful. The Heavenly Sound and the Blazing Plains prefectures were only able to put up a fight due to their superior numbers, but without expert intervention, the outcome was uncertain. Thinking this, Chu Qing no longer hesitated, leaping into the air and charging into the battle. Wherever his sword passed, death was certain. In a short while, the Heavenly Evil Sect's formation was shattered, and after another fierce attack by the Heavenly Sound and the Blazing Plains, defeat was inevitable. By this time, those on the city walls had long since descended. The battle raged on. Chu Qing fought his way through the crowd, his eyes darting around. He was actually searching for someone. Of the 8 masters who had attacked him, only 7 had been killed or captured. Ning Wufang had disappeared while Chu Qing was fighting Prince Mei. This man colluded with the Heavenly Evil Sect, and Chu Qing had no intention of letting him go. However, given the current situation, he couldn't afford to worry about him for the time being. If he could find him now, he would capture him immediately, and Chu Qing could do as he pleased. If he couldn't find him, then he would have to wait until after this battle. This great battle lasted for a full hour before it finally subsided. The battlefield now was a far cry from the devastation Chu Qing and his group had previously wreaked. Back then, their attacks were incredibly powerful, leaving the ground ravaged beyond recognition. Everywhere was riddled with craters and filled with dust, a scene of desolate desolation and death. But now, everything before their eyes was utterly horrific. Legs piled high, blood flowed like rivers, severed limbs were scattered everywhere, and the pungent stench of blood permeated the air. Lu Xiaoyan and Ouyang Tianqiu ordered the battlefield cleaned up. Chu Qing was invited to the Five Sounds Hall, and Ouyang Tianqiu naturally followed. Lu Xiaoyan was pale. His battle with Han Qiujuan had left him severely injured. His emotional state had also fluctuated wildly due to Chu Qing's fight with the 8 masters. This roller coaster of emotions was hardly beneficial for an elderly person, especially one already injured. The result was that the injury wouldn't heal for a while, most likely not. He sat high in the main seat, and said a few polite words. Mainly, he thanked Ouyang Tianqiu for helping Tianjin Prefecture, and so on. Ouyang Tianqiu remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he couldn't help but mutter to himself. If he had known earlier that the Heavenly Evil Sect also had a large force attacking, he would have run away long ago. However, his face maintained a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled, wondering what Chu Qing's true role was in all of this. After all, he was the one who had made the greatest contribution. Without him, even with his help to Tianjin Prefecture, it would have been difficult to salvage the situation today. However, he didn't ask this question aloud. They weren't familiar enough to so easily pry into each other's privacy. After a few words of casual conversation, Ouyang Tianqiu suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oh right, there's something I forgot to tell you." He then recounted how, when Chu Qing was fighting those people, an extra person had appeared on the city wall. Lu Xiaoyan felt a chill run down his spine, and Chu Qing frowned slightly. What did that person look like? An old man, Ouyang Tianqiu said softly. He seemed unremarkable, nothing special. Judging from his build, he seemed a bit hunchbacked. His hair was sparse. Oh, and he was wearing gray clothes. As Chu Qing listened to his description, an image immediately flashed into his mind. Xing Shan. This image was exactly like Xing Shan. It was the kind old man he had met in front of the Two Realms city. Has this person also come to Tianjin Mansion today? Chu Qing frowned slightly. This old man was mysterious, and he didn't know his background. When he arrived, Chu Qing was locked in a fierce battle with several powerful experts, his mind elsewhere, and thus failed to notice this uninvited guest. What was his purpose here? Who exactly was he? These thoughts raced through his mind before he looked at Lu Xiaoyan. Perhaps we should investigate? All right. Lu Xiaoyan nodded. I order someone to investigate immediately. Ouyang Tianqiu glanced at him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After hesitating for a long while, he slowly said, the Riftstar Prefecture has acted perversely. Han Qiujuan has colluded with the Heavenly Evil Sect, and is harming fellow martial artists. It is no longer qualified to be one of the 3 prefectures. Now, we must discuss the issue of the Rift Star Prefecture's ownership. Without Han Qiujuan, the Liexing Mansion is like a lamb to the slaughter. How to divide it is naturally up to the Liexing River and Tianyin Mansions. But how to subdivide it? That's another matter. Lu Xiaoyan simply smiled. Brother Ouyang, no need to say more. In my opinion, our 2 families should divide it in 2, each taking half. Ouyang Tianqiu looked at Lu Xiaoyan in astonishment, then at Chu Qing. He suddenly understood. Lu Xiaoyan wasn't the magnanimous type, but with this young man around, Tianyin Mansion would undoubtedly have a bright future. There was no need to argue endlessly about this. Thinking this, he clasped his hands in thanks. Then thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Xiaoyan waved his hand. After this battle, Lingbei will surely be in chaos. As the heads of our 2 mansions, we must prepare early to face this storm. Ouyang Tianqiu nodded, about to speak, when suddenly he heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside the door. Lu Xiaoyan frowned and beckoned the man in. The man entered the 5 Sounds Hall and knelt on one knee, reporting to the Lord, "We have just received an urgent report that the Autumn Water sect, one of the 3 sects, has been wiped out. All the loyal and brave members are dead, and the rest have surrendered to the heavenly evil cult." Chapter 357. A moment of silence fell over the entire 5 Sounds Hall. It wasn't until Lu Xiaoyan slammed his hand on the back of his chair that Ouyang Tianqiu snapped out of his daze, and looked at the Tianyin Palace disciple, who had come to report. "What did you say?" No need for repetition, Chu Qing reached out, and the secret letter in the Tianyin Palace disciple's hand flew into his palm. He opened it, skimmed through it, and then handed the letter to Lu Xiaoyan. Ouyang Tianqiu frowned, impatient but able only to wait quietly. His gaze also fell on Chu Qing, hoping he would explain. Chu Qing did not disappoint him. The letter says that the Lord of War personally led 4 great generals and easily breached the Autumn Water Gate. The Autumn Water Gate Master was no match for the Lord of War. The Lord of War, using an unknown martial art, entered the inner city of Jiqiu City from outside the city gates in a single move. His martial arts were inconceivably high. Hearing Chu Qing's words, Ouyang Tianqiu couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't help but look at Chu Qing. In your opinion, if you were to fight this Lord of War, what would the outcome be? Before Chu Qing could answer, Lu Xiaoyan sneered. Lord Ouyang, be careful what you say. Judging from the contents of the secret letter, the Lord of War's martial arts are probably already on par with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. How can you place your hopes on a junior? Why should he be the one to charge into battle? Ouyang Tianqiu was utterly bewildered. What junior or senior? Is this the time to discuss seniority? Isn't the key who has the higher martial arts and who gets to decide? He wouldn't dare speak of distant lands, but throughout the entire 3 prefectures, who dares to say their martial arts are superior to this young man before them? With such superb martial arts skills, if we don't rely on him, who else should we rely on? These thoughts flashed through his mind, but he ultimately didn't voice them. Instead, his brows furrowed, his face full of disapproval. Lu Xiaoyan, however, didn't care about these thoughts. The battle outside Tianlai City had already exceeded his expectations. If he had known so many experts would come, he would never have let Chu Qing face the enemy. This child's martial arts were indeed ridiculously high, but in a life-or-death battle, who dares to say they are invincible? If even the slightest mistake were to happen and Chu Qing's life were to fall into place, others might not care, but he, as his uncle, couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Now that they had achieved a great victory, how could he let Chu Qing deal with the Lord of War again? He immediately spoke in a deep voice. This matter is of utmost importance. I'm afraid we must report it to the Ghost Emperor and ask him to make a decision. With the intervention of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the fate of the world could naturally be decided. Ouyang Tianqiu thought for a moment and felt that this made sense. Rather than placing his hopes on Chu Qing, it was indeed better to place them on the Ghost Emperor. But just as Ouyang Tianqiu was about to nod, Chu Qing spoke again. Don't you know? The Ghost Emperor has disappeared. This simple sentence plunged the 5 Sounds Hall into a brief silence once more. Lu Xiaoyan's voice was hoarse. Disappeared? Wasn't it Emperor Xian Shangqiu who disappeared? Ouyang Tianqiu couldn't help but ask. After all, this news had spread quite widely. Emperor Xian Shangqiu had disappeared, and Ghost Emperor Moto had gone south. How come the Ghost Emperor has also disappeared? Chu Qing sighed. The reason I didn't kill Prince Mei today was to investigate this matter. Ghost Emperor Moto has been missing for quite some time. He briefly explained the situation, but to be on the safe side, he didn't go into too much detail. He simply gave the 2 men a basic understanding of the situation. After he finished speaking, Ouyang Tianqiu and Lu Xiaoyan were both dumbfounded. After a long pause, Lu Xiaoyan slowly spoke. The heavenly evil sect initially appeared in the southern ridge. Then the rumors of the Xian Emperor's disappearance and the Ghost Emperor's southward journey arose. As a result, the attention of the entire southern region was largely focused on the southern ridge. The heavenly evil sect, however, feigned an attack while secretly gathering troops in the north of the ridge, waiting for the right moment to strike. At the same time, they devised a scheme to ambush the Ghost Emperor. Even until the Ghost Emperor's disappearance, what they were staging in the north of the ridge was still a clever feint. First, they used the little Cold Valley gathering to push my Tianning mansion into the eye of the storm. This diverted the attention of various forces in Lingbei. If their original plan had been followed, today would have been the day to flatten my Tianning mansion and kill Lord Ouyang. Then, they swiftly seized the lands of the three mansions. Then the military lord, starting from Qiushui Gate, formed a pincer movement from the north and south, taking over Lingbei, which had lost the Ghost Emperor, in one fell swoop. Although it was hindsight, these few words clearly explain the heavenly evil sect's scheme. The heavenly evil sect wasn't simply pretending. Whether it was their sudden appearance in Tianwu City, their actions in Shindao City, or even within Luochen Manor, they all had ulterior motives. If these schemes had been left unchecked, Nanling would likely have already fallen into the hands of the heavenly evil sect. Unfortunately, every time they made a move, they would inadvertently become involved with Chu Qing, causing his plans to be thwarted each time. The heavenly evil cult, from the very first moment they appeared in the martial world, their sights were never set on any single family, region, or city. Therefore, they didn't care whether Chu Qing disrupted their minor plans. As long as their overall strategy remained intact, Chu Qing was merely a minor nuisance in their eyes. It could be said that, looking across the southern region, they cared nothing and no one except the Ghost Emperor. With the Ghost Emperor trapped, they could act without restraint. What they cared about now was simply the cost. The most important thing was to minimize the cost and maximize the gains. This led to the series of twists and turns in Lingbei. Now, their plan to attack from both the north and south has been completely stillborn. The heavenly evil cult suffered a crushing defeat, losing 2 Saint Kings and 4 experts. The Star Rift Palace, which colluded with them, would soon be completely wiped out. But the Lord of War's attack on Qiushui Gate is probably just the beginning. Judging from the contents of this secret report, this person's divine skills are unparalleled, and the Ghost Emperor is not here. We are afraid we will be unable to withstand him. Ouyang Tianqiu's face showed a hint of worry. Lu Xiaoyan then looked at Chu Qing. Could we have learned the Ghost Emperor's whereabouts from Prince Mei? We only know after we ask him, Chu Qing said softly. However, I must remind you both. Even if we can obtain information from Prince Mei, rescuing the Ghost Emperor will be by no means easy. The location where the Ghost Emperor is trapped is probably no less dangerous than if the Lord of War were facing him directly. This wasn't Chu Qing intentionally trying to discourage them, but rather an objective fact. Ordinary characters, how could they easily trap the Ghost Emperor? I fear that even if they finally get the information, they won't be able to rescue him, and the final outcome will be no different from now. Ouyang Tianqiu took a deep breath. In that case, I'm afraid we must unite the forces of Lingbei and fight them to the death. Lu Xiaoyan's face darkened, and he glanced at Ouyang Tianqiu. Ouyang Tianqiu helplessly spread his hands. Otherwise, does Lord Lu have any other brilliant ideas? You still want to use this child. Lu Xiaoyan instantly understood Ouyang Tianqiu's idea. The so-called uniting of forces could only mean uniting the forces of the 3 prefectures, 3 sects, and 3 clans. Hold a martial arts conference, gather everyone together, and then select the most skilled martial artist to act as the vanguard. The nice words are, make him the leader of the martial arts alliance. In reality, he's just the vanguard charging into battle. And who else could be the best candidate besides Chu Qing? If Chu Qing had no connection with Lu Xiaoyan would be happy to see this happen. But these are his own blood relatives. How could he allow them to be used like this? You see, if this position of martial arts alliance leader could be maintained later, that would be fine. The problem is, even if they could ultimately win the battle, no one would likely acknowledge him as the so-called leader. If you still consider yourself the leader and issue orders to everyone, they might initially accept it out of courtesy. But over time, conflicts will erupt. After all, without the current formidable enemy, why should they listen to you? In the end, they say you're clinging to the alliance's power and are unworthy of the position. Or perhaps, why should the entire martial arts world submit to the will of one person? Or maybe they say this leader, relying on his superior martial arts, is using demonic means to unify the martial arts world. All sorts of accusations will arise endlessly. No one will remember that he once saved the dynasty from collapse. They say it's all thanks to everyone. Without the efforts of anyone, there wouldn't be today's outcome. And that's putting it in a fair and square way. The more cynical ones probably wish the martial arts alliance leader and the opposing master would perish together, so that they can finally have some peace. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are already a mountain weighing on their heads. Who would want another mountain to rise beside that one? Lu Zhanyan absolutely did not want Chu Qing to fall into such a predicament. His refusal was crystal clear. Ouyang Tianqiu said helplessly, but now that things have come to this, do we have any other options? At worst, if they deny it in the end, the Ouyang family will. As long as the 3rd young master can help us escape this. From now on, the Ouyang family will follow your lead and obey your every command. Lu Zhanyan was taken aback, tapping his fingers lightly on the back of his chair before turning to look at Chu Qing. Even if Chu Qing becomes the leader of the martial arts alliance in Lingbei, it's just a facade. A trick to fool a fool. But Ouyang Tianqiu's words represent the Ouyang family. Regardless of the final outcome, the Ouyang family must honor this promise. Otherwise, Tianyin Prefecture will never let them get away with it. After all, if he can't defeat the entire Lingbei martial arts world, surely he can defeat Liaoyuan Prefecture? Of course, the person in question is Chu Qing. Lu Zhanyan then looked at Chu Qing, wanting to see what he was thinking. Chu Qing had overheard their entire conversation. Although they hadn't exchanged many words, he was a smart man and naturally understood their meaning. After a slight pause he said, as the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. As fellow martial artists, we naturally cannot act recklessly. We, as martial artists, should fight with all our might. Ouyang Tianqiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Young master, your righteousness is admirable. Stop spouting such useless nonsense. Lu Zhanyan snorted, you can't pretend you didn't say that. Now that he's agreed, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Ouyang Tianqiu was speechless for a moment, then rummaged in his robes and pulled out a token. The token was clearly no ordinary item. It was inlaid with gold and jade, exquisitely crafted. The front was inscribed with the words Jade Token, and the back with Liaoyuan. This is the Liaoyuan Jade Token, the highest token of my Liaoyuan Prefecture. It has always been held by the Lord of Liaoyuan Prefecture, and will never be entrusted to others. And if one day someone were to hold the Liaoyuan Jade Token, their power and status would be even above that of the Lord of the Prefecture. They could command everything of the Ouyang family of Liaoyuan Prefecture, including the Lord of the Prefecture. Today, to show my sincerity, I present this token to you. I hope the 3rd young master will keep his word. As he spoke, he held up the Liaoyuan Jade Token with both hands and presented it to Chu Qing. Chu Qing felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but glance at Lu Zhanyan. Lu Zhanyan nodded his head vigorously, urging him to take it quickly, lest that old Ouyang Tianqiu change his mind. Chu Qing chuckled, took the jade token, and gently tugged at it, but couldn't budge it. He glanced at Ouyang Tianqiu, seeing the pain on his face, and smiled again. Perhaps Lord Ouyang, you should reconsider? No need. Ouyang Tianqiu gritted his teeth and released his grip. After today's battle, he had already realized that Chu Qing was their only lifeline. Submitting to the heavenly evil sect, or submitting to Chu Qing, was their fate. And between the two, he leaned more towards Chu Qing, because Chu Qing wasn't a bad person. Even if he submitted to him, he wouldn't cross any lines. But the heavenly evil sect was different. Ouyang Tianqiu absolutely couldn't let his ancestral legacy be destroyed in his hands in this way. So even though this decision was incredibly difficult, he made it. Chu Qing carefully examined the token before putting it away, then said to Ouyang Tianqiu, from now on, you will obey everything I say. Ouyang Tianqiu's heart skipped a beat. He wondered what Chu Qing's first order would be. He could only lower his head. Yes, please give your orders, young master. I want you to prohibit all slave trading within the Liaoyuan Manor. All slave traders must immediately release their slaves, and the disciples of Liaoyuan Manor must send these people back to their homes. Those who outwardly comply, but inwardly disobey, will be executed without mercy. Are you willing? Chu Qing said to Liaoyuan. The only thing the manor disliked was the slave trade. Now that it was under their control, they naturally had to see if this power was truly effective. Ouyang Tianqiu was taken aback, looking up at Chu Qing. Seeing his serious expression, he immediately nodded. Yes, your majesty, I obey. However, these transactions involve considerable sums. If we issue orders forcefully, it might provoke a backlash. Chu Qing smiled and asked him, is the executioner's blade dulled? These simple 5 words made Ouyang Tianxu's heart skip a beat. He knew Chu Qing wasn't a bad person, but he was certainly not lacking in ruthless methods. He immediately took a deep breath. Your Majesty understands. He got into character quickly. Afterwards, everyone discussed the follow-up matters and dispersed. In the entire Five Sounds Hall, only Chu Qing and Lu Xiaoyan remained. Chapter 358. After sitting in silence for a while, the uncle and nephew finally spoke first. The danger of this matter is extraordinary. Should we hold this martial arts tournament? Chu Qing glanced at Lu Xiaoyan and almost couldn't help but laugh. If Ouyang Tianxu heard this, who knows what expression he would have. Just now, they had been discussing the convening of the martial arts tournament, but they had different opinions and ideas about how to hold it, whether it should be held in Tianjin Prefecture, and so on. Mainly because the Lord of War had just attacked Qiushui's sect, they needed to see how the Lingbei Jianghu would react. Holding the martial arts tournament immediately at this time had several drawbacks. On the one hand, the Lingbei Jianghu didn't have a deep enough understanding of the Tianxia sect. The Tianxia sect destroyed Qiushui's sect with one move, but it was very likely to provoke the wrath of other forces in the Lingbei Jianghu. With insufficient understanding, rashly attacking the Lord of War would have obvious consequences. However, without these stubborn individuals' unwavering belief in their power, the invitation issued by Tianjin Mansion might not have been taken seriously at all. On another note, even if Qiushui's sect attached great importance to it, geographical factors meant that not all of them would attend. Otherwise, while they were away from home, the Tianxia sect could launch a surprise attack, the tournament could be held, and their homes would be gone. Such an outcome was naturally unacceptable. Therefore, the specifics of how and where this martial arts tournament should be held are crucial. The purpose of this tournament is to deal with the Tianxia sect, so action must be taken immediately afterward, rather than wasting time on travel. These are all issues that need careful consideration. Lu Xiaoyan felt that these people needed to be forced to confront the heavenly evil cult, to truly understand its terrifying power. Only then would the martial arts tournament gain real attention and importance. Ouyang Tianxu, however, felt that this would inevitably cause unnecessary casualties. After all, confronting the heavenly evil cult comes at a price that costs lives. Lu Xiaoyan believed this was a necessary sacrifice, otherwise, without sufficient attention, it would be difficult to unite everyone, potentially leading to individualistic fighting, defeat, the fall of Lingbei, and the entire martial arts world descending into the bloody rule of the heavenly evil cult. At that point, even more people would die. The two argued about this for a while, but Ouyang Tianxu was eventually persuaded by Lu Xiaoyan. Throughout their discussion, even after Ouyang Tianxu left, they all felt that this matter was imperative. As soon as the man left, Lu Xiaoyan asked himself if he really wanted to hold the conference. Chu Qing picked up the Liaoyuan jade token. Take everything. A mere Liaoyuan prefecture? How could it be worthy of my nephew? Lu Xiaoyan shook his head. Besides, this thing is in our hands. Even if we go back on our word, what can Ouyang Tianxu do? He can't take the Liaoyuan jade token from you, nor can he stop the people of Liaoyuan prefecture from obeying your every command. Even if we take a step back, we can just kill Ouyang Tianxu and say that he was seriously injured in the battle just now and died, entrusting Liaoyuan prefecture to you before he died. Chu Qing quickly waved his hand, although he knew that Lu Xiaoyan, as the head of Tianjin prefecture, was definitely not some naive and innocent martial arts expert. But this mouth, laced with a series of vicious schemes, still caught Chu Qing off guard. Lu Xiaoyan sighed, Qinger, don't blame your uncle for being ruthless. Your uncle can be ruthless to everyone in the world, but he can't be ruthless to those closest to him. You and your mother haven't seen each other for 20 years, and you only just met again, haven't even had 2 days of peace. And now you're being pushed out like this? It's truly hard for your uncle to accept. Chu Qing smiled and said, Of course, I know uncle is doing this for my own good, and I know that being the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance isn't an easy job. When they need me, they be respectful, but one day, when there are no enemies, the position of leader will be extremely awkward. Even worse, some people might wish I were dead. Fortunately, uncle has already secured the greatest benefit for me, hasn't he? A Liaoyuan prefecture and a Tianjin prefecture will become my foundation. This is risking your life. Lu Xiaoyan stood up, facing the Lord of War. Are you confident? Like I said, we only know after we fight. Chu Qing also stood up. However, I'm truly not afraid of him, uncle, please rest assured. High skill breeds boldness, of course you're not afraid, alas. Lu Xiaoyan sighed. Well then, we see how things go. Uncle will have to find you a way out. If things don't go well, you can leave. If the heavenly evil sect truly becomes too powerful, and the entire martial world can't tolerate it, then you should take your mother, your fiancé, and your cousins, and find a place to live in seclusion. You have to leave yourself a way to survive. Chu Qing didn't stop him. If doing this would put her uncle at ease, why not? After chatting with Lu Xiaoyan for a while, Chu Qing left the Five Sounds Palace. Although he had just experienced a great battle, there were still many things to do today. Firstly, Ning Wufang had escaped during the battle, and some preparations needed to be made for the aftermath. Secondly, Chu Tian was also at the Heavenly Sound Palace, as was Li Xingxing, whose legs he had severed and whose martial arts had been crippled. The reason Chu Qing kept Li Xingxing here wasn't for any other reason than simply not wanting him to die so easily. His crimes of eating human flesh to cultivate demonic arts were heinous. How could he be allowed to die so easily? He needed to suffer endless torment before taking his life. Since Chu Tian was here, Chu Qing figured it was better not to let him leave. His sister-in-law, Qin Yuqi, was pregnant. As her husband, how could he run around like that? He even rushed to the mirror of retribution. If something happened to him, Chu Qing would truly have no face to face his sister-in-law, Qin Yuqi, and his unborn nephew or niece. Moreover, he hadn't seen Lu Xiaohua for 20 years. Wasn't Chu Tian in the same situation? Two of the three brothers were with their mother. Chu Tian should at least see her. However, there was a problem Chu Qing had also considered. Chu Tian was several years older than Chu Qing, unlike Chu Qing, who was just an infant when Lu Xiaohua left and knew nothing. Chu Tian was already old enough to remember things then. His longing for his mother was far greater than Chu Qing's, and the greater this longing, the more complex his feelings would be upon seeing her again. How to face her was still uncertain. Besides, the captured prince may also needed to be interrogated as soon as possible. Chu Qing wanted to make another attempt with her. When he captured Princess Mei, he deliberately didn't destroy her internal energy, wanting to see if someone with such profound internal strength could break free from the shackles of the absolute wisdom technique and ultimately regain her former martial arts. Just in case, Chu Qing severed her tendons in her hands and feet. This way, even if she regained her memories of her own martial arts, Chu Qing could easily subdue her again. After all, he didn't care about a fully recovered, peak-form Princess Mei, let alone a battle-damaged one. Once all these matters were settled, he could have Lu Xiaohua take Chu Tian and lead Yu Zong to the Yinyang forest to examine her leg. If they could find traces of the Ghost Emperor, they could then find a way to rescue him. In short, after today's battle, Chu Qing not only gained much in martial arts, but also made significant progress in many other matters. After dealing with all that, there was one more crucial thing, a 10-pull gotcha. At least a 9-pull. He knew he'd be sleepless tonight. Thinking this, he went to find Chu Tian. The city wall wasn't a good place to talk, so he had Chu Tian settled in his room first. He just reached the courtyard gate when he heard Lu Xiaohua crying inside. His heart skipped a beat. He pushed open the gate and saw Lu Xiaohua holding Chu Tian, sobbing uncontrollably. Chu Tian had reverted to his original appearance, forcing a straight face, but his eyes were also red-rimmed. He wanted to reach out and hug his mother, but his hand rose and fell, until he heard the courtyard gate open. Then he quickly looked up. Instinctively, he wanted to push Lu Xiaohua away, but upon seeing it was Chu Qing, he gave up. Lu Xiaohua turned to look at Chu Qing. "Qing. Mother." Chu Qing called softly. Chu Tian frowned slightly. "You already recognized each other?" Chu Qing nodded. "Big brother, please sit down. Mother didn't intentionally not come back to find us. She had no choice." Chu Tian glanced at Chu Qing. "Then tell me, what exactly happened?" Lu Xiaohua had come to find Chu Tian, and Chu Tian hadn't hidden his identity. After all, they already come looking for him. There was no point in hiding it anymore. However, Lu Xiaohua was straightforward and genuine. When she got anxious, she became incoherent. Although she kept telling Chu Tian that she was wrong, she couldn't articulate the specifics. Chu Tian wasn't heartless. After confirming the person's identity, he wanted to forgive her several times, but thinking of the circumstances his three brothers had faced over the years, and his father's lonely figure, he simply couldn't easily bring himself to say forgive. Hearing Chu Qing's words, he was also eager to know what had happened. As long as the situation was reasonable, what harm was there in forgiving him? After all, they were family. Chu Qing sighed and began to explain to Chu Tian Lu Xiaohua's experiences over the years. Initially, he missed his grandfather's last moments. A simple act of chivalry led him to provoke Gong Sun Zongheng, the #1 demon of the Eternal Green Realm, who hunted him for months, leaving him severely injured and requiring 2 years to recover. With such a formidable enemy at hand, leaving Tianjin Prefecture risked being ambushed. Unable to defeat Gongsun Zongheng, he dared not return home, fearing he might bring the danger to Tianwu City, a helpless situation. What Lu Xiaohua had struggled to articulate clearly due to his emotional state was naturally explained logically, and clearly by Chu Qing. A few words made everything clear. Chu Tian then realized that Lu Xiaohua had longed to go home all these years, but had been prevented from doing so. His suppressed emotions could no longer be contained, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. It was my fault. I thought mother didn't want us brothers and father anymore. Get up quickly. Lu Xiaohua forcefully turned Chu Tian up. It's not your fault. It's all mother's fault. It's that Gongsun Zongheng's fault. Chu Tian gritted his teeth. I will definitely kill this villain. There's no rush. Chu Qing spoke leisurely. Chu Tian was taken aback. Little Qing, what do you mean? This person is currently in the dungeon of Tianjin Prefecture. I have already crippled his martial arts, but I've been too busy lately to deal with him. Brother, there's no need to worry. When you have time later, you can go and give him a good whipping, but don't kill him. He owes us for the past 20 years, and we must collect it all, bit by bit. Chu Qing's tone was calm, but Chu Tian's eyes gleamed with a strange light. Good, good, good. As expected of you. So you already captured this villain. Speaking of the villain, Chu Qing asked, where's Li Xingxing? He's in the room. Chu Tian pointed. Originally, he should have been handed over to the Tianjin mansion, but I thought about it, and was afraid that something might go wrong there, and he might be killed. So I kept him for now. Why did you spare his life? Chu Qing went into the room and brought out Li Xingxing. The man was currently unconscious and didn't look well. Lu Xiaohua also looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, isn't this the little knife king? I heard this man has a reputation for chivalry. But he's actually an assassin? Chu Qing nodded. Not just an assassin. When we passed through Tontian Ridge earlier, we encountered someone. This was another short story, starting with their encounter with Bird 13 at Tontian Ridge, then moving on to Fish 16 at Autumn Food Manor, and the steward Wang Quan, who took flesh from living people and ate it right in front of them. Their actions were utterly heinous. Lu Xiaohua listened, her breathing quickening, wishing she could kill Li Xingxing on the spot. Chu Qing, however, didn't want to let him off so easily. Instead, she looked at Chu Tian. I plan to emulate the methods of the Mirror of Retribution, to expound his crimes, and use death as punishment, to act on behalf of heaven. What do you think, brother? All right. Chu Tian immediately nodded. Hang the corpse above the gate of Tianjin Prefecture as a warning to others. It also needs to be clearly written. This person is one of the 72 masters on the Mirror of Retribution's extermination list. Lu Xiaohua said, today, in this battle between good and evil, the Mirror of Retribution actually sent people to kill my son. This shows that this assassin organization is not acting on behalf of heaven, but rather a wicked bandit aiding and abetting evil. The mother and her 2 children shared the same thought and acted immediately. First, they revived Li Xingxing, obtained the best medicine, and while he was still conscious, they skinned and shaved him, letting him experience the pain of those who died at his hands. Chu Qing, with his superb swordsmanship, tortured him beyond recognition. Before he died, he was hung on the city wall. A huge banner was hung on his chest, detailing Li Xingxing's various evil deeds, proclaiming them to the world. Li Xingxing's life was remarkably tenacious. He howled on the city wall for a full 3 hours before finally falling silent. At the moment of his death, Chu Qing's system notification arrived as expected. Commission completed. Successfully assassinated Little Knife King Li Xingxing. Reward. Random martial arts treasure chest. Commission completed. Not on the leaderboard. Chapter 359. When the system notification appeared, Chu Qing was in the dungeon of Tianjin Mansion. He only glanced at it before turning his attention away, focusing instead on Prince Mei, who was huddled in a corner of the cell. Yu Zong had been placed in a chair beside Chu Qing. He looked at Chu Qing, then at Prince Mei, who seemed terrified by something, and said helplessly, I told you to capture him alive. How did you manage to make him look like this? He looks like you ruined him. Don't you dare insult my innocence. Chu Qing rolled his eyes. Well, do you have any way to make her talk? Yu Zong coughed and said, Prince Mei, now I'm the butcher, and you're the fish on the chopping block. If I were you, I would tell you everything I know immediately. To avoid suffering this physical pain, what do you think? Prince Mei's eyes flickered slightly, glancing at Chu Qing, and Yu Zong with a look full of fear before pressing her head against the wall. What does this mean? Yu Zong looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing said leisurely, she's probably showing through her actions that she doesn't want to communicate with you. Yu Zong nodded repeatedly, all right, Since that's the case, then I have no choice. You come. Chu Qing knew this old man was unreliable. He sighed and said, Prince Mei, I only have one question for you. Where is the Ghost Emperor now? Hearing Chu Qing's words, Prince Mei slowly turned to look at Chu Qing, the fear in her eyes lessening considerably. She thought seriously for a moment and said, Promise me one thing and I tell you. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. What is it? Sleep with me. A smile bloomed on Prince Mei's lips as he said this. Chu Qing's face darkened. She felt that Prince Mei truly loved what he did. Having risen to power through dual cultivation, he never forgot about matters of the bedchamber, no matter the time or place. Yu Zong looked at Chu Qing. How about you make a sacrifice? Why don't you make a sacrifice? Chu Qing's face darkened even more. Yu Zong sighed. While I am indeed an old horse still eager to gallop, my body simply won't allow it. If I have the chance to meet Miss Mu next time, I will definitely convey your lofty ambitions, so she knows how far her mentor's aspirations are. Chu Qing gave a forced smile. Yu Zong's eyes widened. Don't tarnish the magnificent image I hold in your heart. I'm not wasting my breath on you. Chu Qing approached Prince Mei. I spoke to you politely, but you wouldn't listen. You insisted on trying my methods. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as she finished speaking, the Xiantian black gold palm struck out. With the force of the palm, Prince Mei let out a piercing scream, intense pain engulfing her body. Yu Zong watched, grimacing. This kid isn't exactly known for his chivalry. Prince Mei's scream echoed through the dungeon, its penetrating power terrifying the others inside, leaving them pale and terrified. What kind of torture had this woman endured to produce such a horrific scream? Time ticked by, and Prince Mei's screams grew weaker yet more piercing. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his former beauty was gone. He was now a monstrous, malevolent figure. After nearly half an hour, Chu Qing finally released Princess Mei. He left her curled up and convulsing on the ground, enduring the excruciating pain that felt like being slowly sliced to death. Where is the Ghost Emperor now? Chu Qing asked again. The night is long, we have plenty of time to endure it tonight. Princess Mei barely opened her eyes, fear returning to her pupils. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't know where the Ghost Emperor is. Chu Qing smiled slightly. Does Princess Mei think I'm a 3-year-old child? It seems you haven't suffered enough just now, we can continue. I really don't know. Seeing Chu Qing approaching, Princess Mei immediately screamed, It wasn't me who plotted against the Ghost Emperor, it was Prince Tomb, Prince Blood, Prince Chess, and the others. They lured him into a formation using the Heavenly Origin Chess Manual. This matter is of utmost importance. Besides these 3 people, only the Lord of War knows the Ghost Emperor's whereabouts. I truly don't know. Chu Qing paused slightly, his words now seeming more credible than before. He pondered briefly. What kind of formation is it that could trap the Ghost Emperor? The Heavenly Origin Chess Formation, personally set up by the sect leader. It was created by the sect leader after observing the ultimate formation in the Valley of Abandoned Gods. Only this formation could barely trap the Ghost Emperor. The real shackle is the Ghost Emperor's obsession, not the formation itself. Prince Mei, perhaps truly tormented, spoke with a touch of sincerity. The Ghost Emperor had 2 beloveds in his life. Now that one is dead, he would never allow the other to suffer. He would pay any price for this. This is the fundamental reason why the Heavenly Origin Chess Formation was able to trap him. Hearing this, Chu Qing suddenly realized, is the Ghost Emperor's second wife truly in the Valley of Abandoned Gods? Prince Mei abruptly looked up, meeting Chu Qing's eyes. In that instant, Chu Qing understood. So, the Ghost Emperor's second wife is actually a member of your heavenly evil cult. The Valley of Abandoned Gods is empty. Even if the Ghost Emperor truly overcomes all difficulties, attains the Heavenly Origin Chess Manual, and enters the Valley of Abandoned Gods, he will never return. This thought flashed through Chu Qing's mind, and he suddenly realized something. Prince Mu had once told him that the Ghost Emperor would undoubtedly die within a year. This death might not necessarily mean being killed, it could also mean being trapped in the Valley of Abandoned Gods, never to emerge again, to be trapped and die. Prince Mei remained silent. But Chu Qing wouldn't allow her to remain silent. Speak. Yes. Prince Mei took a deep breath and said, the Ghost Emperor's second wife is the glazed saintess of my heavenly evil sect. Ah? Chu Qing was taken aback. Saintess? The term wasn't unfamiliar. But the problem was, weren't saintesses usually young women? Someone who could give birth to a daughter as grown as Gu Linger was actually a saintess? This heavenly evil sect truly doesn't follow the usual path. 3 years ago, The glazed saintess achieved great mastery of her divine arts, and went alone to the Ghost Emperor's palace on Tontian Ridge, killing the Ghost Emperor's 2 wives. And she took the second wife's skin, thus impersonating the Ghost Emperor's second wife. Prince Mei spoke of this shocking event in a calm and collected tone. Even Yuzong, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Does the Ghost Emperor not even recognize his own wife? Heh, what does he expect to recognize? Prince Mei sneered. Appearance? Before the divine arts of my heavenly evil sect, changing someone's appearance is as easy as turning one's hand. From head to toe, we can change it exactly the same. Even a mole on the buttocks can be completely copied. As for matters of marriage, not to mention that the Ghost Emperor hasn't had sex for many years, even if he still has such a need, I have discussed it extensively with the Holy Maiden. I'm already prepared. I certainly won't let the Ghost Emperor see through my disguise. Chu Qing felt she had gained new insights once again. Could such things be imitated flawlessly through discussion? But the problem seemed to be, how could they possibly know what the couple's marital life was like? Where did they get such confidence? However, Chu Qing herself had no right to speak on this matter. After all, Prince Mei was experienced and might possess such extraordinary abilities. Her overreaction only made her seem ignorant. Chu Qing pondered for a moment and said, both the first madam and the second madam were killed by your glazed saintess. This is truly hard to believe. You're not lying to me, are you? As he spoke, his palm movements shifted, the Xiantian black gold palm about to strike again. Prince Mei noticed and quickly said, the second madam's body is still in the Huaquan well in the west of the Ghost Emperor Palace. This matter will be easily investigated. Chu Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. This matter was indeed extraordinary. If verified, it would have a significant impact on subsequent events. On one hand, rescuing the Ghost Emperor could prevent him from going to the Valley of Abandoned Gods. On the other hand, there was the Ghost Emperor's eldest daughter, whom everyone considered dead, but who lived on in many people's hearts. If she was truly alive, this truth could undoubtedly change many things. But if she was already dead? Thinking about her experiences, Chu Qing felt quite tragic. Her mother died, and she sensed something was wrong, but was punished by her own father for her recklessness. That day, she went to the second madam's room, but found no evidence, unaware that the entire second madam was the evidence. Alas, she didn't know. Ultimately, whether she faked her death and escaped, or truly died, this glazed saintess had caused considerable harm. However, why was she called the glazed saintess? Chu Qing couldn't help but ask this question. Prince Mei didn't mince words, directly telling Chu Qing, this name was bestowed by the sect leader. There are 5 holy maidens in our heavenly evil sect. The glazed holy maiden is the eldest among them. She is the daughter of Prince Tomb. This simple sentence left Chu Qing utterly bewildered, blurting out, Prince Tomb has a daughter. Why can't Prince Tomb have a daughter? Prince Mei countered. Chu Qing thought for a moment. I thought everyone in your heavenly evil sect should be childless. Prince Mei gritted his teeth, refusing to answer. Chu Qing, however, became curious again. And you? How many children do you have? Do your children know what you do every day? By the way, if you had a daughter, would you pass on the cloud and rain token to her? Pa! Prince Mei seemed genuinely enraged, spitting fiercely before finally saying, I have no children, those men are unworthy of my bearing them. However, if it were you, I could have as many as you desired. Chu Qing grinned, a forced smile on his face. Since you have a holy maiden, you must also have holy sons. Tell me, how many holy sons does your heavenly evil sect have? Only one, the holy son Qingda of my heavenly evil sect. Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he immediately asked, what kind of person is this holy son Qingda? What is his martial arts skill level? Where is he now? The holy son Qingda is naturally cheerful and quite adorable. He hasn't yet practiced martial arts. He's currently within the heavenly evil sect. Prince Mei answered truthfully. Chu Qing found it increasingly strange and immediately asked, how old is he this year? Not even 2 years old yet. Chu Qing felt like he asked a pointless question. This was just too outrageous. The holy son, a child not even 2 years old? He stared at Prince Mei, confirming that the man wasn't lying, and decided to be frank. After all, this was a rare opportunity to learn about this vast organization, whose core remained largely shrouded in mystery, from Prince Mei. Prince Mei didn't hide anything. The most supreme figure in the heavenly evil sect was its mysterious leader. According to Prince Mei, this leader was young, but possessed unparalleled martial arts skills. In her words, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were no match for this leader. He was truly a rare existence, unmatched in heaven and earth. Below the leader lay a vast and complex group of people. Leaving aside the 12 holy kings who were high above, Chu Qing initially thought there was only one Lord of War, but according to Prince Mei, there are as many as 4. The Lord of War currently residing in Lingbei is known as Heavenly Slayer. He leads the Blood Slayer army, one of the 4 branches of the Heavenly Evil sect. He commands 8 generals and dozens, even hundreds, of junior officers, leading over 30,000 soldiers. Even without considering Heavenly Slayer himself, these 30,000 soldiers alone are enough to crush countless sects. Besides these, there are 3 other Lords of War, each fighting in their own domain across the 4 regions of the world. However, besides the Lords of War, the Heavenly Evil sect also possesses masters no less powerful than them. The 5 holy maidens have already been mentioned, and there are over 10 godmothers, each a top-tier expert. In addition, there are the sword-wielding and rusty-pin halls. One is martial arts. The sword master's martial arts prowess is second only to the sect leader. One is the literary branch, responsible for devising countless plans and gathering intelligence from across the land. Both branches are teeming with experts, especially the sword-holding hall, which is the leader's personal guard, acting on his will. The more Chu Qing listened, the more exaggerated it seemed, and he couldn't help but glance at Yuzong. He saw that the thief saint's face was not good at all, clearly also shocked by Prince Mei's words. After Chu Qing asked everything he could think of, he then led Yuzong away from the Tianyin mansion dungeon. The voices gradually faded, and darkness returned to the dungeon. Prince Mei slowly opened his eyes, a faint pink hue swirling in them. What kind of method is this? It actually made me forget even the martial arts I painstakingly cultivated. Fortunately, I recovered a portion of it now, enough for me to break free of this small cage. Third young master, there's plenty of time in the future, we meet again someday. With that, she strained her arms, and the shackles binding her hands and feet snapped. Although her tendons were severed, her cultivation was so profound that mere chains and shackles could not restrain her. She stood up, ready to flee. But when she looked up, she saw Chu Qing silently watching her. Chapter 360. Their eyes met, and Princess Mei's pupils contracted. She never dreamed that Chu Qing would return. Chu Qing, however, remained calm and spoke softly 5 hours. A flicker of doubt crossed Princess Mei's eyes. But she quickly understood. It was the time she had forgotten her martial arts. So, this person didn't even know how long this move could make her forget her martial arts. But the next moment, Princess Mei smiled. This was insignificant. What did it matter whether she knew or not? She sighed. What a pity. I thought I have a chance to go to the mountains with you. Chu Qing looked at her, then suddenly asked, You remember everything? Yes. As soon as Princess Mei finished speaking, a burst of blood erupted from her chest. To Chu Qing's astonishment, her body crashed to the ground. Chu Qing pushed open the cell door and entered the cell. He looked at the woman, whose internal energy was as profound as a demon's, as her rapidly dissipating aura transformed into wisps of wind. This was the state of fading power upon death. He immediately suppressed it with a flick of his sleeve. Given the immense internal energy within Prince Mei, if her dissipation of power wasn't suppressed, the force would be immense. Who knew what kind of trouble it might cause? After nearly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the aura finally dissipated, and Prince Mei was completely dead. Chu Qing sighed, feeling he had been somewhat hasty. He had considered that with Prince Mei's cultivation level, she might break through the limits of the absolute wisdom technique and regain her memories. He had also considered that once she regained her memories, she would definitely try to escape from here. Unexpectedly, upon his arrival, she acted decisively, committing suicide. Thinking about it now, it's understandable that she would choose such a desperate path. After all, even at her peak, she wasn't his match. Now, with her tendons severed, and judging from her final actions, she probably hadn't fully recovered all her memories. Her internal and external martial arts were lacking, making her even less of a match for him. Rather than being completely suppressed, crippled, and becoming an utter prisoner, it was better to die quickly. But as one of the 12 holy kings, she was so willing to risk her life. Chu Qing clicked his tongue, glanced at the tall woman again, flicked his sleeve, and a sharp gust of wind swept past, decapitating her. Her death was indeed spectacular, but the heavenly evil cult's methods were insidious. Who knew if it was genuine or just a ruse? Since it's death, it should be quick and clean. It needs to be a genuine death. It would be ridiculous if, after he finished mourning, she suddenly reappeared and caused trouble. After waiting a while, seeing no sign of the head growing back, Chu Qing stood up and left the cell. He instructed the disciples of Tianyin Mansion to dispose of the body. Now that night was deep, He didn't immediately go to Han Qiujuan to inquire about the whereabouts of the golden gourd. He went straight back to his room and sat down on his bed. With a thought, he opened the system interface. The Blood Sea record is now complete, only missing Han Qiujuan. The 28 constellations form a group of 7, adding 21 more optional treasure chests. However, perhaps because there were so many, some of the selectable treasure chests were duplicates. Chu Qing stroked his chin and studied them for a while, then chose 3 from the 21 selectable chests. They were an internal strength chest, a rare skill chest, and a sword technique chest. The other chests were really not worth choosing. Moreover, out of the 21 selectable chests, there was only 1 internal strength chest. This left Chu Qing somewhat speechless. As for the 3 chests that weren't listed, they were a fist technique chest, a knife technique chest, and a leg technique chest. After much deliberation, Chu Qing finally chose the leg technique chest. It's worth mentioning that Li Xingxing not only provided 1 selectable chest, but also a random martial arts chest. Achieving the double yoke achievement, he wondered if he had gotten a freebie from the system. And now, Chu Qing had a total of 5 selectable treasure chests. There are internal strength treasure chest, rare skill treasure chest, sound skill treasure chest, sword technique treasure chest, and 1 leg technique treasure chest. There are 4 random martial arts treasure chests. They come from Han Qiuzhe, Han Qiuyu, Han Qiushuang, and Li Xingxing respectively. Chu Qing counted them. Now he had 9 treasure chests. Tomorrow, he have time to interrogate Han Qiujuan, find out the whereabouts of the golden goblet, then kill him and get the ultimate skill treasure chest. Then his 10 pull would be complete. Should I wait a little longer? Chu Qing looked up at the sky. It was just one more night. As the saying goes, calmness is the best policy in times of great importance, haste makes waste, a 9-foot mountain can be ruined by a single basket of earth, and so on. So my ass. Chu Qing sighed, his face darkening. This system doesn't even offer a 10 pull, you have to open them one by one even if you collect them all. So what's the point of waiting? Open! His first target was the inner strength chest. After all, this thing was incredibly rare. But after hesitating for a moment, he didn't choose to open it, instead looking at the sword technique chest. I try my luck with the sword technique chest first. Chu Qing suddenly felt he'd never been so wealthy in his life. After the system's routine inquiry, Chu Qing chose to open. The system notification arrived, as expected the next moment. Activation successful, obtained sword technique, Duga 9 swords. Chu Qing frowned slightly, feeling that the start was a bit unfavorable. Although the Duga 9 swords was an extremely powerful sword technique, capable of breaking through all martial arts, the problem was that the martial arts Chu Qing had currently unlocked included the Heavenly Thrust Fist and Cloud Dispelling Palm, as well as the 6 secrets of Aohan. While the Duga 9 swords was strong, it still felt somewhat lacking. If he could unlock a Holy Spirit sword technique, or Sword 23, that would be a great start. However, despite feeling a slightly unfavorable start, Chu Qing wasn't. He cared deeply about it. Having opened box after box, Chu Qing had actually realized this long ago. There are no useless martial arts techniques. Even the seemingly unimpressive bone-melting palm can take a life silently. It all depends on how well the user can utilize the technique. Chu Qing never adhered to any particular approach. Whenever he acquired a martial art, besides understanding the portion provided by the system, he also had to thoroughly integrate the portion not provided by the system into his own martial arts system, making it a part of himself. While the Duga 9 swords may seem inferior to other martial arts, it is indeed profound and complex. Based on the 64 hexagrams, its underlying principles are incredibly deep. With a sufficient framework, this martial art has potential for improvement. As for its ability to defeat all martial arts in the world, Chu Qing wasn't particularly concerned about that. After all, the limits of martial arts differ depending on the context. A sword technique that could originally defeat all martial arts might not achieve such miraculous effects in the current world. However, with Chu Qing's current aptitude and comprehension, with the framework and foundation intact, further improvements to this martial art might just achieve the feat of defeating all martial arts in the world. Thinking this way, various sword techniques flowed through his mind. And this sword technique was different from all of Chu Qing's original Afei quick sword and Tai Chi sword techniques. Tai Chi swordsmanship emphasizes intent over form, while a Fei's fast sword prioritizes speed, adhering to the 3 key principles of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, truly a pinnacle of swordsmanship. It's described as one of because the sword techniques are remarkably simple and direct. However, the Duga 9 swords is a fusion of swordsmanship and movement, brimming with sword intent and techniques, with movement perfectly coordinated. It's completely incomparable to the former two. The more Chu Qing absorbed information about this swordsmanship, the more he felt its power. Although it had limitations, these limitations were no problem in Chu Qing's eyes now. Some things he could even modify right now, it was a matter of course. Only after fully comprehending the entire Diga 9 swords did Chu Qing slowly open his eyes, several thoughts swirling in his mind. All the ideas concerned modifying sword techniques to enhance their power. Some proposed using the original sword techniques as a framework, witnessing the martial arts of various schools to refine already exquisite moves, making them even more refined. Others suggested fusing Tai Chi sword intent with a phase swift sword, potentially breaking through the limitations of the original techniques and reaching a new level. The idea of incorporating yin and yang energies was also considered. A single move, the breaking sword style, could unleash a sky full of flames. A single move, the breaking blade style, could condense thousands of miles of ice. These were all possibilities. However, the road ahead was still fraught with obstacles, requiring cautious progress. The speed of incorporating techniques was ultimately much faster. After acquiring the Diga 9 swords, Chu Qing felt his strength instantly increase. Looking at the optional treasure chests, after some hesitation, he chose to open a sound skill treasure chest. The last time Chu Qing opened the sound skill treasure chest, he obtained the Vajrazen Lion's Roar. He used this martial art in countless ways, making it seem as if words could become law. Chu Qing circulated his energy for a long time, hoping not to get another thunderous lion's roar. Otherwise, even with 2 lions by his side, he wouldn't achieve a qualitative leap. After silently calculating for a while, he issued the command in his mind, activate. Activation successful, obtain sound skill, Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Upon hearing the words Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, Chu Qing's spirits immediately lifted. But at that moment, an internal energy surged from his dantian, and his 10 fingers felt both sore and numb. His mind was not only filled with a large number of methods for circulating internal energy, but also with knowledge of the 5 tones and 7 musical scales. Chu Qing's head was buzzing. Fortunately, the 9 chapters of Divine Jade had reached the 13th level, and the yin and yang energies flowed naturally. The newly generated internal energy of the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds was no match for these 2, and was directly integrated into the 9 chapters of Divine Jade. In the blink of an eye, the divine skill, already at the 13th level, advanced once more. The strange sensations in Chu Qing's body gradually disappeared. He felt his fingers were much softer than before, and all the mysteries of the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds in his mind were now clear. Only his internal energy continued to grow, gradually pushing his 9 chapters of Divine Jade to its ultimate perfection. This process lasted quite a while, a full 2 hours, before Chu Qing, who had been sitting cross-legged, finally opened his eyes. His eyes were warm and gentle like jade. The moment he opened them, there were no unusual phenomena such as the room turning white. He simply opened his eyes, without revealing anything. For an ordinary person, this would be nothing special. But for Chu Qing, with his level of internal energy cultivation, this ordinary sight could be described as a return to simplicity. Completely concealing his sharpness, its power unseen until unsheathed. When unsheathed, it would shake the world. However, Chu Qing wasn't particularly concerned about the changes in his internal energy. He was more interested in the new things that had appeared in his mind. The Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, in essence, is a musical score. Its functions are twofold. One is to increase one's internal strength and open up the body's acupoints. The other is to use the music to transmit sound and attack opponents. Not to mention anything else, if Chu Qing had possessed the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds technique during the battle earlier that day, the fight would have been much easier. Whether it was one-on-one combat, one-on-many, or one-on a large group, he could handle it all. Chu Qing now really wanted to find an ancient zither, play a tune, and test the power of the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Unfortunately, I don't have the Heavenly Demon Zither. The Heavenly Demon Harp, when paired with the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, can unleash its maximum power. Unfortunately, Chu Qing's system only provides martial arts techniques, not weapons. In other words, this thing can store, receive, and transfer information. Considering the internal energy cultivation rewarded by the system, it should also be able to transfer energy, but it cannot create objects from nothing. Without the Heavenly Demon Harp, the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds would likely struggle to reach its original power. However, the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds is both a musical score and a martial art. Much like a sword technique, it won't be powerless just because it's not paired with the right sword. Other swords can be used just as well. While there's a deficiency in power, Chu Qing's profound internal energy can compensate for this. Thinking this way, he didn't dwell on it. Furthermore, considering the vastness and immeasurable expanse of the martial world. Even without the heavenly demon harp, there might be other instruments. If he could find one, its power could be dramatically increased. As usual, Chu Qing considered many ways to improve this martial art, but he suppressed these thoughts for the time being. He had only opened 2 of the 9 chests so far. He had to keep opening more. His gaze swept over the chests one by one, finally settling on the leg technique chest. He chose this one because he already possessed the heavenly frost fist and cloud dispelling palm. He was only missing the wind god leg technique from the 3 ultimate skills. Choosing a leg technique chest was just a chance to try his luck. If he opened a wind god leg technique, combining the 3 ultimate skills of fist, palm, and leg, he might be able to directly comprehend the 3-part returning to origin chi. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the system notification arrived as expected. Opened successfully, obtained leg technique, wind god leg. Chu Qing was overjoyed. It really is the wind god leg. Has my luck finally turned around? Chapter 361. With the system rewards distributed, the various moves and cultivation methods of the wind god leg technique flowed into Chu Qing's mind like a gentle stream. Chu Qing sat cross-legged, quietly sensing the power. The entire process of absorption was very smooth. Even the unusual sensations in his legs and acupoints caused by the new martial art were very slight. However, this martial art held immense significance for Chu Qing. Although he had only fully comprehended the portion gifted by the system, it was already enough for Chu Qing to gain a deeper understanding of his current lightness skill. With his lightning speed step, flying willow smoke technique, wild goose flight technique, and chasing stars and moon step, he could already achieve a level of almost standing in midair. Now, with the addition of the wind god leg technique, his lightness skill would undoubtedly reach new heights. Besides, along with the wind god leg technique, an indescribable force lingered within his body. Yet, it wouldn't merge into the internal energy vortex of the 9 chapters of Divine Jade. Like the heavenly thrust fist and the cloud dispelling palm, this martial art naturally generates corresponding power when used. Chu Qing had also tried to capture this power when using the corresponding martial art, and he actually succeeded. But this power was like the moon's reflection in water or a flower in a mirror. It seemed to be accurately found, but it vanished into thin air the next moment. Moreover, it didn't even cause a ripple. Back in Clear Spring Gorge, Chu Qing used the fire energy of the flaming blade to unleash the cloud-dispelling palm, creating a sky full of fiery clouds that shattered the gloomy clouds and mist of the heavenly evil cult member. This power clearly existed, yet it didn't cause a single ripple. It perfectly merged with the fire energy, forming a vast and powerful force. This gave Chu Qing a deeper understanding of the phrase formless clouds. He also realized that martial arts possessed many more incredible possibilities. Now that Chu Qing had mastered the wind god leg technique, 3 different forces manifested within his body. Now, Chu Qing could finally feel the existence of these 3 forces. However, he lacked the core essence to utilize them. It seems, I'm missing 3 parts of returning Yuan Qi? Chu Qing's gaze fell on the internal energy treasure chest. He wasn't sure if he would be lucky enough to directly obtain 3 parts of returning Yuan Qi from it. He exhaled softly, still not opening the internal energy treasure chest in one go. He decided to open another chest first as a stepping stone. As for the 3 parts of returning Yuan Qi, he believed that even if he couldn't obtain it from this internal energy treasure chest now, he would definitely be able to in the future. Even if he couldn't unlock it in the future, with his talent and aptitude, he could still use the wind god leg, cloud dispelling palm, and heavenly frost fist, 3 ultimate techniques, to reverse the process and push out the 3-part returning origin chi. His thoughts raced, and his mind returned to calm. He glanced at the remaining chests. He had already opened 1 sword technique, 1 leg technique, and 1 sound technique. The only chests left to choose from were a rare skill and an internal energy cultivation technique. Chu Qing planned to open the internal energy cultivation chest later, so he wanted to open the rare skill chest now. These recent experiences had made Chu Qing extremely eager for the rare skill chest, especially the art of absolute wisdom. Although the effect on Prince May only lasted for about 5 hours. That was already fatal. Prince May's cloud and rain token wasn't just powerful because of the profound internal energy gained from this dual cultivation evil method. More importantly, this martial art also included mental martial arts such as illusion techniques. The art of despair inherently attacks the opponent's memory. Even with Prince May's profound internal strength and extensive knowledge, she possessed a certain degree of resistance against its targeted attacks. Even so, it still made her forget her own ultimate technique for 5 hours. In a battle between masters, a single breath can determine life or death. 5 hours is practically a lifetime. Chu Qing didn't kill her for another reason. If he truly wanted to kill her, Prince Mei would have been dead the moment the Art of Despair was unleashed. How could Chu Qing not be excited about such a wondrous technique? He wondered if this Art of Despair would be equally effective against the obviously superior Bing Zhu. If so, Chu Qing could be said to be invincible. After a few moments of contemplation, Chu Qing didn't hesitate and chose to open the treasure chest of extraordinary techniques. Opened successfully, obtained extraordinary technique, celestial sound transmission. Celestial sound transmission? Chu Qing was slightly taken aback, mainly wondering about the origin of this martial art. As the incantation for the heavenly sound transmission flowed into his mind, Chu Qing finally realized. This was a Taoist secret technique. It could connect their spirits, allowing them to converse without moving their mouths. It could be said that all other forms of secret sound transmission paled in comparison to this heavenly sound transmission. After all, the prerequisite for sound transmission is the existence of sound itself. Therefore, regardless of the method of secret sound transmission or the formation of sound into a line, the mouth must move. The sound must be heard only by a specific person, others cannot hear it at all. However, those who understand lip reading might be able to detect it. But the heavenly sound transmission is different. The mouth doesn't need to move at all. Standing there, doing nothing, one can chat for hundreds of levels. The system distributed extraordinary techniques very quickly. In a short while, Chu Qing mastered the technique. However, he was alone in the room. With a thought, as he circulated his inner energy, ripples appeared in the clear spring in his mind. The water shimmered into lines, and with a thought, pointed towards the sleeping Wu Qianhuan. This girl was clearly exhausted from today's battle, and was sleeping soundly. Chu Qing smiled, about to withdraw the telepathic message, when Wu Qianhuan's voice reached his ears. Stop! Stop it! We're not married yet. Ouch! It tickles. You're so mean. Chu Qing blinked. Is she talking in her sleep? Ha ha ha. A sudden burst of laughter reached Chu Qing's ears. Wu Qianhuan said arrogantly, I tied you up. Let's see if you dare to cause trouble now. A strange feeling rose in Chu Qing's heart. He felt as if he were spying on Wu Qianhuan's dream. It felt a bit like invading someone's privacy. But these words really made him curious. So she tied me to a chair? But the problem is, how could a chair possibly hold me? Never mind, it's a dream. Why bother with logic? If she thinks she can hold me, then so be it. Just as I was finding it amusing, Wu Qianhuan suddenly chuckled mischievously. You dare bully me again? See how I deal with you. Oh, nice figure. Those muscles are firm. Begging won't work. Unless you say, Miss Wu, I was wrong. An apology won't do. Today, I teach you a lesson you won't forget. Huh? Who dares to spy on us from outside? Get in here. Chu Qing was getting parched from listening, realizing Wu Qianhuan's dream was something else entirely, when she suddenly shouted sharply. Startled, Chu Qing thought Wu Qianhuan had woken up and discovered she was using telepathy to spy on her dream. But then she thought she hadn't spoken, so even if Wu Qianhuan was awake, she wouldn't notice anything amiss. Sure enough, she heard Wu Qianhuan say in surprise, It's you, little gentle. Did you come to see us sleeping? Oh dear, I'm so worried about you. What are you going to do? You don't even know these things, you'd be easily fooled in the future. Don't be so confident. You need to know you're really naive. Okay, I sacrifice a little and demonstrate to you what sleeping is like with Chu Qing. Chu Qing quickly cut off the heavenly melody transmission. She felt that if she continued to pry into this dream, she'd be too embarrassed to see Wu Qianhuan tomorrow. She usually seemed so serious, how could her dream be so wild? She even wanted to lecture Wenru. What was she? A teaching material? That's generous. Chu Qing muttered, feeling a little strange. She never heard of heavenly melody transmission having this ability. After all, prying into someone's dream like this seemed bizarre. It was as if she opened up the other person's mental world, revealing all its hidden secrets. However, after thinking about it carefully, she felt it was actually quite normal. Heavenly melody transmission was, after all, a mental dialogue. She had used heavenly melody transmission to connect with Wu Qianhuan, who was fast asleep and dreaming. Words spoken in a dream are also a form of mental dialogue. One cannot see the specific content of the dream, but can understand it from Wu Qianhuan's voice. In reality, it can be understood as Wu Qianhuan talking to herself. Peeping into the dream is merely an indirect act. After all, understanding her dream through her words is completely different from directly seeing her dream. But in this case, could I use celestial telepathy to peek into the dreams of those who are asleep? But that seems a bit unethical. Chu Qing pondered. yet also felt a surge of eagerness. The range of the heavenly melody transmission was defined by internal energy. The clear spring transformation could reach everyone within its radius. With Chu Qing's current cultivation level, covering the entire heavenly melody manor was no problem. In other words, Chu Qing could communicate with everyone in the entire heavenly melody manor, whether asleep or awake. And those who were asleep were completely defenseless. He tested it briefly, then aimed the heavenly melody transmission at Winru in another room. However, this time, there was no response for a long time. Just as Chu Qing was about to assume Winru wasn't dreaming, he heard a somewhat muffled voice say, "Flying for so long, descend from the clouds and rest for a while." Good heavens! Chu Qing almost laughed out loud. Is the little girl dreaming of flying through the clouds? Third brother, it's so beautiful here. Winru's voice entered his ears again, and a smile appeared on Chu Qing's lips. Even in a dream, Winru's voice carried a calm and undisturbed quality. With her emotions detached, even her dreams were as calm as still water. Just as he was reflecting on this, Winru said, "Let's go to sleep now." Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, then cut off the telepathic communication. He really didn't know what to say. Ever since Wu Qianhuan taught Winru some forbidden knowledge, Winru's little head had become strange and peculiar. He didn't know why these two girls were so obsessed with sleeping. Last time in Shaohan Valley, he was caught off guard by Winru's question. Now even in her dreams it was about sleeping. It seemed this mental pollution was having a significant impact on Winru. However, Chu Qing felt that this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Winru was already devoid of emotions, and desire was one of the manifestations of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Her obsession with the problem of sleeping even in her dreams could be seen as the budding of the awakening of the 7 emotions. However, whether this budding emotion could save Winru's life was another matter. He still needed to find the Buddha King's Buddhist kingdom as soon as possible and find a way to obtain the Earth Scroll of the Unchanging Heavenly Book. But Chu Qing felt he hadn't had enough fun yet. No, to be precise, he hadn't finished exploring the methods of heavenly voice transmission. He began to gradually extend his reach, trying to connect with one sleeping person after another. Slowly, he discovered that some people's spirits weren't so easy to connect with. It was as if there was a door on them, and he needed to open that door to enter and hear their spiritual language. But some people were very simple. They had no defenses whatsoever, and he could easily enter. Chu Qing didn't try to wake people up in their dreams. After all, the spiritual world was infinitely mysterious, and the method of heavenly voice transmission wasn't foolproof. Suddenly speaking might frighten someone into a mental breakdown, which would be a terrible mistake. Furthermore, he decided that, except for tonight, he must never use this method to spy on others. In any case, dreams are a person's absolute privacy. Such spying is ultimately inappropriate. Just as he was thinking this, Chu Qing suddenly frowned slightly. Using the heavenly melody transmission technique, Chu Qing brought the entire heavenly melody manor under his control. He had only intended to test his methods, but unexpectedly, he had gained something extraordinary. He slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the several treasure chests in the system, and let out a sigh of relief. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." With a thought, he turned and disappeared from the room. Only a gust of wind swirled in place before finally dissipating. In the darkness, a figure moved through the courtyard. He wore the robes of a heavenly melody manor disciple, his step steady, his expression natural. He paused slightly, then looked up at a slightly secluded courtyard. 2 disciples of the Heavenly Sound Palace stood on either side of the courtyard gate. He was about to step forward when suddenly a hand appeared on his shoulder without warning. A storm raged within him. His eyes widened, and his inner energy surged, only to be forcefully suppressed. He was certain he hadn't revealed any flaws. He shouldn't have been discovered. Perhaps there was another reason. It wasn't until his back slammed against the wall that he looked up at the person before him, and he froze, completely dumbfounded. It was that third young master Han San. What was he doing here? Was it a coincidence, or was he specifically here for him? His mind was in turmoil, but his face remained unchanged. He simply bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." Chu Qing smiled, arms crossed, looking at him. "You weren't so polite last time we met." "Ning Wufang, young master Ning." Okay, it wasn't a coincidence. He was definitely here for him. Chapter 362. The instant Chu Qing finished speaking, Ning Wufang abruptly looked up. A hideous black shadow, a terrifying ghost face, accompanied by a shrill howl, flew from Ning Wufang's face, heading straight for Chu Qing. This scene resembled a demon leaping from a person's body, making the surrounding air cold and eerie. Caught off guard, it was truly startling. And startling. was the purpose of this move. The Ghost Emperor's martial arts were basically all related to the word ghost, encompassing both righteous and evil paths, with a myriad of methods. The move Ning Wufang used was called Soul Slaying Ghost Roar. It primarily revolved around the word scare. To put it bluntly, it was to frighten people. This move itself wasn't problematic, it was simply a matter of looking up and giving you a fright. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, even if you are invincible, a sudden fright can still make someone instinctively take 2 steps back. Even if you can't take 2 steps back, a slight moment of mental lapse can still cause you to lose your footing. Ning Wufang could use this opportunity to escape from his powerful enemy. As for whether the soul-slaying ghost roar could frighten Chu Qing, Ning Wufang didn't dare to even glance at it. He had just joined forces with 7 experts to deal with Chu Qing during the day, but not only did they fail to capture Chu Qing, they were instead dealt with one by Chu Qing. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't dare to think about anything else. As soon as the soul-slaying ghost roar was unleashed, he turned and leaped towards the outside of Tianyin Mansion. He risked coming to Tianyin Mansion not for anything else, but for Han Qiujuan. Han Qiujuan's golden goblet was extraordinary. If he obtained it, it would be of vital importance to him. Therefore, he pretended to escape during the day, but secretly returned at night, hoping to catch Chu Qing off guard. After all, no one could have predicted his return. But he certainly hadn't expected that Chu Qing, after receiving Tianlai's telepathic message that night, would begin his reckless probing. He inadvertently stumbled upon him. Then he heard him bluntly tell Chu Qing, "I doubt even the 3rd young master expected me to return. As long as I get the golden goblet from Han Qiujuan, I won't have to worry about anything." Hearing this, Chu Qing immediately understood the problem, which was why he come looking for him. But whether Ning Wufang had anticipated this or not, at this moment, he only had one path before him: run. Run for his life. He left Tianyin Mansion and then Tianlai City. This time, he exited through the north gate, not the south, and there was no sign of pursuers behind him. Only then did Ning Wufang breathe a sigh of relief. Then he heard Chu Qing's voice beside him. "You ran pretty fast." Ning Wufang, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt as if he had been grabbed by an invisible hand. He stiffly turned his neck and saw Chu Qing standing in midair, hands behind his back, looking at him. He seemed like a celestial being. Their eyes met, and Chu Qing smiled. "Still running? If you want to, you can continue." "I'm fine." Ning Wufang's face darkened, and he finally sighed. "I'm not running anymore." "Then let's talk?" Chu Qing's words surprised Ning Wufang. He had thought that not running would lead to a fight, and he would either be killed or captured. Now it seemed there was still room for maneuver. He frowned as he looked at Chu Qing. "Talk about what?" "Let's talk about the golden goblet and also about your young lady?" Chu Qing descended step by step from midair, as if an invisible staircase led through the air. His imposing aura pressed down on Ning Wufang, making him gasp for breath. But upon hearing the words young lady, Ning Wufang's face darkened. "You don't talk about your young lady." "Then let's talk about the golden goblet," Chu Qing said. "I'm quite curious about this thing." The Han family went to great lengths, even sacrificing Xiangshanhai, to obtain it. "You risked returning to Tianyin Mansion, also for this golden goblet. What exactly is this thing? How did you know?" Ning Wufang suddenly realized the crux of the matter. He had returned, and Chu Qing had found him, but he even knew his purpose? This was rather bizarre. He subconsciously touched his chest, confirming that he hadn't been poisoned. He couldn't be under the influence of goo magic. "I heard there's a type of goo worm in the western regions called the heart-reading goo. It consists of 2 goo worms, a mother and a child. The person who uses the goo keeps the mother goo, and then gives the child goo to someone else. This allows the user to eavesdrop on the thoughts of the child goo's host through the mother goo. It's similar to the Buddhist legend of telepathy. The method is undeniably powerful." Chu Qing's words even made him wonder if this person had somehow placed a goo on him. Otherwise, how could he know his thoughts? "The place you appeared wasn't a dungeon. Han Qiujuan is crippled. Besides the golden goblet, I don't know what else he has that attracts you." Chu Qing said calmly. "I simply cannot believe that you went to him only because of affection. The 3rd young master is indeed formidable." Ning Wufang accepted this assessment, but then had a question. "You're not arresting me? Let's see how our conversation goes. If it goes well, I might let you go. If not, I might kill you on the spot." He said this, then sat down on a large rock nearby. "Let's continue our previous topic. That golden goblet?" Ning Wufang slowly exhaled, then said in a casual tone, "That golden goblet is called the Heaven and Earth 4 Directions Gourd. It is one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth." Chu Qing's eyebrows twitched slightly, The people of Xiangshanxi never knew? If they had known, Sang Qingchen wouldn't have died. Ning Wufang shook his head. As far as I know, even when the Great Qian dynasty still existed, the heaven and earth four directions gourd had never been collected. This item, it passed into the hands of a senior from Xiangshanxi, who didn't know much about it either, and collected it as a treasure. But I don't know its true name and effects. I see. Chu Qing nodded. That explanation made sense. There are always some people who don't understand the specific value of something, but know it's a good item, so they collect it. It seems the senior of Xiangshanhai thought the same way. But little did they know how many hidden dangers this created for their descendants. Chu Qing then asked, so, you know the wondrous uses of the heaven and earth four directions jar? Ning Wufang's face showed a hint of reluctance, but he still said, fine wine poured into the jar can transform into medicine, drinking it generates internal energy. Are there any restrictions? It can only be used once a month. Where did you hear this news? The heavenly evil cult. After this exchange, Ning Wufang answered all his questions. Chu Qing let out a soft breath, tapping his finger lightly on the stone, each tap leaving a small dent. Ning Wufang's brows twitched, a surge of resentment rising within him. He, the dignified eldest disciple of the Ghost Emperor, what was this man doing? Threatening him? Chu Qing then smiled and said, shall we talk about your young lady? My young lady's affairs are none of your business. Ning Wufang said with a dark face, if you want to fight, then fight, if you want to kill, then kill. Give me a straight answer. That night, you led the Lord of War's men into Tontian Manor, and I was there too. Chu Qing ignored Ning Wufang's agitation and continued, speaking of which, this matter is quite interesting. Your third junior brother, Gong Cho, showed no courtesy whatsoever to his second senior brother, Su. But he treats you, his senior brother, with utmost respect. If one day he knew that the man in black that night was you, what would his expression be? Since I could even kill him, why would I care what his expression is? Ning Wufang's face remained cold. Chu Qing smiled faintly. Is it worth it? Worth it? Just for your young lady? Yes. Ning Wufang's expression wasn't too serious, but his words were resolute. Chu Qing crossed his arms and remained silent for a moment, then said, as far as I know, the reason your young lady was punished by the Ghost Emperor was because she broke into her aunt's room and suspected her of killing her birth mother. So what if it is? Ning Wufang frowned, feeling something strange about Chu Qing's words. And how could an outsider like him know so much about the Ghost Emperor's palace? Couldn't Gong Cho and Bai Yushu have a little bit of caution? Chu Qing smiled. I captured Prince Mei today. Ning Wufang looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing continued, I learned something from her. Perhaps you'd be interested. What is it? Chu Qing didn't hide anything, explaining how the Glazed Saintess killed the Ghost Emperor's two wives, then impersonated the second wife, framed the eldest daughter, and ultimately staged a grand drama that directly led to the Ghost Emperor's downfall. Ning Wufang's eyes widened as he listened, and after Chu Qing finished speaking, he immediately shouted, That's impossible. What evidence do you have? Now there's no way to verify it. Chu Qing sighed. Prince Mei is dead, so there are indeed no witnesses to give you. But there is one thing you can verify. Is there really a skeleton in the Huaquan well west of the Ghost Emperor's palace? And is that skeleton your second master's wife's? Ning Wufang remained silent for a long time, his heart churning with shock. Chu Qing's words seemed insignificant, but they implicated the fates of many. If these words were true, then the tragedy that befell the young lady was instigated by the heavenly evil sect. Ning Wufang's purpose in colluding with the heavenly evil sect was to avenge the young lady. But if what Chu Qing said was true, then his actions were helping the young lady's true enemy. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat lost and disoriented. He shook his head. No. Absolutely impossible. How could such a thing happen? Seeing him lost in thought, Chu Qing coughed lightly. With the power of the Vajra lion's roar, this sound was like a sudden awakening, instantly bringing Ning Wufang back to his senses. He looked at Chu Qing. I will investigate this matter. If it's true, I will absolutely not let the heavenly evil cult go. Okay. Chu Qing nodded, jumping down from the large rock. Let me ask you something else. Go ahead. Does your young lady know the art of disguise? Chu Qing asked. You know, the kind that can turn a woman into a man. Why are you asking this? Ning Wufang's heart skipped a beat after asking this. Have you seen the young lady? I'm not sure. Chu Qing said. I saw a man, and this person seemed to have some grudge against the Ghost Emperor. I can't tell you exactly who it is. Just answer my question. Young Miss has received her master's true teachings. Ning Wufang pondered for a moment, then said, The art of disguise is naturally mastered. Moreover, my master's skill is unparalleled, possessing countless techniques. Among them is the Thousand Illusions Transformation Divine Art, which grants him the ability to transform in countless ways. He could easily transform from a woman into a man, without leaving any trace. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then grabbed a tree branch and casually brandished it a few times, demonstrating a few sword techniques. This was the unique sword technique, something Chu Qing would have previously found impossible to execute. However, under the great shift of heaven and earth, at least 80% of the martial arts in the world held no secrets in his eyes. Although the unique sword technique was exquisite, upon reflection, it couldn't escape Chu Qing's eyes, and he could easily use it. Ning Wufang glanced at it twice, then suddenly froze. This is the undifferentiated sword technique. Where did you get it from? Chu Qing casually tossed aside the wooden stick in her hand, her eyes also filled with astonishment. You really know this sword technique? This sword technique was obtained by chance by the young lady, who greatly admired the 9 harmonies and 8 undifferentiated principles within it. She once shared her insights with me. She even said that once she mastered this sword technique, she would go to her master and give him a surprise. This martial art is absolutely secret. Where did you get it from? Ning Wufang's face shifted from shock to ecstasy. He couldn't help but reach out to grab Chu Qing's hand, but Chu Qing dodged him. He didn't seem to care, only asking in a trembling voice, You really saw the young lady, didn't you? Go to the Ghost King's palace first to find a corpse, and see if it really is your second master's wife's. Come find me after you've done that. I will tell you everything I know. Chu Qing said softly, seemingly not in a good mood. The unique sword technique was Hua Jinyan's specialty. According to Ning Wufang, this sword technique had never been revealed to outsiders. Could Hua Jinyan truly be the Ghost Emperor's eldest daughter? A woman, disguising herself as a grown man so convincingly. Her skills were truly remarkable. Chu Qing gritted his teeth in admiration, thinking that he would definitely seek her guidance next time they met. Ning Wufang, unaware of Chu Qing's thoughts, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing his promise, and immediately nodded, saying, All right, wait for me. After saying this, he disregarded everything else, leaping into the air and heading towards Tontian Ridge. Chu Qing stroked his chin, clicking his tongue in admiration twice, before turning back to Tianyin Mansion. He planned to quickly open the internal energy treasure chest. What if it contained the 3-part returning to origin chi? Chapter 363. When Chu Qing returned to his room tonight, it was already past midnight. He had opened 4 boxes in one go, played around with the heavenly sound transmission technique, and then, due to Ning Wufang's delay, it was almost dawn. Sitting on the couch, Chu Qing looked at the internal energy treasure chest on the system interface. Without much hesitation, he chose to open it. Opened successfully, obtained internal energy, divine illumination technique. Damn it, I didn't wash my hands. It's not the 3-part return to origin chi. Chu Qing felt a pang of regret. He urgently needed the 3-part return to origin chi to unify the 3 unique skills within his body. Although the divine illumination technique was also a unique internal energy skill, it wasn't something he urgently needed right now. It must have been when I touched Ning Wufang that I was tainted by his bad luck. If I had known, I should have washed my hands. As he sighed inwardly, incantations and wisps of internal energy began to flow from within his body. Without a second thought, Chu Qing immediately closed his eyes, naturally focusing on the key points of this cultivation technique. But a moment later, Chu Qing suddenly felt a jolt. He felt the clear spring in his mind begin to boil and churn, followed by a blinding light. In a daze, a bizarre and fantastical world unfolded before him. Countless strands of light swirled and danced, eventually drawn to a gigantic vortex. This enormous vortex was indescribable, vast, boundless, and ethereal, yet profoundly heavy and terrifying. The vortex was based on red and white, with its deepest part tinged with black. The interplay of red and white created a dazzling spectacle. A dragon, its ethereal form transforming into a sonic boom, roamed along the outer edge of the vortex, sacred and awe-inspiring. This is... Chu Qing frantically racked his brains, trying to understand why things had come to this. After a moment, he had an epiphany. At this moment, I perceive with my spirit, not with my eyes. Chu Qing murmured to himself. This was a line from the divine illumination technique. Therefore, the divine illumination technique has connected with that clear spring in my mind, allowing me to see inward with my spirit. From now on, all my senses are no longer just sensations, but I can open my eyes and see clearly. This is the state of entering divine illumination. The swirling, vortex-like divine light he saw was all the internal energy of the divine illumination technique. This technique is like a radiant light, making one feel divine. Not only did it not clash with the original 9 chapters of Divine Jade, but it also added a superior and wondrous dimension. And through inward spiritual observation, entering a state of deep meditation, Chu Qing discovered that he was now able to understand his internal energy and the changes within his dantian in an unprecedented way. With a thought, various profound mysteries of the techniques naturally arose. He refined them, constantly improving the details of his cultivation methods. Before this, Chu Qing had relied entirely on external sensations to improve his internal energy and integrate his cultivation methods. Where his true energy circulated, and what effects it achieved could not be directly seen within his body, he could only understand it through feeling. Although, for Chu Qing's cultivation level, this understanding was already extremely accurate, there was still a slight difference, a layer separating him from the truth. Now, everything was visible, and even this slight difference could be completely eliminated. He used this to continuously refine the problems arising from such slight differences in his cultivation methods, and also incorporated the various mysteries of the divine illumination technique into the whole. Against the backdrop of a dark background, the swirling red and white vortex gradually began to change. The two colors grew purer, yet imbued with light. Driven by this, the internal energy became increasingly vigorous, following the laws of nature, exhibiting a state of rebirth. Internal changes manifested externally. Where there were changes within, there were also external manifestations. Compared to the ever-changing state within, the external changes were equally impressive. Chu Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, his body surrounded by divine light and swirling qi, gradually forming a vortex-like phantom behind him. Several small dragon-shaped phantoms circled the vortex, appearing increasingly magnificent and unpredictable. Countless rays of light supported this vortex, stirring up internal energy like a spring breeze, vast and powerful yet gentle. Even so, the resulting aura was still awe-inspiring. Naturally, Wu Qianhuan and Wenru were the first to bear the brunt. This should have been the time when everyone was sleeping soundly, but the two of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously. What's going on? Wu Qianhuan felt a faint tremor in her heart, a warning from the pointing at the moon profound technique. This warning wasn't about danger, but rather an instinctive fear. It was the subconscious urge to retreat, a consequence of encountering an insurmountable opponent. But Wu Qianhuan instantly realized the source of the problem. So without thinking, she flew out of her room and stood in the courtyard, looking towards Chu Qing's room. The room was dark, yet there was light. Chu Qing's recent attainment of the return to simplicity state through the heavenly Dragon 8 sounds had now been completely wasted. His inner energy was surging and sharp, its edge exposed, making it difficult to conceal its power for the time being. Wu Qianhuan stared blankly, speechless. It hasn't been that long. After reuniting with Chu Qing, she realized she couldn't understand him at all. His martial arts progress defied all logic. Every so often, or rather, after each major battle, he would advance by leaps and bounds. It was as if he were possessed by a god. His talent was beyond human comprehension. Just as she was wondering whether to be happy for him or frustrated by him, she heard footsteps beside her. Turning her head, she saw Wenru. Yawning, she plopped down on the ground at Chu Qing's door, looking up at Wu Qianhuan with sleepy, bewildered eyes. Sister Wu, protect me. Wu Qianhuan thought to herself. With his appearance, and being in the Tianyin Palace, he didn't need protection at all. An opponent had arrived. Feeling that terrifying power, he'd be lucky not to kneel on the ground awaiting his fate. Despite her inward complaints, she still sat down next to Wenru. After all, he was her fiancé. Although his rapid progress in internal energy cultivation filled her with a sense of frustration, it was impossible for her not to worry at all. But looking at Wenru beside her, she couldn't help but think that this girl was truly wonderful. Her mind was so pure, devoid of any competitive spirit. She could always clearly define what she wanted to do and act on it immediately. She never caused Chu Qing any trouble, never made unreasonable demands, and never did anything beyond her capabilities, causing trouble for anyone. Even Wu Qianhuan thought, how could there be such a pure girl in the world, watching her head bob up and down, yet she stubbornly tried to protect Chu Qing. Wu Qianhuan suddenly whispered, "Little Ro." When Ro looked up at Wu Qianhuan, the words Wu Qianhuan wanted to say suddenly caught in her throat when she saw Ro's pure, seemingly bottomless eyes. After a moment of internal struggle, she finally said softly, "You should sleep for a while. I stay here." When Ro smiled, "It's all right. Third brother is more important." Wu Qianhuan didn't say anything more, just nodded gently. She couldn't persuade Ro not to do what she wanted to do. Pure, and the purer a person is, the more stubborn they can be at times. This wasn't a bad thing. but it inexplicably made Wu Qianhuan feel a pang of heartache for Wenro. This feeling was inexplicable. Wu Qianhuan gave a bitter smile, feeling that her current state of mind was truly a chaotic mess. It's all Chu Qing's fault. They were among the first to be alerted, but Chu Qing's cultivation this time had alarmed quite a few people. His inner energy was too vast. Under the influence of the divine illumination technique, Chu Qing completely overhauled his inner energy, eliminating all visible flaws, causing this power to spread throughout the entire Tianjin prefecture. Even more so, it spread to Tianlai city outside Tianjin prefecture. The entire Tianjin prefecture was shaken. Lu Xiaoyan sensed the cause of this change and rushed forward, but was still a step behind Lu Xiaohua. The siblings met, and Lu Xiaoyan hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "I don't know." Lu Xiaohua was impatient and flew into the courtyard, seeing Wenru and Wu Qianhuan sitting side by side in front of Chu Qing's door. Looking at Chu Qing's room again, he suddenly realized, "Brother, don't let anyone disturb her. Qing'er must be in seclusion, cultivating to a crucial point." "All right." Lu Xiaoyan didn't hesitate, leaping up and leaving the courtyard. He bumped into Ouyang Tianqiu, who was rushing over, and his face immediately darkened. "Lord Ouyang, please return." Ouyang Tianqiu was taken aback, then a hint of anger rose within him. Tonight's sudden turn of events had prompted him to come and see what had happened, offering assistance if needed. This kindness hadn't even had a chance to be expressed before being treated this way, naturally displeasing him. He frowned. "Lord Lu, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing. This is a matter for my Tianjin mansion, unrelated to Lord Ouyang. Please return to your room and rest." Lu Xiaoyan also realized he had overreacted. He immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute, calming his tone and attitude. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianqiu snorted, but when he turned to look at the courtyard, he opened his mouth as if to ask a question, but then noticed Lu Xiaoyan's wary gaze. So he immediately kept quiet. He suspected that this commotion was orchestrated by Chu Qing. But Lu Xiaoyan clearly wouldn't allow him to ask any more questions. Judging from the situation, if he probed any further, this old man would attack him. He really didn't know what the relationship between these two was, and why Lu Xiaoyan was so protective of his own. Watching Ouyang Tianqiu leave dejectedly, Lu Xiaoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by Ouyang Tianqiu's actions today, giving him the Liaoyuan Jade token and pledging allegiance. He is, after all, the lord of a prefecture. How could he be treated lightly? The most unpredictable thing in this world is the human heart, and the most untestable thing is also the human heart. So even though they were largely on the same side, Lu Xiaoyan couldn't easily trust him. Just as Ouyang Tianqiu left, Lu Qingyan, Lu Jinghan, and Chu Tian arrived. However, Lu Xiaoyan and Chu Tian didn't recognize each other. Seeing Chu Tian, Lu Xiaoyan was somewhat taken aback. "Who are you?" Chu Tian didn't know how to explain when Lu Xiaohua's voice came from the courtyard. "Let him in." "He's my eldest son, Chu Tian." "Good heavens." Lu Xiaoyan didn't have time to examine him closely, while Chu Tian clasped his hands in greeting. Chu Tian greets uncle. "All right, go in. Be careful of the protectors." After giving this instruction, Lu Xiaoyan looked at his two children. "You two shouldn't go in and cause trouble. Give the order to strengthen the perimeter. Anyone suspicious, anyone trying to trespass, can be executed first and reported later." "Ah, what if we kill the wrong person?" Lu Qingyan exclaimed in surprise. "Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free." Lu Xiaoyan, befitting the lord of a prefecture, acted ruthlessly and decisively. He didn't know Chu Qing's current state, but judging from the aura he exuded, he knew the situation was far from trivial. At this juncture, he dared not, and could not, take any risks. Better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let Chu Qing suffer even the slightest mistake. While Lu Qingyan hesitated, Lu Jinghan nodded, ordering reinforcements and the mobilization of the 5 elements and 7 musical instruments. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Chu Qing's small courtyard was completely secured. However, these people dared not get too close, not because of Lu Xiaoyan's orders, but because of the immense pressure. The internal energy emanating from Chu Qing, though seemingly like a spring breeze, revealed a powerful and undeniable force the closer one got. Gentle Wu Qianhuan and the others were Chu Qing's closest confidants, so their feelings were naturally different. Others, upon getting close enough, would feel their legs go weak and find it difficult to move forward. This scene was witnessed by Lu Xiaoyan and the others, giving them a deeper understanding of Chu Qing's martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Chu Qing was finishing up. He had completely transformed the internal energy of Divine Jade 9 chapters. He also understood why the divine illumination skill had the power to almost bring the dead back to life. On one hand, the internal energy of the divine illumination skill had the effect of illuminating all things and bringing the dead back to life. On the other hand, it also possessed the ability to enter a state of divine concentration, easily finding the key points. Further amplified by the internal energy, it was enough to restore a person to their original state in a short time. Now, with the divine illumination skill, Wu Qianhuan no longer needed Heavenly Heart 10,000-piece melody to heal her damaged meridians. With the blessing of the divine illumination skill, her recovery was merely a matter of moments. Even Yuzong could be directly healed by him. However, Chu Qing didn't intend to reveal this ability to Yuzong, preferring to let him limp for a while longer, assuming the Yin-Yang hermit could definitely save him. If he truly couldn't be saved, then it wouldn't be too late for him to intervene. After this process, his internal energy became increasingly refined. While there wasn't a particularly noticeable increase in raw power, its intensity had significantly improved. Especially the practice of meditating in a state of deep concentration to deduce martial arts had brought about a tremendous change in Chu Qing. This internal energy can no longer be called 9 chapters of Divine Jade. Since it possesses both Divine Illumination and Divine Jade, let's call it Divine Jade Illumination Strategy. With this thought in mind, he slowly opened his eyes. The divine light receded, the illusory image vanished. It rose like a thunderous rage, and fell like a gentle spring breeze. He turned to look at the door, scratching his head helplessly. So many people have come again. I suddenly understand why everyone likes to practice martial arts in those remote mountain caves. Chapter 364. At this moment, the entire Tianyin Manor was on high alert. Especially the courtyard where Chu Qing lived, which was heavily guarded by the disciples of Tianyin Manor. Even the slightest disturbance would attract attention. Lu Xiaoyan looked at the room with a heavy expression, wanting to ask, but unsure how to begin. Seeing the light in the room disappear, he immediately stopped, staring at the door, waiting for a change in the room. Lu Xiaohua was naturally even more nervous than him. Only when they heard footsteps from inside the room, followed by the creaking of the door opening from the inside, did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Only Winter yawned, her face full of relief, glanced at Chu Qing, and then sniffed, "It's different again." She was used to it. Chu Qing's scent did indeed change. After each period of seclusion, his scent would be different. A careful sniff revealed some lingering traces of the previous scent, but the overall aroma was completely different. "How is it?" Wu Qianhuan examined Chu Qing from head to toe. "Slight progress." Chu Qing smiled slightly. Indeed, there was slight progress. After all, the improvement in his internal energy wasn't that significant. But the greatest benefit of the Divine Illumination technique was that it helped him achieve the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy, opening up a path forward. This time, Chu Qing, according to his own will, deduced the cultivation levels of the 9th level of the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy. With his 13th level of Divine Jade 9 chapters cultivation, converted into the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy, he would only barely reach the 6th level. Chu Qing anticipated that when the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy was fully cultivated to the 9th level, his martial arts skills would undoubtedly reach an unbelievable level. However, this is easier said than done. The Illuminating Jade Divine Strategy is far more difficult to cultivate than the 9 chapters of Divine Jade. The difficulty of the next 3 levels, even if progressed step by step, might require decades of arduous training without achieving even 1 level. Fortunately, I'm a cheat code. Chu Qing comforted himself, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Wu Qianhuan was skeptical of his so-called slight progress. Such a grand display, and all he said was slight progress. However, at this point, it wasn't wise to press him further. Whatever Chu Qing said was fine. Lu Xiaoyan and Lu Xiaohua also stepped forward, and only after seeing that Chu Qing was alright did they breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Qing then apologized, explaining that he had caused quite a stir at Tianyin Mansion because of his affairs. Lu Xiaoyan laughed heartily, unconcerned. "It's good you're alright. Saying such things, you seem to be shy around your uncle." He then looked at Chu Tian. "Speaking of which, Tianer, you arrived at Tianyin Prefecture and didn't even come to see your uncle. 20 years have passed, and now you look like this, your uncle wouldn't even recognize you." "It's my fault," Chu Tian bowed respectfully. "Come on." Lu Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoyan. "You know perfectly well how busy you were yesterday. How could I have had time for Tianer to bother you? Besides, as his uncle, how can you blame the child for not recognizing his own nephew?" Yes, it's my fault." Lu Xiaoyan laughed again. Chu Qing glanced at him and said softly, "Uncle." I want my mother and elder brother to leave Lingbei as soon as possible. With Gongsun Zhonghen captured, the obstacle preventing Lu Xiaohua from leaving is gone. Lu Xiaohua can return to Tianwu City at any time to explain the events of that year to Chu Yunfei. Chu Tian's wife, Qin Yuqi, is pregnant and about to give birth, so Chu Tian cannot continue to risk his life in Lingbei. At this point, the Niejing Terrace is no longer a threat to Chu Qin, and there's no need for Chu Tian to continue the adventure. Lu Xiaoyan has no objections. Although he's reluctant to let his sister return, he has witnessed Lu Xiaohua's longing for him day and night for the past 20 years, and hopes for a family reunion. Moreover, Lingbei is no longer a safe place. There's indeed no need for them to stay any longer. She nodded immediately. Okay. Lu Xiaohua glanced at Chu Qin. So eager for me to leave. Is there something you're hiding from me? Chu Qin shook her head. What could I possibly be hiding from you? And you? Lu Xiaohua asked. When are you leaving? I still have some things to take care of in Lingbei. Chu Qin said softly. I haven't found Tianfu Temple. I haven't dealt with the Niejing platform, and there's the Tianxia sect. Under these circumstances, I can't leave for now. But don't worry, mother. Dealing with these problems is no longer difficult for me. Lu Xiaohua pondered for a moment, recalling Chu Qin's performance in front of Tianlai City, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, mother will wait for you in Tianwu City. By the time I return, I imagine you be a grandmother. Chu Qin said with a smile. Lu Xiaohua subconsciously looked at Wu Qianhuan, then said seriously to Chu Qin, don't be silly. Wu Qianhuan blushed deeply and quickly said, it wasn't me. It was my sister-in-law. Chu Tian said somewhat embarrassedly, mother. Is my wife Qin Yuqi? When I left home, she was pregnant, several months along now. Lu Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. Then why did you leave home? At the time, I didn't know. I only thought I had to do something for Qinger. I couldn't let him wander the world alone, helpless and alone. That's why I faked my death and left. Who knew that the day news of my death reached Tianwu City, the doctor diagnosed Yuqi with pregnancy. Lu Xiaohua was now truly uneasy. Her eldest son's wife was pregnant. This was something she hadn't expected. The thought of becoming a grandmother filled her with indescribable excitement. She wanted to leave immediately, but she was worried about her younger son. Finally, she could only pull Lu Xiaoyan aside. I leave in the next couple of days. Qinger will stay with you for now. If I find out you mistreated him, I disown you as my brother. Don't worry, and with his martial arts skills, who would dare mistreat him? Lu Xiaoyan was speechless. I don't care. No one can bully my son. Lu Xiaohua didn't need to reason with Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan was both amused and exasperated, and could only nod repeatedly, thinking that it was good enough that he wouldn't bully others. After chatting for a few more minutes, and confirming that Chu Qin was truly alright, Lu Xiaohua took Chu Tian to pack his things. Chu Qin, however, still had things to do. He had been really busy these past 2 days. He had promised Su Ningxuan that he would teach her martial arts. He hadn't fulfilled his promise yet, and Han Qiujuan still had a treasure chest of ultimate martial arts techniques stored with Chu Qin. Both matters need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Especially regarding Han Qiujuan, the Heaven and Earth Four Directions vessel, one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. This item also needs to be acquired quickly. The Heavenly Evil Sect must know about this item. If it falls into their hands, Chu Qin isn't afraid, but risking the loss of several experts for it would be a poor trade. Of course, besides these, healing Wu Qianhuan also needs to be done quickly. Therefore, after only a brief chat with Lu Xiaoyan, Chu Qin left with Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Lu Qingyan. He went directly to find Han Qiujuan. Han Qiujuan wasn't imprisoned in the dungeon. After all, he was the head of the Han family. Guarding Han Qiujuan's door was Su Ningxuan. Facing this sworn enemy, Su Ningxuan had thoroughly vented her anger last night. Therefore, when Chu Qin saw her, he felt that the girl's complexion had improved considerably, probably because her inner turmoil had eased somewhat. Su Ningxuan saw Chu Qin and hurriedly stood up. Young master. You never been this polite even to me. Lu Qingyan rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless, and pulled Su Ningxuan's hand, saying, you don't really need to be so polite to him. Chu Qin glanced back at Lu Qingyan, who immediately shut up. Su Ningxuan didn't know their relationship, but she admired Lu Qingyan's audacity even more. How is he? Chu Qin asked casually. Su Ningxuan said softly, young master, I cut off 5 of his fingers last night, but the wounds have been treated, and his life is not in danger. That's good. Chu Qin nodded, not caring about it. Chu Qin didn't know much about Xiangshanhai, but since it was a sect, it must have quite a few members. 5 fingers couldn't possibly repay so many lives, but they would certainly allow Su Ning to vent his anger. Leaving everyone waiting outside, Chu Qing pushed open the door and went inside. Although the room was quite elegant, Han Qiujuan wasn't lying on the bed. He was like a dog, locked under the window. His limbs were powerless. He couldn't even strangle himself with a rope. Blood was visible through the thin cloth on his right hand, but it was carefully bandaged. Hearing movement, Han Qiujuan looked up at Chu Qing. Seeing him turn and close the door, Han Qiujuan slowly took a breath and forced himself to sit up. But I'm nearing my end? Chu Qing smiled. That depends on your performance. Tell me, what is your intention in sparing my life? Han Qiujuan raised his eyes to look at Chu Qing. Although his 9 stars alignment was broken by Chu Qing, crippling his martial arts, even in this state of destitution, his gaze and aura remained undiminished. They even gave the illusion that, even in the depths of despair, even when trampled into the abyss of despair, he would have another chance to rise again, to once more look down upon all living beings. This aura was unique. Chu Qing smiled. With Han Qiujuan's intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess my purpose. The Heaven and Earth 4 Directions vessel? Exactly. Chu Qing nodded. Tell me its whereabouts, and I give you a quick death. Not enough. Han Qiujuan suddenly uttered these 2 words, his lips trembling. You want more? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. That's right. Han Qiujuan took a deep breath. Leave a trace of my Han family bloodline, whether as a slave, a maid, or something else. As long as you agree, I will immediately tell you the whereabouts of the Heaven and Earth 4 Directions vessel. This item is not in my Rift Star Palace. Even if you raise my Rift Star Palace to the ground, you will never find it. Chu Qing looked at him and said softly, All right, I agree. Han Qiujuan looked into Chu Qing's eyes, their gazes meeting, trying to glean something from them. However, no matter how he looked, Chu Qing's eyes held nothing but calmness. Han Qiujuan sighed, You're too terrifying. I can't tell if your words are true or false, and I don't know if you ultimately keep your promise. I can't even get you to make the slightest concession. I can only choose to believe everything you say. With that, he suddenly looked up at Chu Qing, his eyes filled with a palpable ferocity and malice. But if you don't keep your promise, you dare to lie to me, even if it's the heavens and the earth, even if I'm trapped in the underworld, I will curse you with my life, curse you to a life of separation from your family, a life worse than death. A few cold winds inexplicably arose around them, blowing gently, seemingly confirming Han Qiujuan's words. Chu Qing smiled. Speak. Han Qiujuan slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was no longer any emotion in him. He simply said softly, The Heavenly Evil Sect told me about this item, and also told me where it is. Although they said nice things, that they would give this to me as a gift to form an alliance. But in reality, they certainly won't let this item fall into my hands. I have to find a way to hide this thing. It just so happens that my Han family and the Yao Tai sect are engaged in marriage, so I mixed the Heaven and Earth 4 Directions vessel into the dowry, and sent it to the Yao Tai sect. I thought I could retrieve it after the Tianyin Mansion matter was over, but I never expected I would end up in this situation. I remember, this young lady from your Han family, and Yi Qinggu of the Yao Tai sect are only engaged, not yet married, right? The dowry was sent over? Chu Qing's expression was somewhat strange. Their betrothal gifts have already been delivered, so what's wrong with sending our dowry over? Han Qiujuan said calmly, Everything is registered and recorded. Do you think we worry about them deceiving us? That makes sense. Chu Qing nodded. I said what I needed to say. Han Qiujuan slowly closed his eyes. Give me a quick death. Chu Qing looked down at him, then suddenly smiled. Fine. With that, he flicked his finger, striking Han Qiujuan's forehead. The next moment, a system notification appeared. Commission complete. Successfully killed Han Qiujuan, the mastermind behind the Blood Sea Record massacre. Reward: Ultimate Skill Treasure Chest. With Han Qiujuan's death, the Blood Sea Record disappeared from Chu Qing's system interface. The bloated system interface suddenly became clear and concise. Chu Qing turned around, pondering the matter of the Heaven and Earth 4 Directions vessel, and walked out the door. Everyone looked at him. Chu Qing said, Have someone dispose of the body. Su Ningjun immediately came into the room to check. After confirming Han Qiujuan's death, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Stepping out, Su Ningjun bowed to Chu Qing, saying, Thank you, young master. Chu Qing waved his hand. You helped me with something earlier, so I promise to teach you a martial art. Choose one. Su Ningjun's eyes lit up, and he was about to speak when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. A disciple from the Tianyin Palace came forward and said to Chu Qing, Young master, the old lady requests your presence. Chapter 365. The only person in the entire Tianyin Manor who could be addressed as old madam was naturally Chu Qing's maternal grandmother. Chu Qing's feelings towards this old lady were somewhat complicated. She couldn't say she was bad, but she wasn't particularly fond of her either. However, since the old lady had invited her, she had to give her face. After telling Su Ning to make up her mind and come find her directly, Chu Qing went to the old lady's courtyard. The courtyard was still deserted. Led into the courtyard by an elderly woman, she saw the old lady sitting in the main hall, drinking tea. Hearing Chu Qing's footsteps approaching, the old woman looked up and said, "You come quite quickly," not neglecting this old woman. Chu Qing was momentarily speechless. "Grandma, you flatter me. I wouldn't dare. I heard about yesterday's battle. Tianyin Manor owes you a great favor." The old woman stood up. "Come with me." Hearing her previous words, he thought they have a long chat, but the next sentence was a direct demand to follow her. Her thought process was quite abrupt. Chu Qing had no choice but to follow her. Entering deeper into the courtyard, they passed the pool where Wu Qianhuan had been treated. Further in, the path became increasingly secluded. Chu Qing wondered where the old woman was taking her. She was curious but didn't ask. After all, she wouldn't harm her. And even if she harbored ill intentions, Chu Qing was skilled and daring, and had nothing to fear. Despite her age, the old woman was surprisingly agile. The two of them, one in front of the other, finally arrived at the deepest part of the artificial hill. She reached into a recess in the hill and felt around. Suddenly, the hill moved aside, revealing a hidden passage. The old woman turned to look at Chu Qing. "Dare you come in with me and take a look?" "Grandma wouldn't harm me," Chu Qing chuckled. "That's hard to say," the old woman muttered as she went inside, following a slightly damp path down the corridor. The path was quite long. After walking for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at a secret room. Stepping inside, the dampness immediately disappeared, replaced by a serene fragrance. A portrait hung on the wall directly in front of them. Incense burned on the altar, its smoke curling upwards, not yet fully dissipated. The old lady glanced at the portrait and said softly, "This is a portrait of the Lu family's ancestor. He single-handedly created the supreme heavenly sound technique, laying the foundation for the heavenly sound palace. Chu Qing, do you think Han Qiujuan of the Rending Star Palace's 9 transformations of rending stars is extremely powerful? In comparison, my heavenly sound palace's supreme heavenly sound and 100 blood 1,000 kill melody are rather ordinary?" This, Chu Qing blinked. If he had to say, the 9-star alignment of the 9 transformations of rending stars was indeed very impressive. Although, from Chu Qing's current perspective, the limits of this martial art were ultimately limited. But if this skill were mastered, it would be more than enough to dominate the region. Of the 3 palaces, 3 sects, and 3 clans of Lingbei, Han Qiujuan, having obtained the 9-star alignment, almost possessed an air of supreme power. In comparison, supreme heavenly sound was somewhat better. Lu Zhaohua's injuries from fighting the Lord of War hadn't fully healed, yet the power she unleashed was still extraordinary. However, 100 blood 1,000 kill melody was indeed somewhat disappointing. But what she truly thought was not something she could say outright. The old lady glanced at him, then sighed, "The descendants are unfilial. You underestimated our Tianyin Manor." She paused slightly, then continued slowly, "However, it's not surprising you don't know. Even Tianyin Manor hasn't had such a brilliant talent for many years. In the past, the Lu family's ancestor actually created 3 divine techniques. Supreme heavenly sound allows one to communicate with heaven and earth. Every breath is imbued with the wondrous sounds of nature. Even without moving a muscle or bone, a single breath is enough to annihilate 1,000 armies. This level of skill is something your mother could never achieve. Moreover, let alone her, since the passing of the ancestor, in the hundreds of years of the Lu family's lineage, only the 3rd-generation ancestor, Lu Shishao, has reached such a level. By your mother's and your uncle's generation, your mother's talent surpassed your uncle's, but she was a spoiled child. For the sake of love and affection, never mind, I won't say more. You wouldn't like to hear it anyway, and if I say more, you probably just think I'm an old fool. In short, you, and even your uncle, all harbor resentment towards Gongsun Zongheng. But I am quite grateful to him. If it weren't for him, your mother wouldn't have been able to learn the supreme heavenly sound martial art." As she spoke, she walked to the left of the portrait, where there were rows of shelves. On the shelves were not books, but 3 stone slabs. She took the first one and handed it to Chu Qing. Chu Qing was taken aback. What was recorded on this stone slab was none other than the internal energy cultivation method of supreme heavenly sound. Looking up at the old woman, puzzled, he heard her continue, The second divine skill created by the Lu family's ancestor is called One Sound, Myriad Forms. One sound gives rise to myriad laws. Myriad laws manifest myriad forms, and all forms can be killed. In the 123rd year of the Great Qian dynasty, a peerless master, calling himself the demon from beyond the realms, led 1,000 troops, vainly attempting to march straight into the central plains and rule the world. At that time, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had not yet appeared in the world. The knowledgeable people of the martial world rose up to stop him, but they were no match for him. The ancestor, with an ancient zither resting on her lap, plucked the strings with a single finger. With the sound, myriad forms arose. She single-handedly held off the enemy for 3 days and nights, annihilating 17,000 bandits, severely wounding the demon from beyond the realms, and finally joining forces with the Great Qian army to annihilate the enemy. This battle made her famous throughout the world. She handed the stone tablet to Chu Qing again. Unfortunately, One Sound, Myriad Forms not only requires extremely high aptitude, but also an extremely profound foundation in music theory. Since the ancestor's passing, no one in the Heavenly Sound Palace has possessed this divine skill. Only by grasping a smattering of this one sound, myriad forms can one create techniques like the 100 blood, 1,000 kill melody to bolster one's reputation. Her face was filled with dejection as she spoke. Chu Qing looked at the stone slab in his hand. Indeed, it was the manual for One Sound, Myriad Forms. It contained not only mental techniques, but also extremely complex musical scores. One sound is not just one sound, and myriad forms are far more than myriad forms. Chu Qing only glanced at it briefly before his eyes narrowed slightly. This method was completely different from the heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Its grandeur and magnificence were far beyond ordinary. The old woman then approached the third stone slab, gently touching it, and whispered, "This was created by our ancestor in his later years. There are inscriptions on the slab, called Lai." She didn't specify whether it was internal energy cultivation or musical score. Later generations have studied it for many years without success. But our ancestor treasured it so much that he passed it down. There must be something profound within it. Unfortunately, the younger generation's comprehension is far inferior to that of their ancestor. Even after generations of study, they haven't been able to grasp its profound mysteries. We can only keep it on a high shelf. She handed the third stone slab to Chu Qing, then said, "If it weren't for you in this battle, Tianlai City would have been destroyed, and Tianyin Mansion would have perished. Although I have some reservations about your father, I have none for you. I had already considered how to make amends to you for the past 20 years, and now you have performed such a great service, saving the entire Tianlai City. Although the Lu family has many disciples, their core martial arts are never passed on to outsiders, but it's different for you. These 3 martial arts techniques, you can choose one." She pointed to another side, where instead of stone slabs, there were some extraordinary treasures. These treasures, you can also choose one. Chu Qing looked at the 3 stone slabs in his hand, then at the items on the shelf beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he returned the Lai and Supreme Heavenly Sound, keeping only the One Sound, Myriad Form scroll in his hand. Then he went to the treasures, his gaze sweeping over each item, before finally settling on an ancient zither. Stroking his chin, Chu Qing smiled and said, "This one." The old woman looked at Chu Qing's gaze, her expression suddenly becoming extremely complex. After her gaze returned to Chu Qing, she asked softly, "Once you've chosen, you can't go back on your decision. Even if you can't master it, you can't come back to change it. All right. This zither. It contains murderous intent. A mere flick of the finger can trigger inner demons. Are you really going to choose it? With something so extraordinary, of course I must choose it. All right." The old woman showed no sign of backing down. "Copy the contents of the stone tablet. This ancient zither. You can take it." "This is the ancient zither?" Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. "This zither is too lethal. No one but our ancestor could wield it." The old woman didn't answer Chu Qing's question, only offering a few words of advice. Then she brought Chu Qing a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, instructing him to copy the secret manual. Chu Qing didn't ask any questions, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began copying. After he finished copying the manual, the old woman had already placed the ancient zither into its case, and came to Chu Qing. "Consider this case a small gift for you. Don't underestimate it. This was crafted by a skilled artisan from 1,000-year-old ironwood. It's impervious to blades and spears, water and fire, and even insects and ants cannot infest it. It's called a hidden edge iron box. The opening is on top. It can hold a zither and a sword. It was originally made for a master of both zither and sword in the martial world, but unfortunately, that master was killed by his enemies before he could obtain it. The zither box eventually ended up in my Tianyin mansion. My Tianyin mansion excels in the zither, but not in swordsmanship, hence it has remained until now. I heard your swordsmanship is also extremely skillful. This item would be perfect for you. Chu Qing smiled. Thank you, Grandma. Her words were light and sincere. The old lady's face showed a rare hint of affection, yet she sighed softly. If only your mother or your uncle had your talent. How could we allow that shameless brat Han Qiujuan to act so arrogantly in my Tianlai city? 3 mansions. 3 mansions. In the past, there were no 3 mansions. It was always my Tianyin mansion that was the only one powerful. Alas, the predecessors planted the trees, but the descendants are unfilial, not even deserving to enjoy the shade beneath them. The old lady's resentment was entirely directed at Han Qiujuan. Although Han Qiujuan lost, his 9 stars alignment technique shone brightly in this battle. It's likely that in the future, when people in the martial world mention this battle, they will speak of Han Qiujuan's crushing defeat of the Tianyin and Liaoyuan mansions, leaving them utterly humiliated. But in reality, it wasn't that the Tianyin mansion was too weak, but rather that its descendants were too mediocre and incompetent. This is precisely where the old lady's dissatisfaction lay. Having obtained the valuable item, the old lady led Chu Qing out of the secret chamber. After returning to the courtyard, she waited for Chu Qing to get lost. She was old and frail, and needed to rest. Chu Qing obediently bowed to the old lady in farewell, then, carrying his zither case and the secret manual, left the small courtyard. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Wu Qianhuan and the others waiting for him. Huh? Lu Qingyan immediately noticed the box in Chu Qing's hand, the hidden edge iron box. Grandma gave it to you? I begged her for so long, but she wouldn't give it to me. Chu Qing smiled. It's not just the box. He placed the box on the ground, flicked his sleeve, and the box opened, the ancient zither flying out under his internal force and landing in his hand. At that moment, Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and even Su Ningxin were all fine, but Lu Qingyan gasped. This could be the ancient zither? She subconsciously took 2 steps forward, wanting to reach out and touch it. But before she could touch the strings, she quickly stopped. She took a deep breath and said, Grandma actually gave you the ancient zither. Do you know that this zither has extremely heavy malevolent energy? A slight mistake could trigger inner demons, leading to demonic possession. I know. Chu Qing nodded. That's why it's even more interesting. What's interesting about it? It's clearly terrifying. Lu Qing encircled Chu Qing twice, her gaze fixed on the zither, hesitating for a long time before finally refusing to touch it. Chu Qing then put the zither away and looked at Su Ningxin. Have you thought it through? I have. Su Ningxin nodded immediately. I want to learn swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. Chu Qing smiled. My swordsmanship isn't easy to learn. Are you really sure? Yes. Su Ningxin nodded immediately. I'm already proficient in swordsmanship. If I can't even learn swordsmanship, I have even less confidence in anything else. All right. Chu Qing nodded. Come with me. He turned and walked away. Lu Qingyan quickly asked, Can I come along too? If you want to come, then come. Upon hearing Chu Qing's voice, the group immediately stopped hesitating and followed behind him. Back in their small courtyard, Chu Qing carefully put away what he had just acquired. Then, he went outside and pulled the sword of injury from Wu Qianhuan's hand. With a flick of the blade, he said, Watch closely. He then began to demonstrate his swordplay. As he watched, Su Ningxin frowned. The swordplay appeared exquisite, but it didn't match his own execution. Each move didn't match up. Confused, yet unwilling to be distracted, he focused intently on memorizing the entire technique. After Chu Qing finished demonstrating at once, he asked softly, How was it? How much did you remember? About 70 to 80%, Su Ningxin answered hesitantly. Chu Qing then looked at Wu Qianhuan. Wu Qianhuan was taken aback before saying, 90%. Chu Qing smiled wryly but didn't speak, instead looking at Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan chuckled, 2 or 3/10, the swordsmanship. It's too unfamiliar. Chu Qing nodded, then looked at Wenru. Wenru met his gaze, thought for a moment, and said, I didn't remember any of it. Chapter 366. Gentleness always made Chu Qing chuckle. He guessed that when he demonstrated his swordsmanship earlier, she had watched, but hadn't really thought about it. However, he didn't care, simply saying to everyone, I demonstrate again. With that, he raised his sword and danced again, each move flowing smoothly from his blade. At that moment, everyone present except for Wenru was utterly astonished. It had changed. The entire swordsmanship was completely different from before. Although equally skillful, the two were now completely incompatible. After finishing this time, Chu Qing didn't ask them anything, but instead said, "One last time." With that, the sword rose again. The result was yet another completely different swordplay. The moves were skillful and elegant, but completely disconnected. After completing the entire sword technique, Chu Qing flicked his wrist and tossed the injury into Wu Qianhuan's scabbard. Comprehend it carefully. If you understand its profound mysteries, this sword technique will naturally become second nature. Remember, the intention precedes the sword. I have other matters to attend to, so I'm going back to my room first. He hadn't finished opening all the boxes, and obtaining the Jade Illumination Divine strategy had attracted a lot of attention. After dealing with the crowds, he took the opportunity to visit Han Qiujuan, see his grandmother, and even teach Su Ning the true sword technique. Now he decided to go back and open more boxes. After all, he had also obtained a treasure chest of ultimate techniques from Han Qiujuan. He also needed to visit the Yaotai Sect soon. The Heaven and Earth Four Directions jar was no small matter, and delay might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Leaving several stunned girls behind, Chu Qing closed the door, washed his hands, sat cross-legged on the bed, and opened the system interface. He had opened 5 boxes in one go last night. He had acquired the 9 swords of Dugu, the 8 sounds of the Heavenly Dragon, the Wind God Leg technique, the Heavenly Sound Transmission technique, and the Divine Illumination skill. Currently, the system still had 5 chests stored there, 4 random treasure chests, and 1 ultimate skill treasure chest. To be honest, Chu Qing didn't know whether he should have any expectations for these 4 random martial arts treasure chests. Mainly because the randomness of the martial arts treasure chests was really strong. No one knew what they would get. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Chu Qing silently chanted, "Open." Open successfully, obtained sword technique, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra sword technique. Chu Qing was stunned. He had just been teaching someone a sword technique, and now he had obtained another one? However, the so-called Jade Maiden Heart Sutra sword technique actually didn't refer to just one sword technique, but rather 2 sword techniques, the Chuenzhen sword technique and the Jade Maiden sword technique. Therefore, in the time that followed, Chu Qing's mind was filled with images of swords. After a while, the flashes of sword energy in his mind dissipated, and Chu Qing finally exhaled. This sword technique is basically meaningless to me now, but I could teach it to Wu Qianhuan. The two of us could practice together to improve our relationship. Improve our martial arts. As for whether he would be disappointed by such a martial art. Not really. After all, it's a random martial arts treasure chest. Anything is possible. With a thought, he continued opening chests. However, perhaps he had used up all his luck last night, because the martial arts techniques he got from the next 2 chests weren't particularly advanced for Chu Qing now. One chest contained the dog-beating staff technique, a beggar's sex secret art, filling the gap in Chu Qing's knowledge of staff techniques. The other was the one-finger divine skill. It wasn't that these 2 martial arts were weak, after all. Both the dog-beating staff technique and the one-finger divine skill were top-tier techniques. However, for Chu Qing at his current level, they weren't exactly a lifesaver, but rather icing on the cake, enriching his abilities. The martial arts he obtained from the 3 consecutive chests weren't entirely satisfactory. Chu Qing slowly exhaled. Of the 4 random martial arts chests, only 1 remained. Hopefully, it won't disappoint me. Select Open. Open successfully, obtained internal energy. 3-part returning to origin chi. What? Even though Chu Qing considered himself a seasoned veteran, he hadn't expected to obtain 3-part returning to origin chi under these circumstances. He had already given up hope. Or rather, placed his hopes on the future. After all, such things were rare and unpredictable. Who would have thought that what he hadn't gotten from the internal energy chest would appear in the random martial arts chest? What's the probability of getting an internal energy cultivation technique from a random martial arts treasure chest? So far, Chu Qing has only obtained 2. One is the Purple Cloud Divine Art, and the other is the 3-part return to origin chi. The probability isn't high, but it's still a genuine surprise. This, truly is a case of finding a new path after a long period of darkness. Chu Qing slowly exhaled. He urgently sought this technique not for anything else, but solely for the 3 internal energies generated within his body from the 3 ultimate techniques. He had tried using these 3 ultimate techniques to reverse engineer the 3-part return to origin chi. However, he was missing a crucial link. He had planned that if he couldn't unlock it quickly, he could slowly comprehend it. With his current understanding of the divine illumination realm within the Jade Illumination Divine strategy, as long as his skill deepened, he might be able to build a bridge to connect and integrate the 3 energies. However, now that it's open, it saves a lot of effort. Internal energy rises from the dantian, the key points of the cultivation technique flowing through his mind. At the same time, the three hidden forces within his body also appear simultaneously, merging with the internal energy generated in the dantian. In an instant, a huge conflict arises with the original cultivation system. Without thinking, Chu Qing's mind immediately sinks into the dantian sea of qi. He sees that the dantian is already in a fierce struggle. The vortex, radiating divine light, is constantly rotating, drawing the three-part returning origin qi into it. But the three-part returning origin qi is not only constantly growing within the dantian, but it is also supported by the three forces that have long resided within his body. Its scale is gradually expanding, not only refusing to return to the original vortex, but even attempting to take over. Chu Qing watches, feeling that this is somewhat overestimating its own abilities. The Jade Illumination Divine Strategy integrates the essence of various martial arts, and after Chu Qing's painstaking contemplation and continuous improvement, it has reached its current state. While the three-part returning origin qi is indeed powerful, it is far inferior in its ability to contend for dominance. It is worth mentioning that the three forces that have long resided within his body play a crucial role, somewhat like elders within Chu Qing, possessing a certain prestige. So much so that the vortex's pull primarily targets the three-part returning origin qi, without severing the support of these three forces at their source. Chu Qing focused his mind on his dantian, entering a state of deep meditation, where every detail was within his spiritual perception. He continuously deduced the situation in his mind, and finally, he began to intervene. With a thought, the great shift of heaven and earth moved first. Although this force does not dominate Chu Qing's overall system, it is crucial, allowing him to balance the various internal energies within his body, keeping them orderly and preventing conflict. A dark light burst forth from the vortex, momentarily halting its movement, but the red and white energies had already separated and disintegrated. The two energies were able to maintain the vortex's rotation primarily through the great shift of heaven and earth technique, which acted as a mediator. Once the great shift of heaven and earth was removed from the vortex, the two energies would fight independently. For now, they were still, but once they started moving, it would be a three-way battle. Therefore, time was of the essence. Chu Qing's mind raced, constantly revising and modifying the cultivation incantation in his mind, while simultaneously using the great shift of heaven and earth to circulate his internal energy. Pure Yang path, pure Yin lineage, and then the threefold return to origin. As the incantation was constantly changed and modified, Chu Qing's mind became increasingly calm. To be honest, at this moment, Chu Qing was actually dancing on a knife's edge. If he couldn't balance his internal energy and achieve smooth circulation within a short time, his entire internal energy framework would completely collapse. He deduced two possible outcomes in his mind. The first method is based on yin and yang energies, with the three-part returning origin qi existing independently of the two energies. This achieves a state where the two energies are constant, and the three-part returning origin qi is complete. However, this state is quite fragile, representing a preliminary balance. Once this balance is broken, it could potentially cause irreversible damage. What could break this balance is a newly acquired internal skill, or an encounter with a master where the two forces are applied unevenly, creating a situation of one gaining at the expense of the other, inevitably leading to a backlash. Furthermore, if one suffers a severe injury, shaking the foundation of their body, the consequences are also extremely dangerous. Therefore, Chu Qing does not intend to handle the situation in this way. He wants to completely integrate the three-part returning origin qi into his current cultivation system, and to achieve this, he needs to separate the three-part returning origin qi. He integrated the heavenly frost qi into the internal energy of the pure Yin lineage. Leaving only the divine wind force and the void cloud force, he purified his internal energy. Thus, his body contained the pure Yang lineage, the pure Yin lineage, and the wind and cloud qi, forming a tripod balance. Then, borrowing the three-part return to origin qi's general principle, the key to unifying the three elements, he merged them into one. This formed the grand and comprehensive three-part return to origin. Finally, he used the great shift of heaven and earth to balance the disparities. As the saying goes, the way of heaven diminishes the excess and supplements the deficiency. Yin and yang were deficient, wind and cloud were insufficient. Only by using the great shift of heaven and earth to balance the changes could true harmony be achieved. Of course, the idea was good, but putting it into practice was extremely difficult. Every martial art has undergone countless refinements, exhausting the wisdom of countless predecessors to achieve its mastery. Chu Qing's ability to change so easily was not solely due to his ability to enter a state of divine meditation, which granted him extremely powerful deductive abilities. More importantly, the system always provided assistance whenever he merged martial arts techniques. However, at these times, he would become completely absorbed in the moment, ignoring even system notifications. Afterward, he completely ignored them. But this time, perhaps the changes involved were far too numerous, even more complex than the deduction of the path using the divine illumination technique last night. Therefore, Chu Qing could clearly feel that the system was providing even more assistance, allowing his mind to become extremely clear for a short period. Various possibilities flashed before his eyes, and in an instant, he found the most correct path from among hundreds of choices. As the cultivation system gradually completed, changes occurred within his body. Through introspection, Chu Qing could clearly see that the yin and yang energies were reuniting, yet they were incompatible. The heavenly frost qi, which had been continuously flowing into the threefold returning to origin qi, naturally flowed into the pure yin lineage, making its already pure white color even colder. The divine wind force, and the void cloud force, these two wind and cloud energies, also intertwined under the influence of the mental technique. They gathered beside the yin and yang energies. The great shift of heaven and earth once again transformed into a dark tone, stabilizing the balance of the three. With a thought, the three forces began to swirl within the body. The dragon-shaped qi, which had previously lingered at the edge of the vortex, now swirled among the three. Without internal visualization, Chu Qing could only sense that this was the internal force of the heavenly dragon 8 sounds. But now it was clearly visible, and he felt an extreme sense of wonder. But this was not the end. To truly achieve the principle of reducing excess to supplement deficiency, another internal force was still needed. With a thought from Chu Qing, the light of the divine illumination technique swirled among the three. If yang is dominant and yin is weak, it tends to flow into the pure yin lineage. If yin and yang outweigh the wind and cloud energy, it flows into the wind and cloud energy, and vice versa. The internal energy of the divine illumination technique can be considered a panacea. At this moment, Chu Qing suddenly realized that if he hadn't obtained the divine illumination technique beforehand, even if he had obtained 3 parts of the returning origin qi first, he probably wouldn't have reached his current state. With this change, the path originally broadened by the divine illumination technique has now become a broad and smooth road. However, this path is extraordinary. Chu Qing deduced countless possibilities in his mind, but they were all vague. This technique has too many variables in the future. Currently, sitting at the foot of the mountain looking at the summit, it's naturally shrouded in mist and clouds. And as the system notification of successful fusion sounded, Chu Qing also felt a wave of mental fatigue. Having emerged from the state of spiritual introspection, Chu Qing felt a profound transformation in his internal energy. Under this overarching principle, his inner strength was now a unified whole, wind and clouds, yin and yang, all fused together. With a single strike, 3 forces arose. Their power, though untested, was not to be underestimated. Compared to before the battle at Tianlai City, it was incomparable. Back then, dealing with Prince May had been quite a struggle. Now, if they were to fight again, Prince May would likely be no match for him. Furthermore, these individual forces could also fight independently. Each force was wielded with effortless ease. To put it bluntly, Chu Qing now felt he could fight anyone. It was as if he had no equal in heaven or on earth. The feeling was exhilarating, yet Chu Qing still remembered that the world still had its 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the leader of the heavenly evil cult. I wonder, with my current cultivation level, how do I compare to that warlord? Chu Qing felt a surge of eagerness. Now that his divine skill was complete, he didn't want to keep it hidden. He needed to find an opponent, fight with all his might, and annihilate them to dust before he could truly vent his frustration. However, his Jade Illumination divine strategy, originally at the 6th level, had regressed after this change. He had fallen to the 5th level. But this wasn't a bad thing. His power was growing stronger, his cultivation seemed limitless, and the road ahead appeared leisurely, promising a bright future. He glanced at the sky, the sun was already setting, and the area outside was once again crowded. Chu Qing clicked his tongue, knowing that the commotion this time was likely even greater than the one last night. But he didn't plan to go out and meet anyone right away. All that was left was the ultimate skill treasure chest. He decided to open it first and see what happened. Chapter 367. Chu Qing was right. Having obtained 3 parts of the returning origin qi, he adjusted the balance of the 3 elements within his body and refined the framework of his cultivation technique. The commotion caused during this process was far greater than that of the previous night. When he obtained the divine illumination technique, he modified his internal cultivation technique through the practice of entering a state of divine meditation. Everything was actually under his control. Even with the outward manifestation of divine light, and the transformation of yin and yang into nothingness, it wasn't too intense because he maintained control. But the recent turn of events was different. He danced on the edge of a knife, treading on thin ice. His internal energy was completely out of balance for a period of time. The rampage of pure yang and pure yin internal energy caused the outside world to alternate between scorching heat and freezing cold. Ice froze and melted, melted and froze again. The temperature fluctuated wildly, making everyone's hearts pound with fear. The few people who had been studying Chu Qing's Tai Chi sword technique in the courtyard were completely stunned by this change. Wu Qianhuan muttered to herself, "This, again? Is there no reasoning left?" Wenru initially wanted to continue protecting Chu Qing, but after taking only 2 steps, she stopped. She felt that if she took another step forward, she wouldn't be protecting Chu Qing anymore, but rather attending her own funeral. So she simply pulled Wu Qianhuan and the others outside. In the end, they waited at the courtyard gate. Sure enough, within moments, Lu Xiaoyan, Lu Xiaohua, Lu Jinghan, Chu Tian, and the rest of the group arrived. Lu Xiaoyan's face showed an unprecedented level of bewilderment. Even after a lifetime of wandering the martial world and holding a high position, he had never seen anything like this. Just last night, Chu Qing had completed a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. How could it have started again in just half a day? Was this breakthrough in cultivation level as simple and natural for him as eating and drinking? He couldn't help but look at Chu Tian and Wu Qianhuan. After all, among these people, they were probably the ones who understood Chu Qing best. Unfortunately, all he saw on their faces was confusion. Lu Xiaohua couldn't help but ask Chu Tian, "You don't even know what's going on?" Chu Tian smiled bitterly. "Since my third brother returned home, his actions have become completely unpredictable." "Returned home?" Lu Jinghan couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by that, cousin?" He was a little younger than Chu Tian, so he had to call him cousin. Chu Tian then realized that Chu Qing hadn't told everyone about his childhood runaway. Glancing at the people present, he decided to secretly tell them his brother's little secret. For a moment, everyone's expressions were very strange. They never expected that a master like Chu Qing, a master of masters, would have such a childish past. Runaway. This kind of thing seemed completely unrelated to Chu Qing's character. However, this also explains why, despite being brothers, Chu Tian's martial arts are worlds apart from Chu Qing's. It seems Chu Qing must have had some extraordinary encounter during the years he was away from home. Chu Qing wouldn't talk about it, and they wouldn't pry. Such a fortuitous event is ultimately a good thing. But the current situation is incredibly unsettling. At first, it was just a change in yin and yang, but later, from nowhere, a storm arose, with howling winds and dark clouds filling the sky. Even worse, this time the impact extends far beyond Tianjin Prefecture. The wind and cloud surge overhead, triggering celestial phenomena with internal energy, affecting not only the entire Tianjin city, but also spreading in all directions. This overwhelming power was beyond human capability. As time passed, even the outer perimeter of the small courtyard became difficult to maintain, forcing everyone to retreat further. The disciples acting as protectors were somewhat embarrassed. With such a display of power, what was the point of being protectors? Anyone who dared to rush in would first be frozen in ice, then engulfed in flames, and finally dispersed by the wind and clouds, leaving not a trace. Even more terrifying was that this process lasted for a whole afternoon. The first to be gathered were the yin and yang energies. Everyone noticed that the cold and heat were gradually reaching equilibrium. Although they still existed, they were no longer as agitated and intense as before. The wind and cloud energies also gradually softened until they disappeared completely. The celestial phenomenon vanished, and the terrifying feeling that seemed capable of destroying everything also dissipated. With Lu Xiaoyan's command, everyone finally moved back towards the small courtyard. They could still feel the gale-force winds unleashed by Chu Qing, but they no longer posed a significant threat. Finally, everything calmed down and dissipated. At this point, all they needed to do was wait quietly for Chu Qing to emerge from the room. But after waiting for a long time, Chu Qing still didn't come out. Everyone looked at each other, and Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but feel worried. She wondered if Chu Qing would have any problems after going through such a big ordeal. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Qing was staring blankly at the system notification that popped up. Activation successful, obtained ultimate skill, Divine Blade Slash. Divine Blade Slash. I listened to the spring rain all night in my little tower. Chu Qing murmured to himself, then slowly exhaled. the divine blade slash is undoubtedly a supreme martial art. The full moon sets, the blade flashes, traversing 10,000 miles of land. The blade's light is as cold as snow. Where can one hear the spring rain? This is an invincible blade technique. Although it seems slightly lacking in Chu Qing's eyes now, it's because his expectations for the supreme martial art treasure chest are too high. But thinking back, those designated as supreme martial arts by the system are often martial arts that have reached the pinnacle in a particular aspect. So far, Chu Qing possesses 3. Faye's quick sword, Little Li's flying dagger, and now the divine blade slash. While Faye's quick sword is called a supreme martial art, it might seem a bit underwhelming now. But this sword technique has indeed reached a certain pinnacle in the realm of fast swordsmanship. It allowed Chu Qing, even when his internal energy was still weak, to rival Chu Yan, who had cultivated the blood demon true scripture, in speed with just this sword technique. And with Chu Qing's current cultivation level, the speed he could achieve with this sword technique is unimaginable. As for Little Li's flying dagger, it goes without saying. So far, he hasn't used this ultimate technique many times. But no matter who the opponent is, once the flying dagger is unleashed, victory is assured. Its hidden weapon has reached the level of an open weapon. Even in a direct confrontation, if he tells you he's going to kill you with a flying dagger, no matter what tricks you use, you can't escape this fatal blow. Now, this divine blade slash has naturally reached its pinnacle in swordsmanship. Calling it an ultimate technique is no exaggeration. Perhaps this swordsmanship doesn't have such dazzling effects, but it is the most direct. The purpose of its creation can be summed up in 2 words: killing. Moreover, unlike Faye's quick sword, the divine blade slash is not simple. It seems to have only one move, but in reality, it is ever-changing. The speed, the precision, and the subtlety of this blade have all reached their peak. After a brief, slight disappointment, Chu Qing suddenly perked up. The more he thought about it, the more impressive the swordsmanship seemed. Most importantly, his current cultivation level wouldn't diminish the swordsmanship's brilliance, it would only make it even more terrifying. Having mentally rehearsed all the mysteries of the swordsmanship, Chu Qing finally slowly opened his eyes. The lingering sword intent in his eyes vanished completely after a moment. He looked down at his fingers. With the acquisition of the 3-part returning origin chi, he had also obtained a supreme technique, the 3-part divine finger. However, his modified 3-part returning origin chi resulted in a different effect when used with the 3-part divine finger. The 3-part divine finger originally combined the 3-part returning origin chi, a fusion of 3 supreme techniques, and infused it into the 3 fingers to form an extremely domineering finger force. But now, Chu Qing had broadened and expanded the 3-part returning origin chi, creating not just heavenly frost chi, divine wind force, and void cloud force. Instead, it was the yin and yang energies, and the wind and cloud energies within Chu Qing's body. In this way, the 3-part divine finger strike unleashed a terrifying force that permeated all of Chu Qing's martial arts skills. Chu Qing hadn't tested it, and wasn't truly sure of its full power. 10 boxes have propelled my entire martial arts training to far more than one level. I feel that even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were before me, I would be completely unafraid. Although Chu Qing really wanted to test the effects of his martial arts right now, after some hesitation, he decided to put it aside for the time being. Now, if he were to unleash his full power, his martial arts would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. The commotion he caused was too great. 2 major disturbances in one day had already caused the people of Tianyin Mansion immense suffering. Continuing this commotion would be rather impolite. He stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Unexpectedly, the moment his hand touched the door, it shattered. Chu Qing stared in astonishment at the shattered door, speechless for a long time. With his cultivation level, he naturally knew that his strength was controlled at will, and there would never be a sudden surge that he couldn't control. The reason the door shattered was clearly because it had previously suffered severe damage. And the culprit was most likely himself. Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but chuckle at his foolish expression. Seeing Chu Qing look up at her, Wu Qianhuan said, "What's wrong? Don't you even know what you done?" This sounded like an irresponsible scumbag who abandoned his lover. It was only because this was an inappropriate occasion. Otherwise, Chu Qing really wanted to have a serious talk with Wu Qianhuan. He smiled helplessly. "I mostly knew about this situation, but I didn't expect it to be this extreme. It seems this little courtyard is probably uninhabitable. It's alright, I find you another courtyard." Lu Xiaoyan approached Chu Qing, looking him up and down. Seeing his somewhat tired expression, he couldn't help but ask, "How is it?" "Nothing," Chu Qing said with a smile. "It's all sorted out. From now on, We just move forward step by step. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed, and he couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiaohua. These words sounded ordinary, but the information they revealed was enough to startle everyone. Clearly, Chu Qing was innovating, creating his own unique skill. Following someone else's inherited martial arts techniques will never result in anything like clearly organized. But Chu Qing, at only 19 years old, created his own unique skill, and its power is almost indescribable. What kind of genius is this? Lu Xiaoyan was speechless for a moment, unsure what to say, and could only pat Chu Qing's shoulder. Good, good, well done. Chu Qing restrained his inner force, afraid of sending his uncle, who had just been seriously injured yesterday and hadn't recovered yet, flying. Being injured wasn't a big deal, but Chu Qing didn't yet know the extent of his increased inner force. If he died, that would be a disaster. Lu Xiaohua and Chu Tian also came to check on him, and after confirming that Chu Qing was alright, everyone returned. The grand display of protection ended once again. Chu Qing and the others naturally moved to another courtyard. After being ravaged by Chu Qing's inner force, this courtyard appeared intact, but in reality, it was uninhabitable. Upon arriving at their new residence, Winter went to her room to rest, while Chu Qing pulled Wu Qianhuan into his own room. Wu Qianhuan was speechless. You just broke through to a higher level of internal energy cultivation during the day, and you're not resting properly at night? Are you still thinking about all sorts of nonsense? Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, then reached out and tapped her forehead. Nonsense, I made further progress in my internal energy cultivation this time. As for your meridian problems, I can already help you recover. That's why I called you in. Ah? Wu Qianhuan was overjoyed. Really? Would I lie to you? Chu Qing pointed to the headboard. Go, take off your clothes, sit down and wait for me. Wu Qianhuan blushed and said awkwardly, this healing isn't like practicing the heavenly bright sword technique. Why do I need to take off my clothes? Because I was just teasing you. Chu Qing said seriously, leaving Wu Qianhuan stunned. She initially thought it was a legitimate reason, but after a moment's thought, she realized she'd been tricked. She couldn't help but grab his arm and pinch it hard. Finally, she huffed and puffed as she sat down on the edge of the bed. Chu Qing smiled slightly, sat behind her, and gently placed his palm on her back. In an instant, divine light shone, and energy flowed throughout her body. Wu Qianhuan's injury was from practicing martial arts. The cold had seeped into her meridians. In other words, she was frostbitten. Pure yang truth, she could neutralize it, but it would also damage her meridians. If one didn't understand the principles and acted haphazardly, while it might neutralize the cold in her meridians, it could also rupture them, rendering her martial arts useless. At this moment, Chu Qing, using the internal energy of the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy, dismantled the cold energy while simultaneously enveloping her meridians with divine light, promoting their recovery. This achieved the effect of destruction followed by reconstruction. Of course, this process was not easy. Wu Qianhuan clearly felt the pain, but the girl was incredibly resilient and could endure it. To fully recover, Chu Qing's unfathomable internal energy was needed as a foundation to repair each meridian. This was another delicate task, and Chu Qing, in his state of divine illumination, could see everything clearly. Everything proceeded smoothly. Thus, after 2 full hours, Chu Qing had completely repaired the meridians that would have taken Wu Qianhuan considerable time to recover. When she opened her eyes, Wu Qianhuan circulated her internal energy, and a full moon immediately appeared, its cool aura flowing into her meridians. She was eager to begin practicing the pointing at the moon profound art. Fortunately, she only tested it out briefly before calming her internal energy. Looking at Chu Qing again, his eyes shone like morning stars. Chu Qing, I feel that my cultivation speed is even faster than before. Chapter 368. Seeing the joy in Wu Qianhuan's eyes, Chu Qing smiled and said, your meridians have now been broken and rebuilt, becoming more resilient, and with greatly increased endurance. It's only natural that your cultivation speed has increased as a result. This kind of experience is, after all, very rare. The phrase broken and rebuilt sounds simple, but in reality, it's filled with unimaginable danger. A slight misstep and the meridians wouldn't be able to stand up, and the person would be crippled. Being able to turn danger into safety under such circumstances naturally brings good fortune. Wu Qianhuan nodded, and Chu Qing said, why don't you rest here for a while? He stood up, went to the table, and lit the oil lamp. Wu Qianhuan sat on the bed, looking at him. What are you doing? Mother and elder brother are going back to Tianwu City, and I'm bringing them some things. Taking out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, Chu Qing was about to grind the ink when Wu Qianhuan came to his side. Let me help you. Are you writing a letter? Yes, no. Chu Qing rested his chin on his hand, looking at her, and suddenly asked, how well have you grasped the sword technique I taught you during the day? At this, Wu Qianhuan stopped abruptly, glanced at Chu Qing, and then continued grinding the ink. I ask you, does this sword technique emphasize intent over form? You said intent precedes the sword, but actually you're abandoning form for intent. Chu Qing's eyes lit up. Good comprehension. Exactly. What I taught you was Tai Chi sword technique. The 3 moves were completely different, but the sword intent was the same. It's to tell you that pride leads to arrogance. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianhuan sighed. It's not that we're particularly perceptive. To be honest, if I had to figure it out myself, I probably wouldn't understand the meaning in my entire life. Chu Qing was taken aback. Then you. It's gentleness. Wu Qianhuan said softly. We all had different feelings about your swordsmanship today. Su Ningjun believes that there are many hidden secrets in your swordsmanship, which need to be deciphered one by one. The reason why the 3 demonstrations were completely different is simply because our eyesight is not good enough to see the truth. If we can master all 3 sword techniques, perhaps we can see the full picture of the swordsmanship. Her statement was also agreed upon by Lu Qingyan. And what about you? Chu Qing asked with a smile. I think you're just reluctant to pass on your ultimate skills. You're just teasing us. Wu Qianhuan said, seemingly a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it, I feel that although you're a bit unserious, you shouldn't go back on your promises. It's just that we still can't figure out what the mystery is in these 3 sword techniques. Until we couldn't reach a conclusion, we decided to try using weapons. But unexpectedly, Winra's first move was the very sword technique you used. After further questioning, they discovered that while she admitted she hadn't memorized any of the sword moves, she had remembered the sword intent. We then realized that what you taught wasn't a sword technique at all. Chu Qing was stunned for a long time after hearing this, suddenly realizing he probably knew nothing about Winra's aptitude. It was only because the girl had always appeared too pure that Chu Qing mistakenly assumed her aptitude, while good, was nothing special. But he never considered that her nothing special might not be because of her inherent abilities, but because of the person who taught her. Although Cui Bu knew, the unangry divine fist had left behind many legends in the martial arts world, in Chu Qing's eyes now, he was no longer a remarkable figure. Moreover, it's not uncommon for individuals to possess exceptional martial arts skills, while their disciples are mediocre. Gentle purity is itself an extremely precious quality. Only with a mind and body, like crystal, can one achieve complete clarity. Chu Qing suddenly became interested, and was about to say something, when he noticed Wu Qianhuan's somewhat dejected expression. He instantly understood her thoughts and said with a smile, the reason you didn't think of this has nothing to do with your own aptitude or comprehension. Wu Qianhuan frowned slightly. Are you trying to comfort me? You see, Chu Qing smiled, I'm clearly telling the truth, but because of our relationship, you tend to misunderstand. Martial arts also follow this principle. Imagine if today you were taught swordsmanship by a highly respected senior you heard of. Do you still think he's toying with you? Won't you think about it more deeply? Won't you stop internally competing with him? Eliminate the distracting thoughts in your mind. With your purest wisdom and understanding, can you truly not see through the true meaning? This. Wu Qianhuan was speechless after Chu Qing's words. She bit her lip and said, although what you said makes a lot of sense, why do I still feel somewhat resentful? Because we grew up together. Chu Qing sighed, and pulled her into his arms. We know each other inside and out, which is a good thing most of the time. But sometimes, it's not so good. You're naturally strong-willed, while I've always been a step behind you since childhood. Now that my martial arts skills surpass yours, you inevitably feel resentful. So, although you want to learn the martial arts I teach you, you harbor resentment and want to compete with me. These distracting thoughts, at best, interfere with your wisdom. On a grander scale, it could breed inner demons, leading to a chi deviation. I don't want to argue with you. Wu Qianhuan lowered her head. I just feel, I'm not good enough for you. Chu Qing chuckled upon hearing this. Lifting Wu Qianhuan's face and looking at her disappointment, he smiled. How can someone so beautiful not be good enough for me? What good is beauty? 100 years from now, you'd just be a skeleton. That'd have to wait until 100 years later. Chu Qing embraced her again. I understand what you're thinking, after all, I know you. How about this? I slowly work out some martial arts techniques suitable for you and teach them to you. And we also need to practice the heavenly bright sword technique. Although, even so, you never surpass me in this lifetime, it will still make your strength advance by leaps and bounds. How can you be so arrogant? Wu Qianhuan was speechless for a moment. I have the pointing moon mystic art. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. That's because you don't know the heights I reached now. Chu Qing's voice sounded calm, but the immense confidence in his words still struck Wu Qianhuan. She couldn't help but look at Chu Qing. So, just how high is your martial arts skill now? I don't know. Compared to you during the Battle of Tianlai City? I could destroy you with a flick of my hand. These 4 words made Wu Qianhuan gasp. During the Battle of Tianlai City, Chu Qing single-handedly fought 8 masters, shattering the entire landscape surrounding Tianlai City. That kind of martial arts skill was practically mythical. And in just 2 short days, Chu Qing could say something like, I could destroy you with a flick of my hand back then. A mix of joy for Chu Qing and a bittersweet feeling welled up inside her. She feared she would never be able to catch up with Chu Qing in this lifetime. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered Chu Qing's earlier words and couldn't help but grab his arm and bite it. So this is what you meant by slightly improved? Chu Qing chuckled. One must always be humble in front of others. Now that it's just the 2 of us, it's natural to reveal our true nature. Hearing this, Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She snorted, released Chu Qing's arm, and got up to continue grinding ink for him. Alright, I won't talk about this anymore. Anyway, your martial arts will naturally get better and better, and the better your martial arts, the more at ease I be. Chu Qing nodded, and seeing that it was almost ready, he picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write. This time, he wrote a set of palm techniques, a set of light footwork, and a set of internal energy cultivation techniques. The palm techniques were the 18 subduing dragon palms, the light footwork was the flying willow green smoke technique, and after much thought, he finally chose the 9 yang divine skill for internal energy cultivation. However, some modifications were made to make it easier for Chu Yunfei and the others to begin their cultivation. Only then did he begin writing a letter home. The letter mentioned Hozuki Gasho, since, judging by the timeline, Hozuki Gasho should have been staying at the Chu family home for several months now. He also explained Lu Zhihua's situation to Chu Yunfei, but only briefly, as Chu Tian would handle it later. The letter instructed that the remaining portion of the 18 subduing dragon palms be given to his second brother, Chu Fan. He suggested that they all practice the flying willow green smoke technique, even if they didn't need to use lightness skills for anything. It would make escaping danger much faster. Looking at Wu Qianhuan, Chu Qing's lips curled into a smile, and in the letter, he briefly explained his and Wu Qianhuan's situation. Tell him to go to the city lord's mansion when he has time to discuss their future marriage with Wu Ganqi. Wu Qianhuan watched Chu Qing write these words, her face instantly turning bright red. She couldn't help but lightly step on Chu Qing's foot. Who wants to marry you? Huh? Chu Qing looked up, feigning ignorance, kissing, hugging, and being completely naked. To have your clothes touched or your sleeves exposed is considered a breach of chastity. If you don't marry me, who else will want you? Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but spit at him. Are you still living in the Great Qian dynasty? Chu Qing snorted, I don't care. After all, you're not the only one who's suffered in this matter. You think it's nothing, but I feel like the sky is falling. If you don't marry me, I go to my father-in-law and accuse you of abandoning me after starting something. What nonsense! Wu Qianhuan was amused by Chu Qing's antics, and in her embarrassment and annoyance, she playfully punched his arm repeatedly, but before really exerting force, she withdrew most of her strength. The playful fighting looked quite intense, but in reality, it was all about intimate caresses. Fortunately, both of them were rational, otherwise, this beautiful couple under the lamplight, under the flowers and moon, would have already gone too far. Chu Qing continued to finish writing his letter home, and Wu Qianhuan took the brush and wrote a letter home to Wu Ganqi as well. Finally, they separated the letters, wrapped them up, and sealed them with sealing wax. Wu Qianhuan then quickly slipped out of Chu Qing's room. Chu Qing briefly considered what he needed to do next, then laid down to rest. But subconsciously, he opened the system interface. All 10 boxes had been opened, and now only 1 clue treasure chest remained. Chu Qing thought for a moment, and then opened it as well. Looking at the text, Chu Qing was slightly puzzled. It only contained 4 characters. Blood-clad thousand falls. Blood-clad thousand falls. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat unfamiliar. It didn't seem to be anyone's name, and even if it were, he wouldn't recognize it. But if it was something that referred to, then the system was truly awful. How was he supposed to guess? After thinking for a long time without any results, he simply stopped thinking about it. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Chu Qing had just gotten out of bed when he saw Chu Tian. He was dressed in white, handsome and refined, still possessing the leisurely demeanor of the eldest son of the Chu family. Brother, please sit. Chu Qing gestured with his arm, about to take out the letters, when Chu Tian pulled a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Chu Qing. My time infiltrating the Mirror of Calamity wasn't entirely fruitless. This contains the intelligence I gathered about the Southern Region headquarters. There was too much messy and disorganized information, so I simply organized it and included it here. You can study it yourself. Chu Tian knew what Chu Qing wanted to know and went straight to the point. Chu Qing's eyes lit up. How did you get this? Shouldn't I thank you? Chu Tian said with a smile. The Southern Ridge now avoids the Mirror of Calamity like the plague. Wherever the Mirror of Calamity goes, almost everyone wants to kill it. Many experts have already withdrawn from Nanling back to Lingbei. I joined the Nijingtai originally intending to begin my investigation in Nanling, but unexpectedly, because of you, Nijingtai is facing an increasing manpower shortage. Those who join Nijingtai at this time are especially valued, so they brought me back to Lingbei as well. Only in this way can we find out about the Southern Region headquarters. He paused slightly, then continued, however, it is also for this reason that the Mirror of Karma is particularly strict with those who have recently joined them. Perhaps they are worried that there might be spies sent by others among them. At the slightest sign of trouble, they will kill and flee. You are now famous in Lingbei, and you have also demonstrated your identity as the third young master in front of Tianlai City. Once the Mirror of Karma finds out, they will likely take action. You must handle this carefully. Chu Qing nodded. Don't worry, elder brother. As he spoke, he took out a letter he had written the previous night from his sleeve. I have recorded 3 martial arts techniques in this. You, mother, father, and second brother should all take a look and choose the one you like to practice. As for lightness skills, I suggest you all practice them. Internal energy is not suitable for mother, and her own supreme heavenly sound is already a unique skill, so she doesn't need any other internal energy to assist her. Chu Qing had originally intended to mention Zhou Yi. He had always kept Zhou Yi in mind. After all, Zhou Yi was the first person Chu Qing recruited, and currently ran a small shop in Tianwu City. However, after some hesitation, he decided against it. Zhou Yi wasn't a Jianghu person, and if he didn't seek him out again, wouldn't it be fine for him to live a normal life? Why bother him further? Having finished discussing business, Chu Qing chatted with Chu Tian about other things, such as Han Tingting, the young lady of Shaohan Valley. Chu Tian suddenly felt awkward. He wasn't unaware that the girl harbored feelings for him. But he was already married. How could he act recklessly outside? If he did, he would not only be betraying Qin Yuqi, but also Han Tingting. Their conversation continued until Lu Xiaohua arrived. Lu Xiaohua came to tell Chu Qing that they planned to depart that day to return to Tianwu City. Thus, their brief meeting had to end. Chapter 369. It wasn't just Lu Xiaohua and Chu Tian who were leaving, Yuzong was also going. Chu Qing took out an acupuncture bronze figure and handed it to Yuzong, telling him the location of the Yinyang forest. After meeting the Yinyang hermit, he could exchange the acupuncture bronze figure for one of his services. However, Chu Qing was still preoccupied with something else. Back then, below Ghost God Gorge, the heavenly evil cult used the miasma and 10,000 fragrant saliva of Ghost God Gorge to create the dripping water poison. Chu Qing took half a drop of the poison from the remaining artifacts and gave it to the Yinyang hermit. The Yinyang hermit was quite excited, telling Chu Qing that he would research an antidote, but he didn't know the current situation. He could have Yuzong ask him. Chu Qing originally thought the dripping water poison was meant for the Ghost Emperor, since in the entire southern region, only the Ghost Emperor was worthy of being poisoned by this deadly poison. Based on the current situation, it could be inferred that the Ghost Emperor's death should have occurred in the abandoned God Valley. The use of this drop of poison seems pointless. However, this substance is ultimately extraordinary, and no matter where it is used, it cannot be taken lightly. Yuzong remembered Chu Qing's words, and then warned him. The true abilities of the heavenly evil cult's chief of war remain unknown to us to this day. If you face this person, you must be extremely cautious. If we can get an answer, that would be ideal. If we can't get an answer, he looked at Chu Qing. You can go directly to the abandoned God Valley, find Shang Qiuyu, and tell her everything. Chu Qing nodded. However, he guessed that the heavenly evil cult was probably not entirely unaware that Shang Qiuyu was in the abandoned God Valley. Some things, in the end, become the surface of their calculations. Although Shang Qiuyu didn't know much about the heavenly evil sect's conspiracy, he could pinpoint the crux of the matter. However, this also hindered his progress, leading to the current situation in the southern region. After finishing his conversation with Yuzong, Lu Xiaohua brought Wu Qianhuan over. The more she looked at Wu Qianhuan, the more satisfied she became. She also warned Chu Qing that since they were currently without official status, he shouldn't act recklessly. She didn't want the two of them to return as a trio after their journey through the martial world. Chu Qing thought to himself that even if something did happen, he would try his best to be safe and certainly wouldn't return home with 3 people so soon. Of course, he only muttered this to himself, saying it aloud would probably be disastrous. He obediently nodded in agreement, which satisfied Lu Xiaohua. Then she said to him, "With your current martial arts skills, your mother has long since lost sight of them. Times create heroes. Now is a time of crisis for the world. Since you have the ability to turn the tide, you should be a role model for the martial world. However, Mother hopes you remember, when poor, cultivate your own virtue, when successful, benefit all under heaven. Do everything within your means, never be reckless, and never put yourself in danger. If you're truly unsure, just go home. Your family awaits your return." Chu Qing nodded. "Take care, all of you. I go home after I've finished these trivial matters." He then bid farewell to Chu Tian. 1,000 words were left unsaid, but in the end, all he could do was wave goodbye and watch their figures disappear into the distance. With a command from Chu Tian, the convoy moved forward, slowly disappearing from Chu Qing and the other sight. Chu Qing stood there silently for a moment. Lu Xiaoyan patted his shoulder. "Are you all right?" "It's nothing." Chu Qing smiled, glancing back at Lu Xiaoyan. "Any movement from the Lord of War's side?" "Yes. Only 2 days had passed since the last news. Now new intelligence has emerged, saying that the Lord of War resolved the affairs of the Autumn Water sect in just 1 day, and is now marching south, his target the Taicong sect. The heavenly evil sect's ambitions are blatantly obvious. The Autumn Water sect was caught off guard. The 3 prefectures, 3 gates, and 3 sects have been too complacent for too long to react. Now the Taicong sect has become their next target, but so far, the Taicong sect hasn't made any noteworthy reaction. At the Lord of War's speed, they should arrive at the Taicong sect in at most half a month. By then, the Taicong sect will likely have no power to resist." Lu Xiaoyan spoke softly, his words filled with gravity. Chu Qing then asked, "What are the reactions of the other sects?" "They're all watching." "Still watching?" Chu Qing almost laughed. Lu Xiaoyan was right. The 3 prefectures, 3 sects, and 3 clans of Lingbei had indeed been complacent for too long. They were like an old man nearing the end of his life, their awareness practically non-existent. The destruction of the Autumn Water sect hadn't even aroused their vigilance. Now, they were still observing. Chu Qing turned back and took 2 steps into the Heavenly Sound Palace. But then he paused, looking at Lu Xiaoyan. "Uncle, is there any result from the investigation at the Divine Sound Waterfall? This is the second thing I wanted to tell you." Lu Xiaoyan took out a small box from his robes and handed it to Chu Qing. "There's an extremely hidden mechanism inside the Divine Sound Waterfall, a winding path leading to a secluded place. At the deepest part, we found this box." Inside the box were pieces of gold, which looked like some kind of map. Chu Qing's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to actually find it. He took the box, opened it, glanced at it, and finally said to Lu Xiaoyan, "This is more of a curse than a blessing. I keep it for myself." Lu Xiaoyan nodded. This thing was of great importance. The fact that even a little information leaked from Chu Qing had attracted the attention of 2 of the 12 holy kings showed that. The Heavenly Sound Palace couldn't protect this thing, only Chu Qing could. But Lu Xiaoyan was also worried that Chu Qing might be in danger because of it. His expression showed some hesitation. Chu Qing then said, "Now that Mother and the others have left, then, we need to put what we need to do on the agenda. Uncle, I'm also leaving Tianjin Prefecture soon to go to Yaodai sect. The martial arts tournament is inevitable. You can send out the news now. The venue is set for Xianyan Mountain." Xianyan Mountain. Lu Xiaoyan considered the location. It was a famous mountain within the Qianhua sect's territory. Its location was central to the entire Lingbei region, perfectly suited to attract guests from all directions. He immediately nodded. "And the time?" "The time is set for a month from now." Lu Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. "What about the Taicong sect?" "Send them a letter, telling them to leave the sect as soon as possible and flee south. If they listen, their entire sect can be spared. If they don't, this will allow all the sects and factions in Lingbei to have a clear understanding of the heavenly evil sect." Chu Qing's words sounded somewhat cold and ruthless. But he wasn't some selfless hero who saved the world without expecting anything in return. He had ulterior motives. Even if only temporarily, he wanted to bring all the forces in Lingbei under his control. Not only to deal with the heavenly evil sect, but also with the mirror of evil. And through these people, he needed to find the location of the heavenly Buddha temple. Distance and familiarity ultimately matter. Whether the Taicong sect could survive depended on whether they listened to advice. Moreover, from a long-term perspective, this was a necessary measure. If the people of Lingbei couldn't witness the terror of the heavenly evil sect, even if they were forcibly united, they would remain a disorganized mess. No matter how high Chu Qing's martial arts were, he was ultimately just one person. If the entire martial arts world couldn't work together, he would inevitably be stretched thin, unable to cope with everything. Only when everyone was of one mind could the heavenly evil sect be truly buried in Lingbei. Lu Xiaoyan understood Chu Qing's meaning, and his gaze towards him grew increasingly gratified. He understood that Chu Qing's focus was no longer on one family or region, but on the entire Lingbei region. In fact, if it were up to him, it would be best not to even send this letter. He should have the heavenly evil sect destroy the Taicang sect to warn the world. Only in this way could the corrupt and aging Lingbei martial arts world be stirred, its spirits revitalized, and its vigilance aroused. However, Lu Xiaoyan had no intention of acting on his own. Since Chu Qing had said so, he would comply and fulfill Chu Qing's benevolent intentions. Back at Tianyin Mansion, he summoned Ouyang Tianxiu. After discussing the details of the martial arts tournament, Chu Qing thought for a moment and inquired about the blood-clad Thousand Falls. Unfortunately, neither Lu Xiaoyan nor Ouyang Tianxiu understood the meaning of those four characters. As for Tianfu Temple, Lu Xiaoyan has already sent people to investigate, but unfortunately, there are no results yet. Ouyang Tianxiu also instructed Liaoyuan Prefecture to investigate, and to inform Chu Qing immediately of any news. Having said what needed to be said, Chu Qing didn't disturb anyone and headed to Yao Ai sect with Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Su Ningzhen. Originally, Chu Qing hadn't planned to bring Su Ningzhen along. However, Chu Qing was unfamiliar with Yao Ai sect, while Su Ningzhen had lived there for some time and, while not an expert, wasn't entirely unfamiliar with the place. Furthermore, the dowry given by Han Qiujuan had been sent to Yi Qianggu. As Yi Qianggu's former fiancé, Su Ningzhen knew more about him, and could provide valuable information. Weighing the pros and cons, Chu Qing decided to take her along. Lu Qingyan originally wanted to come along, but now the entire Tianyin Prefecture was bustling with activity. Lu Qingyan and Lu Jinghan would both be assigned tasks, so she had no choice but to stay obediently in Tianyin Manor and not cause Chu Qing any trouble. Thus, the series of events in Tianyin Manor finally came to an end. Chu Qing, leading the three girls, rode swiftly towards Yao Ai sect, only occasionally turning back to pause, feeling that his trip to Tianyin Manor had been incredibly fruitful. Wu Qianhuan's injuries had completely healed, and she could continue cultivating the Pointing Moon profound art. Moreover, she no longer needed to worry about damaged meridians. She could cultivate wildly according to her own whims. If her meridians malfunctioned again, she could always seek Chu Qing's help to rebuild them once more. Continuing to advance in this way, her future was limitless. Chu Qing himself opened 10 treasure chests, his martial arts skills leaping forward again and again. In his own eyes, he had finally gained the ability to protect himself in this martial world. Now is the perfect time to test one's skills against the world. Only the situation with Winter remains unchanged. After all, once the item is in the hands of the heavenly evil sect, getting it back isn't so easy. The Yao Ai sect is a long way from the Tianyin Prefecture. Even if the group rides only the finest steeds carefully selected by Lu Xiaoyan, and travels at a brisk pace, it will still take more than 10 days to reach the destination. As for traveling from the Yao Ai sect to Xianyin Mountain, that's even further. However, Chu Qing has a plan. They can ride horses to the Yao Ai sect, but once they reach Xianyin Mountain, he will use his lightness skill to lead Wenru and Wu Qianhuan, floating through the air, greatly shortening the travel time. The journey was mostly uneventful. During breaks, Chu Qing reviewed the clues Chu Tian had written about the southern region's main headquarters. As he said, the information was too fragmented to be easily organized into a coherent narrative for Chu Qing to trace back to the source. Moreover, most of the information was fragmented and incomplete, which explains why Chu Tian found it difficult to describe and instead wrote a separate letter presenting these scattered pieces of information on paper. After studying it, Chu Qing found one piece particularly noteworthy. It stated that a month prior, the Nijingtai had issued a kill order. The target was nameless, dressed in blood-stained red, wielding a hidden dragon sword, and commanding everyone in the Nijingtai. Killing him would yield 10,000 taels of gold. Chu Tian suspected that this person might have a significant connection to the Nijingtai and might know a great deal. Therefore, he included this information in the letter as well. And this kill order remained in effect until Chu Tian arrived at Tianyin Mansion. Chu Qing examined the information carefully and felt that this detail was indeed problematic. The Mirror of Calamity was an assassin organization, and for such organizations, intelligence was paramount. Whether it was assassinating a target or hunting one, there couldn't be anything ambiguous. Yet, for this target, even the description red clothes stained with blood could be considered a characteristic. Wasn't that laughable? As for the hidden dragon sword, Chu Qing didn't know what kind of sword the hidden dragon sword was, but whatever it was, it wouldn't have the words hidden dragon sword written on its scabbard. The person wielding the sword would need to use it in combat, and there would need to be members of the Mirror of Calamity present for them to accurately pinpoint the target. In short, the overly vague information suggested the Mirror of Calamity's urgency in killing this person. And the red clothes stained with blood reminded Chu Qing of the system's notification about blood-stained fallen robes. Perhaps there really is a connection between the two. Unfortunately, even knowing this, finding this person won't be so easy. At that moment, the group of 4 was resting briefly in a tea house. Humans can endure traveling day and night, but even the finest steed can't withstand such a frenzied run. So, even if humans could forego rest, the animals needed a break. They were given some hay and water. Footsteps approached from afar, and Chu Qing glanced back casually. He saw a woman with a cold, stern face, dressed in blood-stained red, carrying a long sword, gracefully walking past Chu Qing and his group of 4, finally arriving at. He sat down at an empty table. Chu Qing looked at the woman and subconsciously rubbed his eyes. What was this? A coincidence? Could such a coincidence really happen? The woman, however, was very cautious. Noticing Chu Qing looking at her, she immediately cast a cold, sword-like gaze. Her eyes seemed to carry a sharp edge. But when she saw the 3 girls beside Chu Qing, that sharp gaze suddenly turned contemptuous and mocking. After a snort, she simply ignored him. Chapter 370. Chu Qing guessed the girl had misunderstood something, but he had no intention of explaining. He didn't immediately step forward to draw her sword and check if the words hidden dragon were on it. Because with the girl's arrival, the atmosphere in the entire tea house had changed. The waiter approached enthusiastically, asking questions. The girl gave a few instructions, and the waiter turned and left. When he returned, he was carrying a tray. On it were tea and snacks. After placing the items on the table, the waiter smiled and said to the girl, "Please enjoy, sir," before turning and leaving. Chu Qing lowered his head, sipping his tea silently, observing how things would unfold. There was something wrong with this tea house. Chu Qing had known this for a long time. Although he hadn't been in the martial arts world for very long, only about a year, his martial arts skills had improved extremely quickly, and he wasn't a novice. Therefore, after entering this tea house, Chu Qing noticed that everything about it was strange. But this strange behavior wasn't directed at them. Chu Qing didn't take it seriously. There were too many people in this martial world, each striving for their own goals. Unwittingly, all sorts of things would happen, and if you took them too seriously, you might get caught up in something unrelated. A state of blissful ignorance could avoid a lot of trouble. As long as the innkeeper provided him with tea, food, and fodder for the horses, why should he bother with anything else? He hadn't expected that this group was actually after this girl. The girl's gaze had long since shifted away from Chu Qing. Even with her abilities, she hadn't noticed that Chu Qing had been watching her. And even if they did notice, they probably wouldn't care. They just think Chu Qing was a lecherous scoundrel, and that glancing at pretty girls was normal. So she picked up her teacup and took a sip. She picked up some food and chewed heartily, her manner unrestrained, without a trace of feminine coyness. However, as she ate, her brow furrowed slightly, and she shook her head. Just as she was about to stand up, the clanging of chains came from the side. Instantly, both of the girl's arms were bound by grappling hooks. At the same time, shouts rang out from behind her. 2 seemingly ordinary tea drinkers suddenly pulled weapons from under the table and brought them down on the girl's head. Seeing the girl weak and powerless, about to be beheaded, then, with a sharp sound, the long sword she had been carrying on her back was instantly drawn. The force of the wind was extraordinary. The man on the right, barely approaching, was jolted by the powerful energy and forced to stop. The man on the left spun around, his blade shifting from a downward slash to a diagonal strike. But just then, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Before he could react to the sound, the sword tip pierced his throat, blood dripping onto the ground, staining it crimson. He then realized that the grappling hooks holding the girl's wrist had shattered. The clanging sounds he had heard were from those grappling hooks. Thud, the longsword was pulled from his throat, its blade flashing, cutting through iron like mud. The chain on his other arm was also severed. At the same time, several figures swarmed in from both sides. The girl, sword in hand, moved like a dragon, her sword flashing out of control. Everything happened and stopped in the blink of an eye. The girl slowly sheathed her sword, and the figures that had just charged out slowly collapsed to the ground. The girl reached into her robes, took out a small piece of silver, and placed it on the corner of the table. She turned and continued on her way. But, seemingly imperceptibly, she glanced at Chu Qing again as she turned. The mockery in her eyes was almost overflowing. Chu Qing felt that she had probably misunderstood something again. However, there seemed to be nothing to explain. Only after the girl had gone far away did Wu Qianhuan click her tongue and say, "Such fast swordsmanship, but compared to yours, it's still far inferior." "Fast?" Su Ningzhen looked at Chu Qing in confusion upon hearing this. She could understand that the girl's swordsmanship was fast. It was indeed very fast. But how could Chu Qing's swordsmanship be fast? It was clearly slow and deliberate. Chu Qing stroked his chin. "Ignore her for now. Let's eat, then continue our journey. The path of the martial world is always fraught with bloodshed and murder. These people ambushed her, intending to kill her. It's only natural that she would turn the tables and kill them." However, Chu Qing did see at the instant she drew her sword. The words "Hidden Dragon" were engraved on its blade. Her clothing and weapon were exactly as described in Chu Tian's letter. He figured there wouldn't be any mishaps. Moreover, this girl's martial arts were indeed formidable. Although her attack was only momentary, her swordsmanship was ruthless and sharp, her speed like thunder and lightning. This was merely a small test, yet it best revealed her skill level. Chu Qing surmised that this person's martial arts skills were likely no less than those of the Little Knife King, Li Xingxing. Even more remarkable was her apparent immunity to all poisons. The tea and snacks the shopkeeper had given her earlier were problematic. What she ate was genuine. Yet it had no effect on her whatsoever. Either she was suppressing the poison within her body with internal energy, or perhaps her constitution was special, rendering even potent poisons ineffective. But were these abilities enough to make the mirror of karma so fixated on her? Chu Qing pondered for a moment, then felt it might be. After all, the mirror of karma's current situation wasn't good. A master comparable to those on the mirror of karma's extermination list was indeed not to be underestimated. However, this girl was too flamboyant. At this rate, it was hard to say how long she could survive. While pondering these thoughts, her actions continued. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the group brought their horses and continued their journey. As they rode, Wu Qianhuan and the others continued discussing the girl's situation. They speculated about the girl's identity, and also about the identities of the assassins. After traveling for a short while, Wenru suddenly sniffed and said to Chu Qing, "There's a smell of blood. It's from that girl earlier." Chu Qing nodded, his gaze sweeping around before finally settling on the ground. "I see," he said. He then asked Wenru, "Which direction?" Wenru pointed to the nearby woods. Chu Qing immediately turned his horse around. "Let's go take a look." Wu Qianhuan and the others naturally had no objections. On the contrary, they were quite excited. The journey had been incredibly boring, just traveling all day. It was rare to see something exciting, and Chu Qing didn't mind getting involved in this excitement, so they were naturally happy to oblige. The forest was dense, making it difficult for horses to traverse. So they tied the horses to the edge of the woods, and the group ventured deeper. Following Wenru's directions, they quickly spotted the girl. However, the girl's condition was not good. Her clothes were stained with blood, stained with fresh crimson. It was unclear whether the blood was hers or someone else's. She was sitting on a tree branch, her eyes fixed on the ground, her usual nonchalant demeanor replaced by alertness. A mere rustle of wind would draw her attention. But the movements of Chu Qing and his group were far more noticeable than any rustle of wind. Therefore, the moment they appeared, the girl saw them. The next moment, the girl's expression changed. "It's you?" Chu Qing smiled slightly. "Greetings, young lady." He clasped his hands in a slight bow. The young woman flew into a rage. "You're all brawn and no brains, but you got a death wish. Take your beautiful wives and concubines, and get out of here. This isn't a place for you." As she spoke, a mound of earth suddenly rose from the ground, as if a rat had been hiding beneath. It moved towards Chu Qing's direction. The young woman's expression changed again. "You scoundrel! How dare you harm the innocent?" With that, she brandished her long sword, ready to fight. But at that moment, Chu Qing suddenly lifted his foot and gently placed it down. He seemed to step onto a perfectly normal surface, yet the moment his foot touched the ground, the entire forest fell silent for 3 breaths. The mound of earth subsided, and blood seeped from the ground, staining it crimson. The young woman in the tree, who had been anxious, fearing these people would die because of her, didn't notice Chu Qing's movement, but she did notice that the expert below had suddenly stopped moving. This was a once-in-a-lifetime, one-of-a-kind opportunity. With a furious roar, she leaped from the tree branch, her long sword slashing down midair. The blade plunged straight into the ground. The woman twisted, her sword flashing, and a figure was caught on the tip of her blade, forcibly pulled from the earth. She casually tossed the person aside, and before she could catch her breath, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Staggering, she staggered to a nearby tree and leaned against it. She glanced at Chu Qing and the others, seeing them all standing there motionless, and couldn't help but chuckle, scared stiff. Hearing this, Chu Qing and the others exchanged silent glances. Where did she get her confidence? Couldn't she see that the man who launched his suicidal attack on Chu Qing from the mud was instantly killed by Chu Qing's kick? Is pulling a dead person out of the ground really that impressive? Chu Qing grinned, about to say something, but then noticed the woman's eyes were vacant, her head lolling to the side, and she fainted. Good heavens. Even Chu Qing, who had seen many grand scenes, hadn't expected this. He went to check on her and confirmed that she had lost too much blood and her internal energy was unstable, which was why she had fainted. He immediately found some fine cloth and medicine, and had Wu Qianhuan and the others bandage her up. Finally, he placed the bandages on Su Ningzhen's horse, and continued on his way. Chu Qing needed to find out what had happened to her. And Su Ningzhen had already recognized the person who had killed her. As far as Ling Bei is concerned, he is considered a master. Although his reputation is not as great as those two beauties, 3 ugly ones, 5 monsters and 1 demon, he is only slightly inferior. This man, nicknamed Earth-Hiding Rat, whose real name was Sun Yuxian, was a master of earth-moving techniques. He often concealed himself, launching sudden attacks from the ground with swift and ruthless swordsmanship, making him difficult to defend against. Even if he managed to fend off an opponent once, he would disappear underground, vanishing without a trace. His opponents could only remain on high alert, but prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat, and eventually, he would seize an opportunity to kill them. This young woman, after fighting him, sustained injuries to her lower body. Noticing something amiss, she jumped into a tree to cautiously observe. Unfortunately, before she could figure things out, Chu Qing and his group arrived. For reasons unknown, Sun Yuxian charged at Chu Qing and his companions again, only to be killed by Chu Qing's kick. In truth, Sun Yuxian was unlucky. A different person wouldn't have died so ignominiously. But Chu Qing's martial arts skills were now beyond the comprehension of ordinary understanding. No matter how many tricks he used, he simply shattered them with brute force. And with effortless ease, without causing the slightest ripple, he killed him instantly, leaving him buried underground. Hearing Su Ning's words, Chu Qing suddenly felt he had killed this person a bit too soon. This earth-wandering technique sounded intriguing, allowing someone to move freely underground. He should have forced them to reveal this method. Even if he didn't practice it himself, he could still study it. The girl's injuries were quite severe. The group carried her along until nightfall, when the light of the campfire awoke her. Opening her eyes, she realized she had arrived in another location. Instinctively, she reached for her sword, only to grasp empty air. "Where's my sword?" she cried out, looking up to see Chu Qing and his group sitting casually by the campfire. Her hidden dragon sword was in Chu Qing's hand. The sword's blade reflected the firelight, its sharpness menacing. The girl instinctively tried to get up, but felt a sharp pain in her legs. After all, Sun Yuxian had slashed her several times, one of which had struck a vital spot. The injury was quite serious, and she couldn't stand up for a moment. She could only say to Chu Qing, "Give me back my sword." Chu Qing, facing the sword's edge, smiled and said, "Don't worry, young lady, I won't take your sword. However, after all, we saved your life. You don't even think of repaying us, yet you come looking for your sword, as if we want to possess it for ourselves. Isn't that disheartening?" The girl's face turned somewhat ugly. "You saved my life? Humph. I clearly saved you all. Fine, what do you want? I'm warning you, if you want money, that's not difficult. But if you dare to have any illusions about me, watch your life. You've seen my martial arts skills, and you better have a limit to your lust." Lustful. Wu Qianhuan pursed her lips tightly, trying not to laugh. Su Ningzhen lowered his head, not daring to speak, thinking to himself that this girl was truly brave. Only Wenru looked at Chu Qing with a serious expression and clear eyes. "Third brother, are you lustful? Don't listen, you corrupt the children." Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, but just then, the girl's expression suddenly changed drastically. "Oh no! You've been parading me around like this without any disguise. Didn't you realize we're being followed?" Her internal energy was considerable. She had already detected that there were quite a few people hiding around. A faint killing intent permeated the air. But this group of people seemed completely oblivious. They sat down around the campfire, eating and drinking, showing no sign of tension. The only man in the group was still smiling at her. Speaking of which, may I ask your name, young lady? Chapter 371. What time is it? Still asking for names? The girl almost laughed in anger, gritting her teeth as she said, give me back the sword. No rush, no rush. Chu Qing shook his head. I have some things I want to ask you, young lady. I returned it to you after we explained everything. But just then, the girl's pupils suddenly contracted. A whooshing sound suddenly arrived, aimed directly at the man before her. But he had a smile on his face, clearly not noticing. The hidden weapon came too fast. Even if she wanted to warn him, there wasn't time. She could only open her mouth and shout you. Before the word even landed, a flash of silver light appeared, followed by a muffled groan from the nearby bushes. Chu Qing remained seated, completely unharmed. The girl's words trailed off as Chu Qing said, Miss, you haven't answered me yet. Or is it inconvenient for you to reveal your name? Wrong. The girl suddenly realized she had misunderstood. She hadn't clearly seen how the hidden weapon had turned, but the change had clearly originated from this man. This was actually a hidden master. When they first met at the tea house, this man had stared intently at her. She initially thought he harbored ill intentions, but when she looked up and saw him surrounded by beautiful women, she assumed he was just a lecherous man and didn't take him seriously. Then, when the assassins attacked, they sat there motionless, and she assumed they were simply terrified from never having experienced such a situation before. She herself was ambushed and injured by Sun Yuxian, leaping into a tree. They come again. She thought it was a coincidence, but now it seemed it probably wasn't. Sun Yuxian, who had been roaming freely underground, suddenly stopped. Why? The change seemed to have occurred after these people arrived. These people were probably no ordinary martial artists. They weren't unaware of the group hiding nearby, but simply hadn't paid them any attention. Thinking this, her mind calmed down. She softly answered Chu Qing's question, my name is Wen Qianluo. Qianluo. Blood-clad Qianluo. Chu Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her luck was truly remarkable. Her gaze swept around her surroundings before she spoke again. The Mirror of Karma issued a kill order a month ago. To kill a woman clad in blood-stained red, wielding the hidden dragon sword. So that person is you. Wen Qianluo's pupils suddenly contracted. You, how do you know about the Mirror of Karma? That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Chu Qing's gaze drifted over lightly, but the moment it landed on Wen Qianluo, she felt as if two mountains had suddenly been placed on her shoulders. The immense pressure made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Chu Qing slowly spoke. Why do they want to kill you? Veins bulged on Wen Qianluo's forehead as she gritted her teeth and said, I want to kill them. They want to kill me. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? You want to kill them? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, and Wen Qianluo immediately felt the pressure on her dissipate somewhat. But she couldn't help feeling horrified. Just one glance had given her an irresistible urge. Just how high was this person's martial arts skill? Could there really be someone in this world with such high martial arts skills? Or perhaps, he possesses a secret technique that can exert pressure on people? Thinking this, she didn't stop speaking. The Mirror of Karma, hypocritical, saying one thing and doing another. 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for their crimes. I want to kill them. What's wrong with that? How do you know the Mirror of Karma is hypocritical, saying one thing and doing another? What does that have to do with you? Wen Qianluo looked at Chu Qing, her eyes filled with wariness. She no longer considered him a lecherous playboy, but this only increased his danger factor significantly. Every word he spoke, every action, even every glance, might conceal a danger she couldn't comprehend. Chu Qing smiled. Now it's my turn to ask questions, not yours. Please bear with me. Tell me, what exactly is the grudge between you and the Mirror of Karma? Wen Qianluo considered herself hard-hearted. She shouldn't be led by the nose by Chu Qing's few words. For some reason, she felt that Chu Qing's words held immense persuasive power. Her resolve wavered involuntarily. 12 years ago, the Mirror of Retribution wiped out my entire sect on trumped-up charges. For the past 12 years, I diligently cultivated my martial arts, solely to seek revenge. The answer wasn't complicated. Su Dingjin, standing beside her, said thoughtfully, 12 years ago. And you also bear the surname Wenren? Could you be from the Wenren lineage of Yanhe? Wen Qianluo was taken aback, a rather bitter smile appearing on her face. I never imagined that after 12 years, there would still be someone in the martial world who knows of my Wenren lineage. Su Dingjin sighed. When my master was alive, he often mentioned the Wenren lineage. When talking about Wenren Zhongda, she always has many feelings. Who is your master? Xiang Shanhai, sang Qingchen. Wondering Qian Luo nodded in realization. So you're Xiang Shanhai's senior sister. Xiang Shanhai suffered a great calamity, which is truly regrettable. I was blind before, and didn't recognize you, senior sister. I hope you won't blame me. We never met before. Why should I blame you? Su Ningxin shook her head, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This place seems not far from Yanghe River? Chu Qing glanced at her. So where are you going this time? Going home to pay respects. Wondering Qian Luo said softly, although Qingming Festival is still far away, I don't know if I live to see it. So I thought I'd pay my respects early? Because of the Mirror of Karma? Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. The Mirror of Karma's kill order is indeed like a bone-deep infection. Once you're infected, there's no turning back. But there are at least 800, if not 1,000, people who have a grudge against the Mirror of Karma, yet we haven't seen the Mirror of Karma issue kill orders for everyone. Wondering Qianlu raised an eyebrow. I wonder what you did, young lady, to warrant such a huge fuss from the Mirror of Karma? Do you also have a grudge against the Mirror of Karma? Pursuing this so thoroughly, aren't you afraid of being targeted by the Mirror of Karma? To tell you, you probably won't believe it. Chu Qing laughed. I also have a kill order issued by the Mirror of Karma. What? Wondering Qianlu was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the side. Good, 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 in that case, today is my day to make a fortune. Boy, who are you? State your name, so I can see how much you're worth on this kill order. One by one, figures slowly appeared from the surroundings. Leading them was a man dressed in black, his face masked, making his features unclear. Chu Qing frowned slightly, then sighed, if I were you, I would leave right now, without looking back. Why? Because I wasn't confident. Chu Qing said, as assassins, if you miss your target, you must flee 1,000 miles away, that's the bare minimum. You're facing an opponent, whose background you don't know, someone who has survived nearly a year under the killing order of the Mirror of Karma. Yet you were so careless, appearing so rashly, without even the stealth attack an assassin should have. The future of the Mirror of Karma is truly worrying. Had no one trained the new assassins of the Mirror of Karma after Bai Qi's death? They all exuded such arrogance. The cold-blooded decisiveness and caution of an assassin were nowhere to be seen. Relying on their superior numbers, they dared to charge forward in a swarm. Did they think this was going to be a war? As a former assassin from the Mirror of Karma, Chu Qing suddenly felt that, as assassins, the Mirror of Karma didn't seem so professional. Having previously targeted several Mirror of Karma branches, he had seen through the clumsy acting and disguises of their assassins. But those were still their branches, some laxity was understandable. But what about these people? Wondering Qian Luo, however, felt considerable pressure from the black-clad leader. Without a doubt, this was a master. Whether he could climb the Mirror of Karma's 72 demon-slaying list was uncertain, but his martial arts were definitely no less than hers. She couldn't help but whisper a warning to Chu Qing, be careful. Thinking about being careful now? Too late. The lead assassin sneered and waved his hand, instantly moving the group of men in black around him. Although their method of action seemed unprofessional to Chu Qing, the speed, precision, and ruthlessness of their attacks were characteristic of the Nijingtai style. All their moves were solely for killing. If it were anyone else, escaping this attack would be difficult. Unfortunately, they had encountered no ordinary opponent this time. A full moon suddenly rose into the air, and the figures seemed to merge into the moonlight. Swords were embedded in the moon, and the moonlight itself became the sword's edge. The attacks were endless and unrestrained. The Nijingtai assassins, who had just revealed their fangs and hadn't even had a chance to get close, were instantly engulfed in the moonlight. Their bodies trembled violently, and blood spurted wildly. In a short instant, they had been struck countless times. At the same time, Su Ning drew his short sword, his figure darting about, blood scattering wherever the blade passed. Wenru, however, would usually be behind Chu Qing in this situation. Initially, her martial arts skills were sufficient to hold her own. But the further she progressed, the more powerless she felt. Chu Qing's opponents grew stronger, and Chu Qing himself became increasingly unfathomable. Unlike Wu Qianhuan, Wenru wasn't competitive or indifferent to whether she could help with martial arts. Whenever Chu Qing was about to engage in combat, she would find a completely safe area to wait. Behind Chu Qing in his battle formation was an absolutely safe position. But this time, Wenru didn't do that. She formed a sword shape with her fingers, and as the assassin's attack approached, she drew a circle with her fingers. The force of the attack was completely drawn by the finger strike, leaving the attacker helpless. By the time they regained their senses, Wenru's Tai Chi swordsmanship, using her hand as a sword, had transformed into the 9-heaven star finger. With a flick of her finger, she pierced the opponent's throat. Chu Qing's eyes lit up at this sight. Excellent. Using the hand as a sword isn't particularly impressive, but to unleash the essence of Tai Chi swordsmanship with such a move is quite remarkable. The seamless transition from the Tai Chi swordsmanship to the 9-heaven star finger was truly masterful. And only a few days have passed since Chu Qing began teaching her Tai Chi swordsmanship? Most of that time has been spent traveling. Winter's progress is truly gratifying. The assassin leader, seeing the situation spiral out of his control and his side suffering heavy casualties with a single move, was consumed by rage. Looking up at Chu Qing, he said, "You're courting death." Chu Qing chuckled, not in a hurry to kill. He channeled the clear spring in his mind, casting a heavenly melody transmission directly at the person opposite him. However, he found the person extremely wary of him. The heavenly melody transmission couldn't even break through its limits, failing in a single thought. Chu Qing wasn't discouraged, only sighing. In the end, it was all wishful thinking. Since that night he tried heavenly melody transmission, hearing Wu Qianhuan and the others muttering in their sleep, and overhearing Ning Wufang's plan, Chu Qing thought that if he directly cast heavenly melody transmission at someone during combat, wouldn't he be able to share the opponent's thoughts and calculations during the fight? For example, if he wanted to cut off the opponent's left leg, and his right shoulder had an opening, he could use a feint to strike the right shoulder. These kinds of thoughts were always silently uttered in the letter during martial arts duels. Wouldn't this allow him to monitor his opponent's every move, although his opponent might also hear what he was about to do? After all, it was telepathy. But as long as he kept quiet, his opponent wouldn't hear. His advantage was that his opponent didn't know he had used celestial telepathy on him, thus allowing them to be unguarded. But now it seemed, in a formal confrontation, even if his opponent couldn't see the method of celestial telepathy, their instinctive vigilance alone could isolate it from its influence. This person before him was like that. A master at the level of a warlord would likely be even more invincible. His numerous calculations were only in a split second. But in that split second, the assassin opposite him unleashed his full killing intent. His palm strike was already at Chu Qing's heart, but Chu Qing neither dodged nor evaded. Even Wen Qianluo couldn't help but gasp in surprise. A resounding thud echoed, as a palm struck Chu Qing squarely in the chest. The dull thud was enough to tell anyone just how powerful the blow was. The next moment, the assassin leader was suddenly sent flying backward. His posture appeared quite leisurely, leading one to believe he had successfully retreated. But just as he landed, his entire body shattered with a deafening roar. Without warning, it left everyone speechless. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that his flesh and blood were not scattered haphazardly. The blood subtly spiraled out of his body, as if a gust of wind was swirling and exploding from within. The method was both bizarre and terrifying. At this moment, Chu Qing looked at Wen Qianluo again, continue with the previous topic. "Because I found the southern region headquarters." Wen Qianluo immediately spoke. In that instant, even though Chu Qing was amiable, and there was no sense of oppression in his eyes, Wen Qianluo inexplicably felt a strong sense of fear. Chapter 372. A person who knows the whereabouts of the southern region headquarters of the Mirror of Sin is indeed worth the Mirror of Sin's pursuit. Moreover, for the Mirror of Sin, this person must die no matter what. Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged, but a ripple of emotion stirred within him. "I see. It seems you're truly beyond saving. To protect the headquarters, they will stop at nothing, using every means possible to kill you." Wen Qianluo was speechless for a moment. Although it was the truth, saying it so bluntly was still a bit too much. She let out a soft breath. "What you wanted to know, I already know. Can you return the sword to me now?" Chu Qing glanced at the hidden dragon sword in his hand again, then sheathed it, and tossed it to Wen Qianluo. Wen Qianluo held the sword, and finally let out a long sigh. Then Chu Qing said, "A dead man is useless even with the best sword." Wen Qianluo looked up at Chu Qing, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Chu Qing smiled. "Did I say something wrong? You may be safe tonight, but what about tomorrow? Once we're separated, with your current severely injured body, how many more attacks from the Mirror of Karma will you be able to withstand? You die sooner or later." Wen Qianluo looked at Chu Qing without speaking. After a moment of silence, she finally said, "If I tell you the location of the southern region headquarters, what will you do?" "Kill them all." Chu Qing's answer was without hesitation. Wen Qianluo was stunned. After a moment of contemplation, she asked again, If I ask you to protect me, what will you do?" "Then we see what price you're willing to pay, young lady." Chu Qing smiled slightly, and sat back down. The surrounding area was littered with corpses, which Su Ning had been dragging away one by one. Chu Qing grabbed some warm cooked food from beside the campfire, tore off half a chicken, and tossed it to Wenren Qianluo. Wenren Qianluo hurriedly caught it, gasping for breath from the heat. After finally managing to hold it steady, she frowned and asked, "What do you want?" "What I want isn't the point. The point is, what can you offer, young lady?" Chu Qing broke off a chicken leg and handed it to Wu Qianhuan. Wenren Qianluo watched this scene, then looked at herself, and gave a bitter smile. "I have nothing of value, only the hidden dragon sword and myself. But I wonder, which of these two can be exchanged for your life?" "Neither." Chu Qing's answer was crisp and decisive. Wenren Qianlu seriously suspected that Chu Qing was toying with her. She wanted neither the person nor the sword. She had nothing left. She simply pursed her lips and remained silent. But then Chu Qing smiled and asked, "Do you have any silver?" "Yes." Wenren Qianlu nodded. "But less than 10 taels." Less than 10 taels of silver was fine for travel expenses, but clearly not enough to hire a master like Chu Qing. Chu Qing said, "How about this? I see you're quite sincere. How about we make a deal? 3,000 taels of silver, and the position of the Southern Region headquarters, in exchange for my protection throughout your journey. The 3,000 taels of silver doesn't need to be given immediately. You can repay me gradually over the next 3 years. But we have a deal. You can't go back on your word. Otherwise, I hunt you down to the ends of the earth to get your life back." Wenren Qianluo suddenly looked at Chu Qing, and without thinking nodded, "Okay. Words are meaningless," Chu Qing said, glancing at Wenru. Wenru immediately took out a small notebook and a calligraphy brush from her bosom. Just as she was about to hand it to Chu Qing, she heard him say, "Please write this down for me." Wenru remembered Chu Qing's handwriting and nodded, figuring he was probably afraid people would laugh at his ugly handwriting. She immediately opened the notebook and wrote down the deal they had just made in the blank space. Finally, she tore out the page and handed it to Chu Qing. Chu Qing then tossed it in front of Wenren Qianluo. "Sign and seal it." Wenren Qianluo was both amused and exasperated, but she still bit her finger and pressed a handprint. As the handprint fell, a notification popped up in front of Chu Qing. "Trial commission, no name on the ranking." Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Just as he was about to examine it closely, Wenren Qianluo said again, "The Southern Region headquarters is quite far from here, within the territory of the Xuanji sect. I even suspect that there are some connection between the Xuanji sect and the Niejing platform. The Xuanji sect is one of the 3 prefectures, 3 gates, and 3 sects, and the only one among the 9 major forces in Lingbei who specializes in mechanical arts." Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged. "What do you mean?" "I only managed to infiltrate the Niejing platform headquarters after extensive investigation. But before that, I didn't know what that place was. It wasn't until I alerted the experts there that I learned from them that it was actually the Southern Region headquarters. Although I escaped the siege, I was constantly pursued. That was bad enough. But the key issue was that my pursuers included not only experts from the Nijingtai sect, but also members of the Xuanji sect. They used wooden kites for tracking, making it almost impossible to hide. Only after leaving the Xuanji sect's territory did my pursuers become solely from the Nijingtai sect." Wenren Qianluo's words were simple, but the entire pursuit was far from easy. Her entire sect was wiped out when she was young, so from that moment on, she knew what kind of people she would be dealing with after completing her apprenticeship. She had put in a lot of effort in both tracking and being tracked. This was the key to her ability to escape from the Nijingtai sect until now. Even so, she had narrowly escaped death several times. Until recently, for some reason, the Nijingtai sect seemed to have relaxed their hold on her. But today, suddenly, Sun Yuxian appeared. This man, using his earth-walking technique, ambushed her on her inevitable path, first injuring her legs, greatly diminishing her swordsmanship, then attacking with his knife. Forced into a corner, she endured the excruciating pain and leaped into a tree. Because she still retained the strength for a sword strike, Sun Yuxian dared not confront this trap beast head-on, and thus prepared to stall for time. This gave Chu Qing and the others the opportunity to rescue her. After listening to Wenren Qianluo's words, Chu Qing simply nodded. "Eat and rest a bit, then we must continue our journey." Wenren Qianluo was taken aback. "Where to?" "None of your business." Chu Qing's answer was exceptionally cold. Wenren Qianluo closed her eyes, silently swallowing her anger. Because Chu Qing was right. If she were separated from them now, she would surely die. Having chosen to entrust her life to Chu Qing's protection, she naturally had to do whatever he said. She hastily ate a few bites of roast chicken and drank some water, then leaned against a tree trunk and closed her eyes for a while. Later, she was awakened by Su Ningxin. Opening her eyes, she saw Su Ningxin striding towards her, picking her up without a word, and finally settling her down on the horse. Realizing what had happened, Wen Qianluo suggested that she could ride with Su Ningxin and sit properly, instead of lying down. However, considering her leg injury, this suggestion was rejected. Then came a bumpy ride. Wen Qianluo wanted to ask them where they were going. Why the rush, traveling so late at night? But her questions were all swallowed by the wind, and the jolting of the horses made her feel terrible, unable to speak. She simply shut her mouth and endured the discomfort. Chu Qing and his group traveled for a whole night. The next morning, they gradually slowed their pace. Ahead lay a small town. They decided to buy some food and drink in town. As they led their horses, they passed a steamed bun shop. The sight of the steaming, freshly made meat buns made their mouths water. Chu Qing waved his sleeve and ordered 50 buns. The shopkeeper was overjoyed and quickly wrapped them up, but one was lost when it was delivered. While the shopkeeper was apologizing to Chu Qing and offering to replace it, the bun on the ground was already being gnawed on by a passing stray dog. Chu Qing smiled, not taking it seriously. He took out his silver to pay, when he saw the stray dog, having eaten the meat bun, circle twice. Suddenly, blood flowed from its mouth and nose, and it lay stiff and dead on the spot. This scene was truly horrifying. The shopkeeper frantically waved his hands, trying to explain, but he was at a loss for words. He jumped up and down in a panic. These buns are fine. Absolutely fine. If you don't believe me, I give you one, he said, opening the paper package and taking out a large bun, not caring that it was too hot to eat, and took a big bite. While eating, he said to Chu Qing, "See, it's fine. Isn't it?" Before he could finish his second sentence, his face turned ashen. Then he clutched his own neck, his body stiffening as he collapsed to the ground, already dead. The woman working inside, hearing the commotion, came out and was completely dumbfounded. "Master! Master!" She rushed to the shopkeeper, about to touch him. Chu Qing quickly said, "Don't touch him." The woman ignored her. Chu Qing frowned slightly, and with a gentle flick of her wrist, pushed the woman away. But she persisted, turning back to touch the shopkeeper again. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted the attention of the neighbors. Chu Qing glanced around, while Wu Qianhuan pressed the scabbard of his wounded sword against the woman's shoulder. "Your husband died mysteriously from poisoning. His body may contain a deadly poison. I know you are grieving, but please take care." As she finished speaking, the woman suddenly looked up. Her mouth opened, and a puff of white mist shot towards Wu Qianhuan's face. Wu Qianhuan reacted with lightning speed. The instant the woman suddenly looked up, she was already prepared. A cloud of white mist rose from her mouth, and with a surge of internal energy, the woman's body was sent flying. Just as the white mist was about to touch Wu Qianhuan's face, Chu Qing swept it all into his sleeve, then with a flick of his wrist, used the great shift of heaven and earth technique to deliver it to the woman's face. The woman screamed in agony as the flesh on her face melted away at a visible speed, revealing only bone in the blink of an eye. She screamed shrilly, "You villainous scoundrel! You killed someone!" These words immediately caused an uproar. The spectacle was entertaining, but the fact that someone had died was another matter entirely. Some people, without hesitation, retreated into their houses to hide, while others went to the town's martial arts masters. Chu Qing and his group were now within the sphere of influence of the Yaotai sect, where disciples of the sect were stationed in every town and village. Su Ningxin frowned and said to Chu Qing, "The situation is bad. If we attract the attention of the Yaotai sect at this time, won't we alert them? It should be a poison master from the Nijingtai sect," Wen Qianluo added. "Such cunning and ruthless methods suggest they are no ordinary person. There are too many people here, it's not suitable to fight them. Should we leave first?" Wu Qianhuan and Winra remained silent, waiting for Chu Qing to make a decision. Chu Qing looked at the two people and the dog's corpse on the ground. The woman was already dead, having framed them before her death. The surrounding people didn't see the hidden meaning, they only saw the woman's gruesome death, but didn't see her attack Wu Qianhuan first. But this shopkeeper, he truly died unjustly. He sighed softly. "It's all right, let him come." The disciples of the Yaotai sect arrived quickly, a man and a woman, both possessing extraordinary bearing. The man's face was cold and stern. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and said coldly to Chu Qing and the others, "Who are you all? Killing people here? Do you still consider the Yaotai sect a threat? Are you surrendering without a fight, waiting for us to make a move?" Chu Qing glanced at them and gently shook his head. We didn't kill them. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? That's right, we all saw it. We absolutely can't let them get away. Before the two Yaotai sect disciples could speak, the surrounding crowd had already begun to chime in. The man frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, whether it was you or not, you must come back with us. After all, lives are at stake. What if I say no? Chu Qing's tone was flat. The Yaotai sect disciple snorted coldly. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us. At this point, his face suddenly turned ashen, and he looked at Chu Qing with a pained expression. You, senior brother? The woman's face changed drastically. Without thinking, she drew her long sword with a clang and swung it at Chu Qing. But the moment she looked up and met Chu Qing's eyes, the woman felt as if struck by lightning. An immense pressure washed over her, like a mountain collapsing. The sudden movement caused her to freeze, her hand trembling as she lost her grip on her sword. A wave of utter terror washed over her. Knowing this was a master expert, she feared she was doomed. Before she could devise a plan, Chu Qing spread his fingers and grabbed a child, about 6 or 7 years old, from the adult's arms, placing him in his grasp. The child struggled fiercely, and her parents' cries could be heard. Oh, my son! You let him go. Chu Qing remained silent, simply lifting the child high and slamming him to the ground. With a loud thud, the child crashed to the ground, even bouncing back up, spitting blood. But at that very moment, his bones cracked and popped, seemingly growing at an incredible speed, tearing through his clothes in the blink of an eye, transforming him into a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Chapter 373. This bizarre scene left everyone around speechless. They couldn't understand why a child, just by being smashed like that, suddenly grew up. What kind of new method of growing into adulthood was this? The common people were bewildered, only thinking that these martial artists probably possessed some kind of magical method to force growth. However, the girl from the Yaotai sect had a sudden realization, knowing that this was most likely a combination of disguise and bone-shrinking techniques. With extremely skillful disguise and bone-shrinking techniques, one could completely disguise oneself as a 6 or 7-year-old child. But there was one crucial point. Even if this could be achieved, one's actual weight wouldn't change. How could he be held in his parents' arms? His parents are suspicious. Thinking this, she suddenly turned around and, sure enough, saw the couple who had just been crying and demanding their son back, quietly retreating. The girl from the Yaotai sect was about to shout to stop them from leaving. Just then, the two men suddenly seemed to be thrown against their will, flying towards Chu Qing. No matter how much they struggled, it was futile. Looking back, they were indeed in Chu Qing's hands. With a quick grip on their bodies, the two men collapsed, completely powerless. The man Chu Qing had struck slowly stood up. He wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling that Chu Qing's seemingly light blow had broken several bones. He gritted his teeth. How did you find me? Because you made your move. Chu Qing's reasoning was simple. The poisoned buns, the tragically killed shopkeeper, and the proprietress who suddenly spewed poisonous smoke. All these changes happened in the blink of an eye. But in reality, neither the poisoned stray dog nor the shopkeeper who died after eating the meat buns were actually killed by this person. Even the poison on the meat buns might have been the work of the shopkeeper's wife. However, judging from the shopkeeper's wife's reaction, she was definitely not the real mastermind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have schemed to kill herself. Most importantly, the effect she gained by risking her life was merely to make the townspeople suspect Chu Qing and his group of murder. But even if ordinary people believed this, what could they do? It wouldn't harm Chu Qing at all. Therefore, Chu Qing deduced that the real mastermind was lurking nearby. Having failed to kill with the meat buns, they wanted to use the opportunity to frame someone, hoping to incite conflict between Chu Qing and the Yaotai sect. That's why Chu Qing didn't agree when Su Ningxuan suggested leaving. Since he wanted to create conflict between himself and the Yaotai sect, he would inevitably make a move secretly after the Yaotai sect members arrived, to solidify the matter completely. This was precisely what Chu Qing wanted. Once this person made a move, he would surely find clues and pull him out of the crowd. After all, poisoning, no matter how bizarre the final result might seem, always involves poisoning. He needed to act. Actions leave traces, and traces can be detected. The man from the Yaotai sect was indeed poisoned, and Chu Qing sensed fluctuations in his true energy. Ultimately, he focused on the child. Upon touching him, Chu Qing naturally noticed his unusual weight, and slammed him to the ground, revealing his true form. However, the real explanation was simply, because you made the move. The bystanders were confused, and even the man who had poisoned the victim was somewhat bewildered, but he quickly sneered, You are indeed powerful. But unfortunately, you still fallen for my trick. Dare to touch me? Are you afraid your life is too long? Upon hearing this, Wu Qianhuan and Winter hurriedly looked at Chu Qing. But Chu Qing spread his hands. Are you blind? Only then did everyone notice that he had somehow acquired a pair of gloves. Snow White, they were none other than the heavenly silkworm gloves. These were seized from Sang Qing, a soul-chasing guard under the Tomb King of the heavenly evil cult, back at Luochen Manor. Knowing that the other party used poison, how could Chu Qing not be extra careful? In fact, the reason he wanted to expose the other party here was to avoid future trouble. After all, being targeted by a master of poison was extremely troublesome. The matter was unresolved. No one knew what kind of impact this person would have later. Naturally, it was best to catch him and kill him as soon as possible. The man opposite him looked at the gloves, his face darkening, but without a word, he lowered his stance and mounted his horse. He stirred up a powerful gust of wind around him. Seeing this, Chu Qing raised a finger, pointing it in midair, his finger force erupting instantly piercing through the man's dantian. The man was circulating his internal energy, his body surging like a balloon, but Chu Qing's fingers seemed to have directly popped that balloon. Even as the man fell to the ground, a look of confusion remained in his eyes. He felt that Chu Qing was truly not worth befriending. He didn't act according to reason. Normally, seeing him circulating his internal energy like this, shouldn't a master see what moves he would use? Once this move was unleashed, Chu Qing and his companions might be unaffected, but the surrounding populace would be poisoned by the potent poison carried within his true energy's protective aura. Those who held a town hostage could then easily control Chu Qing, this supposed hero. They might even be able to force him to kneel and commit suicide. But Chu Qing didn't give him that chance, directly shattering his qi. And that wasn't all. The next moment, Chu Qing moved his arms, flicking his sleeves, and everyone surrounding him, disciples of the Yao Ai sect and onlookers alike, scattered a considerable distance. With his qi shattered, his true energy naturally dissipated. Since this person cultivated poisonous arts, it was difficult to guarantee that the released energy wouldn't be poisonous. Keeping everyone at a distance was a precaution. Of course, Chu Qing was also vengeful. He still held a grudge against those who had insulted him, and falsely accused him of murder. Therefore, the method wasn't particularly gentle, but it wasn't excessive either. It simply involved shoving a few of the loudest ones, sending them tumbling to the ground, leaving them bruised and battered. The next moment, Chu Qing was already in front of the man. Judging from your use of poison, you're no ordinary person. Who are you? Before the man could answer, the girl from the Yao Ai sect shouted, hand over the antidote quickly. My senior brother is dying. The male disciple from the Yao Ai sect was currently sitting cross-legged, using all his strength to resist the deadly poison within his body. However, his internal energy was limited, and the poison was potent. He was nearing his limit. The man merely sneered. Today I've fallen into your hands. I have nothing to say. However, you soon be joining me. I be waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Chu Qing frowned slightly, flicked his sleeve, and stepped aside. The man's body turned pitch black at a visible speed, then began to rot, emitting black smoke. In just a few breaths, he had turned into a pool of black liquid. Not a trace remained. Chu Qing frowned slightly, and glanced at the system interface. He found no activity, indicating that this person was not a renowned expert on the demon extermination ranking. However, his abilities were actually enough to earn him a place on the demon extermination ranking. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had the chance yet? Chu Qing sighed, feeling a bit cheated. He turned to look at the Yao Ai sect disciple who was staring expectantly at his senior brother, tears welling up in his eyes, yet unable to do anything about it. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then took out a medicine bottle from his robes, took out an antidote pill, and tossed it to her. The poison he suffered from is extraordinary. I don't know if this pill can suppress it. If not, prepare for the worst as soon as possible. If it can, try to find him a doctor. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate. The woman caught Chu Qing's antidote pill, thanked him profusely, and then fed it to the man. The Yin-Yang Hermit's antidote pill was indeed extraordinary. After swallowing it, the man's complexion improved considerably. The woman turned back to thank Chu Qing and the others again, but they were nowhere to be seen. Having given them the antidote pill, Chu Qing led the group away. The purpose of entering the town was to replenish their food supplies. They couldn't buy meat buns. After this commotion, they had lost interest in any other meat buns. Even so, they managed to buy some food and supplies, which they hung on their horses. They also bought some medicine for Wenren Qianluo. Wenren Qianluo was extremely grateful, and was about to express her thanks when Chu Qing added the money to the 3,000 taels. Not just medicine, but all food, drink, and other necessities were included, without any mercy. Wen Qianluo felt that even if she died inside, she would never utter a word of thanks. Afterwards, the group didn't linger and continued their galloping after leaving the town. The next 2 days were peaceful. It seemed as if the pursuers had given up their pursuit of Wen Qianluo. However, the more peaceful it was, the less they could relax. This was clearly the calm before the storm. The more peaceful it was now, the more intense it might be later. In the end, the intense assassination didn't happen. Instead, they were greeted by disciples of the Yaotai sect. Their timing was perfect. The final leg of their journey to the Yaotai sect required crossing a waterway. From Qingwu City, they could reach Cheongyu City. Unexpectedly, halfway through their journey, the boatman was stopped. The only thing stopping them was a small boat, but the Yaotai sect mark hanging on it terrified the boatman. He nervously invited a group of Yaotai sect disciples aboard. Chu Qing and his group were watching the commotion when the group boarded, scanned the area, and their gazes immediately fell on them. The leader of the Yaotai sect disciples pointed and said, "That's them. Take them down." Upon hearing this, the Yaotai sect disciples behind him immediately leaped into the air, their long swords already drawn, their blades carrying sharp sword light, charging straight at Chu Qing and his group. This sudden and abrupt action left everyone utterly bewildered. Although Chu Qing had indeed come to the Yaotai sect with the intention of questioning them, why had such a large commotion arisen before he even arrived? Perplexed, his hands didn't stop. Before Wu Qianhuan and the others could react, Chu Qing slammed his hand on the table and leaped into the midst of the Yaotai sect disciples like a dragon. The Yaotai sect disciples were prepared. With a flick of their long swords, the entire sky and earth were instantly enveloped in a sharp aura. Like a cage, they were using the Yaotai sect's ultimate technique, the heavenly net and earthly net formation. With the heavenly net transformed, there was no way to ascend. With the earthly net transformed, there was no way to descend. Once the heavenly net and earthly net were activated, it was like a bird trapped in a cage, with no chance of escape. The Yaotai sect disciples were very confident. With this sword formation, they could easily handle experts far superior to themselves. But the next moment, a tremendous force rebounded against them. With a series of loud plop, plop, plop sounds, the heavenly net formation was torn to shreds before it could even struggle. During this process, the opposing side didn't even see clearly how Chu Qing did it, or how he made his move. The group of figures were knocked down and sent flying. Those with bad luck fell directly into the water, spitting out blood and swallowing mouthfuls of river water, suffering excruciating pain. Those with better luck crashed onto the boat. They were thrown from the deck directly into the cabin. Not only were they dazed and confused, but the boatman was also in so much pain, he almost cried. This was a lot of money gone. The leading Yaotai sect disciple's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, his long sword was already drawn, its sharp edge flashing as it rushed straight towards Chu Qing. But at that moment, he felt the sword slip completely out of his control, falling directly into Chu Qing's hand. Chu Qing gripped it with 2 fingers, and a cracking sound rang out as fine cracks appeared on the blade. With a flick of the wrist, he commanded, "Let go." The Yaotai sect disciple refused, and with a snap, his finger bones broke, his hand tore, and the hilt, pushed aside, struck him squarely in the chest. He was sent flying backward, about to plunge into the water, when a tremendous force pulled him back. He was suspended in midair, about to fall, when he was suddenly thrown back towards Chu Qing. All his arduous training and years of honing his skills had become a joke in this moment. In his opponent's hands, he was completely at Chu Qing's mercy, utterly powerless to resist. Chu Qing then grabbed him by the neck, lifting him into the air, and pinned his sword to the deck. The damaged sword blade hadn't shattered, but the instant he flung it into the ground, cracks spread across the entire blade. Chu Qing frowned, glancing at the man, seemingly unfamiliar with him. "We have no grudge against the Yaotai sect. What are you playing at?" The disciple, his neck gripped by Chu Qing, was unable to speak, his face gradually turning purplish blue. Seeing this, Chu Qing tossed him to the ground. His inner force had silently seeped in, leaving the man powerless, unable to rise from the ground. He managed a weak glance at Chu Qing, gritting his teeth. "What are you pretending to be confused about? You just killed the city lord of Qingwu City, and you dare to swagger into my Yaotai sect. Do you really think my Yaotai sect has no one to rely on?" Chu Qing was taken aback. "The city lord of Qingwu City? Who is that? Outrageous." The Yaotai sect disciple was even more furious. "Third young master, you are a person of some standing. You had the guts to kill and leave a written record, but don't you have the guts to admit it? Chapter 374. After the battle at Tianlai City, Han Sen's true identity was exposed. His status as the third young master rose even higher after that battle. It wasn't surprising that the disciples of the Yaotai sect recognized him. But killing someone and leaving a note? Chu Qing seemed thoughtful, grabbing the Yaotai sect disciple by the collar, and walking towards Wu Qinhuan and the others, saying to the boatman as he went, "Keep going." The boatman didn't know whether to listen or not. Thinking about it, he couldn't stay adrift on the river forever, so he simply ordered his men to continue. As for the group that Chu Qing had knocked into the water, before the situation was cleared up, Chu Qing hadn't really killed them. They had all surfaced, unable to climb back up, but not drowned either. They would be able to climb back onto their own boats in a while. And those on the boat were even less of a concern. Chu Qing threw the man to the ground before saying, "Tell me in detail how I killed him," and left the note. "You did it yourself, why ask me?" the man retorted angrily. Chu Qing flicked his wrist, landing a resounding slap across the man's face. This Yaotai sect disciple, spoiled and arrogant, had never been treated like this before. Enraged, he tried to rush forward and fight Chu Qing. However, his meridians were weak, and although his expression was fierce, his limbs were powerless. Chu Qing ignored this and slapped him 5 more times, finally bringing the man to his senses somewhat. Both cheeks were swollen, and he looked at Chu Qing with a hint of fear. "Can you speak properly now?" Chu Qing's somewhat bored voice reached his ears. The man instinctively shrank back, finally nodding reluctantly. "It seems the people of Yaotai sect won't behave unless you beat them." Chu Qing smiled. "Let's stick to the same question. Speak." It's that we received news today that the city lord of Qingwu City was killed by you." He even wrote the words "the killer is the third young master" in blood beside him. "The message said you would pass by Yaotai sect today. That's why we came down the mountain to stop you." The man stammered. Chu Qing frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong. "Just a few of you?" The man paused, seemingly not understanding why Chu Qing would ask such a question, but still nodded. "Just a few of us. Are all the people from the Yaotai sect dead?" Chu Qing slowly exhaled, feeling a bit amused and exasperated. The murderer was the third young master. This crudely fabricated frame-up actually had someone believe it. And they even used it as evidence to confront him. Even if they did come, they only brought a few people. Based on past achievements and the battle at Tianlai City, normally, if Chu Qing had truly committed this, the Yaotai sect master should have personally led most of his disciples to confront him. Just a few people. What was going on? Where did their confidence come from? Chu Qing narrowed his eyes at the man. "You don't actually think you can take me down with just a few people, do you?" The Yaotai sect disciple opposite him almost nodded. That was indeed what they thought. Although Chu Qing's reputation was terrifying. But rumors in the martial world are not to be trusted. Especially between Nanling and Lingbei, separated by the Tontian Ridge, news was bound to be distorted. As for the battle in front of Tianlai City, they all felt it was an exaggeration. In reality, Lu Xiaoyan and Ouyang Tianxu were the main contributors in that battle. How much skill could Chu Qing, a mere newcomer with an undeserved reputation, possibly possess? This dismissive attitude made them genuinely believe that they could defeat Chu Qing with just a few of them. They even had their own plans for what to say after defeating Chu Qing. His reputation is undeserved. The rumors in the martial world are mostly exaggerated. If the roles were reversed, we would be stronger than him. These kinds of thoughts churned in their minds countless times. Before coming, some of them were already dreaming of their renowned reputations. Unfortunately, their idealistic thoughts were far too grandiose. When the crucial moment arrived, they discovered that the gap between reality and their ideals was truly terrifying. Chu Qing hadn't even made a move, at least they hadn't even understood how he attacked, and they were already defeated. Although the man didn't nod, his expression betrayed him. So he sighed again. "I ask you again, do you have any concrete evidence that you saw me kill someone?" "No." "Then do you think there's no one else in the world besides me who can write?" "No, not really." "Then how are you so certain that I did it?" Chu Qing's series of questions left this proud son of the Yaotai sect completely bewildered. He looked at Chu Qing. "You mean, they lied to us? You can actually ask me that?" Chu Qing was shocked. "But why?" The young man opposite her expressed even deeper confusion. "Why did they lie to us?" Chu Qing felt the conversation was stalled and turned to Su Ningzhen, asking, "Are all the people of the Yaotai sect like this?" Under Chu Qing's gaze, Su Ningzhen felt ashamed for the disciples of the Yaotai sect, stammering, "I hadn't noticed before." It was only because Lu Qingyan wasn't there that she was being scolded for being blinded by lust. Then she would tell Chu Qing that while not everyone in the Yaotai sect was like this, they were all quite similar. Otherwise, how could Qiangu have thought himself so desirable, daring to propose marriage to everyone? Wasn't it just that he was arrogant, believing he had the right to do such things? Chu Qing sighed, suddenly feeling that the martial world of Lingbei was far too peaceful. Otherwise, the Yaotai sect, like this, would have been wiped out long ago. After all, compared to that, the southern ridge was frequently embroiled in battle. Small gangs and sects constantly fought amongst themselves, the positions of the three halls changing hands frequently, each time unleashing a bloodbath. But Lingbei was different. The 9 major powers stood high above, stabilizing the entire martial arts world. So much so that no one dared to challenge them. This truly spoiled these arrogant fellows. Seeing this prodigy of the Yaotai sect still looking incredulous, his eyes so clear they were almost comparable to Winru's, only Winru wasn't as bewildered. Chu Qing patted him on the shoulder and said, "We'd be arriving at the Yaotai sect soon. I demand an explanation from your sect leader regarding this matter." Hearing Chu Qing's words, the Yaotai sect disciple didn't feel fear. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least this person didn't kill him outright with a single blow. Once he reached the Yaotai sect, he figured the man couldn't do anything to him. As a disciple of the Yaotai sect, he had complete confidence in his sect. For the rest of the journey, Chu Qing indeed ignored him. He repeatedly tried to break free from the shackles within his body, but all his efforts were in vain. Chu Qing's internal energy was profound, as awe-inspiring as a high mountain, as boundless as the deep sea. Even with his abilities, it would take 3 months of tireless, sleepless cultivation to have even the slightest chance of breaking free. The Yaotai sect had a unique location, surrounded by water on 3 sides, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The only place connecting it to the mainland was Cheongyu City. Deep within Cheongyu City, at its very core, lay the Yaotai sect. The sect was built on a mountain, its buildings towering and majestic, many of them semi-floating structures clinging to the mountainside, truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship, extraordinary in its own right. The ship docked at the pier of Cheongyu City. The boatman could make 2 round trips between the 2 cities a day, transporting both people and goods, earning a considerable profit. At that moment, with a soft thud, the boat docked. The passengers, as if afraid of being stepped on, hurriedly disembarked. Last were Chu Qing and his group, along with a group of Yaotai sect disciples, including their leader. They had long since lost their initial arrogance, and Chu Qing had them bound hand to hand with ropes he found deep in the cabin. Not to prevent them from running away, but simply for easier guidance. Holding one end of the rope, Chu Qing led them off the boat. The city was bustling with activity, a lively scene indeed. However, after taking a few steps, both Chu Qing and the Yaotai sect disciples sensed something was amiss. For the Yaotai sect, Cheongyu City was like Tianlai City of the Tianjin Prefecture, a distinction between the inside and outside. The inside needed to be well protected, and the outside naturally needed to be well defended as well. Chu Qing initially thought that once he stepped into Cheongyu City, a large group of Yaotai sect disciples would come to his rescue. However, almost the time it takes to brew a cup of tea had passed since he entered the city, and not a single one had appeared. The common people on the streets, seeing this scene, couldn't help but point and whisper, their faces showing panic. They had already recognized that these dejected, heads-down figures were indeed Yaotai sect disciples. But in this Jade City, who dares treat the Yaotai sect like this? Aren't they afraid of death? And why haven't the Yaotai sect members shown up to rescue them? Even ordinary people have these doubts, let alone Chu Qing and his group at the center of the storm. Chu Qing glanced at the leading disciple. Have you become the Yaotai sect's outcasts? I led you through this whole city so openly, and no one has shown up. Do you think if you see your sect leader later, he expel you from the sect? Absolutely not. The Yaotai sect disciples shook their heads, glaring angrily at Chu Qing. Chu Qing pulled hard, pulling them all back, causing them to stumble and groan, forced to continue following behind him. The group swaggered through the entire Jade City without anyone stopping them. Chu Qing's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, finally concluding, something's happened to the Yaotai sect. Don't spout nonsense. No sooner had Chu Qing finished speaking than the leading disciple of the Yaotai sect angrily retorted, we were perfectly fine when we left. How could something have happened to the Yaotai sect in such a short time? That's because you were lucky, Chu Qing said casually. The Yaotai sect disciples were even more indignant. Given their current situation, who dared say they were lucky? Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but laugh. You dared to draw your swords to kill him, and he didn't kill you. Isn't that good luck? The initially indignant group suddenly found this argument quite reasonable. However, they still refused to believe Chu Qing's statement that something had happened at the Yaotai sect. But when they arrived at the Yaotai sect's mountain gate, they had to admit that Chu Qing was probably right. There should have been disciples on duty at the mountain gate, but it was empty. Chu Qing approached a pillar and, without needing gentle reminders, he saw bright red bloodstains on one side. Not much, only 2 or 3 drops, as most of the blood had already been wiped away. Clearly, the killer didn't want the incident to attract too much attention. Leading the Yao Tai sect disciples over, Chu Qing glanced at the bloodstains, and the group froze, speechless. Winry tugged at Chu Qing's sleeve, pointing to a patch of grass not far away. Chu Qing approached. So it was here. Hearing this, the Yao Tai sect disciples instantly understood his meaning, but they refused to accept this reality. But reality is reality. It won't change just because they don't want to accept it. Chu Qing casually pulled a corpse from the grass and threw it in front of them. Do you recognize him? Aki! Junior brother Liu. Who did this? Dare to kill my fellow disciple, I will tear him to pieces. The disciples were filled with grief and anger, eager to find their enemy and take revenge. Unfortunately, another reality stood in their way. They were no longer free, in Chu Qing's hands, and he hadn't even promised to release them yet. Chu Qing looked at the wound on the corpse. It had been pierced through the heart by a spear. The strike was incredibly swift. The Yao Tai sect disciple, who was killed, didn't even have a chance to resist. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, staring at the corpse for a while, then suddenly smiled. They just died recently. They should still be on this mountain. Thank goodness we arrived today, otherwise, it would have really delayed things. You know who it is? Wu Qianhuan asked, somewhat surprised. Chu Qing smiled and said, this spear technique looks familiar. It's most likely one of the warlord's men. The heavenly evil sect. Wu Qianhuan's expression turned serious. Chu Qing laughed. Isn't this quite interesting? Wu Qianhuan was taken aback. What's interesting about it? You find out soon enough. Chu Qing flicked his hand, and with a few snapping sounds, the ropes binding the Yao Tai sect disciples all broke. Lead the way, up the mountain. Several Yao Tai sect disciples exchanged glances. Finally the leader gritting his teeth and saying, I know a shortcut that will get us up the fastest. Follow me. Meanwhile, at the top of Yao Tai sect, in front of the Jade Pavilion, a large group of people wielding weapons surrounded the Jade Pavilion. 2 figures, one fat and one thin, stood at the forefront of the crowd. The fat man coldly surveyed the surroundings, while the thin man smiled, seemingly finding everything amusing. The Yao Tai sect disciples in front of the Jade Pavilion, mostly wounded, looked at the group before them with a mixture of fear and anger. The fat man spoke coldly, we fought to this point, the Yao Tai sect is almost destroyed, and your ethereal sect leader, Ji Yeshua, still hasn't shown herself? Are you planning to be a coward for the rest of your life? But before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly appeared, moving like a fleeting shadow, a mere glimpse of beauty. Ethereal as a fairy, a light palm strike already reached the fat man's forehead. Chapter 375. This turn of events was extremely abrupt, yet the disciples of the Yao Tai sect were instantly invigorated. It's the sect leader. The sect leader has emerged from seclusion. Now that he's emerged, the White Jade longevity scripture must have reached its peak. We're saved. Their hearts were pounding with excitement, their minds racing. The fat man, however, slightly raised his eyes, feeling that the seemingly light palm strike before him was like a deer's horn hanging from a tree, leaving no trace. To break the move, one must first understand its secrets. If the move itself cannot be seen through, how can it be broken? He couldn't help but sigh softly. What a move, immortal touches my head. Suddenly, he thrust his head forward, actually placing himself under the palm. He was gently touched on the head by this palm. Seemingly without a trace, it was actually a thunderous force. In an instant, the fat man's eyes turned bloodshot, and his head was pressed down, almost entirely into his chest. But at that moment, everyone was astonished to discover that the force that pressed the man's head into his chest wasn't solely due to Ji Yeshua's palm strike. More importantly, the fat man's body swelled up, like a balloon being inflated the instant the palm struck his head. His entire body expanded. So much so that as soon as his head was compressed into his chest, he was bounced out. The immense force transmitted throughout his body, and he, like a ball, didn't fly straight backward. Instead, after reaching a certain point, he was thrown upwards in a circular motion, drawing a circle in midair before finally landing lightly on the ground with a trailing arc. Shaking his head and rubbing his neck vigorously, the fat man laughed and said, Luckily my Chinkuan Chi isn't to be underestimated. This caused Ji Yeshua, who had thought she had succeeded with a single blow, to turn extremely ugly. After this strike, she had already returned to the Yao Tai sect disciples, revealing her true appearance. She looked extremely young, appearing to be a girl around 20 years old. She wore an ethereal white robe embroidered with cloud patterns, Her skin as white as snow, topped with a beautiful face, yet covered in frost. Her eyes were deep, containing a sense of vicissitude. Judging from her eyes, she was definitely not as young as she appeared to others. Her skin was excellent, but her features weren't the most striking. However, combined with her aura, she was like a celestial being, making one feel that even glancing at her would be a desecration. However, the skinny man seemed to be enjoying the sight. What a charming old woman. His words, once spoken, immediately incurred the wrath of the crowd. The disciples of the Yaothai sect erupted in anger, outrageous. How dare you speak such filthy words? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our sect leader like that? We cannot let this go. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we will tear this skinny fellow to pieces. The Yaothai sect disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Ji Yeshua, however, remained calm, her eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at the people opposite her and slowly asked, "Who are you?" Her voice carried a unique ethereal quality, cold and indifferent, like autumn frost or spring dew. The fat man coldly replied, "Huang Fu, one of the 8 generals under the heavenly evil sect's leader Tian Sha." The skinny man grinned and said, "Qi Lu, one of the 8 generals under the heavenly evil sect's leader Tian Sha." Upon hearing the words heavenly evil sect, the Yaothai sect disciples present were horrified. After fighting for so long, with so many dead and wounded, they only now learned the origins of their opponent. They simply couldn't understand how someone could have quietly infiltrated the Yaothai sect when the Lord of War was currently attacking the Taitsong sect. Ji Yeshua's face also showed doubt. The heavenly evil sect? My Yaothai sect has no enmity with the heavenly evil sect. Why do you come to my Yaothai sect to cause trouble? You broke through my gates and killed my disciples. What is your purpose? Ji Yeshua's doubt was genuine, and her words were sincere. But even the 2 experts under the Lord of War were somewhat taken aback after hearing these words. The fat man shook his head and sneered, "Truly, he's out of touch with reality. To put it bluntly, he's a bit of a fool, which I like." The thin man smiled and said, "Sect leader Ji, our heavenly evil sect aspires to dominate the martial world and sweep across the land. We come to Yaothai sect today for no other reason than to ask sect leader Ji one question. Are you willing to submit to our heavenly evil sect? If you are willing, then we will turn swords into plowshares, and from this day forward, we will guarantee your Yaothai sect's prosperity and glory. If you are unwilling, then we have no other choice but to fight until you are willing to submit. How to choose is something we ask sect leader Ji to consider carefully." Ji Yeshua nodded upon hearing this, then turned to look at the disciples of Yaothai sect and surprisingly asked, "Are you willing?" The disciples of Yaothai sect exchanged glances for a moment. Several of them looked at each other, and then a middle-aged man stepped forward, about to speak. Then someone shouted, "This disciple refuses. Since the emergence of the heavenly evil cult, it has committed countless atrocities. We absolutely refuse to associate with such evil demons." Upon hearing this, many immediately echoed his sentiments. A wave of anger swept through the crowd. The middle-aged man, who had been about to speak, had to take a step back. However, he still caught Ji Yeshua's attention. She looked at the man and asked, "Elder He, do you have something to say?" The elder immediately replied, "What I say is no different from theirs. The heavenly evil sect commits all sorts of evil deeds, using cruel and vicious methods. My Yaothai sect is a righteous sect, and should uphold justice in the martial world. How can we collude with them?" "That makes sense." Ji Yeshua nodded, then turned to the 2 men, one fat and one thin, and said, "You may leave. We are not willing to submit." The 2 men exchanged a glance. The thin man burst into laughter, while the fat man's eyes grew colder, and a faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. "I long heard that the Yaothai sect's martial arts are questionable. The white jade longevity scripture supposedly diminishes the 7 emotions and obliterates wisdom. It seems its words are indeed true. The dignified sect master of the Yaothai sect seems to be a fool." The fat man sneered. The thin man said, "I wonder what it feels like to hold such a foolish woman in bed? You want to know? Why don't you try it and see?" The fat man said coldly. "That's right." The thin man laughed, looking up at Ji Yeshua. "Beauty, I'm here." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 figures, one fat and one thin, moved instantly. The fat man took 2 quick steps, leaped into the air, and took a deep breath in midair. His body swelled up like a giant ball, carrying immense force, and slammed down towards Ji Yeshua. Ji Yeshua looked up, turned her feet, and moved aside. A deafening roar erupted. The fat man's cultivation of Qingkuan Ichi was extraordinary. Its energy split into 2 streams. The pure energy rose to become Qian, and the turbid energy descended to become Kuan. These 2 energies were one. Rising, it could ascend effortlessly, while descending, it weighed a ton. Protected by these two energies, his body was indestructible. His descent was like a 1,000-pound iron ball crashing to the ground. Yet, it was both hard and soft, extremely difficult to deal with. With this impact, a huge crater immediately formed in the ground, the boulder-paved surface shattered, and fragments flew in all directions, causing disciples of the Yaotai sect and the Tianxia sect to brandish their weapons in defense. The fragments striking the weapons caused a sharp, agonizing jolt to the wrists of those wielding them. Before Ji Yeshua could turn around to look for the fat man, the thin man was already before her. He pointed his fingers like swords, and hundreds of finger shadows instantly covered all of Ji Yeshua's vital points. His methods were despicable and ruthless, employing only the most extreme tactics. While his fingers covered all the vital points on the body, it was clear he focused more on points like the nipples and the Lingshu point. Although some of these points were fatal, it was less a fight and more a form of teasing. Ji Yeshua's expression remained calm, serene as an immortal. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of finger strikes, she simply twirled her white sleeve, as if concealing a universe within it. The moment her fingers touched her sleeve, the skinny man pressed down with his wrist, simultaneously using 2 fingers to strike 3 points, intending to use Ji Yeshua's perineum as a target while she moved. Ji Yeshua's face remained expressionless, as if she hadn't noticed the skinny man's vile tactics. Just when the skinny man thought he had succeeded, he suddenly felt his 2 fingers tighten. He was stunned, and then realized with surprise that Ji Yeshua had anticipated his move by using her sleeve as a cover, and had actually grabbed his 2 fingers. Without any hesitation, he snapped it off cleanly. Logically, how could 2 fingers possibly bend against a hand? It should have been broken, but surprisingly, the skinny man's hand remained unharmed. He chuckled, "Use your strength, huh? Too reluctant?" As he spoke, his body suddenly expanded, his previously loose clothes becoming incredibly tight. His stature instantly grew to over 2 meters tall. Even through his clothes, his exaggeratedly muscular physique was visible. The veins below his neck bulged, making his already large head appear somewhat small against his massive frame. His fingers, once thin, became thick and strong. He took the initiative, freeing Ji Yeshua's hand, and with a sweeping motion, grabbed her slender waist. He slammed her hand heavily onto the ground. The ground shattered instantly. Having gained the upper hand, he became even more ruthless. He appeared frenzied, like a madman, repeatedly hammering Ji Yeshua with one hand, shattering the surrounding ground. The Yaotai sect disciples watched in stunned disbelief and terror. But then, the tall, thin man suddenly groaned, then flung Ji Yeshua away. The Yaotai sect disciples instinctively dodged, and a loud bang echoed. Ji Yeshua crashed onto the steps in front of the jade pavilion. The steps shattered, and she was embedded in them. The thin man looked at his fingers, and saw that one finger had been broken off, twisted into a pretzel shape. He was somewhat taken aback. The martial art he practiced was no less powerful than Huang Fu's Qiankuan Ichi, and was called Chaotic Vidra Mad Demon Great Technique. With the foundation of the Murder Sutra, increasing his internal energy, he had long since cultivated this martial art to a profound level, where the spirit was hidden within, not revealed outwardly. Only when he truly unleashed his power would his true form be revealed. In this state, he could be said to be invulnerable to blades and spears, unharmed by water and fire, possessing boundless strength, practically indestructible, like an Arhat reborn. However, this technique followed an evil path, and its foundation in the Murder Sutra made it even more sinister. This caused his mind to become somewhat unclear whenever he fully activated this technique. He appeared mad, like a demon. Yet his destructive power and martial prowess surpassed Huang Fu's. And in this state, while holding Ji Yeshua captive, how could she possibly break his fingers? His remaining rationality was not much, and for a moment, he couldn't understand the reason. Looking up at Ji Yeshua, he discovered that her situation was not as expected. The previous barrage of attacks would have severely injured anyone. But Ji Yeshua, though still trapped in the steps, appeared completely unharmed, except for her disheveled hair. Just then, Huang Fu, using his Qiankuan Ichi technique, once again appeared above Ji Yeshua, his massive figure accompanied by a gust of wind as he crashed down. Bang! A muffled sound followed, the immense force exploding in a fan shape, shattering the already damaged steps once more. Ji Yeshua, who had been embedded in the steps, had somehow managed to stand up. She supported Huang Fu with one hand, the strong wind causing her white robes to flutter and her hair to fly. The white jade longevity scripture. Huang Fu circulated his internal energy, constantly increasing his strength, trying to suppress Ji Yeshua, but to no avail, and muttered to himself. Rumors circulated in the martial world that the white jade longevity scripture was problematic. It would gradually erase a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires, turning them into a block of stone. Thus, one could achieve immortality. Whether it could actually grant immortality was another matter. But the white jade longevity scripture was not merely about erasing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This method emphasized inner and outer purity, like jade. The mind was like jade, untouched by dust. The 7 emotions were not erased, but rather no longer tainted the spirit. The physical body was like jade, flawless and unbroken, its protective power no less than that of the chaotic Vajra mad demon great technique. So much so that even with the opponent's furious hammering, the Yao sect master remained completely unharmed. A roar erupted from the skinny man, his reason broken, madness taking hold. He lunged at Ji Yeshua. Wang Fu suppressed her with heaven and earth throw, making it difficult for Ji Yeshua to get rid of him, forcing her to fight with only one hand. The skinny man's finger shadows and fist winds danced wildly, like a madman's rampage, like a torrential storm. Ji Yeshua, fighting with only one hand, was ultimately stretched thin, and in a short time, she had already taken more than a dozen blows. Each attack was powerful and heavy, making her protective divine power tremble. Her brows furrowed slightly, a rare occurrence, and her entire body glowed with a jade-like radiance, light and gentle, as if she might be swept away by the wind at any moment. She gathered her strength in one palm, ready. The skinny man continued his frenzied charge, and a collision seemed imminent. Ji Yeshua's pupils suddenly contracted. Suddenly, Wang Fu, who had been standing right in front of her, shrank dramatically. From a massive sphere, he abruptly contracted to less than 6 feet in length. Conversely, from his raised hands, a colossal vortex of energy was being forcefully pushed towards Ji Yeshua. Heaven and Earth Chi Great Handprint. Chapter 376. Wang Fu roared, his chi swirling into a palm strike, the palm lines clearly visible, imbued with the power of heaven and earth. Before the palm even arrived, the wind preceded it. Ji Yeshua, caught off guard, her internal energy disrupted, was first struck by the skinny man's fists, still in midair, then struck squarely in the chest and abdomen by this massive handprint of the unified chi. She was slammed to the ground, shattering the boulder-paved surface, and then sent flying backward. Accompanied by the sound of the ground crumbling, she was sent flying nearly 100 feet. Creating a trench in the ground, she rolled on the spot, and when she stood up again, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This turn of events was swift and unexpected. The disciples of the Yao sect had just witnessed their sect leader displaying great power. But they never expected to be caught in this sudden turn of events. Fear gripped their hearts. The skinny man moved swiftly, appearing before Ji Yeshua in a flash. He grabbed her head and lifted her from the ground. Although Ji Yeshua possessed the white jade longevity scripture and her internal energy cultivation was extraordinary, she had first been injured by the chaotic Vajra mad demon great technique and then severely wounded by the heaven and earth one chi great handprint. Although her flawless, jade-like body concealed her injuries, leaving few visible marks, the internal energy of the white jade longevity scripture within her was in complete disarray. However, her heart was as pure as white jade, untouched by worldly dust. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained calm and rational. Her immediate priority was naturally to regulate her internal energy. Therefore, she completely ignored the skinny man's actions. The skinny man held her head, lifting her into the air. His gaze swept around him, and the insane thoughts swirling in his mind subsided considerably. The fat man spoke coldly, Ji Yeshua's life is here. Will you surrender or not? The Yao sect disciples' eyes widened in horror, but before they could speak, someone shouted, surrender. We are willing to surrender. Upon hearing this, all the Yao sect disciples looked incredulously towards the source of the voice. It was Elder He from before. Immediately, a disciple cried out, Elder He? We cannot surrender. Yes, Elder He, the heavenly evil sect has committed countless evils. How can we submit to such heretics? Shut up. Elder He roared, flicking his sleeves. 2 sharp sounds rang out, and 2 sword energies pierced the throats of the 2 disciples. This scene left the Yao sect disciples speechless. Elder He bowed and said to Huang Fu and Qi Lu, rest assured, with me here, we are willing to surrender. And who are you? Huang Fu frowned slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Elder He immediately smiled. I am He Wenjiang. I have a long-standing relationship with the Han family head. I have long heard of the unparalleled heroes of the heavenly evil sect, and we have known each other for a long time. The fat and thin men exchanged a glance, then Huang Fu sneered. So it's you, He Wenjiang, the one who can topple mountains with a single sword. Indeed, those who know when to yield are the wise. Good, our heavenly evil sect opens its gates wide, welcoming anyone in the world. You only need to kill all those who refuse to submit to our heavenly evil sect, and from then on, you will be guaranteed endless wealth and glory. Not to mention, with Ji Yeshua dead, the Yaotai sect still needs a sect leader, and I think you're a good candidate. He Wenjiang was overjoyed. Thank you both, envoys. Leave this matter to me. Turning back to the disciples of the Yaotai sect, his smile vanished, and his voice was icy. You have all heard it. Now you face only two paths. One is the broad road to success. The other is a path to your own death, life or death. The choice is yours. Elder He. A disciple cried out in anguish. No. Our Yaotai sect is known as one of the 9 great powers of Lingbei. We dare not say we are without shame before the people of the martial world, but under no circumstances can we collude with such evil and heretical sects as the heavenly evil sect. Another person spoke up. Didn't Elder He say the same thing just now? How come he's going back on his word now? These two people's comments drew nods of agreement from the Yaotai sect disciples present. He Wenjiang sneered, about to speak, when suddenly a long sword pierced through the chest of one of the men. Caught off guard, the man whirled around, only to see a handsome young man standing behind him. His pupils contracted involuntarily. He Qinggu, you. Before he could finish speaking, the sword was already out, and the man fell with a soft thud. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. The other man's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he roared angrily, You father and son, you will die a horrible death. He drew his sword to attack. But before his sword could even be thrust forward, a wisp of sword energy swept across his throat. When he reached to touch it, blood flowed like a burst dam. 2 more disciples of the Yaotai sect had died, and the scene immediately spiraled out of control. Some cursed He Wenjiang as despicable and shameless, He Qinggu as a treacherous villain, and the father and son as equally treacherous. However, some, in this life or death crisis, chose themselves over their sect. They joined these two in suppressing the Yaotai sect disciples who refused to submit. The fat and thin men, witnessing this, burst into laughter. So-called righteous sects, nothing more than this. They're all human, who can truly be detached from worldly concerns? The thin man, now back to his normal size, reached out and grabbed Ji Yeshua's hair, smiling at her. Isn't that right, great sect leader Ji? Everyone fears death. Everyone has their flaws. For their own lives, they can tell you they're loyal to their sect, loyal to you. But equally, when the situation turns, when they brandish their blades at you, they show no mercy. Great sect leader Ji, what are your thoughts as you watch this unfold? Ji Yeshua remained silent, only slowly closing her eyes. The thin man leaned closer and whispered, Tell me, if I were willing to share you with them, wouldn't even more people betray the Yaotai sect? Ji Yeshua's face darkened. The white jade longevity scripture, though touted as possessing inner and outer beauty and granting immortality, is ultimately just a legend, a myth. No matter how ethereal Ji Yeshua may be, she is not a deity. She is just a human. Humans, after all, have emotions and desires. Unless one possesses a naturally pure and gentle nature, devoid of emotions, everyone will have a temper. Previously, she remained unmoved because her heart was untainted. But now, with her internal energy in disarray, Ji Yeshua could not escape the influence of her emotions, and even felt that these emotions were far more intense than before. A deafening roar seemed to echo within her mind, causing a slight tremor in her years of arduous cultivation. This slight tremor instantly added a touch of silver to Ji Yeshua's hair. She took a deep breath, determined not to let external influences shake her, and simply closed her eyes again, ignoring the words of the skinny man. She could even disregard the battle unfolding before her. You are truly heartless. The skinny man smirked. I wonder what a woman as devoid of passion as you would be like in bed. These words were shameless, but they failed to stir even the slightest ripple in Ji Yeshua's heart. The skinny man didn't care. One hand gripped her hair, while the other rested on her shoulder, slowly moving towards her chest. Just as he was about to slip his hand under her neckline, the skinny man suddenly sensed something was amiss. It wasn't Ji Yeshua who felt uneasy, rather, he felt a strong sense of being spied upon. Someone was spying on him. The thought flashed through his mind, and he abruptly turned his head. He thought it was somewhere far away, but when he turned, he saw a young man standing right in front of him, staring intently at him. This was a truly startling surprise. He thought it was someone spying in the shadows, but it turned out he was being openly watched. Who was this person? When did he arrive? Before he could even voice his questions, the young man asked with some disappointment, Why did you stop? We were just getting to the crucial part. You? The skinny man's heart tightened. He opened his mouth to say you, but before he could finish, a tremendous force, carrying a chilling chill, slapped him across the face. He was involuntarily thrown towards the Jade Pavilion. While in midair, he felt as if 7 or 8/10 of his meridians had been frozen in that brief moment. He immediately began to adjust his internal energy, trying to heal his internal injuries. He tried to regroup, but before he could finish, he crashed into someone, slamming them into the dent he had created when he threw Ji Yeshua. The skinny Chi-Lu stood up from the dent, the chill within him mostly gone. He glanced back at the unfortunate soul he had bumped into. This person was now crooked and distorted, his body imprinted in the dent in a bizarre posture. Blood and foam continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth. It was none other than Yuan Zhang, the one who had previously wielded the sword that could topple mountains. Was this a coincidence? Or was it intentional? Just then, the fat man shouted, "Who goes there?" The thin man looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the fat man raise his hand, a palm already aimed at the young man. This palm strike was imbued with heaven and earth chi, not as powerful as the heaven and earth chi great handprint, but still not to be underestimated. But the young man casually caught it, the palm strike interrupted halfway before it could be fully executed, and with a quick twist, a cracking sound was heard. The fat man's hand bones were instantly twisted and shattered. The young man, however, handled it with ease, casually pulling the fat man involuntarily towards him, tossing him in the air, and then throwing him towards him. The thin man knew this young man's methods were extraordinary, and immediately roared, his muscles and bones instantly strengthening, raising both hands to catch the fat man. But as soon as the man made his move, a powerful force surged back. He had just climbed out of the pit, and now the two of them were smashed back into it. Yuan Zhang, who had just caught his breath, opened his eyes to find it was already dark. Immense pressure instantly enveloped his entire body. The next moment, he completely lost consciousness. This turn of events happened even faster. The two men, one fat and one thin, who had just been in control, were thrown aside in the blink of an eye. The Yao Tai sect disciples who had been fighting instinctively stopped fighting. When the two men stood up again, they saw the young man glance at Ji Yeshua, then shake his head. The heavenly evil sect is becoming more and more impressive. Two grown men, bullying a girl. Even if you manage to win by luck, don't you think it's an unfair victory? The two men, now fully aware of the young man's face, immediately narrowed their eyes. It's you? The battle at Tianlai City was the heavenly evil sect's biggest defeat to date. Not only did it result in the death of one of the 12 holy kings, and the capture of the other, but 4 of the 8 great generals under the Lord of War also perished on the spot. They naturally needed to find out who was behind this. However, they never expected to meet this person today, in such a setting. Chu Qing smiled slightly. You know me? Unfortunately, I don't know you too. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Also, if I'm not mistaken, the one at the end should be from the Yao Tai sect, right? Why are our own people fighting each other? He did find this scene a bit strange, because he hadn't arrived yet. After discovering that someone from the Yao Tai sect had trespassed into the mountain, Chu Qing and his group, led by the leading Yao Tai sect disciple, followed the path up the mountain. Although this route greatly reduced the time spent climbing the mountain, the path was riddled with ditches and bumps, making many sections extremely difficult to traverse. To avoid wasting time, Chu Qing decided to go ahead first. He left Wu Qianhuan and the others to follow slowly behind. That's how he was able to arrive at this point. Upon arriving, he saw this skinny man looking like he was plotting something, so he revealed himself to scare him. You're not with them. Ji Yeshua's voice reached his ears. Chu Qing was momentarily stunned. This hollow voice, though completely different from Wenru's, possessed the same utterly flat tone. If I were on their side, do you think we could talk like this now? Chu Qing replied, glancing at her sideways. May I ask your name, young lady? You wouldn't happen to be surnamed Wen, would you? My surname isn't Wen. My surname is Ji Yeshua. Hearing that Chu Qing wasn't with the two, Ji Yeshua nodded and calmly stated her name. Chu Qing nodded. Not surnamed Wen, huh? Well, you don't look like it either. Wait, Ji Yeshua? Being in Lingbei, he naturally needed to know about the masters of the Lingbei martial arts world. Old Man Sun had told him some things early on, and later, within the Tianyin mansion, he had naturally done much more research. Therefore, Chu Qing's eyes widened in the next moment. You're Ji Yeshua? The sect master of the Yao Tai sect. Ji Yeshua slowly nodded. That's me. Chu Qing gasped. Seeing the sect leader of Yao Tai sect wasn't surprising, but what was strange was the sect leader's appearance. Could the White Jade longevity scripture truly grant immortality? Otherwise, how could Ji Yeshua, who ascended to the position of sect leader 50 years ago, now look only in her early 20s. Chapter 377. According to Chu Qing's understanding, Ji Yeshua was already in her 30s when she ascended to the position of sect master of the Yaotai sect. She was in her prime, at the peak of her martial arts skills. Afterwards, she secluded herself for many years to cultivate the White Jade longevity scripture, and her whereabouts in the martial world were almost non-existent. If it weren't for occasional rumors about her from the Yaotai sect, everyone would have thought she had died from a cultivation deviation. Judging by the timeline, she must be at least over 100 years old now. A genuine old woman, but now she seems to be about the same age as Chu Qing. Chu Qing even began to wonder if the name Ji Yeshua was a name that could be passed down through generations. Did every sect leader have to be called Ji Yeshua? But he had never heard of such a thing. Although Chu Qing was muttering to himself, Ji Yeshua was also a person with profound internal strength and keen hearing and eyesight. The voice naturally reached his ears, and then he replied calmly, "My youthful appearance is indeed due to the White Jade longevity scripture. Unfortunately, longevity is ultimately beyond human reach. Even if one cultivates the White Jade longevity scripture to its highest level, it only prolongs one's lifespan. If I were free from illness and disaster, and did not die today, I might live another 20 or 30 years. If one's mental state is not broken, one will remain the same until death." Chu Qing listened, stunned. On one hand, he felt that the White Jade longevity scripture was indeed quite effective. In another 20 or 30 years, when Ji Yeshua died of old age, she would be around 120 or 30 years old. That age, whether in this era or in modern society, is truly longevity. On the other hand, Chu Qing hadn't expected that this person would tell him so readily after just one question. It seemed like it wasn't a secret at all. It was a kind of candor, as if nothing was off limits. Just as Chu Qing was feeling sentimental, Ji Yeshua spoke in a very calm voice, "Be careful." Her tone didn't imply any need for caution. It was more like someone's name was being called, "Be careful," and she was softly calling out to them. The next moment, Chu Qing raised his hand. A loud bang was heard as a huge fist slammed into Chu Qing's arm, producing a sound like thunder. It was Qi Lu who had made the move, circulating the chaotic Vajra mad demon great technique around him, his madness flowing, his eyes tinged with blood red. His attack was blocked by Chu Qing, but he only paused for a moment before swinging his arms in afterimages, dark chi and blood-red light flashing within, countless attacks raining down like raindrops. This display of power was enough to turn a person into a bloody pulp. Although his attacks were fierce and his speed as fast as lightning, every single move was blocked by Chu Qing's single arm. The disciples of the Yaotai sect couldn't even see the details of their exchange. Qi Lu's hands and Chu Qing's single arm were all blurred into nothingness, leaving only afterimages, but the deafening roars echoed continuously. It was clear that not only was their speed beyond imagination, but the power they contained was also terrifying. Qi Lu channeled his inner energy into the chaotic Vajra mad demon great technique, becoming increasingly frenzied with each burst of power, emitting inhuman roars, and his moves became increasingly erratic, solely aimed at injuring. This might have been acceptable against someone else, but against Chu Qing, this lack of strategy was tantamount to suicide. So, as the fight progressed, a severed finger suddenly flew off. The finger was thick, like a small club, and it sprayed droplets of blood as it flew. Qi Lu's eyes instinctively turned to the severed finger, but before he could see it clearly, he was suddenly propelled by a tremendous force. His body slammed to the ground. A hint of excitement flickered in Chu Qing's eyes. Having recently acquired 2 internal energy cultivation techniques, his internal strength had reached an extremely profound level. He knew that his martial arts had undergone 2 great leaps forward, making him vastly different from before. However, although he understood this before, he had never actually fought a master. The 2 men before him, one fat and one thin, appeared unremarkable. But they were 2 of the 8 great generals under the Lord of War. Although Chu Qing had already killed 4 of these 8 generals in Tianlai City, 2 more wouldn't seem like much. But this recent exchange made Chu Qing realize the difference between the 2 previous encounters. Chu Qing couldn't ignore the attacks of the previous 4, no matter what. But now, even if this person before him used all his strength, Chu Qing didn't need to care. He only felt that the man's moves were full of flaws, and his punches and kicks were weak and powerless. There was no need to care, he could easily subdue him. With a casual flick of his sword, he severed one of the man's fingers. The man was completely oblivious. Then, he reached out, grabbed the man's shoulder, and swung him around. A loud bang was heard. The ground shattered, debris flew everywhere, and Qi Lu was instantly brought back to his senses from his madness. But if he had a choice, he would rather not have recovered. Chu Qing was like a child who had received a new toy, repeatedly swinging and smashing him. There were two layers of force involved. The first layer was the impact with the ground, which was relatively harmless. Qi Lu was confident that he could easily withstand it, both internally and physically. However, the second layer of force was Chu Qing's internal energy. This force was far too unbearable. Each strike felt as if his internal organs were shattering, his iron bones crumbling. After 5 or 6 such repetitions, Qi Lu wished he could die immediately, and at that moment, Huang Fu had already arrived behind Chu Qing. Taking advantage of the two's exchange, he circled around to the side, and upon reaching his predetermined location, he condensed Qingquan Qi with one arm. A massive vortex was raised by his single arm, and with a push of his palm towards Chu Qing, the vortex of true energy instantly transformed into a giant handprint of true energy. Enveloped in Huang Fu's entire internal energy, it slammed towards Chu Qing without reservation. It was clear that this giant handprint of Qingquan Qi was about to strike Chu Qing, completely engulfing him. A sword's cry suddenly rang out. Huang Fu was startled, and just as he was about to locate the source of the cry, a long sword suddenly pierced through his heaven and earth Qi great handprint. What was truly bizarre was that the long sword was unwielded. It flew out on its own, first breaking through the heaven and earth Qi great handprint, then heading straight for his throat. Huang Fu roared angrily, trying to gather his Qi to block the sword, but all his strength was concentrated in the heaven and earth Qi great handprint. With this technique broken, his meridians trembled violently. He was in an awkward situation where his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet arisen. He wanted to circulate his Qi, but there was none to draw upon. He could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced through his throat in an instant. His body landed on the ground with a thud. He looked up and saw that the sword had not fallen, but Chu Qing had stopped moving. He held Qi Lu with one hand, and Qi Lu's figure had returned to its original thin posture. Being dragged by Chu Qing was like dragging a dead dog. The other hand was used as a sword finger. As he pointed a finger, the sword that killed him suddenly flew towards the surrounding Tianxia cult disciples. Only then did Huang Fu realize that the sword that killed him actually belonged to Chu Qing. In fact, what he didn't notice was that this sword was not Chu Qing's. It belongs to the Yaotai sect disciples present. Although Chu Qing was fighting Qi Lu when Huang Fu made a sneak attack, of course, to be precise, he was beating him up. But for a master like him, who sees in all directions and hears in all directions, Huang Fu's actions that he thought were secretive were like the jokes of a 3-year-old child. There is no way he can fool Chu Qing's eyes. He simply used his sword-taking skills to take a sword from the hands of the Yaotai sect disciples present. The disciple, bewildered and ignorant, felt his sword about to fly away and reached out to grab it, but how could he grasp it? Now, he watched helplessly as his sword pierced his opponent's throat and plunged into the crowd. A flash of sword light, blood splattered, and the heavenly evil sect disciples roared in fury, hurling their weapons at the flying sword. But this sword was incredibly agile, leaping and bounding, sometimes twirling, sometimes spinning in the air, sometimes tracing arcs. Each sword beam that flew past claimed a life. The sword's true owner watched in astonishment, thinking, this sword's swordsmanship is far superior to mine. From now on, will I even need to lift a finger? I can just let the sword do the work. This scene before him seemed like a myth, but it was also due to Chu Qing's significant improvement in internal energy. Before Tianlai City, Chu Qing's previous methods were merely decorative and utterly ineffective at breaking the heaven and earth one Qi great handprint. However, now, not only could he easily break Huang Fu's ultimate technique, but he also wielded it with effortless ease, its power completely different from before. The Tianxia sect disciples were being overwhelmed by a single sword strike, while the Yaotai sect disciples, besides watching, had almost forgotten what to do. Just then, Ji Yeshua suddenly exhaled. After this period of delay, the chaotic internal energy within her body had finally been regulated. Her mental state had also returned to normal. Raising her eyes, she directly charged into the surrounding Tianxia sect disciples. Seeing this, the Yaotai sect disciples finally remembered what they should do and immediately rushed forward to attack. The most awkward situation in front of the Jade Pavilion now belonged to the group of Yaotai sect disciples who had just defected. They didn't know whether to join the attack or help the Tianxia sect kill the Yaotai sect disciples. As for the former, having just betrayed the sect, the Yaotai sect wouldn't accept them. But if they helped the Tianxia sect, don't be ridiculous. One of the two, the fat one, was stabbed to death with a single sword strike, and the other was being dragged towards the Yu Pavilion like a dead dog. With both of them ending up like this, helping the Tianxia sect would only lead to their demise. Seeing Chu Qing approaching, the traitorous disciples all wore expressions of embarrassment. Chu Qing, on the other hand, seemed to be in a good mood. As he walked, he used his sword-controlling technique to kill with flying swords, dragging Qi Lu along, and smiled at the traitorous Yaotai sect disciples, saying, "Aren't you going to help?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, and someone stammered, We don't need so many people." "Oh!" Chu Qing nodded. "Excuse me?" The crowd hurriedly made way. Chu Qing, dragging Qi Lu, walked to the main hall of the Jade Pavilion, and sat down with an imposing air, pinning Qi Lu to the ground. The force coursed through his body, rendering Qi Lu completely immobile. Chu Qing then formed a sword shape with his fingers, and began attempting to incorporate swordplay using the sword control technique. The swift sword of Ah Fei was out of the question. Even with Chu Qing's current internal energy, it would be difficult to remotely control such an extreme technique. However, he could try to use the Tai Chi swordplay and the 9 swords of Dugu using the sword control technique. But after a brief attempt, he discovered that the Tai Chi swordplay also failed. This skill was less a swordplay and more a sword intent. Sword intent, sword intent. The sword itself is without intent, it is the person who has intent. Therefore, only when a person grasps the sword can they manifest sword intent. Using the sword capturing technique to strike in midair makes it difficult to fully display the sword intent, naturally reducing its power. Therefore, after some experimentation, Chu Qing discovered that the most suitable sword technique for the sword capturing technique is the Dugu 9 swords. The Dugu 9 swords is based on direction and techniques. Both of these sword capturing techniques have their unique advantages. Chu Qing can execute the techniques from a distance, which is the foundation of the sword capturing technique. As for direction, that goes without saying. The direction in sword techniques is achieved by borrowing the person's presence, stepping in the right direction, and striking with the sword's edges perfectly timed. Now, eliminating the person's presence, Chu Qing can manipulate his internal energy to directly place the sword, making positional changes effortless. After some initial attempts, he stumbled a bit, and was nearly knocked away by the Heavenly Evil sect members. But gradually, they improved, mastering the technique and achieving a comprehensive understanding. The disciples of the Heavenly Evil sect discovered that increasingly strange things were happening. Originally, they simply couldn't catch up with or knock down the sword. But now, the sword could actually break through their attacks, regardless of whether they used swords, knives, spears, or even unarmed combat or unusual weapons. All their moves were countered by the long sword that came flying through the air. The sword's edge was prominent, and the killing became increasingly ruthless. Ji Yeshua killed while also watching the sword, her eyes flashing with an increasingly strange light. Occasionally, she would glance back at Chu Qing, and even with her jade-like composure, a sense of solemnity crept in. This person's martial arts were so high, and his methods so unpredictable, that even in her long life, he was unparalleled. Such a master, truly astonishing. As the sounds of battle gradually subsided, the battle finally came to an end. At first, the Heavenly Evil cult members tried to kill them by force, but realizing this wouldn't work, they attempted to flee. However, the Yaotai sect had already gained the upper hand, and Chu Qing wouldn't allow any of them to escape. Whoever ran first would be killed by his flying sword. In the end, he actually managed to kill all the Heavenly Evil cult attackers on the spot. Only when not a single Heavenly Evil cult disciple remained alive did Chu Qing point his sword, and the blood-soaked longsword returned to its original owner, embedding itself in the ground in front of him with a hiss. The sword's owner scratched his head, wondering if his sword had become sentient. He hadn't realized from beginning to end that Chu Qing had borrowed his sword. He thought the sword had truly acted on its own. Now, seeing the sword behaving obediently, he looked around and muttered, "Return to its sheath." The longsword remained silent and still. They really grown some guts. They're not listening to reason anymore. The Yaotai sect disciple sighed, drew his sword, and sheathed it. But it's good that you know to come back. From now on, let's get along well, brother. Chapter 378. Before the Jade Pavilion, the battlefield was in disarray. This battle was a surprise attack launched by the Heavenly Evil sect, advancing stealthily from the foot of the mountain. It didn't alert anyone outside the Yaotai sect. The Yaotai sect had been too complacent for too long. By the time they discovered the attack, the enemy was already halfway up. It was too late to resist. They were forced to this location. Now that the battle had ended, the group didn't bother cleaning up the battlefield and immediately surrounded the enemy again. This time, they mainly surrounded He Wenxiang and his group of traitors. He Wenxiang had defected to the Heavenly Evil sect during the battle, and allowed his disciples to harm their fellow disciples. His actions were truly heinous. However, out of consideration for their fellow disciples, although they had surrounded them, They didn't immediately attack, but awaited Ji Yeshua's judgment. Ji Yeshua wasn't in a hurry to make judgments either. She had somehow already arrived beside Chu Qing. Ignoring her own aloof air, she silently sat on the steps 2 feet away from Chu Qing, quietly watching the person at Chu Qing's feet. Chu Qing glanced at her. Sect leader Ji, do you have something to say? I want his life. Ji Yeshua's tone was quite calm. You can name your terms. Chu Qing chuckled. Is this how you usually talk? Ji Yeshua thought for a moment, then shook her head. Just as Chu Qing was wondering how she usually spoke, he heard Ji Yeshua say, I usually stay in seclusion and don't speak. Impeccable. Chu Qing sighed helplessly, then smiled and said, this person can be yours, but have you thought about what will happen afterward? You mean the heavenly evil sect? Exactly. They should be considered experts within the heavenly evil sect, right? Ji Yeshua's tone was uncertain. Chu Qing said, the heavenly evil sect has an incredibly deep foundation. This holy maiden, that holy son, not to mention their lofty leader who, according to them, fears no one except the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Just the 12 holy kings alone are enough to sweep across the martial world. And while these 2, fat and thin, are skilled in martial arts, they are merely foot soldiers under the heavenly slaughter. I was fortunate to witness this battle today, but otherwise, I fear the Yaotai sect would have been wiped out of the martial world. So sect leader Ji, have you thought this through? Ji Yeshua lowered her head slightly, followed by a long silence. Chu Qing didn't seem to care and simply sat to the side, waiting. The Yaotai sect disciples seemed even less concerned, a group of them surrounding the traders, quietly waiting as well. Because of this, when Wu Qianhuan and the others arrived, they found the scene rather strange. The Yaotai sect disciples were all calm and collected, surrounded by corpses. There were members of the heavenly evil cult, and there were also Yaotai sect disciples. Further inside, they could see Chu Qing and a beautiful girl sitting side by side on the broken steps in front of the Jade Pavilion, neither of them speaking. What's going on? Wen Qianluo was somewhat astonished, not understanding the situation. Wu Qianhuan shook her head, but seeing Chu Qing safe and sound, she felt relieved. Whatever the situation, as long as Chu Qing was alright, that was all that mattered. As for the one Chu Qing was standing on, there was no need to even glance at him. He wasn't an opponent she needed to deal with, and she didn't care whether he lived or died. Winry didn't even bother to answer Wen Qianluo's question. Her aloofness and cold demeanor were exactly the same as Ji Yeshua's. As for Su Ningzhen, she didn't want to participate in the discussion. She occasionally glanced around and saw some familiar faces, but when she looked at the group of people being protected in the center of the arena, a cold glint appeared in her eyes. She saw He Qiangu. However, she didn't know why he, as a disciple of the Yaotai sect, was also surrounded. What he had done to incur such public wrath. Fortunately, several people in their group were from the Yaotai sect. This meant that Wu Qianhuan and the others weren't harassed, and if they had any questions, someone could inquire. The leading Yaotai sect disciple asked a few questions and got the answer. He was instantly furious. She also heard that Chu Qing had appeared at the crucial moment to help her out of the predicament. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Even the swelling on her face from the several slaps Chu Qing had given her didn't hurt as much anymore. When the disciples of the Yaotai sect learned that Wu Qianhuan and the others were with Chu Qing, they secretly clasped their hands in a gesture of respect. However, the silence remained. Everyone was waiting. Finally, after Ji Yeshua had been lost in thought for a full incense stick's time, she parted her thin lips and spoke. But at that very moment, the group that had been obediently surrounded suddenly moved. The first to move was He Qiangu. He twirled his long sword, leaped into the air, and 2 sword energies suddenly landed in the crowd. This sudden turn of events ignited a surge of rage. The Yaotai sect disciples already hated their ruthlessness, their betrayal of their own people, their defection. Now, instead of awaiting their sect leader's judgment, they dared to try and escape. This was utterly outrageous. The Yaotai sect disciples instantly leaped into the air, several even blocking Wu Qianhuan and the others, seemingly to prevent them from being affected by the aftershocks of the battle. Wu Qianhuan, initially extremely vigilant, breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing the Yaotai sect disciples' actions. Just as she was about to witness the spectacle at the Yaotai sect, her expression suddenly changed. The next moment, without hesitation, her longsword flashed from its sheath. A silent, unadorned palm strike shot straight towards Wen Qianluo. Instantly she countered with a swift thrust of her sword, instantly shattering the invisible palm strike. The longsword rang out instantly, its blade trembling incessantly. This illusory palm strike contained immense power. It was almost unimaginable what kind of grievous injury Wen Qianluo would suffer if that palm strike landed on her now. Chu Qing, you were right after all, someone wanted to kill someone in the chaos. But how did you know? She had sensed the palm strike not because of her profound internal energy or keen senses, but because Chu Qing's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Chu Qing bluntly told her that someone wanted to kill Wen Qianluo in the chaos. Only then did she draw her sword and turn around, discovering the imperceptible palm force and thus breaking it with a single strike. Even so, she still found Chu Qing's ability to anticipate her opponent's move unbelievable. Chu Qing smiled, slowly walking into the crowd while using the heavenly melody transmission to speak to Wu Qianhuan. Do you still remember the death of the city lord of Qingwu City? Of course I remember. Human life is of paramount importance. If ordinary people are treated this way, how much more so a city lord? They killed him and left a note, targeting me. They wanted to incite the Yaotai sect to cause me trouble. But there aren't many people with the motive and the ability to do such a thing. And in all my years wandering the martial world, I only had two opponents. The Heavenly Evil Sect and the Nijingtai. The Heavenly Evil Sect attacked the mountain stealthily, and they were even more surprised when they saw me. Most importantly, if they were responsible, they have no reason to attack the mountain, thus reducing their leverage against me. Therefore, this can only be the work of the Nijingtai. And who knows the Nijingtai's assassins better than me? First, they framed me, provoking the Yaotai sect to attack me, while they themselves disguised themselves among the Yaotai sect disciples, waiting for an opportunity. The plan was sound. The only variable was their unforeseen attack by the heavenly evil cult, which left them in a very passive position. Even so, they hadn't given up, constantly waiting for an opportunity. In the moment before, everyone was waiting for Ji Yeshua to speak, and for them, that was their chance. Just a fleeting instant, and the goal of the Mirror of Karma would be achieved. Wen Qianluo should have died the instant Ji Yeshua spoke. Unfortunately, as an assassin who had emerged from the Mirror of Karma, Chu Qing knew them all too well. The opportunity they saw was the same opportunity Chu Qing saw. Seize their opportunity. Chu Qing's hand was already on the shoulder of a man dressed in Yaotai sect attire. He chuckled, being afraid of death won't do. Your fellow disciples are all moving forward. How can you retreat? The man's body stiffened instantly. Then, with a flick of his shoulders, he escaped Chu Qing's grasp. Turning back, a palm was pressed against Chu Qing's chest. Chu Qing smiled slightly, trying to escape 1,000 miles after a missed attack? Unfortunately, before me, there is no way for you to survive. The man's expression changed again, but it was too late to change his attack. A brutal and cunning force struck his heart, sending him flying backward. Before he even hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The instant he landed, he saw Chu Qing point a finger in the distance. Then, his head buzzed, and he knew nothing more. Chu Qing's heart stirred slightly, and he summoned the system to check. Sure enough, a new palm technique treasure chest had appeared in the selectable treasure chest category. Finally, I made some progress. All the changes happened in an instant. Just as Ji Yeshua was about to speak, Chu Qing stood up. Before she could ask a question, Chu Qing had already walked into the midst of the Yaotai sect disciples. Only after his internal energy rebounded and killed his opponent did Ji Yeshua understand what had happened. The other Yaotai sect disciples, having witnessed Chu Qing kill one of their own, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Why did this person who had helped the Yaotai sect so much suddenly start killing their own people? Wu Qianhuan's voice then entered Chu Qing's mind. Is this what you were saying down the mountain? Interesting, isn't it? Chu Qing smiled. The heavenly evil sect is attacking the mountain, and the Mirror of Karma is hidden in the shadows, ready to ambush at any moment. Don't you find it interesting? No. Wu Qianhuan shook her head decisively, then asked, when did you learn such a sophisticated method of sound transmission? Chu Qing clicked his tongue. I created it myself. It's called Heavenly Sound Transmission. As he spoke, he reached out, and the assassin, who had just been killed, instantly fell into his hands. He reached out and searched the assassin's body, looking for something. However, after searching for a while, he found nothing. Chu Qing returned to the Jade Pavilion somewhat disappointed and sat down. By this time, the chaos in the arena had subsided. Those who wanted to break through couldn't, and those who wanted to escape couldn't. In the end, they could only give up. Seeing Chu Qing return, Ji Yeshua finally spoke, continuing what she hadn't had a chance to say before. You come to my Yaotai sect. I suppose you have something to discuss? Chu Qing nodded. I'm looking for someone. Who is it? He Qiangu. Chu Qing glanced strangely at the encirclement. It was clearly a Yaotai sect encirclement, yet Su Ningxuan had infiltrated it. Just now, He Qiangu's attempt to break through had not only been blocked by the Yaotai sect members, but he had also been brutally beaten by Su Ningxuan in the chaos. Thanks to her, without Ji Yeshua's help, Chu Qing already knew, the one who had been beaten the worst was definitely He Qiangu. He Qiangu? Ji Yeshua turned to look at the crowd. Come out. He Qiangu looked up, his eyes heavily irritated, dark circles under them. 2 streams of blood flowed down his nose. When he wiped them away, his face was covered in blood, making him look utterly wretched. Hearing Ji Yeshua's words, he still replied, "This disciple is here." Ji Yeshua nodded, saying nothing to He Qiangu, but instead said to Chu Qing, "I entrust this person to you." "Thank you, sect leader Ji." Chu Qing smiled. "What else do you want?" Ji Yeshua asked again. Chu Qing shook his head. "Next, it's not about what I want, but what sect leader Ji wants." As he spoke, he reached out and picked up the thin man, tossing him to Ji Yeshua. "This person is also entrusted to sect leader Ji. If there's nothing else, I take my leave." "Wait!" Before Chu Qing could stand up, Ji Yeshua had already called out to him. Chu Qing turned to look at her. Ji Yeshua's expression was calm. She simply said quietly, "I want the Yaotai sect to be safe." The invitation from Tianyin Mansion, sent via carrier pigeon or something similar, must have already reached the Yaotai sect, right? "I don't know." Ji Yeshua immediately asked again, "Is there any letter or invitation from Tianyin Mansion?" A middle-aged man immediately stepped forward and said, reporting to the sect master, "Such matters fall under Elder He Wenjiang's jurisdiction. We are unaware of them." "Where is He Wenjiang?" Hearing Ji Yeshua say this, someone pulled He Wenjiang from the pit and said, "Elder He is currently unconscious." "Then let's wait until he wakes up." After saying this, Ji Yeshua looked at Chu Qing. "Since it's a hero's invitation, it must be a hero's gathering. Is my Yaotai sect among the invited?" "Indeed." "That's not enough." Ji Yeshua shook her head. "The opponents are too strong, I'm not confident." Ji Yeshua's martial arts were very high, at least not below Han Qiujuan of the Liexing Star Palace, who had reached the 9 stars alignment realm. But today's battle made her clearly see the strength of her opponents. Of the 8 great generals, only 2 of them had defeated her. Not to mention the warlord. Facing such opponents, she truly had no confidence. She raised her eyes to look at Chu Qing, her gaze deep and unfathomable, unlike her usual gentle gaze, carrying an indescribable sense of vicissitude. "I am willing to offer up the Yaotai sect, only asking that my Yaotai sect may perpetuate its teachings and endure in the world." Chapter 379. Ji Yeshua spoke in the most calm and collected tone, uttering words that left everyone speechless. The disciples of Yaotai sect present were immediately thrown into an uproar. They had just defeated the heavenly evil sect and surrounded a group of traitors. In the blink of an eye, the sect master was handing over the entire sect. What was going on? Some looked at Chu Qing, hoping he would show some magnanimity and not join the sect master in this foolish act. After all, the sect master was indifferent. In her eyes, Yaotai sect might not be that important. But Chu Qing seemed like a normal person. He should know just how important Yaotai sect was. He couldn't accept such a grand gift. But Chu Qing didn't refuse as they expected. Instead, he calmly said, "Words are meaningless." He had simply said he would give Yaotai sect to them. Looking back, none of the Yaotai sect disciples recognized her, let alone served her. What was the point? Ji Yeshua thought for a moment and said, "I have a sword called 12 Cities, the sword of the Yaotai sect master, and also a token of his authority. With this sword, you can command all the disciples of the Yaotai sect." "Sect master, please reconsider." Before Chu Qing could answer, some Yaotai sect disciples below knelt down and begged. "This person's origins are unknown. We cannot easily relinquish power." Another voice spoke from another direction to stop them. These two seemed to have flipped a switch. The Yaotai sect disciples all knelt down and begged their sect master not to sell out the sect. Ji Yeshua ignored them and looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing asked curiously, "You also know swordsmanship? I didn't see you use it just now." "Just now? I forgot." Ji Yeshua said softly, "I haven't fought anyone for many years, and I forgot I still had the 17 swords of Jade Capital at my disposal. Later, after falling into a disadvantageous position, I remembered. But it was too late." Chu Qing had heard of the 17 swords of Jade Capital, a unique skill that only the sect leader of the Yaotai sect could cultivate. Its status was no less than the White Jade Longevity Scripture. Chu Qing nodded. "That's fine, but I won't use the swords. You issue the sect leader's decree, declaring that from this day forward, everyone in the Yaotai sect will respect me. Even the sect leader is subordinate to me. Life and death are in my hands. I expect that in this way, when I need you, you won't outwardly comply but inwardly defy me. Otherwise, everything in the Yaotai sect will remain the same as before. Good. Ji Yeshua immediately nodded in agreement. The disciples, who had been kneeling on the ground, pleading for so long without success, were filled with anger and shame upon hearing that the two had reached an agreement in just a few words. Angry that the Yaotai sect had changed hands so easily with just a few words. Shameful that even with their current attitude, the sect leader hadn't even glanced at them. Immediately, someone stood up abruptly. Such a major matter for the sect, decided so arbitrarily. How can such a sect not be disheartening? Fellow disciples, I, Zhou Ziyuan, will withdraw from the Yaotai sect today. I refuse to have my fate so easily manipulated. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yeshua's gaze fell upon him. You wish to withdraw from the sect? I agree. Furthermore, you will not be punished for betraying the sect. However, you cannot take away any of the secret techniques you have cultivated within the Yaotai sect, nor can you divulge even a trace of them. To avoid any accidents, your martial arts must be crippled, you must be beaten into an idiot, and then you be banished from the mountain. Are you convinced? Zhou Ziyuan's anger vanished completely. He looked at Ji Yeshua, then at Chu Qing, and finally at the many disciples of the Yaotai sect. After thinking for a moment, he knelt down with a thud. Sect master, you flatter me. I am a member of the Yaotai sect in life and in death. I will never leave the sect. This shamelessness was truly astounding. Chu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. He just thought this guy was a bit interesting. You could say he was a wise man who knew when to yield, but he was the first to say he wanted to leave the Yaotai sect, which, however, he wasn't so pragmatic. When Ji Yeshua proposed turning him into an idiot and crippling his martial arts, he first looked at Ji Yeshua, then at himself, and finally at the disciples of the Yaotai sect. These seemingly ordinary glances actually reflected his internal weighing of options. He ultimately realized that he couldn't defeat Ji Yeshua, nor could he defeat Chu Qing. Even if all the disciples of the Yaotai sect joined forces to resist this decision, they would be easily suppressed. Therefore, the only thing he could do was accept reality. Chu Qing's assessment wasn't entirely accurate, but it was probably close enough. Therefore, he smiled at Ji Yeshua and said, the Yaotai sect produces many talented individuals. Ji Yeshua replied calmly, each generation is worse than the last. Her youthful appearance, befitting a young woman in her early 20s, coupled with the words of an elder, created a striking contrast. The resistance of the Yaotai sect disciples vanished because of Zhou Ziyuan's interruption. Everyone realized one thing. They couldn't resist. When Ji Yeshua was in seclusion, the Yaotai sect operated through the joint efforts of many elders. After Ji Yeshua emerged from seclusion, the Yaotai sect became her personal fiefdom. They could disagree, but they had to obey. Therefore, Ji Yeshua didn't need to seek their opinions. If she couldn't stand it, she could simply leave. However, what she had learned from the sect had to be returned, and the Yaotai sect's martial arts couldn't be leaked, so she would have to be beaten into an idiot. Even amnesia wouldn't be enough. What if it was an act? Under these circumstances, no one dared to mention leaving the sect again. They could only obediently agree. In the end, they could only comfort themselves that this new, young man, whether to call him sect leader or supreme sect leader, didn't seem like an unapproachable person. They could only hope that the days to come wouldn't be too difficult. Chu Qing finally turned his gaze to Hiqinggu. You are Hiqinggu? Yes, this disciple is Hiqinggu. Hiqinggu spoke cautiously. His heart had been pounding when he heard Chu Qing wanted to see him. But Chu Qing had ignored him in all his other dealings. He was happy to have some peace and quiet. But now that Chu Qing had mentioned his name again, it sent a chill down his spine. Chu Qing scrutinized him for a moment, then asked, I heard you were engaged to the Han family? Hiqinggu was startled, then quickly replied, this disciple was indeed engaged to the Han family, but this engagement has been called off. The Han family of Liexing Prefecture colluded with the heavenly evil sect, framing the heavenly sound prefecture. Their actions are unacceptable to the righteous path of the martial world. How could I, Hiqinggu, associate with such people? Therefore, I already broke off this marriage proposal. He spoke with such emotion that he couldn't help but look up at Chu Qing, hoping to find some encouragement in her eyes. However, Chu Qing's eyes offered no encouragement, only coldness. So much so that his voice trembled noticeably towards the end. Chu Qing smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes, and her first words sent a cold sweat down Hiqinggu's forehead. What is your relationship with the mirror of karma? Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but look at Hiqinggu. Everyone knew what the mirror of karma did. As a disciple of the Yaotai sect, Hiqinggu shouldn't be involved with such an assassin organization. Hiqinggu immediately replied, This disciple has absolutely no connection with the mirror of karma. Please, sir, understand. He found the form of address somewhat awkward. Ji Yeshua was clearly still the sect master of the Yaotai sect, so he couldn't call Chu Qing sect master. But calling him the supreme sect master didn't quite fit. So, he was simply addressed as sir. Chu Qing smiled again, pointing at Wen Qianluo. Do you know her? He Qiangu turned his head and glanced at her, shaking his head repeatedly. This disciple doesn't know her. Think it over before you speak. Chu Qing's tone suddenly turned sinister. His illuminating jade divine strategy was too terrifying. Although he hadn't actually circulated his inner energy, the pressure it brought was like a raging storm. The previously relatively clear sky, under his anger, seemed to turn gloomy, with a feeling of dark clouds looming overhead, an impending storm. And although his voice wasn't loud, every word struck deep into He Qiangu's heart. A deafening boom. With a loud crash, He Qiangu felt as if something had snapped in his head. He instinctively kowtowed repeatedly, crying, "Disciple knows his mistake, disciple knows his mistake." Disciple was confused for a moment. Seeing his reaction, everyone in the room immediately understood that this young man was indeed connected to the mirror of calamity. But how did Chu Qing know? Wu Qianhuan glanced thoughtfully at He Qiangu, then at Chu Qing. She had spoken with Chu Qing earlier, and now, following his train of thought, she had pieced things together, especially after He Qiangu admitted his connection to the mirror of calamity. Only then did the whole story become clear. Otherwise, she felt something was strange. According to their previous analysis, the mirror of calamity first killed the city lord of Light Mist City, and framed Chu Qing and his group. Then they instigated the disciples of the Yaotai sect to launch an attack. These people were naturally no match for Chu Qing. Whether Chu Qing killed them or defeated them, it would provoke the wrath of the Yaotai sect. With just a little fuel, it wouldn't be difficult to create an irreconcilable conflict between the Yaotai sect and Chu Qing. These people would then seize the opportunity, launching an attack while Chu Qing was dealing with the Yaotai sect. During this process, the people from the Nijingtai sect were hidden within the Yaotai sect. Just like the person from the Nijingtai sect who made the move just now was someone wearing the robes of a Yaotai sect disciple. The whole plan was sound, but one thing was strange. How did they manage to hide so easily within the Yaotai sect? Chu Qing's suspicion of He Qiangu might stem from the unusual timing of He Qiangu's escape earlier. When he fled, it wasn't because the Yaotai sect disciples had lowered their guard, nor was it a desperate gamble born of certain death. The chance of escape under those circumstances was less than 1 in 100. On the contrary, the chaos created in that instant gave the Nijingtai people the opportunity to assassinate Wen Qianluo. Therefore, Chu Qing targeted He Qiangu. It was perfectly logical to suspect that he had a prior connection with Nijingtai. He had helped Nijingtai's assassins infiltrate the Yaotai sect. His escape wasn't for his own sake, but to create an opportunity for the Nijingtai people to strike. Thinking this through, Wu Qianhuan felt her mind clear. Everything made sense. But this was only in retrospect. Everything seemed to make sense. Chu Qing probably understood everything from the very beginning. This man is incredibly cunning. Good that you admit it. Now tell me, what was your identity within the mirror of retribution? Disciple is about to ascend to the demon-slaying ranking. Chu Qing was taken aback. You, the demon-slaying ranking? Then he chuckled, feeling that the demon-slaying ranking was becoming increasingly worthless. Unaware of the contempt in Chu Qing's tone, He Qiangu simply nodded repeatedly. They said that as long as this matter is completed, disciple can ascend to the demon-slaying ranking. And when they attacked just now, they also promised to take me away. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Chu Qing suddenly point. A finger flashed, almost grazing his scalp, followed by a clanging sound. He Qiangu hurriedly turned around and saw a figure spitting out blood, flying backward. A hidden weapon lay on the ground. The shuttle-shaped weapon, shimmering with a deep blue hue, was clearly saturated with potent poison. He Qiangu couldn't even imagine what would happen to him if this weapon struck. Then he heard Chu Qing's voice. You dare to be so insolent before me? Have you borrowed the courage of the heavens? He Qiangu shook his head, then looked up at Chu Qing, only to find a person standing at his feet. After recognizing the person, he immediately said, My lord, this is another assassin planted by the Nijingtai within my Yaotai sect. Was there any need to say more? Chu Qing gave He Qiangu a look as if he were an idiot. His repeated use of they already spoke volumes. Chu Qing had already guessed that someone would become restless. As it turned out, at the crucial moment, someone would suddenly unleash a hidden weapon, killing the speaker. This wasn't just a scene from a TV drama. Unfortunately, the other side failed in front of Chu Qing. Chu Qing glanced at He Qiangu. Were there any other assassins? No, just the two of them. He Qiangu seemed somewhat shaken. Chu Qing nodded. I reckon you broke off the engagement with the Han family, but you didn't return the dowry, right? Guards. Bring the dowry the Han family gave to He Qiangu. Hearing Chu Qing give the order, everyone subconsciously glanced at Ji Yeshua. Seeing her expressionless face, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, they knew it was tacit agreement. A disciple immediately clasped his hands in response. As for the location of the dowry, it wasn't just He Qiangu who knew. After all, what real secrets exist in this world? When fellow disciples get married, dowries and betrothal gifts are discussed countless times among them. There's no need for He Qiangu to lead the way. Seeing that He Qiangu seemed alright, Chu Qing didn't want him to be idle, so he said to Su Ningzhen, since we're just idling around anyway, why don't you take revenge again? Just don't kill him. Chapter 380. What followed was rather gruesome. He Qiangu had seduced and abandoned her, and Su Ningzhen hated him to the core. If it weren't for Chu Qing standing up for her, preventing her from overstepping her bounds, she probably would have killed He Qiangu long ago. Now, with Chu Qing's help, she didn't hesitate and launched a flurry of punches and kicks. He Qiangu's martial arts were no weaker than Su Ningzhen's, but after glancing at the aloof Chu Qing, he dared not retaliate. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head, begging for mercy, but Su Ningzhen ignored him, determined to beat this beyond recognition. As for the rest, she'd deal with that later. It wasn't until the disciples of the Yaotai sect gradually brought over the dowry sent by the Han family that Su Ningzhen stopped. He Qiangu was beaten beyond recognition, but at least he was still alive. A disciple presented the dowry list, which Chu Qing glanced at before ordering its inventory. It must be said, the Han family was indeed very generous. All sorts of gold, silver, jewels, and jade were included, seemingly to prevent their daughter from suffering mistreatment at the Yaotai sect after her marriage. It took nearly 2 hours to complete the inventory. Everything matched, except for one item. A Yaotai sect disciple, holding a 4-legged golden goblet in both hands, knelt on one knee before Chu Qing. The dowry inventory is complete, but this item is not on the list. Please decide, Your Excellency. Chu Qing waited for him to finish speaking before reaching out and taking the 4-legged golden goblet into his hand. He looked up at Su Ningzhen. Is this it? Su Ningzhen approached Chu Qing and took the golden goblet to examine it. After a moment, she said, This should be it. I saw it in the treasure vault before. It's exactly the same. Chu Qing nodded, thoughtfully saying, I promise to avenge you, and you repay me with this. Now that you have this 4-legged golden goblet, do you regret it? No regrets. Su Ningzhen raised her eyes. If it weren't for your intervention, young master, even if I risked my life, I probably wouldn't have been able to avenge Xiangshanhai. If you like this golden goblet, young master, please take it. Chu Qing nodded. All right, regarding the Xiangshanhai matter, only one thing remains to be done. I'm always fair. Having taken your things, I will naturally help you complete everything perfectly. Someone, check if He Wenjiang is awake. A Yaotai sect disciple immediately went to check, then shook his head, still unconscious. Chu Qing nodded, cut off one of his fingers. The Yaotai sect disciple was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He Wenjiang had defected to the enemy on the battlefield and truly deserved to die, but now everything was Chu Qing's decision, and they couldn't act on their own. Hearing Chu Qing's words, they immediately drew their swords without hesitation. He Wenjiang let out a muffled groan, his eyes still tightly closed. Then the disciple said, Sir, this disciple's hand trembled, and I accidentally cut off an extra finger. Insolent. Chu Qing waved his hand. Don't do it again. The disciple immediately thanked him profusely, and the other disciples looked at Chu Qing with less distance in their eyes. Chu Qing then said, It seems elder he is indeed seriously injured, and has been unconscious ever since. Go and cut off another one. The disciple nodded repeatedly. Good job, I love it. Hearing the disciple's footsteps, He Wenjiang's brows furrowed deeply. Finally, he let out a long sigh, opened his eyes, and looked around. What happened? What just happened? Why am I lying here? Ignoring the blood still flowing from his hand, he began to act. Father! He Qiangu's weak voice reached his ears. He Wenjiang looked in the direction of the voice, and was immediately shocked. Who are you? How can you be so ugly? He Qiangu almost burst into tears. He really had been beaten by Su Ning. Even his own father didn't recognize him. Chu Qing smiled. You're quite adept at feigning madness, He Wenjiang. Let me ask you something. How did you know that the Rift Star Palace was going to annihilate Xiangshanhai? He Wenjiang tried to play dumb, but then Chu Qing suddenly snorted coldly. Slash! The disciple didn't hesitate, and drew his sword to slash. However, The person before him was ultimately one of the elders of the Yao Tai sect, and his martial arts were far superior to his. He Wenzhong raised one hand, his fingers forming a sword, and a wisp of sword energy immediately struck the disciple's sword tip. The disciple's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this kind of exchange. He knew he wouldn't gain any advantage. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of true energy propel his arm. A flash of his sword followed, and this time, it wasn't a fingertip that fell, but half a hand. He Wenzhong immediately let out a piercing scream. The disciple stared at his sword in disbelief, then turned to look at Chu Qing, realizing that Chu Qing had secretly pushed him. Then he heard Chu Qing say calmly, "Elder He, if I were you, I would never be so secretive at this point. Tell me the truth, or I skin you alive, and hang you at the entrance of the Yao Tai sect for 3 days and 3 nights. Don't say I didn't warn you." He Wenzhong's scream stopped. He looked up at Chu Qing, then at his own hands. 2 fingers were missing from one hand, and half a palm remained on the other. His fate was tragic, and he sighed. It was just a coincidence. I took my son to Lieshing Mansion to visit Han Qiujuan. I originally planned to leave that day, but unexpectedly, He Qiangdu took a liking to the Han family's daughter, and insisted I stay a few more days. I couldn't refuse him, so I agreed. I just never expected to accidentally witness Han Qiujuan meeting with members of the Heavenly Evil sect. Although I didn't recognize the man at the time, I later realized that Han Qiujuan had already joined the Heavenly Evil sect. Therefore, when Han Qiujuan found me, I had no choice but to feign allegiance and pretend to surrender. Otherwise, my son and I would have been dead long ago. It was because of that accident that I knew Han Qiujuan would eventually target Xiang Shanhai. When He Qiangdu found out about this, he pretended to keep Su Ningzhen. "Why keep me here?" Su Ningzhen asked through gritted teeth. "Because she's beautiful." He Wenong smiled. "My son is naturally lustful. The Yao Tai sect is full of beauties, but I don't allow him to touch them. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to disaster. Therefore, I turn a blind eye to everything he does outside the sect. He kept you around because he knew that Xiang Shanhai would be all alone. Then you'd be all alone, with no one to rely on but him. Even if he had a few more women, he figured you wouldn't dare do anything. But unexpectedly, things started exactly as he planned, but later, you wouldn't let him touch you. And the news of his marriage to Miss Han also spread around this time. He wanted to leave you to fend for yourself in the martial world for a while, thinking, without Xiang Shanhai's protection, without his safeguard, you should have come to terms with reality. But unexpectedly, I would meet young master. Su Ningzhen slowly closed her eyes. Even more unexpectedly, young master would avenge me. Not only did Han Qiujun and the rest of them die in the Battle of Tianlai City, even you couldn't escape unscathed. He Wenzhong sighed. I know that child wronged you, but his affection for you is undeniable. Otherwise, why would he obediently stop instead of ignoring your wishes if you didn't allow it? Besides, it's common for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Why are you feeling wronged? Even if we take a step back, on the night of Xiang Shanhai's demise, if he hadn't held you back, you would have been dead long ago. I would rather have died on the night Xiang Shanhai was destroyed. Tears streamed down Su Ningzhen's face. Fellow disciples, mentors, relatives and friends, all died that night, leaving her alone in this world, lonely and bullied. If she could, she really wanted to go with him. Chu Qing's voice rang out at this moment. So, the others in Yao Tai sect don't know about Xiang Shanhai? Xiang Shanhai. Ji Yeshua, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, but after a long pause, her words were somewhat infuriating. I think I heard of it. I have a vague impression. Chu Qing waved his hand, and then asked He Wenzhong if he knew about He Qiangdu's connection to the Nijingtai. He Wenzhong was somewhat surprised by this question. He hadn't expected He Qiangdu to be involved with the Nijingtai behind his back, and to have committed such acts as murdering the city lord of Qingwu City and framing Chu Qing. He was instantly enraged. However, his anger was unimportant. He then inquired about the hero's invitation. Although unwilling, He Wenzhong admitted that he had indeed intercepted the hero's invitation without reporting it to the sect. When asked why, mainly because he felt the Tianxia sect was too terrifying. He absolutely could not be an enemy of them. Otherwise, it would be suicide. He started off calmly, albeit with a somewhat righteous tone, but his words quickly turned indignant. He felt that Ji Yeshua was solely focused on seclusion, completely ignoring the sect's affairs. She had no idea what kind of power Yao Tai sect was about to face. Today, there was an opportunity for Yao Tai sect to soar to new heights, but Ji Yeshua had refused. This was tantamount to destroying Yao Tai sect in her hands. Ji Yeshua listened calmly to him until he finished speaking, then turned to Chu Qing. Anything else you want to ask? That's about it. Chu Qing considered for a moment. The biggest problem with Yaotai sect was that the disciples were somewhat arrogant, though that wasn't necessarily a serious offense. The main problem is that the people of the Yaotai sect are used to being high and mighty, always thinking that the heavenly boss and the others are second only to them. The ones harboring malicious intentions are He Wenxiang and his son He Qiangu. The best course of action now is to eliminate this father and son, as well as all those within the Yaotai sect who have already secretly sided with them. In this way, the Yaotai sect will be clean. If any problems arise later, they can be dealt with then. On this trip, I captured an assassin, killed another, obtained a random treasure chest option, and incidentally eliminated 2 generals under the Lord of War. I even subdued the entire Yaotai sect. The gains are considerable. Now that everything is settled, I can leave the rest to Ji Yeshua and leave immediately. I will head to Xianyan Mountain to prepare for the heroes' gathering. As I was planning my itinerary, I saw Ji Yeshua suddenly flick her finger. 2 flashes of white light streaked past, and He Wenxiang and He Qiangu were both jolted, a bloody hole already appearing in their necks. Before dying, He Qiangu looked at Su Ningzhen, seemingly wanting to say something, but after opening his mouth for a long time, he couldn't utter a single word before collapsing dead on the spot. Chu Qing glanced at Ji Yeshua, whose expression was calm. Didn't you finish asking? Not bad swordsmanship. Chu Qing casually praised. Of course, this was also sincere. Ji Yeshua nodded. A sect's secret technique. Can I see it? Yes. Since the Yaotai sect had given it to Chu Qing, he could naturally see the sect's secret technique if he wanted to. He instructed the Yaotai sect disciples to do what they needed to do. Clean up the battlefield, tidy up the mountain gate, check the damage, and tally the casualties. All these various tasks needed to be arranged. Wu Qianhuan and the others stayed in the Jade Pavilion to wait. Chu Qing followed Ji Yeshua to her secluded cultivation spot on the back mountain. The secluded cultivation spot was a solitary peak, surrounded by clouds on all sides. In the center was a small platform and an extremely simple cave. Upon entering the cave, one could see that the walls were densely covered with writing. On the left was the white jade longevity scripture, and on the right was the 17 swords of jade capital. Chu Qing wasn't particularly concerned with the 17 swords of jade capital, he was mainly interested in the white jade longevity scripture. He frowned as he read it. After reading it 3 times, Chu Qing finally exhaled. The white jade longevity scripture is ignorant of human principles. Polishing it with a dull stone is inefficient. Ji Yeshua glanced at Chu Qing, then lowered her head again. She was unconvinced but didn't know how to refute him. Chu Qing ignored her. He wanted to see how the white jade longevity scripture could diminish emotions and desires, allowing one to reach a profound state of inner and outer purity. If he could grasp the key points, the reversal technique might be able to resolve Winra's crisis. It would be better to go find that Tianfu temple, whose location he didn't know. Unfortunately, after reading it, he discovered that the white jade longevity scripture used solitude to extinguish emotions, comprehending the true meaning in darkness. This method sounded unremarkable, but if one persisted for 10, 20 years, or even 50 years, like Ji Yeshua, it would be an extreme cruelty. And the reversal method might not be effective. Thinking of this, Chu Qing suddenly asked, "Have you heard of Tianfu temple?" "I heard of it," Ji Yeshua replied calmly, "but I never been there." "What a pity. You're looking for Tianfu temple?" "That's right." Chu Qing nodded, about to instruct Ji Yeshua to give orders to mobilize the disciples of Yaotai sect to search for Tianfu temple. Just then Ji Yeshua said, "Although I haven't been to Tianfu temple, I can find it."